Welcome back. Moving right along with our top stories this morning. Just as experts predicted a peak of the Omicron variant of COVID-19, there is now a new version of the variant that experts are beginning to worry about. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri.
A new Omicron subvariant spreading through parts of Europe and Asia has been detected in the U.S., with reports of a handful of cases in Texas and Washington state. Researchers do not know whether BA2 is any more dangerous than the original Omicron variant, but its emergence serves as a stark reminder of the coronavirus's ability to mutate while it's in circulation.
Globally, the conditions are ideal for more variants to emerge.
Pfizer announced it has initiated a study in adults 18 through 55 to evaluate the safety and effectiveness of a new vaccine that specifically targets Omicron. Meanwhile, the FDA's decision to restrict the use of 2 monoclonal antibody COVID treatments led to canceled appointments today for more than 2,000 Floridians, according to Governor Ron DeSantis, who tweeted, "Without a shred of clinical data to support its decision, the Biden administration has revoked the emergency use authorization for life-saving monoclonal antibody treatments." DeSantis has vowed to fight the decision, but the drug makers say their treatments are less effective against Omicron, which represents nearly 100% of active COVID cases in the U.S. The FDA acted on recent data showing Omicron 1,000 times less vulnerable to Regeneron's drug and nearly 3,000 times less vulnerable to Eli Lilly's.
Since these 2 monoclonal antibodies don't work against Omicron, that it would not be a good idea to administer to anyone, because all you'll have is the risk of a potential adverse effect with essentially no benefit.
The FDA says it may reauthorize the treatments if they prove effective against future variants. A third monoclonal treatment from GlaxoSmithKline continues to work against Omicron, but U.S. supplies are limited. A New York appeals judge has temporarily reinstated Governor Hochul's indoor mask mandate while state health officials appeal a lower court's ruling against it. The governor says she is optimistic the state will prevail. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
President Biden amped up the tough talk on Tuesday, saying the consequences would be severe if Moscow invades Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
I'll be completely honest with you. It's a little bit like reading tea leaves.
That's President Biden's assessment of whether or not Russia will invade Ukraine.
We don't believe that Mr. Putin has made a final decision, so we still think there's time and space here for diplomacy to work.
Tensions between Russia and Ukraine and Russia and NATO have been ramping up.
I don't think that we've seen any concrete indications of de-escalation just yet.
President Biden says U.S. troops could be moved to Europe in the near term. 8,500 have been put on high alert, according to the Pentagon. However,
there is not going to be any American forces moving into Ukraine.
But another 80 tons of U.S. military equipment did move into Ukraine Tuesday, including anti-tank missiles.
Matters now is what we give Ukraine to defend themselves and nothing else, and we haven't given them enough.
President Biden has vowed to impose crippling economic sanctions on Moscow, even floating the possibility of sanctions directly on President Vladimir Putin. Some say the president needs to already be a step ahead.
Once the Russians have grabbed a piece of Ukraine or tried to overthrow the entire government, it's really too late.
Ukrainian officials are trying to calm their people. They say they have the situation under control and allege Russia is trying to sow fear. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
This next story, also from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard. Consumers and investors alike are still jittery as inflation continues to be a problem for the Biden administration. The Federal Reserve is in the middle of an important meeting as they discuss what can be done to bring prices down.
My wife. My grandson.
President Biden took a little shopping trip on Capitol Hill as he and his administration work to stop the rising costs Americans are feeling every day. Meanwhile, stocks on Wall Street took another wild ride Tuesday. Investors likely skittish as the Federal Reserve begins a 2-day meeting to decide if raising interest rates will ease 40-year inflation highs.
The Fed has a big role here, and I don't know if they need to do 3 or 4 rate hikes, but they better get going.
A Fox News poll found 85% of voters worry about inflation, but they're nearly split over whether it's due to government policies or the impacts of COVID. The president has called out energy companies for painful prices at the pump. Now a House Oversight Subcommittee wants to investigate 4 major meat processing companies for double-digit price increases over the last year on beef, pork, and poultry. The chairman writing, they are concerned the companies may have engaged in predatory business practices at the expense of consumers during the pandemic. Some in business say it's the president's policies forcing companies to pass higher costs to consumers.
Part of the issue is the supply chain. We're all dealing with significant double-digit price increases on supplies and products and goods.
We expect to learn more Wednesday if the Fed will raise interest rates as early as March and tighten other economic policies. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks, Lauren, for that report. 6:29 a.m. this morning. Thank you again for streaming live now from Fox. Let's take a quick commercial break, but right on the other side, we'll have a few updates from our political news partners at Fox 13 Tampa. Welcome back. Vice President Kamala Harris recently visited Milwaukee. She's touting her infrastructure law and how that law will help to replace some of the city's old pipes.
Vice President Kamala Harris comes to Milwaukee, a city with 70,000 lead laterals.
She is touting the infrastructure law, which will help pay to replace some of those pipes. Our Jason Calvi says that includes funding for Wisconsin, but not quite enough to cover everything.
Vice President Kamala Harris in a frozen Milwaukee stops at a nonprofit which recruits and trains people in skilled trades like construction and plumbing.
And what we're excited about is that it's not only going to be about the children and making sure they drink clean water, it's going to be about investing in the talented people in the community to build up the skills to do the work.
These men with Hero Plumbing are removing lead laterals. The VP talks with the City of Milwaukee's chief medical officer.
Any amount of lead in the blood is too much. There is no known safe level. And unfortunately, even low levels of lead in a child's blood can have lasting effects on their growth and development and behavior.
A mother, Deanna Branch, shares a story of her son.
When Aiden was hospitalized not once but twice, too many moms are going through the same thing that I went through.
The vice president says the infrastructure law will help.
These investments will create good union jobs. These investments will address the needs of our children. These investments will result in improved public health, the creation of more jobs.
while Wisconsin Republicans oppose the infrastructure law.
This administration has done has spent trillions of dollars with no plan to pay for it. And what that actually does in the end is clobbers people in their pocketbooks. So we need to get our spending under control so we can make targeted investments to truly make sure that no child has lead in their water.
The infrastructure law includes $15 billion with a B dollars for lead pipe removal nationwide. $48 million will be coming to Wisconsin this year, but that won't cover the price tag in Milwaukee alone. That price tag estimated to be $800 million in Milwaukee. Jason Calvi, Fox 6 News.
All right, frigid temperatures have many Americans, including myself, daydreaming of the perfect vacation, something that the United States Travel Association is actually encouraging on National Plan Your Vacation Day. Who knew, right? Now, with coronavirus variants still circling the globe, many people are fearful that a new variant could put a halt to their plans. But Fox News correspondent Malin Rivera is going to bring us some tips.
Fantasizing about hitting the beach and chasing away those winter blues? You're not the only one, and travel experts are hoping to see a wave of bookings, saying the first month of the new year is the best time to plan your next getaway.
68% of people, no surprise, say they're burned out.
They point to the pandemic as the reason so many Americans need a reset, but it's also the reason why so many may be hesitant to travel. They remember the nightmare scenario just a month ago, staffing shortages from the Omicron variant forcing several airlines to cancel thousands of flights. Some cruise lines are also canceling sailings because of COVID cases. With so many potential changes, experts say flexibility is key.
Gone are the days where you can't reschedule an airline ticket or rebook it. It used to be cancel it, lose your money. Also, same thing with hotels. I recommend people take a look in advance when you book, find out what the policy is.
Healthcare professionals say there are more reasons to be hopeful. Recent data shows that COVID infections, especially in Northeast states like New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, are trending downward, though not every state is seeing a similar drop.
First and foremost, it's so important to just make sure that you protect yourself.
Those steps, they say, include getting boosted, wearing masks, and testing when appropriate. And they say not to let an uncertain world stop you from seeing it.
We're in a better place, especially compared to the beginning of the pandemic. So book that vacation. It's important to balance safety and your overall mental well-being and health.
In Washington, Malin Rivera, Fox News.
Fox News congressional correspondent Aishna Hanzi has more from Capitol Hill on how the political climate is affecting the 2022 Olympic Games.
With the opening ceremony just days away, Beijing is preparing for the 2022 Winter Games. But back here in the U.S., growing concerns about what's happening in China.
Any form of participation in the upcoming 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics is equivalent to endorsing its escalating atrocities.
Some lawmakers raising the alarm over human rights abuses in China. Florida Senator Rick Scott calling on the International Olympic Committee to move the Games out of the communist country.
The world will watch as communist China whitewashes these crimes and churns its propaganda machine to make the world forget just how evil this empire is.
But Beijing is moving at full speed towards the Games, despite a diplomatic boycott from the U.S. and other countries over those abuses. This as China launched dozens of aircraft near Taiwan, their largest show of force in months. The move raising concerns among some members of Congress. House Foreign Affairs Ranking Member Mike McCall warning the Communist Party is on deck to invade the island nation after the Games. The Pentagon saying they're ready to help.
Nobody wants to see conflict there over Taiwan, and there's no reason that it needs to be that way. But we absolutely have a responsibility to help Taiwan defend itself.
And even with a diplomatic boycott on the Games, Team USA and corporate sponsors can still attend. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
All right, let's check in with our colleagues over at Fox 5 DC for their top stories.
You might be able to trade in the land for water when it comes to your commute if plans for a commuter ferry move forward for the region.
The idea, dubbed the Potomac Fast Ferry, was put on hold due to the pandemic, but now it's back. And the question is, whether this is going to be smooth sailing or rough waters ahead for this project. Bob Barnard, I think there's a lot of passion on either side, but folks agree that the solutions need to be found for the traffic on I-95.
Yeah, that's right, Jeanette. Steve, let's say maybe somewhere in between the two, like maybe a little bit of a current heading in the right direction. This is the Occoquan River here in Woodbridge, and the home base for the ferry would be here in the Occoquan Marina, perhaps Belmont Bay, heading north on the Potomac. I can show you the map of the proposed route from this area, from Woodbridge up to D.C., with perhaps a stop at National Harbor, ending up, the D.C. waterfront at some point. This is being studied. Picture the Staten Island ferry. This would propose to have like 2 routes a day, two going north, 2 coming south, as many as 400 passengers per ride. Further study is needed. The Northern Virginia Regional Commission, which is a group of 13 jurisdictions in the Northern Virginia area, has authorized the study of this as an alternative to all that traffic on I-95. Robert Lazaro is the executive director of the Northern Virginia Regional Commission. I had a chance to speak to him via Zoom just a short time ago.
This project we've been working on for 12 years, and we're excited about it. And all good things have to wait. And we're happy to be working with DDOT, who provided us the grant on for this piece of the study to look at the business case and governance models for operating a ferry from Woodbridge over to perhaps Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, or where DHS is at the former St. Elizabeth's campus, and into Southeast DC. And you're correct, Bob. I-95 is a tough slog on any given day, and this is an opportunity for an alternative. We think it could happen. That's why we're doing the studies. That's why we've had different investments from the federal government and DDOT in this study, and we're excited about it. When you think about it, the great cities of the world, from New York and San Francisco, Seattle, I've had a chance to travel to Istanbul, all have very vigorous, robust commuter ferry systems to help people avoid the road. So we think it's a reality, and that's why we're doing the studies. At the end of the day, the private sector is going to have to make a decision as to whether or not it's feasible or not.
And that's the key, guys. I mean, definitely a desire, a need for an alternative to I-95. Is there private money to invest in this to see if it would work, to take that chance? And again, taking you from peaceful Woodbridge, at least this part of Woodbridge, up into the city. We'll see. I mean, this study that is underway is due to wrap up in September, and then we'll see from there.
That would definitely make a big difference, Bob, with 400 people on a ferry as opposed to the smaller river taxis that we've seen in the past.
That's right. And again, you saw those pictures of the Staten Island ferry. I mean, that's an everyday way of life for people from, Perth Amboy and other parts of Staten Island to make their way up into to lower Manhattan. It's a great alternative, like for folks who would live in this area, drive, park somewhere near here, Belmont Bay or by the marina here, hop on the ferry and enjoy the ride north.
How long do you think it'll take to get from Woodbridge up to the wharf?
It depends if there's booze served on the ferry, but ideally within an hour. They'd have a pretty quick ferry going north.
All right, maybe that's for the 5 o'clock crowd on the
booze or
return
coffee.
Trip. Yeah, coffee on the way there. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to today's Fox 5 Live Insta poll question. We want to know if you would commute to D.C. on a ferry, and hundreds of you have voted so far. This was split earlier this morning. Now more folks are saying no, 62% of you, in fact. If you'd like to weigh in, you can go to our website, fox5dc.com, or download the free Fox 5 app.
Jeanette, now that we know there's going to be happy hour on the way home.
From Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles, California, let's go ahead and check in with Fox 11 LA. They're bringing us the latest on a push to vaccinate all public school children.
I'm Alex Michaels.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas. Let's begin tonight with a controversial bill introduced in California. A proposed state law would add COVID vaccines to the list of vaccinations K through 12th grade students must get to enroll in public or private schools starting next January. The bill would also eliminate personal belief exemptions for students for COVID vaccines and other future vaccines. Sacramento State Senator Richard Pan, who is also a pediatrician, unveiled the bill today during a news conference with teachers in Los Angeles.
And Dr. Richard Pan is with us now live. Dr. Pan, welcome to the show. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So we should point out, by the way, that medical exemptions would remain. The personal belief exemption would go away. Why is this so necessary when so many parents say, I want my kids to be able to choose? I want to be able to have the choice when it comes to my kid. What's your case for doing this?
Well, thank you for having me here. And parents can choose. They can decide what they wish to do. They can choose not to vaccinate their child. But that decision has consequences. And the consequence isn't to punish the parent who chose not to vaccinate their child. The consequence is to keep the other children in school safe. So we have other children in school who may be immunocompromised. They may have conditions which put them at high risk for COVID. They may also live in a household where there's people at risk for COVID. Maybe one of their relatives has diabetes or some other significant illness, or someone has a transplant. So those families, they deserve the right to know that when they send their child to school, their child will be safe, and that when they come home, they're not going to bring a disease that may actually harm or even kill someone in their family.
But doctor, we know now with the Omicron variant that the vaccines are not stopping people who have been vaccinated from either getting COVID or spreading COVID. So how is that true?
Well, actually, the vaccine does reduce the chance of transmission when you're fully vaccinated. And certainly vaccines alone are not going to completely stop transmission. That's why we still need to continue other mitigation measures like masks and doing testing and good ventilation. But vaccines are one of the more effective ways. So it's the cornerstone of any effort to try to prevent the spread of COVID in the school. Now, of course, if we could all do our part, we could also reduce the amount of virus that's in our community, and that would certainly help everyone. But certainly we want to be sure that in our schools that we don't have COVID that's spreading frequently in the school system.
Okay, so we do have some sound from a local parent who is not happy with this proposal, so let's go ahead and listen to her.
Honestly, I can't imagine what the strong push is when you've got a product that shows no appreciable benefit for children. I don't understand why they're pushing it on our children. When you see in the state of California where we're just about to have the Super Bowl full of people and yet our children remain masked in their classrooms and 2-year-olds in daycare are masked, I don't understand it at all.
Okay, what do you say to Jennifer Kennedy there? Really, the question becomes, is there enough data to ensure that a child will not have negative long-term side effects from the COVID-19 vaccine, which is a novel vaccine?
Well, first of all, when she said there's no appreciable benefit to the vaccine, that's just wrong. There's lots of data to show there's significant benefit to getting vaccinated. In terms of the vaccine itself, given the mechanism of the vaccine, the vaccine has gone through all the clinical trials. It continues to be monitored after approval. So we're constantly monitoring any side effects resulting from the vaccine. Millions of children have already gotten the vaccine, more than millions. Billions of people have gotten the vaccine. And so we have a lot of data on the safety of this vaccine. And we are confident that the vaccine's benefits outweighs the risk.
I want to get your take on, given that there are already mandated vaccines for chickenpox and polio and MMR, this COVID-19 vaccine would be added to that list. Why do you think that there's just so much pushback?
Well, unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation out there. So, when your guest said that there was no appreciable benefit, that's wrong. And so one of the questions is, why does she believe there's no appreciable benefit when there's actually a lot of data to show that the vaccine is very beneficial? So there's a lot of misinformation out there. And unfortunately, that misinformation is used to scare people from the vaccine, to make them worry about the vaccine. It's important people get accurate information. They should talk to their child's doctor about it. They should talk to sources that have accurate information, like the American Academy of Pediatrics. That's where people should get the information, not from their Facebook feed.
How is this fair to kids whose parents don't get them vaccinated? who may not have a choice in that matter. The parents are making that decision one way or another, and then they end up in homeschool with what we've already found out to be an inferior educational experience. How is this fair to them?
Well, first of all, it's not fair when a parent doesn't make the right decision for their child, but it's still the parent's decision to make. The other thing, though, is we also have to think about why is it fair that parents who have children who are at higher risk, who may be immunocompromised, or have people in their household who may be infected with this disease, who are afraid to send their kids to school because the schools aren't safe. Why is it? It's not fair to them. Their rights and their freedoms are being taken away because they cannot send their children to school because they cannot be assured that their child's going to be safe at school. That's what we need to think about, because they didn't have a choice. They didn't have a choice when we allow people to send their kids to school who aren't vaccinated, and then there's outbreaks. And those outbreaks, by the way, are closing down schools across the country. COVID outbreaks are doing that. However, in Los Angeles Unified School District, because they had a vaccine mandate and they were able to get their vaccination rates up, they have not been in a situation where they've had to close any of their schools to in-person learning. So that's a proof that this works. And we need to think about that.
If we get everybody vaccinated, can we take off the masks in schools?
Well, as I said, it's a multi-layer approach, right? So the vaccines are one of the more effective ways of limiting transmission, but by itself, it may not be enough. So we have to think about all the things we need to do that will allow our kids to be able to be in person, to be able to learn, that parents and schools have certainty that they can stay open and that the schools are safe. That's what we need to do. And vaccines are part of that.
Do you think that the flu vaccine should be mandated? Why hasn't that been mandated?
Well, the flu vaccine is for a different disease, and there can certainly be a debate about the flu vaccine. But let's talk about COVID, which has killed over 850,000 Americans already, or more, which is more than have died in the Civil War or World War II. When we think about the impact of long COVID, which we're still trying to figure out, and by the way, that affects children as well. It can cause death and long-term disability. This is a disease we need to take seriously. And that's why we really need to think about the fact that we don't want people to get affected with COVID if we can avoid it.
Okay, we'll leave the conversation right there. State Senator out of Sacramento, Dr. Richard Pan, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Yeah, and come back as the debate continues, because I'm sure there will be a lot of steps to this as well. This has not yet passed. It needs to go through a lot of other steps before it gets to the governor's office, and we appreciate you spending time with us tonight. I'm Alex Michelson.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Marla.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 11 LA. Slowly approaching the 7 a.m. hour. Thank you so much for being with us here at Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Rain Augustine, and we are bringing you top stories that you need to get your morning started on this Wednesday, January 26th. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's talk about every college student's worst nightmare, the SATs. Now, the SATs assess a student's reading, writing, and math skills. It also causes a lot of anxiety, and some colleges are now relying on less standardized tests, and they're paying more attention to a student's achievements and activities throughout the course of their high school career. Now, the SAT is getting a new format in hopes of easing some of the nerves. Fox News correspondent Giovanni Ligi has more on what students and parents need to know.
Put down your number 2 pencils. The SAT is moving from paper testing to a digital format. Students can worry less about those bubble test sheets and focus on a medium most are used to. The College Board, which administers the college entrance exam, saying the move is a long time coming.
We feel that schools and students are familiar with teaching and testing digitally, and this is us in some ways catching up to where they are.
Students will still have to report to a monitored testing site, but for a more friendly user experience, test takers will be able to use whatever device they're most comfortable with, meaning they can bring their personal or school-issued laptops or tablets.
If there are students who don't have access to their own or school-issued device to take the SAT on a weekend, we will loan them one for test day, and we will do that globally.
And for those worried about computer glitches or connectivity issues, the College Board assures college hopefuls the app is designed to work with limited connectivity, in part to be less distracting for the test taker.
It's really to start the test and eventually to upload their results. If Wi-Fi drops, they can keep testing, their work will get saved, it'll get uploaded when they reconnect.
The new format also shaving an hour off of the current test time, making it about 2 hours, adding a basic calculator for the math section and reducing the time you have to wait for your score from weeks down to days. The new digital format is expected to roll out internationally next year and in the U.S. in 2024. Here in Sacramento, California, Giovanni Ligi, Fox News.
One phone call can go a long way during the pandemic. It's something that the Department of Veterans Affairs has learned. It's being called Compassionate Contact Corps, a program matching volunteers and veterans. Here's that story from Fox's Ashley Dvorkin.
Compassionate Contact Corps launched early in the pandemic to bring social interactions to isolated veterans.
We were concerned about the isolation right away. We realized that a lot of our veterans, a lot of people don't like to even admit that they are lonely. And so until they do that, it's kind of hard for us to help the way we want to. But we know that there's research that shows that chronic loneliness can be as bad for your health as smoking half a pack of cigarettes a day.
They match volunteers and veterans, training volunteers with a goal of weekly phone calls for at least 15 minutes.
A lot of times I'm hearing that it goes up to at least an hour or longer. We have about 750 volunteers around the country, but they've been matched with over 1,500 veterans.
How much have you heard in terms of how it's helped? What is the feedback that you've received?
This is why I love the program so much, because a lot of our veterans have reached out and said that it saved their lives, that this is the only time they really get any kind of social interaction. We did a survey last year, and 90% of the veterans said that it made them feel less lonely. And 70% said it made their overall well-being increase.
There's been great feedback from both sides of the call.
The volunteers seem to get as much out of it as the veterans themselves. And some of the veterans even say, you know, I'd like to become a volunteer and help other vets now.
And it's easy to get involved.
The veteran would reach out to their VA care team. And for volunteers, well, we're looking for people that are friendly, compassionate, and wouldn't mind hearing a war story or two. They can go directly to our website, volunteer.va.gov, or they can call their local VA.
Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
It can be a matter of life or death. The national shortage of EMTs and paramedics is crippling ambulance services across the United States, and it's even leading to longer wait times when it comes to 911 calls. Fox News multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor explains how one Louisiana-based ambulance company is helping to offer a solution to the labor crisis.
This ambulance company is no longer waiting to fill its over 20 open positions in South Louisiana. Instead, they've created a fast-track course which will get new EMTs on an ambulance in just 7 weeks.
No one has actually ever seen this across the United States. The amount of people that are leaving EMS in general, this is something that's unprecedented.
The American Ambulance Association says the EMS shortage has hit crisis level with a turnover rate of more than 30%. So getting more EMTs in the door is crucial.
Biggest vein you can find.
A new accelerated EMT class aims to do just that.
Taping it down is really more of a protocol.
It condenses 4 months worth of information into a 7-week course.
We're going to be able to produce more ambulances on the street. It's going to mean a big difference. It can be life and death of someone.
Justin Cox is the operation manager for Acadian Ambulance, one of the largest ambulance services in the country. With this class in 12 cities across Louisiana, Texas, and Tennessee, they expect to graduate hundreds of EMTs by April.
I mean, you're learning so much so quick, and being able to get out there in the real world and being able to use that information makes all the difference.
It's a huge, huge blessing to be here. It means somebody's giving me an opportunity, someone's giving me a chance to fulfill my need of giving back to the community.
Now, another big thing to note here is that these students are taking these classes completely for free, and they're actually being paid an EMT salary while they're in school. The trade-off is they have to agree to work for Acadian for at least 2 years after they're certified. In Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Let's head out to Milwaukee for this next story. 2 firefighters were injured on the job while shoveling snow. Here's that story.
Milwaukee firefighters are injured on the job this morning while shoveling snow, and we're getting a look at new video tonight showing the moment a vehicle goes off the roadway hitting them.
That's right. Christina Van Zels joins us live now with the message the fire chief has for drivers in the city.
And Mary, Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky says that those firefighters today were doing a very important job, and that is removing the snow from the front of the station so that their emergency trucks can get out quickly in case of an emergency. Tonight, the fire chief is pleading with Milwaukee drivers to slow down.
We have Med 16 transporting 1 firefighter to freighter. Med 13 will be transporting to the other firefighter to freighter.
Surveillance video shows the moment's early morning snow cleanup turns into a frightening moment for 2 Milwaukee firefighters.
It is dumb luck and the grace of God that we're not dealing with a fatality or a critical injury here today.
Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky says around 7 a.m. Monday, 2 first responders were shoveling snow outside station number 4, just north of 91st and Appleton, when a vehicle lost control and hit them.
Left the roadway, crossed over the sidewalk and over the front lawn in front of the non-apparatus floor portion of the station, and struck both members who were working in the middle upper portion of that concrete approach.
The vehicle spun and also hit the fire station. The injured, a 38-year-old woman and 29-year-old man, were taken to the hospital. Luckily, they're expected to be okay, but Chief Lipsky frustrated at the reckless driving in the city.
We're not respectful for each other, and we're not at least aware that driving this 2-ton bullet down the road could have an impact on someone else's life or lives. Let's bring that awareness back to the forefront here.
The 2 firefighters are recovering at home. In the meantime, Lipsky asks the community to show support for first responders with a simple thank you.
They are laying it out for you on the regular. And it is at a pace we have not seen ever in this city.
And Milwaukee police confirmed that weather did play a role in this crash. That driver was cited for driving too fast for the conditions. Reporting live tonight in Brown Deer, Christina Van Zelst, Fox 6 News.
Glad those firefighters weren't seriously.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 6 Milwaukee for bringing us that story just past the 7 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we will have some consumer news for you all right after this. Good news for bargain hunters as ports around the country finally clear up. Some retailers are getting their holiday seasonal items off their shelves. Here's a look from Fox's Taylor Young.
Holiday shopping in January.
Yes, it was surprising to me, yeah, and I was glad I came.
Martha Liel was expecting to fill her cart with Valentine's Day crafts for her Sunday school students. Instead, she left with Christmas decor.
I do get a lot of crafts during the year, so it was nice getting it right now.
These are pictures of inside the store of Michael's in Steel Creek. Just 3 days ago, these shelves were completely stocked. Stockings, Santas, and Christmas trees, all 75% off.
Once these goods get unloaded, you've missed the season. You've missed the shopping season.
Tim Beck is a former importer-exporter. He spent decades dealing directly with factories from China, the starting point for a lot of items sold in the U.S. He says in order to get shelves stocked in time for the holiday season, retailers plan far in advance.
The key time for all these shipments out of China is usually in August. They've got to get those containers in there and unloaded to get to the stores in order for them to have their holiday and fall season.
A high demand for goods leading up to Christmas, followed by shipping delays and driver shortages, pushed the timeline back nearly 6 months. Now 1 month post-Christmas, shoppers are taking advantage of discounted prices.
We got some Valentine stuff, but we got a lot of Christmas crafts for my kids for Sunday school. So it's 75% and it's great for me. I love it.
All right, and here's your Fox Means Business report.
Shoppers are starting to feel some strain. Consumer confidence taking a dip this month after rising the 3 previous months. The Conference Board, which released the report, says rising prices and the Omicron variant are making Americans less optimistic about their finances near term. Investors were losing confidence in stocks on Tuesday. The Dow was down more than 800 points early on, but closed only fractionally lower. The sell-off was a little more severe for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. It's getting even more expensive to buy a home. S&P CoreLogic Kate Schiller says its national home price index jumped 18.8% in November from the same time a year ago. And GM is shifting gears and investing another $6.6 billion on electric vehicles. The money, which will be backed by the company's home state of Michigan, will be used to increase production of electric pickup trucks in the state and to build a new battery factory. The move is expected to create 4,000 jobs. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
A new Omicron subvariant spreading through parts of Europe and Asia has been detected in the U.S., with reports of a handful of cases in Texas and Washington state. Researchers do not know whether BA.2 is any more dangerous than the original Omicron variant, but its emergence serves as a stark reminder of the coronavirus's ability to mutate while it's in circulation.
Globally, the conditions are ideal for more variants to emerge.
Pfizer announced it has initiated a study in adults 18 through 55 to evaluate the safety and effectiveness of a new vaccine that specifically targets Omicron. Meanwhile, the FDA's decision to restrict the use of 2 monoclonal antibody COVID treatments led to canceled appointments today for more than 2,000 Floridians, according to Governor Ron DeSantis, who tweeted, "Without a shred of clinical data to support its decision, the Biden administration has revoked the emergency use authorization for life-saving monoclonal antibody treatments." DeSantis has vowed to fight the decision, but the drug makers say their treatments are less effective against Omicron, which represents nearly 100% of active COVID cases in the U.S. The FDA acted on recent data showing Omicron 1,000 times less vulnerable to Regeneron's drug and nearly 3,000 times less vulnerable to Eli Lilly's.
Since these 2 monoclonal antibodies don't work against Omicron, that it would not be a good idea to administer to anyone, because all you'll have is the risk of a potential adverse effect with essentially no benefit.
The FDA says it may reauthorize the treatments if they prove effective against future variants. A third monoclonal treatment from GlaxoSmithKline continues to work against Omicron, but U.S. supplies are limited. A New York appeals judge has temporarily reinstated Governor Hochul's indoor mask mandate while state health officials appeal a lower court's ruling against it. The governor says she is optimistic the state will prevail. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
President Biden amped up a tough talk on Tuesday, saying that the consequences would be severe if Moscow invades Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
I'll be completely honest with you. It's a little bit like reading tea leaves.
That's President Biden's assessment of whether or not Russia will invade Ukraine.
We don't believe that Mr. Putin has made a final decision, so we still think there's time and space here for diplomacy to work.
Tensions between Russia and Ukraine and Russia and NATO have been ramping up.
I don't think that we've seen any concrete indications of de-escalation just yet.
President Biden says U.S. troops could be moved to Europe in the near term. 8,500 have been put on high alert, according to the Pentagon. However,
there is not going to be any American forces moving into Ukraine.
But another 80 tons of U.S. military equipment did move into Ukraine Tuesday, including anti-tank missiles.
What matters now is what we give Ukraine to defend themselves and nothing else, and we haven't given them enough.
President Biden has vowed to impose crippling economic sanctions on Moscow, even floating the possibility of sanctions directly on President Vladimir Putin. Some say the president needs to already be a step ahead.
Once the Russians have grabbed a piece of Ukraine or tried to overthrow the entire government, it's really too late.
Ukrainian officials are trying to calm their people. They say they have the situation under control and allege Russia is trying to sow fear. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And a Fox News exclusive from the southern border, our cameras captured what appeared to be a large release of certain illegal immigrants into the United States. Fox News correspondent Bill Malusian has that story from Brownsville, Texas.
For the first time during this border crisis, exclusive Fox News video shows the mass release of single adult male migrants from federal custody in Brownsville, Texas this afternoon. We watched as multiple federally contracted buses released dozens of these men, some with ankle monitors, all at a parking garage in Brownsville. No children, no families, all single adult men, which the Biden administration primarily targets for expulsion via Title 42. Instead, these men disappear into a small unmarked office after their release.
Hi, everyone.
Today, when pressed by Fox's Peter Doocy, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki insisted, despite the release of these single adults, Title 42 is being enforced at the border.
Migrants who cannot be expelled under Title 42 are placed into immigration proceedings, and one of those avenues could be placement in an alternative to detention program in the interior of the United States.
We witnessed the exact same process on Sunday when more single adult migrants were released at the same Brownsville parking garage, and a black tarp was set up to obstruct public view of what happens inside. A short time later, some of the migrants emerged and got into taxi cabs which were waiting for them outside. Fox News followed some of those taxis to the nearby airport in Harlingen, where some of the single adult migrants were dropped off to catch flights to other parts of the country.
¿Hacia dónde van?
Miami.
¿A Miami?
Atlanta.
¿Atlanta?
Sí.
The city of Brownsville confirmed to Fox News they do work with the feds to use the parking garage as a staging area for migrants, telling us in part, quote, the city of Brownsville's Office of Emergency Management, through federal assistance from FEMA, facilitates the transfer of these migrants to their final destination by allowing them to use services to contact their families, NGOs, or a taxi cab.
And CBP tells me they are not involved with what we've been seeing when it comes to the drop-offs here at this parking garage. However, a source within ICE tells me these are in fact ICE releases, and one of the bus drivers confirmed to us they are dropping these people off on behalf of ICE. I'm still waiting to hear back from the agency as to what's happening here. Reporting in Brownsville, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
Thanks, Bill, for that report. Moving right along with our top stories this morning, police now have a man in custody who is suspected of opening fire inside of a hospital in the Bronx. Now, this news is coming ahead of a meeting today where city officials will discuss how to get illegal guns off of the street. Joining us now live from New York City is Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. Good morning, Robert. What can you tell us about this meeting later on today?
Rain, good morning to you. The hospital shooting that you alluded to is the latest example of gun violence plaguing New York City. It is the most pressing challenge facing Mayor Eric Adams, who has not even been on the job here at City Hall for a month.
He's the shooter. Late last night, police say they arrested 25-year-old Keeber Martinez, who lives in the Bronx, after they say he walked into the emergency department at Jacoby Medical Center and brazenly shot another man in the waiting room. Martinez is charged with attempted murder, reckless endangerment, and criminal possession of a firearm. Police say he and the victim, who both have prior arrests, had some kind of dispute. They exchanged looks and words, and then police say Martinez fired 4 shots. The victim was hit in the forearm. David Rivera was at Jacoby visiting his mother.
We heard a whole bunch of commotion. Active shooter. So everybody started panicking.
Christopher Betances was also at the hospital getting treatment for a dog bite.
I randomly heard gunshots. I was scared for my life. I heard the first one and I ran into the room. I barricaded myself.
Martinez, the alleged shooter, ran out of the hospital. The victim underwent surgery and is expected to make a full recovery. City Councilwoman Marjorie Velasquez visited the scene.
This senseless gun violence has to stop.
Mayor Eric Adams agrees, which is why he will participate later today in the first meeting of Governor Kathy Hochul's Interstate Task Force on Illegal Guns. In 3 weeks, Adams plans to roll out a reimagined anti-crime unit, which his predecessor disbanded, to help take guns off the streets. So far in his administration, the mayor says, police have seized more than 300.
We have created an environment in our city that it is all right to carry a gun. That can't continue.
According to the latest NYPD statistics, shooting incidents and shooting victims have each increased by more than 20% this year compared to last. Adams spoke with President Joe Biden on Monday night about the gun epidemic.
He expressed his firm support for Mayor Adams' efforts to combat gun violence and violent crime. During the call, the president also reiterated his commitment to serve as a strong federal partner for New York City and other communities grappling with the increasing gun crime we've seen over the past 2 years.
Robert, any insight on how the suspect was identified?
Well, actually, the suspect made it quite easy for police. I'm told that he signed into the emergency room at that hospital. He was complaining about asthma problems right before he started opening fire there in that emergency room. So because of his decision to sign in, police knew pretty much who they were looking for, and within hours they caught up with him and arrested him. Back to you.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses joining us live from the city. Thank you so much. All right, 7:20 a.m. Moving right along with our top stories. Let's stay in New York City. Taking a look back as New York City Mayor Eric Adams holds a gun violence prevention roundtable. This taking place in the Bronx.
I just took notes in my book, in my journal, and said, you know what, when we get the helm, we can do this the right way. But doing something the right way starts with communicating with people who are on the ground. You know, I don't want to go in and attempt to dictate to you when you are on the ground. I want to hear your ideas and what we need to be doing as we evolve into the next level of the on-the-ground fighting, crisis management, of all the different groups and organizations that are doing this. I want to hear from you as we build out the program and come with some not so standard, that is not unique to the particular areas, but to really have an understanding. You know, and I just saw Sheena. Sheena, what are you doing all the way over there? Come on, come on. This is my deputy mayor strategic right? partnership. You know, so you know she's the one that's going to create all these partnerships. So you got to grab a chair. And sit here. So we want to spend the bulk of our time hearing from you and your thoughts as we arm ourselves up for this, the next couple of years. But just being present in what we're doing. So I just want to, just give my colleagues that are here a few comments, and then we're going to turn it over to you. Just give me your insight. Go down the line. Go ahead, Senator. We just all the way through.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for being here. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for calling us today. I'll be very brief. As I said yesterday, in the vigil for that 11-month-old, first, we have to support families and communities who are going through this crisis. Second, we have to think about accountability for the folks who have done wrong. But third, we have to ask ourselves the tough questions: how we truly create safe communities, how we create communities that are thriving, that are stable, where this type of thing does not happen. And those are the tough questions. That's why you're all here. We thank you for being here, and I'm glad for the invitation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for being out here today. Thank you, Mayor. We were here yesterday for the vigil for the young girl that got shot, and then the mayor and I met at Harlem Hospital to be with the families of Officer Rivera and Mora. And prior to that, we have been also with in East Harlem, where the young woman that worked at Burger King got shot and killed. Even though she gave her money back to the guy, the armed robber, they just went ahead and shot and killed her anyway. All in my district. So this is a crisis, right? Far too much in a short period of time. And you are sort of like the folks on the ground that could be very helpful. We want to hear from you. And also, I'm an advocate that we work with the mayor to see also how we could implement more effective law enforcement practices so that we could. I come from Washington Heights in the 80s and 90s. I don't need to tell you what went on there. I see far too many elements of what I saw back in the day over there. Here. In fact, it reminds me of that. I told the mayor yesterday that we need to work together to dismantle that. Yes.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Thank you so much to Mayor Adams for once again coming to the Bronx, and to all of my colleagues in government who are here, and really all of you, our credible messengers on the ground that every single day are doing God's work. You already know, I see you. We've had a great partnership during my time in the City Council. I am no stranger to being in the streets with all of you, and so we're going to continue to do work. And I think if there's ever been a reminder of the importance of our work, all we have to do is look at the first 3 weeks of this year under the leadership of this new administration, our mayor, and myself as your borough president. I never thought I would experience the first 3 weeks as we have done. but we are ready, willing, and able to do the work. We've responded, and certainly whether it's the horrific fire in Twin Parks, the building explosion in Longwood, the police officer shot in Belmont, to the shootings we've had in the middle of all of this. There was someone fatally shot early this morning down in the South Bronx. And so it's happening every single day. And I want to continue to uplift all of you and give you the power that you need. You are out there literally putting your lives on the line to save our young people and give them a real chance at a future. And we elected officials have to do more to support you. And so I thank you for being with us this past week, but I thank you for all the work you've done over the years. The crisis management system is a system that I believe in, and during my time with the council supported you as the chair of the Committee on Public Safety. And certainly I know your work. I know your heart. I know your mission, your commitment, and the investments you've made. And so today is a real opportunity to talk and strategize and plan, because if we don't plan, then we fail to plan, and we plan to fail. And the reality is we need a plan. We cannot continue to gather at vigils and all sorts of events where we're mourning the lives of someone lost, someone in the hospital. It's just unacceptable. And I want to thank our mayor and certainly ask all of you to continue to pray for the Officer Rivera, who put his life on the line, and his partner who's fighting for his life. And just pray for everybody, because there's a lot of people out in our city, in our borough, that are hurting. But I look forward to working with you, and you already know, if I need to be there, I will be there with you, boots on the ground. We are here to get stuff done. We are not playing. Time is of the essence, and I thank you all for your incredible work.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here, and thank you so much, Mayor Adams, for organizing this. I'm Councilmember Oswald Feliz. I'm the proud council member of this district. I'm also a proud resident of this neighborhood. I grew up and I've lived here my entire life. And I'm also a proud graduate of this school, PS 46. This is a school that I attended about 20 years ago. And as a lifelong Bronx resident, but also resident of this neighborhood, I can tell you there's a lot of pain. Families growing up here are consistently asking themselves one question: whether they'll ever see safe neighborhoods, or whether what it's going to take for them to see a safe neighborhood is to move out of the neighborhood that they're currently living at. That's horrible. That's beyond horrible. But I want to thank all of you for working around the clock, risking your lives, door knocking, and intervening, and doing everything possible to interrupt violence before it happens. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with all of you, and also all my partners in government, city, state, and federal elected leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And we're gonna open the floor. But, you know, someone always ask, well, if the crisis management, or, you know, the credible messengers, if they're in the borough, why do we have a shooting? And I keep telling them, you looking at the shooting that happened, look at the ones that did not happen. That's right. Because you were there. Right. You know, so we talk about how many runs a batter knock in. We don't say how many runs are saved by the shortstop, you know. And so I know that, you know, you're stopping a whole lot of beefs and battles and retaliatory shootings. I'm aware of that. And, you know, so don't listen to the noise. Let's stay focused and not get distracted. You know, so why don't we open the floor? Based on your observation of doing this work, what are some of the things that you believe could be done better? You know, what are your thoughts? And so just a conversation. We're going to have a larger conversation citywide and bring all of the teams in. But we specifically wanted to come to the Bronx. The Bronx is dealing with a lot of shootings lately, and we wanted to come here. And that's why we held this just with Bronx for the most part. I know that we sent out a citywide in error, but it was really, this was Bronx focus. That was our focus. But we will be doing a citywide, larger event with all of the groups and organizations. But we really wanted to be thoughtful on the Bronx. So we'll open it up. Let's start with SOS.
All right. Hello, everyone. Peace and blessings to everyone. And thank you for all the elected officials for saying such kind words and truly believing in this work. Mr. Mayor, congratulations again, and definitely have been seeing a lot of your energy, so definitely want to throw back more, and a lot of positive energy your way because it's a very busy time. Definitely seeing the Borough President out every day, boots on the ground. Haylene Olasco, Director of Community-Based Violence Prevention at the Center for Court Innovation. So I'm here representing both SOS and the RISE Project. The RISE Project is the domestic violence arm of the city, the CMS network. So also wanted to let you all know about that project, since what happened, the tragic incident last night was actually a domestic violence dispute, and we do cover that area, so wanted to also share that as well. Briefly, and I don't know if this is part of this conversation, maybe it'll come up a little later on, but one of the things that I'm seeing that I think could be beneficial to this is that everybody's been working really hard. And I think because of a lot of the work that has been happening, the testament to that work has been the addition of resources to the crisis management system. And I know the MOCJ has been working extremely hard to get all those resources to the groups as soon as possible so that we're able to increase capacity and really expand and work in those areas that we're so desperately needed in. But sometimes, and also having worked in the previous administration as well, understanding that sometimes there is some red tape that exists. So sometimes the need doesn't always match the getting the funds to the organization so that they're able to hire as quickly as, it's needed. So it's like, you need to hire, and, something happens, like, where are the people? And it's like, oh, we need to hire. So helping and supporting, because especially when MOCJ is really working really closely with the groups to support them, sometimes things may get held up in like contracts and things like that. So, for example, with the the recent amendments that that are helping to increase capacity, there's been a little bit of a hold up contracts-wise. So I think that once a little bit of that red tape gets removed, a lot of these organizations would be able to staff more expeditiously, those additional boots on the ground. So I think that's one thing, because all of the groups citywide, and they've all been working extremely hard to really just, I don't want to say chase fires, but there's just so much that's been happening. So I think that that's one thing, that the work is happening, it's working, but to really be able to match the need, I think that that little piece could be super helpful. So that's just
we should, we should identify what's the bottleneck. And if you could help us understand what's the bottleneck, bureaucracy gets in the way, and these cities are so dysfunctional, and it should not. Number one, if you already had a contract and you're just renewing it, you should not be starting from scratch. I don't know if that's what's happening. I don't know if you're dealing with more paperwork. We want to move to a place that we're using technology better. And, filling out, we hear this all the time, filling out, thousands of documents to get a $5,000 grant just makes no sense, So we want to figure out how do we streamline this and at the same time protect taxpayers' money. We don't want to be reckless with our action. Mm-hmm. So we should get some ideas from you based on your observation on how do we streamline the process.
Mm-hmm. So, happy Saturday, all. Jessica Mofield, Executive Director of the Office to Prevent Gun Violence at MOCJ. Thank you for creating the space to not only hear and amplify the voices of the individuals of this room, but also the collective. I could speak a little bit more explicitly to the issues of procurement that Haley is referencing. This is a structural issue that we've been experiencing in the city, where the heart and spirit of the organizations are not always matched by the city's policies and procedures around how access to capital gets to community members. I think a lot of times, based on the structure of it being reimbursable, there's the assumption that there's access to cash flow already. So the work already happens and then people are reimbursed. So I think where the red tape lies is policy around changing contracts from being reimbursable to supporting, whether it's by performance base or by line item, where we're actually able to get money to community at the same cadence of the expectations that we have for their performance on the ground. Mm-hmm. I feel like that's explicitly important. So I think a lot of what we see in this space, especially when we talk about the exhaustion and the trauma of constantly having to come out and convene around vigils, around babies being hurt, around individuals not being able to come home, I think it also speaks to other system actors that are not in this space today. You know, a lot of this is around not only access to capital, but access to housing, and how people are able to remove themselves out of communities in different spaces, not necessarily completely out of the borough, but in other neighborhoods where they can establish a perception and a sense of safety at the ability of being able to move, even though they might not have the financial capacity to be able to move themselves. Mm-hmm. So if we had the ability to connect with the HPD and challenge the policy of not only having special grants to be for 5 families per year, where there was actually a set aside for victims of gun violence. I think that would allow the narrative to change around Black boys and girls not being seen as victims so that their families can actually get the support to be survivors. I think that's the kind of policy and narrative change and shift that needs to happen, in addition to the support around how we actually view the contracts, who's receiving the contracts, and how that money is distributed.
I thought I saw RPG in the house somewhere. RPG released the grip. Yes.
Wonderful day. Release the grip.
Thank you. Pull the microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
God bless you all this morning, and the same hearty greetings that all extended to you. Mayor Adams, we extend to you as well. Obviously, all of you here, I want to give special attention to Borough President Vanessa Gibson, as well as the council member for the Release the Grip 2 site, northern site that we work in. I do want to note a few things. Quite oftentimes when folks speak to our work or what we do, and it really speaks to what you said concerning, oh, what are they doing? You know, well, the police force is a big force, and I don't speak against it. My dad was a police, and I'm a proud New York City Harlem girl. And so our sites are generally between boots on the ground, between about 5 to 12 people, right? And we cover approximately 10-ish blocks. And so we're not around the clock. So it's a misnomer when people think that something should have been done quickly. So just for the sake of clarity, I think it's important to note that, right? That we are not this large group with 20 people on the ground to cover about 10 blocks. And yes, we've extended ourselves. I think it's important to also note that there is much being done, right, to keep this moving. Number one, to engage young people during the day. Many of our office spaces are not that big. It's really challenging to get, if our office was this big, you know, like we'd be jamming, right? But you're trying to piece together. So there's the work that's being done on the ground by the violence interrupters, accruing information, building relationships. You have young people who really are wanting to get out, right? Whatever that means for them. But over the last, I want to say, when did we do that when we took those young people away? Almost 2 years ago. There was, 2019, there was a conflict in the Belmont area between two groups, and there were shootings during the day.
All right, guys, we are listening in as New York City Mayor Eric Adams holds a roundtable in Bronx, New York, regarding the increase of gun violence that the city is seeing. We also know that the mayor plans to meet with other community leaders today. We'll be in touch with our colleagues over at Fox 5 in New York for the latest information. Let's switch gears and head out to our friends over at Fox Weather. We are expecting a nor'easter to hit this weekend. Here's the latest on that storm.
They're powerful storms, and they affect millions of people simply because of that I-95 corridor. A lot of people live along the Northeast, and so we have this guy. His name was J.E. Miller, and he studied specifically nor'easters. And back in the 40s, this is when all this work began, and he basically determined two different types. A type A nor'easter, which is more of the classic one, moves out of the Gulf Coast, rides up the eastern seaboard. Of course, depending on the track and the placement of this area of low pressure, we see big impacts, and we also see a strengthening area of low pressure. He also discovered this is the less common type. It's a type B nor'easter, and it originates through the Midwest. It crosses over the Appalachians. It sort of is disrupted by the higher elevations. That mountainous terrain is never good for an area of low pressure, but then it emerges in the Atlantic, it strengthens, and it too can deal quite a blow to the Northeast and New England. So that's what we're watching. This one looks to be more of the type A scenario, where we'll be watching it moving out of the Gulf and up the Northeast.
Well, Stephen, large chunks of Minnesota are sinking into the double digits below zero. Yeah, wind chills could be pushing into the -30 arena in the Twin Cities metro area. Joining us right now is Fox 9 Minneapolis' Bill Keller with a look at how Minnesotans are handling the deep freeze. And Bill, I just don't know how you guys do it. I mean, it is chilly out there, and I feel so bad for you standing out there, my man.
Well, I am in 1 foot in the heated garage, 1 foot outside. It's about -15 here right now. I saw -20 on my way in. I think a lot of parents fondly remember looking at looking forward to a snow day, but only in Minnesota will they cancel school because it is actually too cold. It only takes a couple of inches of snow to cancel classes, but the threshold to actually cancel in-person classes here is an air temperature of -20, we're not quite there, or a wind chill of -35. Again, this is not quite making the cut to cancel school. But here's the thing, the pandemic has really changed how a lot of schools and students approach remote learning, something that's coming in pretty handy when it does get this cold outside. Now, under Minnesota state law, schools can actually use 5 e-learning days when the weather is this dangerously cold, as long as they have a plan approved before the school year. But if a district outright cancels too many school days, people know the routine. They got to push them towards the end of the school year, just tack them on the end. Well, now with this option of e-learning, they can actually hold classes online and still count as a normal school day.
It may sound good at the time to have no school day, but when the reality strikes that we have to go into an additional week in June, people aren't too excited about it.
Yeah, this morning, a lot of school superintendents watching the weather very closely as they make their decision. Right now, we're seeing a little more than 50 schools that have, in most cases, delayed the start of class by a couple hours because it is expected to get up into the 20s by the time school lets out. A few schools have canceled their classes, of course. Kids who are heading out into the elements, whether it's a carpool or a school bus, certainly parents making sure they are bundled up in these dangerously cold conditions. But you know what? Having grown up in Chicago, I will take 15 below because it is literally a dry cold as opposed to that 30-degree chilly damp along the lakefront.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Well, Bill, I was in Cleveland, and I know exactly what you were talking about before I moved here to New York City. Bill Keller, live for us this morning in Minnesota. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. A dry cold.
Well, there goes my travel plans for this weekend. 7:42 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more news right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's been 2 years since the death of Kobe Bryant, and we're going to take a look at one school lecture which students will never forget. It's a story that you've never heard until now.
Passing, students and their professors remember the time that Kobe came to visit them at USC.
Laura Diaz standing by live with the lasting impression the Mamba mentality made on these college students. Laura.
Yes, it's hard to believe, actually, that it's been 2 years. But as you just stated, tonight we are going to show you Kobe as you've never seen him before, imparting his wisdom to some very lucky USC students. Call him Professor Bryant.
I was rush-filled with emotions, nervousness. It was electrifying to have Kobe come there.
Please welcome our guest, Kobe Bryant.
It was April 2nd, 2018. Kobe fans were on their feet. Only the venue wasn't the Staples Center. It was the campus of USC. The Laker great, by then retired for 2 years, had been invited by Professor David Belasco of the USC Business School to speak to students. Belasco's course is called High Performance Mindset. Who better to interview than Laker legend Kobe Bryant, with 5 rings, an Oscar, and his steely determination.
How do you stretch your beliefs and make sure you are continually pushing the boundaries of your comfort zone and your capabilities?
I just dream. Make sure that your dreams always stay pure. And so it's not a matter of pushing beyond your limitations or expectations. It's really a matter of protecting your dreams, protecting your imagination.
Some 1,200 students filled the auditorium and hundreds spilled outdoors to hear Kobe Bryant speak on business and life. This student asked Kobe to reflect on what he knew now he didn't know at the beginning.
Understanding empathy and compassion. I came to understand that later. And getting to know people on a personal level.
The fiercest competitor around seemed to be embracing his softer side. Among those riveted, Justin Powell, USC graduate, class of 2019. This was the second time he had met Kobe. The first time as a young athlete attending one of Bryant's basketball camps. Now grown up, the meeting was even more powerful and one that transcends time.
I find solace in knowing all the knowledge and the passion and the mindset he kind of instilled in me over the years is something I'll always continue to carry with me.
Make sure that your dreams are pure. I thought that was so very eloquent. I should point out to you that right after he completed that lecture to students, he rushed out so that he could go pick up his kids from school. He wanted to make sure that he was at the front of the carpool line. And also, students trailed him after that interview, literally following him, just wanting to be able to reach out and touch him. He was that kind of a figure. Laura Diaz reporting live from Hermosa Beach. Now back to the studio.
Yeah. Coming up, everyone attending the Super Bowl will be receiving the KN95 mask. What happens if they refuse to wear it?
LA County extends its eviction moratorium. Supervisor Catherine Barger says that's actually a bad thing. She'll join us live.
And another round of high winds across Southern California after a damaging weekend. Meteorologist Rick Dicker is with us live.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
And good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michaels.
Thank you for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas. We begin tonight with one man's regret that he did not get the vaccine.
This as since the start of the pandemic in early 2020, some 870,000 Americans have now died, leaving behind 870,000 families to mourn and pick up the pieces.
Fox 11's Hal Eisner, he's live for us in Sherman Oaks with one family's story of life after loss. Hal.
Yeah. When someone dies of COVID, it becomes a responsibility of the living to deal with their loved ones, to deal with the dead. This is the story of Christian Cabrera.
Why didn't your brother get vaccinated?
He's the type that just says, you know, I don't ever get sick. And
he wasn't sure about the science?
Yeah, he wasn't sure.
But the night before Gino Cabrera's brother Christian died of COVID, he sent this text.
He said, I can't breathe again. I really regret not getting my vaccine. If I can do it all over again, I would do it in a heartbeat to save my life.
I love you, Momito.
Christian Cabrera was 40 years old and with his love Vivian had a 3-year-old child.
My mom, I talked to her and she just misses him so much.
Cabrera says it's hard enough to grieve for a loved one who died suddenly. Christian was only diagnosed 2 weeks ago. But as he weeps, he says life after his brother's death is something he never would have expected.
2 days later, we get a phone call from the hospital telling us, why haven't you picked up your brother yet?
If things weren't heart-wrenching enough, he says a hospital worker told him,
we don't have any more room here in this morgue that we have. We're full. Gotta pick him up.
Cabrera says he's called many funeral homes and cemeteries and can't even get an appointment until February. The hospital has given Cabrera until Friday to make arrangements to have his brother's body picked up.
I had to beg the hospital to keep his body there.
Dr. Angelique Campen, who works at Providence St. Joseph Medical Center, says this story is more common than you know.
I can tell you that our morgue at the hospital is full, and this is an issue everywhere.
Campen says when a loved one dies of COVID or anything else, the burden shifts to the living. She tells her families
the body will stay at the hospital, but now it's your turn, unfortunately, to make the arrangements.
Meanwhile, Gino Cabrera says consider his brother's last text message because, as Dr. Campen said, it's the living who have to care for their dead.
Get the vaccine. It's going to help you. My brother regretted not getting it because he would have been alive today if he had gotten the vaccine.
We reached out multiple times today to Sherman Oaks Hospital for comment. We haven't heard from them yet. We'd still like to. As for the family, they've set up a GoFundMe account to help with the burial and the memorial service and all of that. That site can be found on our webpage, foxla.com. In Sherman Oaks, I'm Hal Eisner, Fox 11 News. Alex Marlowe, back to you.
Hal, so overall, obviously, so sorry to that family. Overall, how does this family describe their relationship with the hospital? I know you didn't get comment, but overall, the back and forth between the two.
It's hard to say. It sounds from the conversation going back and forth that it's tense, that they need to make room for other bodies that may be coming in, and they're trying to get the family to take over the responsibility. The way they describe it, it hasn't been a friendly conversation, but they haven't really offered a lot of options. So it's really up to the family. It's a real conundrum because what do you do? I mean, you're trying to grieve. You're also trying to deal with the responsibility of burial, memorial service, and all that sort of thing. What a challenge. What a tough deal to have to deal with.
And what a powerful message about vaccinations as well. Hal Eisner, thank you for that story tonight. Now to this, renters fearing evictions just got some relief from the LA County Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, they voted today to extend and expand emergency renter eviction protections through 2023. Under the new rules, landlords will not be able to evict low-income tenants hurt by COVID-19 over non-payment of rent until at least 2023. The board also continued a freeze on rent hikes for many tenants in unincorporated parts of the county. Housing advocates supported the move.
Well, one board member who strongly opposed this protection extension is LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, one of our most frequent guests. Supervisor Barger, welcome back to the show. Good to see you. So what is your bottom line argument here on why this is a bad idea?
We have to learn to coexist with COVID. The surge that we've seen is not going to match what happened in the winter of last year. Number two, we are reopening our economy. We're talking about the Super Bowl in 2 weeks. People are getting back to work. There are jobs available. And quite frankly, I went through my emails and listened to the landlords. One landlord has a person that owes $18,000 who posted on his Facebook that he's had the best year of his life. He bought a new car. He got a dog. He's got more work that he knows what to do with. He has an agent. And yet he hasn't paid $18,000 in back rent. The onus is being put on the landlords and not on tenants. And I just feel this is totally unfair, and it's time for us to recognize that a moratorium is not necessary.
Well, obviously, your colleagues didn't agree with you, so this will be extended and expanded. But you did introduce a motion that would help landlords financially.
We have no skin in the game right now. We are dictating that you must suffer the consequences of our decisions. So I said, if we're going to do that, then we need to look at giving relief on their property taxes, postponing the need to pay them. Look at all the opportunities that we as government, because we're still getting property tax, we're still getting paid. We actually penalize if you're late. So I said, let's put some of our skin in the game so that we understand what the repercussions are of the decisions that we make.
What do you say to some of the renters, though, that might feel like they have not been made whole? They had a year where they were taken out of their jobs, basically not allowed to work because a lot of the restrictions imposed on them by the LA County Board of Supervisors and California Public Health, and that they have not made up all the money that they need to in order to make, pay up, essentially.
The county and the state put together a fund. We've actually already spent about $110 million. We're looking to the state and federal government for additional resources. They estimate it's going to be nearly $1 billion to bridge this in the rears for a lot of these renters. But, as I said, this gentleman that posted and boasted about buying a new car and a dog, I'm sure when we do lift the moratorium, if we lift the moratorium, the complaint's going to be, I don't have $18,000 to pay my back rent. There are those that can pay that have chosen not to. They're ruining it for the legitimate individuals that you just talked about, Alex, that don't have the income and the resources to make it whole. But I would venture to say that those individuals have already gotten to their landlords and have put together some sort of payment plan. It's the bad apples that are ruining it for everybody. And I heard from landlords, over 600 emails we got in the last week talking about the hardship that this is. And this is not big corporations. These are mom and pops, many of who are depending upon this for their income. And now they have to have upkeep, taxes, water bills, trash, and they have no income coming in.
Is there any recourse, specifically the example that you just put forward with this man who posted on Facebook openly that he's had the best year of his life? Have you reached out to him? Is there anything that can be done?
No, I haven't. But based on the letter that was written, this landlord's not going to go away, and he will have them in court once the moratorium's reached. And he has the resources to do that. Not all landlords do. But to me, it just highlights the arrogance on some people's part, taking advantage of something, by the way, that when I was chair, I signed the executive order issuing a moratorium because at the time we shut down the economy. But the economy is open. We're talking about the Super Bowl. And, this county is embracing bringing thousands of people into this county. So let's recognize that while COVID is still here, we have learned to coexist with it, recognizing that vaccination rates are at 78%. And this is just not the time to continue a moratorium.
Well, you've brought up the Super Bowl a few times. Let's expand on the idea of the Super Bowl. Today, we're hearing from County Public Health that you guys are going to be giving out KN95 masks to everybody that walks into SoFi Stadium on Super Bowl Sunday. Two questions. Is that also going to be happening this Sunday when just as many people go into SoFi Stadium to watch the Rams versus the 49ers? On Fox 11, by the way. And two, what's the enforcement going to be like? Because we have watched at college stadiums and pro stadiums all across the country with a lot of people not wearing masks or wearing their mask like this or sitting off here the whole time. I mean, it's almost a joke when you watch sports games in terms of mask enforcement.
So on your first question, yes, each seat will have a K95 mask. It'll be starting this Sunday. On Fox, you will be able to see people wearing the K95s that are given out. As it relates to the enforcement piece, public health is going to be on site and will bring to the attention to SoFi officials. And the enforcement piece, at least as I understand it, the onus is on SoFi, who will have ushers there to ensure that people are in fact complying with the mask rule.
Okay, well, while we're on the topic of COVID, preceding you was a story from Hal Eisner about the young man, the 40-year-old who died, and the bodies there. This is your county. What is going on with the morgue situation?
Well, I think it has to do with the fact that, and I watched the story, and this is the first I'd seen of it, but that the capacity at the mortuaries to pick up the bodies and get them to the appropriate mortuaries. And from my understanding, that's what his issue was. He was trying to find someone that would come and pick it up. There's no question this is a serious problem. I know we've had that problem at the coroner's office. And, you know, I'm going to look into it, Marla. This is the first I've heard of him. My jaw fell open when I heard him telling the story, especially the fact that his brother now recognized too late how important vaccinations are. But in the hospitals, you know, there is always been an issue in certain periods of time with bodies being stacked up. And so we have to work and figure out a way to assist these hospitals because they are at a breaking point.
And let me just ask a broader question about COVID, which you sort of brought up, which is this idea of when do we say kind of enough is enough, right? I mean, even with the mask mandate, we are not seeing these mask requirements in a lot of stadiums around the country, and we're not seeing big outbreaks because of it. SoFi is mostly an outdoor stadium. We do not have lots of reports of outdoor transmission, almost none around the country. When do we say maybe let's go the other way? Let's take the masks off the kids that are wearing them now outdoors on schools. When do we start going the other direction?
The state is going to be revisiting this issue on February 15th. I asked Dr. Breyer today, given that our vaccination rate is at 78%, given the fact that the percentage of people that are vaccinated at 78% is showing that the effect of Omicron, and I'm a survivor of it, is not to the extent that we all thought it could be under Delta or even the original COVID. I asked her at what point are we going to revisit the mask? And, you know, she said we're going to follow the CDC guidelines, but I'm going to be looking to the state to see what they do. And I hope that we'll fall in line because, again, you know, when we talk about what I learned as chair during the COVID, it was consistency and clarity. And consistency means aligning with the state and aligning with the federal government. The minute we go off chart on that, people get confused and they get frustrated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you just brought up that you are a survivor of Omicron. Last time you were with us, you were battling COVID, so it's good to see that you have recovered 100% and feeling good. And good enough to join us tonight at 7 o'clock. So, Supervisor Barger, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Marla. Thank you, Alex. It's good to see you.
Still to come here at 7 o'clock. Powerful winds roaring through Southern California again. How strong is it going to get? Rick Dicker will tell us when he joins us live.
Plus, a little girl suddenly stops breathing and is unconscious. She is lucky to have an LAPD sergeant nearby. The incredible rescue next.
Street crews are still working on getting all the damage from the last powerful windstorm cleaned up, and now here comes another round of Santa Anas.
Meteorologist Rick Dickert is tracking those winds. Rick, you call this more of a nuisance wind event?
That's exactly right. We're not going to see those powerful wind gusts that we saw overnight Friday into Saturday. We saw a wind gust of 90 miles per hour at Magic Mountain Truck Trail in the San Gabriel Mountains, and not far from there, Mount Lucan's Truck Trail clocked a wind gust of 89 miles an hour. All those damaging winds behind us. But we are still going to see some isolated gusts of 40 miles an hour or stronger. But I want to show you this. These are the current winds I just picked up across the area. Downtown LA, Camarillo, Simi Valley, calm winds right now, but there are some isolated gusts up in Canyon Country. Saugus, a northeast wind sustained at 15, gusting to 31 miles an hour. And out in the IE, yes, in and below the Cajon Pass, where the winds are typically strongest, those Santa Ana winds coming out of the northeast, blowing towards the southwest, a north wind at 7 miles an hour. Here's what we can expect with these Santa Ana winds. Wind advisories are in effect for the mountains, in and below the passes and canyons, overnight through tomorrow morning. Isolated gusts to between 35 and 50 miles an hour. We're not anticipating the damaging winds that we saw over the weekend. Tomorrow is going to be a dry, breezy, and mild day with highs between 67 and 75, and still no rain in the forecast. Lots of sunshine there. More weather coming up at 10. Marla.
Look forward to the sunshine. Rick, thank you so much. Today, we met the heroic LAPD sergeant who saved a choking toddler. This video is incredible. His name is Sergeant Bumjin Kim. He says in all his years with LAPD, this is not his first time that he's performed first aid, but it was his first time trying to save someone so young. Here's how it all played out.
A father's desperate cry for help caught on the body cam worn by LAPD Sergeant Bumjin Kim, a 15-year veteran of the force on patrol in Echo Park when he saw the man yelling for help. The father handing over his unconscious little girl. Sergeant Kim quickly discovering something was lodged in her throat. The sergeant says his LAPD first aid training immediately kicked in. He describes performing what's known as a finger sweep and back thrust to clear the toddler's airway.
I started working on the first aid ABCs, checking on the airway, breathing, and next step would have been compression.
Before compressions were even needed and before paramedics could arrive, Sergeant Kim telling reporters today outside his Rampart station, just as calmly as he remained throughout that moment last Wednesday evening.
Something worked. She started breathing again.
Something came out. Something came out.
What do you have, Mommy? What do you have?
Sergeant Kim says he doesn't know what was stuck in the little girl's throat. All he knows is he's just grateful Mom and Dad still have their baby girl, because as a parent, he sure knows.
It really hits home when it's a young baby. I have a child of my own, and it really makes you think about your own child.
About all of this attention these 60 seconds has garnered, Sergeant Kim couldn't be more humble.
I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. It could have been any of the 10,000 officers of LAPD, and they would have done the exact same thing, if not better.
Alex, you could tell today he was a little uncomfortable with all the attention because the word hero was thrown at him, and he said, no, I was just doing my job. And I want to be there for the reunion, because he actually has not properly met that little girl and the parents, so he wants to do that. He has a gift for her.
What a great story. A reminder of the little acts of heroism that happen every day that we so often don't even get to cover here on the news.
Let's get them on the 7 o'clock for that reunion.
Yeah.
What do you say?
How about that?
Okay.
All right, still to come. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she is running for re-election. Is that risky for the Democratic Party in the midterms? And could she really actually be retiring? We'll talk about that.
Plus, do you need more sick leave due to COVID? A new California plan would offer extra time off. All right, do you need more sick leave due to COVID?
The new California plan would offer some extra time. Governor Newsom announcing the state is restoring up to 2 weeks of supplemental paid sick leave for those who are ill with COVID-19, quarantining, or experiencing vaccine side effects. It applies to those who work for employers with more than 25 employees. New law restores the benefit through September 30th of this year.
The governor says this is aimed at supporting employers and also employees. This means extending paid sick leave, tax relief for small businesses, more grants for businesses impacted by COVID.
This is a problem. This had been in place. It ran out in September, and then we had the Omicron variant. All these people ended up having to call out sick. It's been a problem for people that can't afford to call out sick. So this is going to give them some relief.
Better late than never.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she is running for re-election after some speculation that she might retire from Congress after the election of President Biden. This would be the San Francisco Democrats' 19th term in Congress. She made history 15 years ago when she became the first female Speaker of the House. She's now 81. House Democrats are clinging to a very narrow majority. They could lose seats in the fall in the midterm election. And there was some thought that maybe she would leave if they lost the majority. That could still happen, by the way. She could win her election. This is about as safe a Democratic seat as there is. And then she could retire in January of next year. She doesn't want to retire now because it would send a signal that Democrats think they're going to lose the House. But if they somehow win the House and she's able to make that happen, she could continue on as Speaker.
Also long-serving Senator Dianne Feinstein.
She's still in there, and no signs of retiring anytime soon or giving any interviews with any local stations for years.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox 8:11 a.m. Thank you for joining us this morning. Let's take a look back as White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki answers questions from reporters. She's talking the latest when it comes to President Biden's agenda, COVID-19 vaccines and treatments, gas shortages, and immigrations. She's also briefly speaking on those hot mic comments that President Biden made.
Who risk their lives on a daily basis to protect our communities, including the deputy killed in Houston and the officer wounded in Washington, D.C. And he expressed his firm support for Mayor Adams' efforts to combat gun violence and violent crime. During the call, the president also reiterated his commitment to serve as a strong federal partner for New York City and other communities grappling with the increasing gun crime we've seen over the past 2 years. He discussed the steps his administration has taken to combat gun violence, including by providing cities and states with historic levels of funding through the rescue plan to invest in fighting crime by putting more cops on the beat and supporting community anti-violence programs, as well as through stepped up federal law enforcement efforts such as gun trafficking strike forces the Department of Justice has established in New York City and other major cities around the country. Since their announcement last summer, those strike forces have already opened over 350 investigations nationally and have taken over 2,000 guns off of the streets. With that, Josh, why don't we start with you?
Wonderful. Thanks, Jen. Ukraine's government is telling its people that a Russian invasion is not imminent. Their defense minister said, "Don't worry, sleep well, no need to have your bags packed." Does the U.S. agree with that assessment, that an invasion is not imminent?
Well, no one can get into the mind of President Putin or Russian leadership. We all know that is the case. What we have seen is a range of preparations, including 100,000 troops at the border, bellicose rhetoric, and actions, as we've talked about in here, including false flag operations to try to spread misinformation throughout the region and even the world, setting up the predicate for an invasion. So while, of course, our preferred path is diplomacy and we can't predict where the mind of President Putin is, we've certainly seen aggressive actions and preparations increasing at the border.
And then secondly, the FDA yesterday withdrew the EUA for some monoclonal antibody treatments because they don't work against Omicron. But Florida continues to push for the treatment for people in the state. What's your response to Governor DeSantis, and what's your message to the people of Florida?
Well, let's just take a step back here just to realize how crazy this is a little bit. We've approached COVID treatments like filling a medicine cabinet. We're not relying on one type, one brand, or treatment. We invested in and continue to buy a variety across monoclonal antibodies, pre-exposure prevention therapies, and oral antivirals. We have provided 71,000 doses of antivirals to Florida, including 34,000 additional treatments that do work against Omicron. Just this last week, of a range of those treatments, I should say, to be clear. What the FDA is making clear is that these treatments, the ones that they are fighting over, that the governor is fighting over, do not work against Omicron, and they have side effects. That is what the scientists are saying. We have sent them 71,000 doses of treatments that are effective against Omicron and are effective also against Delta. And they are still advocating for treatments that don't work. We've seen, unfortunately, from the beginning in our pandemic response, a range of steps or pushes that have been made through social media platforms, unfortunately from the mouths of elected officials, and the advocating for things that don't work, even when we know things do work. Injecting disinfectant, promoting other pseudoscience, sowing doubt on the effectiveness of vaccines and boosters, and now promoting treatments that don't work. We know it works, vaccines and boosters. We have a range of doses of things that do work and treatments, and we're providing those to Florida. Go ahead.
Jen, the president said last night that there is total unanimity with all of the European leaders on Russia. How can he say that when Germany, for example, has been so outspoken against even providing arms to Ukraine?
Well, I think what the president's speaking to is united agreement among our NATO partners, including Germany, about the fact that there will be severe consequences, severe economic consequences, should they invade. As our National Security Advisor and our Secretary of State have said, that doesn't happen, that unity doesn't happen on its own. It's required a lot of work. It also means that actions may not be identical, but we will be unified and they will be strong and severe. I'll also note that the Germans, and we expect the Chancellor to come here in February, and hopefully we'll have more specifics on that soon, has also been vocal about this and about the severity of a response that would take place should Russia invade.
And how is the U.S. Currently assessing the risk of a Russian cyber attack on the U.S. homeland, and what is it doing to prepare for it?
I don't have any intelligence that I'm going to read out from here, as I don't think you would certainly expect. Obviously, we're focused right now on Russia's intentions as it relates to military invasion on the ground and other steps they've taken, pushing propaganda, false flag operations that we've spoken about quite vocally from here. Broadly, we are always preparing for any action that related to cyber or any other activity that any country could take, but I don't have a prediction about that at this point in time, nor is that something that our national security team has assessed that I'm aware of.
Okay. And do you think we can expect that the president will speak with President Putin anytime soon again?
He's always been open to engaging at a leader-to-leader level. He knows how effective that is. He's obviously spoken with President Putin directly and candidly a number of times, including in person. I don't have anything to predict at this point in time, where he's meeting with his national security team on a daily basis, getting updates, and if that assessment is made or recommendation is made, we'll let you all know. Go ahead.
As it relates to the 8,500 American troops who have been put in a heightened state of readiness in preparation to go there, has the president or has the White House heard from our allies, NATO allies, about the expectation or desire for any unilateral American troops to go to that region?
Well, the announcement was made, as you know, Peter, to be a part of a NATO force, right? And so all of these consultations that are been happening over the last several days with our European partners and NATO partners has been about that. 8,500 service members, troops who are at the ready. And the decision about whether they would be deployed would be made in coordination with our NATO partners and allies, including any additional discussions or requests outside of that. I would point you to the Pentagon. I don't have anything to assess for you.
There's no, to the best of your knowledge right now, that's the president's intention to work exclusively via NATO, to not send any troops unilaterally in any form.
Well, again, we're working through NATO to plus up support in our eastern flank countries. That is what NATO is there for, and we're committed to the sanctity of that alliance. Just to be clear, there is no intention or interest or desire by the president to send troops to Ukraine. NATO is a forum to support our eastern flank partners and countries, and that's what the focus has been on.
And given the changed state of readiness for that 8,500 troops that could go as part of this response force in conjunction with NATO, when should we expect to hear from the President of the United States about the situation as it relates to Russia, Ukraine, in the form of some public remarks to Americans about whatever sacrifices that might take in terms of the U.S. men and women going there and the like, and anything beyond that?
Well, I don't have anything to predict in terms of a public speech. Obviously, he gave a 2-hour press conference just a few days ago where he answered a number of questions on Russia and Ukraine, and we'll continue to do that. But right now, a lot of our focus, and his focus, is on diplomacy, is on engaging with leaders, is on having conversations with members of his national security team.
And then lastly, very quickly, the French president obviously has expressed a desire for the EU to be working sort of as the leader on this, as opposed to NATO leading the charge as the relationship goes to Russia and the negotiations go. Would the U.S. be comfortable with the EU leading those direct conversations as opposed to NATO being the lead?
Well, there are a range of formats and forums that have been ongoing, right? Including conversations through NATO, including conversations through the OSCE. I know that there are conversations that are happening through the Normandy format that are happening today in Paris, and we certainly support international efforts that take place in a range of forums. Obviously, NATO is a forum that we work with and coordinate with our partners as it relates to military support and how we're going to provide assurances to eastern flank countries, so that's certainly the appropriate forum for that. But again, there's a range of forums to discuss de-escalation, negotiation, including the Normandy format that's taking place today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. A question about immigration.
Sure.
Why is it that large numbers of single adult men are being released into the United States just hours after being apprehended at the southern border?
Well, I'm not sure the specifics of what you're referring to, Peter. What I can tell you in terms of what our policy is and how we're approaching the border is that we continue to be under Title 42. Migrants who cannot be expelled under Title 42 are placed into immigration proceedings, and one of those avenues could be placement in an alternative to detention program in the interior of the United States. Sometimes that means moving migrants to other parts of the United States to move to different detention facilities where they wait for next steps in the immigration process, such as a court hearing, and are required to check in with a local ICE office. So that is certainly something that is happening out there in the country and is consistent with our policy.
And you mentioned that they're supposed to check in at a local ICE office, but we know that just between March and August, which is a very small sample size, DHS says more than 47,000 of these migrants that were given notices to report did not show up. So why let them into the U.S. unsupervised in the first place?
Well, again, we have a stringent protocols and processes that we implement here. That includes expelling individuals who come in under Title 42, given we are still in a global pandemic, and includes those who do not show up will be subject to the repercussions of that. So that is the policy we're implementing from our Homeland Security Department.
Okay. On Ukraine, President Biden met with Putin in person in June in Geneva, and afterwards he came out and he said that the two of them arrived at a conclusion. He said, it's clearly not in anybody's interest, your countries or mine, for us to be in a situation where we're in a new Cold War, and I truly believe he thinks that, he understands that. Has the president changed his opinion about what Putin thinks?
How are you suggesting we're in a new Cold War?
I'm just asking, it seems like the president thought in June that things were going to be good. And right now, things are not looking good.
I don't actually think that's at all what the president said. He gave an extensive press conference where he conveyed it wouldn't happen overnight and that there was work that we could do together. And that is something that's how you approach a diplomatic relationship. You are vocal, there are consequences when you disagree and when you have strong concerns, and you've seen us implement those. You still look for places and areas where you can work together. That remains how we're working with Russia.
Okay, there's a BuzzFeed report now suggesting that the Ukrainian government is upset the U.S. pulled citizens out of Ukraine before many other countries did. And this report says that a source close to the Ukrainian president thinks those Americans are safer in Kyiv than in Los Angeles. What do you make of that?
Well, we're always going to make decisions that are in the security interests of people who are serving as diplomats around the world. And we have assessments that are made by the State Department, hence the decision and the announcement made over the last couple of days, and the fact that we put in a level 4 advisory back in October, conveying very clearly to Americans they should leave Ukraine. Look, I will let others assess, but there are 100,000 troops, Russian troops, on the border of Ukraine, and no clarity that the leader of Russia doesn't intend to invade. That sounds pretty dangerous to me. I would also say that the Ukrainian leaders have welcomed the security assistance, and they've even met us at the airport that we have been providing over the course of the last several days. So that seems to be contradicting that assessment.
Okay, and then last one. The Secretary of State a few days ago tweeted, hashtag stand with Ukraine. Has that ever worked at stopping an authoritarian regime from doing anything? A hashtag?
I will have to say that unlike the last administration, we don't think Twitter is the only means of engaging or negotiating or discussing important topics. But it is important for us to convey to the Ukrainian people who do view commentary through a range of forums. I don't know how many are Fox News watchers, maybe some of them, and including social media, that we stand with them, we support them. And that includes in their efforts to protect the sovereignty of their country. Go ahead.
You mentioned the visit by the German chancellor. Do
Yeah.
you have a date on that? Or is this
Not yet. Hopefully we'll have one soon.
Okay. Can I then pivot back to Russia? The U.S. is in talks with other countries to deal with potential shortages in gas supply. Can you speak to that a little bit, and in particular, what requests you've made of Qatar and whether they have responded about whether they would be able to step in and fill any shortfalls should that happen in the case of a conflict?
Sure. So it's our approach is not about any one country or any individual entity. We're engaging with a range of countries and partners to discuss what what could be shortages. So I'm not going to get into any specifics of what any conversations entail. They can certainly speak for themselves. But what I can give you an update on is that a disruption, of course, in physical energy supplies transiting Ukraine would most acutely affect natural gas markets in Europe. And so we're engaging our European allies to coordinate response planning, including how to deploy their existing energy stockpiles. That's part of it. But we've also been working to identify additional volumes of non-Russian natural gas from North Africa and the Middle East, Asia, and the United States. We're in discussion with major natural gas producers around the globe to understand their capacity and willingness to temporarily surge natural gas output and to allocate these volumes to European buyers. And we're also engaging with major buyers and suppliers of LNG to ensure flexibility in existing contracts and storage is managed and enables diversion to Europe. So we are, of course, preparing, as we are in a lot of other areas, a range of contingencies should there be a disruption for a range of reasons to natural gas. I would also note that natural gas markets are very regional by nature, given constraints on how much can be exported. So any reduction in Russian exports of natural gas to Europe would have a minimal impact on U.S. prices. That's what our anticipation would be.
And sorry, on Qatar specifically, there's a belief that they've sort of allocated their production right now, which is running at more or less full capacity, to Asia. Have you had any feedback from that country specifically?
I'm just not going to speak for any individual country or any individual diplomatic conversations at this point in time. That's why I said that it's not based on our approach here, and strategy is not based on one individual country or entity. It's a broad approach that includes engagement with Europeans as well as suppliers in North Africa, Middle East, Asia, and in the U.S.
Broadly, can you say, last week was when the administration began to sort of ratchet up warnings that an invasion could be imminent, could happen at any time. This week, can you say how, if at all, the president's view has changed about the risk? Is it the same? Is it getting worse?
I think when we said it was imminent, it remains imminent. But again, we can't make a prediction of what decision President Putin will make. We're still engaged in diplomatic discussions and negotiations.
No element of the last week has changed the president's view one way or the other on that risk?
Well, imminent has a pretty intense meaning, doesn't it?
I agree.
Okay.
And it's still the belief that it's imminent.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Jeff.
Jen, the Kremlin is using the U.S. announcement of putting 8,500 troops on alert to say that it's the U.S. that is fueling this conflict. The White House's reaction to that?
Well, I would say that our commitment to our NATO partners and allies is ironclad. If you go back to 9/11, the first time that Article 5 was invoked, it was in defense of the United States. And we take our commitment to our Eastern Flank partners, NATO allies, very seriously. But what is important to note is that the aggressive behavior here is on the part of the Russians. This is a defensive alliance, not an offensive alliance. And what we're doing here is not making a decision, as has been clear by NATO partners and by the president and our members of our national security team, to deploy, but just to be ready. And we have a responsibility to do that so that people who might be deployed can tell their family members. It's a shorter period of time, and to be ready to deliver on our commitment to our NATO partners.
Can you clarify, are those 8,500 troops who are now at the ready, as you said, are they already based in Europe? We obviously have
Europe and the United States.
Europe and the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And did NATO request that the U.S. put them on the ready, or is that a U.S. offer?
It's a conversation with NATO, so a collaborative discussion.
And a follow-up on Peter's question about Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Are there direct contacts with Ukraine right now to allay their concerns that the U.S. was acting preemptively or too early, too soon to take personnel out of the country?
We are in constant contact with the Ukrainians to reiterate our support, to convey updates on shipments of supplies, military equipment, something that's been happening over the last several days. Our National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, has spoken with his counterpart at least 8 times over the past few weeks, and U.S. officials at the State.
Do you know what steps he was referring to there? Is that just the troop deployment? And B, were you pleased to hear some positive words from Senator McConnell?
Well, yes, of course we were. I mean, look, I think abiding by our Article 5 commitments, standing up for the territorial sovereignty of Ukraine, making clear that one country should not be able to invade and take over territory from another country. That's not just a Democratic belief or a Republican belief. That's central to who we are as a country and who leaders like Leader McConnell or Senator McConnell, like President Biden, have. That's what their belief has been for many decades. So we certainly welcome that. I would note there was a bipartisan delegation. We have done a lot of briefings from leaders in the administration with Hill leaders. Those will continue as well. And what was the second part? Oh, what was he was referring to? Yes. I certainly would point you to him. I would say that we obviously have taken a number of steps in recent weeks, including very close coordination, more than 100 engagements with European partners, staying in close contact with the Ukrainians, obviously taking steps, including sanctions last week, making clear that we are going to have troops at the ready to support NATO efforts. So I would point you to him, but we have been taking and even noting false flag operations and kind of calling out propaganda, but I would point you to him or his team on any specifics he was referring to. Go ahead.
Republican lawmakers in Florida are advancing a bill that would bar the state from doing business with companies that transport undocumented migrants into the state. Does the White House have a response to this legislation?
I am not familiar with the specifics of the legislation. I can check with our team and see. Go ahead.
I'll start with a question on behalf of a reporter who can't be in the room today. His name is Pablo Manriquez. The outlet is called Futuro Media, and he asks, what unilateral authority is the president willing to exercise for immigrant relief that has not been tried yet?
For immigration reform or relief or, well, I would say we're going to have to keep trying some of the measures that we have been working on to date. You know, the president put forward, proposed an immigration bill, a comprehensive immigration bill on his first day in office. We've obviously continued to work with leaders in the Senate to try to push that forward, including trying to work to have components included in the president's Build Back Better agenda. We're going to continue to work to not only instill and implement safer security measures, but also more humane measures with how people are treated, how children are treated. And we're also going to continue to work and redouble our efforts to address root causes. So we're going to continue to approach this from many fronts.
Pablo also asks, is the president willing to reallocate unused green cards and apply them to immigrants waiting in decades-long green card backlogs?
Well, we have reform to the system. Green card system is certainly something we've talked about as a part of immigration reform. I can check and see if there's anything we can do unilaterally on that front.
Back on Ukraine and Russia,
yeah.
Can you give us a status report on the written response to Moscow? When can we expect it, and will it be made public?
Sure. I don't have an exact timing update. Of course, that would be led by our Secretary of State and our diplomatic team who have been closely engaging in these efforts. In terms of whether or not it would be public, I would note that typically it's not. Typically, paper that is part of negotiations or discussions, if you look at the Iran nuclear deal or you look at any treaty, not that this is a treaty, but just as a point of comparison, negotiations or discussions is typically not made public. It's a part of the diplomatic process and has been used by our diplomats for many decades.
Is the president involved in the crafting of the response?
The president certainly engages, is briefed by, and approves every component of our response and our efforts in this process.
One more for me. One of the criticisms that some fellow Democrats have been voicing in the press recently is that the president has surrounded himself with a corps of loyal aides who've been with him for many years, and increasingly these Democrats are publicly saying that these aides have left the president ill-served. Are you aware of a response from the president to those criticisms?
In terms of what?
Well, there was the Democratic senator quoted today in the newspaper that said that sometimes the boxcars are empty. You know that Senator Manchin has publicly voiced.
I didn't really even understand that quote, just to be honest. But here's what I would say, and I think I know what you're getting at, Steve. So let me try to answer your question. I am new to President Biden's orbit. I've only been working for him since I joined the administration during the transition, and then joined in this role here that I'm still in today. What I have found is that I see him on a daily basis, sometimes multiple times a day. He asks me consistently what I think, and by the people who have been surrounding him for some time, whether that's Ron Klain or Steve Ricchetti or others, they've certainly encouraged and supported that relationship and engagement. What I've seen the president do and I know this isn't what everybody has visibility into, so I guess that's why I'm sharing this level of detail, is if you're in a meeting with him and you're having a conversation, if you don't know the answer, he wants more information, he picks up the phone and he calls the person he thinks does. Sometimes that's Ron Klain, sometimes that's Susan Rice, sometimes it's Brian Deese, sometimes it's Louisa Terrell. That's how the president operates, and that effort to really empower team members and have that direct relationship with the president is something that that's been my experience to date. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Just back to your comment about White House outreach on the Hill.
Yeah.
Can you confirm the White House is holding 2 classified briefings?
Yeah, sure. And let me give you a little bit more detail on that, because I think I have that here too. So these briefings are led, of course, by the State Department and Defense Departments, but today we are providing 2 additional classified bipartisan briefings for House and Senate leadership and committee staff. They'll be providing updates on recent developments with Ukraine and Russia and the state of play. We're also working on all members briefings for the House and the Senate in the coming days. In the last week alone, Secretary Blinken and Deputy Secretary Sherman have spoken to nearly 20 members with additional engagements planned this week. And since December, we have had dozens of engagements with Congress on Ukraine and Russia, including 2 by President Biden, including one on December 7th with the Big Four, a January 19th virtual meeting with CODEL members, 6 briefings from National Security Advisor Sullivan to bipartisan members of the House and Senate, including leadership and National Security Committee chairs and ranking members, 9 interagency briefings for bipartisan members of National Security Committees, 8 interagency briefings for bipartisan Hill staff, including leadership committee and personal staff, and of course an open hearing that Toria Newland participated in back in December. So this is an ongoing process, and we will continue to provide regular briefings, some classified, some not, moving forward.
Okay, great. And
Oh, go ahead.
Is there any updates on the federal website for testing that you can give us on how many tests went out or how many were requested?
Sure, I certainly understand the question. There has been a great deal of interest. I don't have an exact number. I know that's something we will be putting out. Let me check on the status of that. I know I've got to wrap this up, so let me just quickly try to get to as many as I can.
I also wanted to ask about the testing. Do you know at this point how many of the tests that you've already ordered have come in yet? I don't mean going out to the American people, but are in your stockpile. And also when you'll be signing contracts for the other...
For the additional $500 million?
Yes.
Let me check on both of those questions for you.
And also I wanted to ask you about yesterday when you were talking about the competition executive order. You were saying about how the White House has met 100% of the deadlines in that order. I know a lot of those deadlines are for writing plans to do things in different agencies.
Sure.
Can you talk about what tangible results Americans will see in the next 6 months to a year out of all those different plans? You've met those deadlines, but now people will start to see the effect of them.
Sure. I mean, the president talked about this a little bit yesterday, but part of that, and I don't have an exact timeline on it because they all have different implementation efforts, but some tangible things are being able to buy hearing aids over the counter, being able to take some of your products and get them repaired anywhere you want without worrying about that being a challenge. Making sure we're taking steps to address lack of competition that is out there in a range of industries where prices are going up. So every agency is writing different plans, and I'm sure they can detail and outline in more specifics. But I also, Bharat from our NAC team has been one of the people leading this effort, and maybe I'll see if he can come and give you guys all a more comprehensive briefing. Okay, Todd, last one, and then you guys, I think, get together.
Questions. Some members of Congress have been promoting this theory that the FBI had at least one provocateur in the January 6th mob. Can the White House say unequivocally that there were no federal agents who provoked illegal attacks?
Well, FBI Director Wray has already said that the FBI had no evidence of this baseless conspiracy, and he would certainly know.
And over the last week, we've seen a number of House Republicans announcing billions of dollars worth of infrastructure projects in their districts. These are Republicans who voted against that bill. What does the White House have to say about that?
We welcome their support for the president's agenda, and an agenda that was supported by some Republicans, not the majority, and hopefully they'll take the right vote to support their communities and job creation in the future. Maybe it'll make them think twice. Thanks, everyone. I'm so sorry. I think some of you guys have to wrap. Oh, you have time? Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to cut it off so dramatically. Go ahead.
Does the White House have any words of support for the students in D.C. who are currently walking out to protest lax COVID standards in their schools?
Oh, in D.C. and Arlington? Well, look, I think that we understand as a parent myself, but I know these students are dealing with fears that they have themselves about the fear of going to a school, a classroom, a workplace where you don't feel safe. That is one of the reasons that we have been so supportive and advocated for leaders and school leaders to follow public health guidelines. So, that is the way to keep people safe, to ensure people can feel safe in their school or their workplace, and certainly we support that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Tomorrow, India is celebrating its 73rd Republic Day. As the leader of world's oldest democracy, what is President Biden's message to the people of world's largest democracy?
Will we join India, the world's largest democracy, in honoring Republic Day, the day that marks the adoption of India's constitution? As President Biden said when India's Prime Minister Modi visited the White House last September, the relationship between India and the United States is destined to be stronger, closer, and tighter, and it can benefit the whole world. Our partnership is rooted in our shared responsibility to uphold democratic values.
One more on Ukraine. India is having a very strong and historic relationship with Russia. President Putin was recently in New Delhi for his annual summit meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Perhaps President Biden also has a strong friendship with Prime Minister Modi. Does President Biden think that India and Prime Minister Modi in his role can do something with both US and Russia to de-escalate the situation in Ukraine?
Well, we certainly welcome any efforts to de-escalate, and we are in touch with a range of allies and partners on this, but I don't have any specific conversations to read out that relate to Indian officials. Go ahead, Linda, go ahead.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So the president has nothing on his schedule today aside from the PDB. Can you shed any light on how he's spending his day?
Well, let's see. This morning, I think he had some policy meetings, also a PDB meeting. He, later this afternoon, I think is doing some remarks review. There are some days that we spend some time doing internal meetings and discussions with policy experts, with policy leaders, and that's what's happening today. He would say he doesn't have nearly enough time of free time on his schedule because it is packed no matter whether people see him or not.
Thursday? Is it a lot of time in the Situation Room? Or?
There will be certainly some time where he'll be meeting with and engaging with his national security team, I'm certain. We have an event tomorrow on Build Back Better where there'll be a number of CEOs here, so that will be part of the day tomorrow as well.
Can I ask you one last question?
Sure.
Forgive me, it's sort of the elephant in the room. Many people in the country were talking about it last night and this morning. Does the president regret saying what he said about Peter? Can you shed some light if you have had any conversations with him today about what happened last night?
Well, I would say what's most important, and it's Peter's sitting here, so this is kind of a funny thing, but the president called Peter, and he confirmed this, so this is only why I'm speaking to this. And if you have private conversations with the president, I will assure you I'm not going to convey that on your behalf. But Peter spoke to this. The president called him. He conveyed to him that it was nothing personal, man, and also acknowledged that all of you are going to ask him a range of questions. So I think that speaks for itself. Thank you, everyone. Hopefully I did that justice.
Can't confirm. Person familiar.
Person familiar. Okay. We only do on-the-record stuff here, Peter. Thanks, everyone. Have a good rest of your day.
All right, Press Secretary Jen Psaki addressing that hot mic moment at the end of that White House press briefing after President Biden the other day made some colorful remarks after Fox News correspondent Peter Doocy asked him a question about inflation. He did call Peter Doocy to apologize after, so we do know that Peter Doocy was on Fox News saying that he was very appreciative of that. Good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez. You're streaming live now from Fox, live, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Wanted to bring you the latest White House press secretary briefing, from Press Secretary Jen Psaki, as we continue to monitor rising tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. We are working to get some more information on whether or not we will hear from Secretary of State Antony Blinken later this morning, so stick with us for those developments here on Live Now from Fox. To the left-hand side of your screen is some of the top stories that we are following this morning and some of the live reports that I will have for you within the next 2 hours. In just a couple of minutes after a 2-minute
2-minute commercial break that I'm about to send some of you on. We are going to head out live to New York, where we have learned yesterday that the second NYPD officer who was shot in Harlem last Friday did lose his life. He was taken off life support, and now funeral arrangements are being made, so we're going to get the latest on that. Then at 9:15 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to head out to Atlanta to get an update on an arrest made after a 6-month-old baby was shot and killed after being caught in the middle of gunfire between two people. And then at 9:40 a.m. Eastern time, we will be checking in with Fox 26 Houston, as Houston is currently leading all major U.S. cities in homicide since the beginning of 2022. So lots of crime across America to track here this morning. Again, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we'll be live in New York. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Wednesday, January 26th. Funeral preparations are now underway for this gentleman right here, fallen NYPD officer Wilbert Mora. He unfortunately died yesterday from injuries sustained in that horrific attack in Harlem that happened last Friday. It was breaking news that we brought to you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to head out live to New York right now. We are being joined by Fox 5's Kayla Mamalak. She is live in Harlem with more on how he is being remembered this morning. Kayla, you and I were just talking yesterday about his condition. I understand that he was taken off life support, so such a tragic day in New York City. What can you tell us this morning?
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's being remembered as a hero both in life and in death as an organ donor, Regina. And the sidewalk here outside the 32nd precinct, where both Officer Rivera and Officer Mora used to work, is illuminated with candles this morning. People have been stopping by here for days now to pay their respects to Officer Rivera. Now, with the loss of Officer Mora, this community is that much more shattered. Deafening silence and palpable pain swallows the Harlem air as the 3-2 precinct mourns the loss of yet another one of their own.
Usually the guys out there laughing and talking or saying hello, people stop by, but everything is just so quiet.
At just 27 years old, Officer Wilbert Mora was taken off life support yesterday, succumbing to the injuries he suffered Friday when he and 22-year-old Officer Jason Rivera were shot in an apartment while on a domestic violence call. Rivera died that night. NYPD Commissioner Keishant Sewell writing, Wilbert is 3 times a hero for choosing a life of service, for sacrificing his life to protect others, for giving life, even in death, through organ donation. Our heads are bowed and our hearts are heavy. A solemn salute and procession as Officer Mora's body was moved from NYU Langone Hospital. People also brought food to the officers and grieved together over the wrenching loss.
He was one of the most amazing, beautiful, giant teddy bears.
New York City police officers live here, work here, they're here, they're your neighbors, they're your brothers, they're your sisters, mothers and fathers.
Officer Moura lived nearby the precinct. Evidence of this cruel chain of events now etched onto the building's wall. And to the rest of the NYPD, neighbors say,
God bless you. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on this city.
Kayla, absolutely tragic. Now, I understand this just happened as tomorrow is the wake for his partner, Officer Rivera. What can you tell us?
Yeah, exactly. Both Officer Rivera and Officer Moura will have funeral services at St. Patrick's Cathedral. That's in Midtown Manhattan, one of the most iconic cathedrals in New York City. The wake for Officer Rivera scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. His funeral the following day on Friday. Meantime, Officer Moura's wake will be held next week on Tuesday. His funeral the following day on Wednesday. Regina?
All right, Kayla. Well, thank you so much for keeping our viewers up to speed with this story. We'll definitely be touching base with you and your team tomorrow. You have a good day. All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is a story that we have been following from the very beginning. And I do want to point out that this is all happening as just yesterday we had more breaking news out of the New York area. A man opening fire inside of a hospital in the Bronx. Now, today we are learning that New York City Mayor Eric Adams and New York Governor Kathy Hochul will be holding a gun violence roundtable. It's been a huge topic of concern since we've seen this string of shootings in New York City. So I do want to stay with our Fox 5 New York coverage and bring us the latest on that situation, plus what we can expect today from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses.
He's the shooter. Late last night, police say they arrested 25-year-old Keeber Martinez, who lives in the Bronx, after they say he walked into the emergency department at Jacoby Medical Center and brazenly shot another man in the waiting room. Martinez is charged with attempted murder, reckless endangerment, and criminal possession of a firearm. Police say he and the victim, who both have prior arrests, had some kind of dispute. They exchanged looks and words, and then police say Martinez fired 4 shots. The victim was hit in the forearm. David Rivera was at Jacoby visiting his mother.
We heard a whole bunch of commotion. Active shooter. So everybody started panicking.
Christopher Betances was also at the hospital getting treatment for a dog bite.
I randomly heard gunshots. I was scared for my life. I heard the first one and I ran into the room. I barricaded myself.
Martinez, the alleged shooter, ran out of the hospital. The victim underwent surgery and is expected to make a full recovery. City Councilwoman Marjorie Velasquez visited the scene.
This senseless gun violence has to stop.
Mayor Eric Adams agrees, which is why he will participate later today in the first meeting of Governor Kathy Hochul's Interstate Task Force on Illegal Guns. In 3 weeks, Adams plans to roll out a reimagined anti-crime unit, which his predecessor disbanded, to help take guns off the streets. So far in his administration, the mayor says, police have seized more than 300.
We have created an environment in our city that it is all right to carry a gun. That can't continue.
According to the latest NYPD statistics, shooting incidents and shooting victims have each increased by more than 20% this year compared to last. Adams spoke with President Joe Biden on Monday night about the gun epidemic.
He expressed his firm support for Mayor Adams' efforts to combat gun violence and violent crime. During the call, the president also reiterated his commitment to serve as a strong federal partner for New York City and other communities grappling with the increasing gun crime we've seen over the past 2 years.
And here is another live vantage point we have from outside of a memorial being built for Officer Moura, who unfortunately succumbed to his injuries just yesterday. Now, he started at the NYPD Police Academy in October of 2018, and police records show he'd worked out of the 32nd precinct since November of 2019. A wake and funeral for Moura will be held at St. Patrick's Cathedral next week, as Kayla Mamalak mentioned. and his partner, who died also, Officer Rivera. His wake will be tomorrow and his funeral on Friday. So a very somber week out there in New York City after a string of shootings. It's something that we are going to be following for you here on Live Now from Fox. And if we do get any feeds coming from that joint task force meeting between Mayor Adams and the governor, we'll be sure to stream it for you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the latest on how the United States is responding to growing tensions amid Russia and the Ukraine. Stay with us. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Wednesday, January 26th, continuing to take you outside of this memorial growing for Officer Wilbert Mora. He was one of the 2 NYPD officers who responded to a domestic disturbance call in Harlem last Friday. Both were shot by a woman's son. The suspect also did succumb to his injuries, but his partner, Officer Jason Rivera, did die that night, and then Officer Wilbert Mora did die yesterday due to his injuries. He was taken off life support. So a memorial growing for both officers out there outside of this precinct in Harlem, New York. So we wanted to bring you these live exteriors here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. I do want to continue on with our top stories this Wednesday morning. We are continuing to monitor the growing tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. Over the last several days, we've learned that 8,500 American troops are on high alert with the potential of being deployed to bordering countries in Eastern Europe to help our allies. So I do want to bring you the latest on this situation from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard this morning.
I'll be completely honest with you. It's a little bit like reading tea leaves.
That's President Biden's assessment of whether or not Russia will invade Ukraine.
We don't believe that Mr. Putin has made a final decision, so we still think there's time and space here for diplomacy to work.
Tensions between Russia and Ukraine and Russia and NATO have been ramping up.
I don't think that we've seen any concrete indications of de-escalation just yet.
President Biden says U.S. troops could be moved to Europe in the near term. 8,500 have been put on high alert, according to the Pentagon. However,
there is not going to be any American forces moving into Ukraine.
But another 80 tons of U.S. military equipment did move into Ukraine Tuesday, including anti-tank missiles.
What matters now is what we give Ukraine to defend themselves and nothing else, and we haven't given them enough.
President Biden has vowed to impose crippling economic sanctions on Moscow, even floating the possibility of sanctions directly on President Vladimir Putin. Some say the president needs to already be a step ahead.
Once the Russians have grabbed a piece of Ukraine or tried to overthrow the entire government, it's really too late.
Ukrainian officials are trying to calm their people. They say they have the situation under control and allege Russia is trying to sow fear. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And continuing on with some more top stories this morning, we actually just got this feed into our Live Now from Fox desk literally seconds ago. We are monitoring this situation here on Live Now from Fox as a massive search is underway off the coast of Florida for 39 missing people. It looks like we could be getting a press conference from Coast Guard officials any moment now. But in the meantime, I do want to read you the latest here on Live Now from Fox this morning. The group is believed to have capsized off a boat being used for human smuggling. Early Tuesday, the Coast Guard says they rescued a man clinging to a boat 45 miles east off of Fort Pierce. This is actually a picture from the Coast Guard here on Live Now from Fox for you this morning. That man says he and 39 others left the island of Bimini in the Bahamas Saturday night. Severe weather caused the boat to capsize, and according to the man, no one on board was wearing life jackets when the boat flipped over. Now the Coast Guard is searching for over a 135-mile area for any survivors. So again, we are getting this shot for you here on Live Now from Fox. It looks like we could be getting a press conference from officials any moment now. And when it does get started, we'll be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is who we are and what we do. We could bring you front row to any press conferences or breaking news situations that are unfolding across the nation and around the globe. Meanwhile, I do want to move into some coronavirus headlines as we are still monitoring a COVID-19 pandemic. Just as we thought a new variant was slowing down, cases of the Omicron variant slowly decreasing in several states, there is now a new variant being detected, and we've gotten several cases reported in the United States. We're also getting the latest when it comes to the FDA not giving the green light anymore for monoclonal antibody treatments. We know that they're being shut down in Florida. So let's get the latest from Fox's Jonathan Seri.
A new Omicron subvariant spreading through parts of Europe and Asia has been detected in the U.S., with reports of a handful of cases in Texas and Washington state. Researchers do not know whether BA.2 is any more dangerous than the original Omicron variant, but its emergence serves as a stark reminder of the coronavirus's ability to mutate while it's in circulation.
Globally, the conditions are ideal for more variants to emerge.
Pfizer announced it has initiated a study in adults 18 through 55 to evaluate the safety and effectiveness of a new vaccine that specifically targets Omicron. Meanwhile, the FDA's decision to restrict the use of 2 monoclonal antibody COVID treatments led to canceled appointments today for more than 2,000 Floridians, according to Governor Ron DeSantis, who tweeted, "Without a shred of clinical data to support its decision, the Biden administration has revoked the emergency use authorization for life-saving monoclonal antibody treatments." DeSantis has vowed to fight the decision, but the drug makers say their treatments are less effective against Omicron, which represents nearly 100% of active COVID cases in the U.S. The FDA acted on recent data showing Omicron 1,000 times less vulnerable to Regeneron's drug and nearly 3,000 times less vulnerable to Eli Lilly's.
Since these 2 monoclonal antibodies don't work against Omicron, that it would not be a good idea to administer to anyone, because all you'll have is the risk of a potential adverse effect with essentially no benefit.
The FDA says it may reauthorize the treatments if they prove effective against future variants. A third monoclonal treatment from GlaxoSmithKline continues to work against Omicron, but U.S. supplies are limited. A New York appeals judge has temporarily reinstated Governor Hochul's indoor mask mandate while state health officials appeal a lower court's ruling against it. The governor says she is optimistic the state will prevail. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Meanwhile, as we have brought to you several times here on Live Now from Fox throughout the course of this pandemic, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has opened several monoclonal antibody treatment centers throughout the state, and now they are being shut down due to this decision by the FDA. So I do want to play you this story from our Fox 13 Tampa team. They are taking a closer look at how Florida doctors and officials are responding.
We're used to using monoclonal antibodies as a treatment against COVID-19, but they're largely no good now against the Omicron variant.
All the data we've seen so far internally looking at the available data from lab studies has really shown us there's probably not much of a benefit or any benefit at all of using the Eli Lilly and the Regeneron monoclonals for Omicron.
So the FDA revoked emergency use this week, leaving people with COVID wondering what can help them feel better. Virologist Dr. Michael Tang with USF Health tells us remotely there's only one monoclonal therapy that appears to work.
We do have a bunch of other antiviral treatments that for people who have been infected. So another monoclonal antibody from GlaxoSmithKline, sotrovimab, still retains effectiveness against Omicron.
Hospitals are now saving sotrovimab for the highest risk and sickest patients. For mild or moderate COVID, your options include antiviral pills from Pfizer or Merck, but doctors say those are hard to get right now. There's also a remdesivir infusion.
Problem with that is logistically it's tough. It needs to be given 3 days in a row, and it's only IV. So it's challenging and available in very, very few places and in small quantities.
Doctors say they understand it's frustrating, but they have to follow what works.
While people realize that vaccine effectiveness can change with variants, I don't think as many people realize that treatment effectiveness changes a lot more with variants.
Now attention turns to making the treatments that do work easier for Floridians to get.
Definitely the treatments that are in short supply, the companies are ramping up their production of them. So I think we'll start seeing more of that.
Meanwhile, the pandemic also impacting several states across the nation. I do want to go from Florida to out west and check in with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. As you know, our show is powered by our owned and operated stations. They are speaking with a representative, actually California State Senator Richard Pan to be exact, about a measure that would mandate vaccinations for all California students. So let's listen in live. We're on Unfiltered.
I'm Alex Michelson.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas. Let's begin tonight with a controversial bill introduced in California. A proposed state law would add COVID vaccines to the list of vaccinations K through 12th grade students must get to enroll in public or private schools starting next January. The bill would also eliminate personal belief exemptions for students for COVID vaccines and other future vaccines. Sacramento State Senator Richard Pan, who is also a pediatrician, unveiled the bill today during a news conference with teachers in Los Angeles.
And Dr. Richard Pan is with us now live. Dr. Pan, welcome to the show. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So we should point out, by the way, that medical exemptions would remain. The personal belief exemption would go away. Why is this so necessary when so many parents say, I want my kids to be able to choose? I want to be able to have the choice when it comes to my kid. What's your case for doing this?
Well, thank you for having me here. And parents can choose. They can decide what they wish to do. They can choose not to vaccinate their child. But that decision has consequences. And the consequence isn't to punish the parent who chose not to vaccinate their child. The consequence is to keep the other children in school safe. So we have other children in school who may be immunocompromised. They may have conditions which put them at high risk for COVID. They may also live in a household where there's people at risk for COVID. Maybe one of their relatives has diabetes or some other significant illness, or someone has a transplant. So those families, they deserve the right to know that when they send their child to school, their child will be safe, and that when they come home, they're not going to bring a disease that may actually harm or even kill someone in their family.
But doctor, we know now with the Omicron variant that the vaccines are not stopping people who have been vaccinated from either getting COVID or spreading COVID. So how is that true?
Well, actually, the vaccine does reduce the chance of transmission when you're fully vaccinated.
Joanne Birdie, and I'm the sector commander at Coast Guard.
All right, everybody, we are going to exit that segment from Fox LA to listen in as this Coast Guard briefing on the capsized boat and search for 39 missing people is officially getting underway. Let's listen in.
Involved in this case. And I'll proceed with some facts. Yesterday at about 8 in the morning, a commercial mariner notified the Sector Miami Command Center that they had located a capsized 25-foot vessel about 40 miles east of Fort Pierce, Florida. That Good Samaritan, again, who's a commercial tug and barge, stopped and rescued a person off of the hull of that vessel and kept him on board while he waited for a Coast Guard vessel who retrieved the person and transferred them ashore for medical care. The survivor reported leaving Bimini Saturday evening with 39 other people on board the vessel. The vessel capsized shortly after they departed due to severe weather in the area. The survivor was not wearing a life jacket and reported that no one else on board was wearing a life jacket. The survivor's condition is stable. So once we received initial notification of this case, the Coast Guard, along with federal, state, and local partners, initiated a search involving multiple Coast Guard and Navy aircraft and Coast Guard cutters, as well as other surface assets from partner agencies. Crews have been searching throughout yesterday and throughout the night. We did recover one deceased body who will be transferred ashore today in Fort Pierce, and we continue to search for other survivors. So far, we've searched an area roughly 7,500 nautical miles, which for reference is about the size of the state of New Jersey. Search conditions today are very good. The aircraft is reporting some debris fields, which we are investigating again in the hopes that we find other victims who we can recover as survivors. We do suspect that this is a case of human smuggling. This event occurred in a normal route for human smuggling from the Bahamas into the southeast U.S. Homeland Security Investigations is leading the investigation of the facts and backgrounds into that component of this case. My focus remains on search and rescue. We'll focus our efforts throughout the day on continuing to search for survivors in this particular case. And again, my deepest condolences go out to the families of anyone who may be missing in this particular case. Thank you.
Can we talk about the Good Samaritan, who that Good Samaritan was?
Yes, ma'am. So it was a commercial tug and barge on a normal route heading into Jacksonville, Florida. We often rely on sometimes heroic acts of Good Samaritans operating in the marine environment, and this case is no exception. We're deeply grateful that mariner located the survivor in this case and saved his life, and then called us so that we could continue to search for survivors.
And can we get a name of that person or their company?
I think not at this particular moment.
Do we know where these migrants, if there were migrants, where they're coming from? What citizenship are they? Are they Cuban, Haitian, the Bahamas? Where are they
from? We right now are not releasing details on the one survivor, and I would offer that if there are family members who believe that they have a loved one involved in this case, that they should call the Sector Miami Command Center. But at this time, we don't have any indication of those nationalities, but we do know that they departed from Bimini.
Do you know if there are any children were on that boat by any chance, or is there food or anything?
Right now, we really are focused on the search efforts to find any survivors, and the makeup of who was on board is important for investigative efforts later, and certainly whoever was on the boat, it's the most important thing to us is to find them as quickly as possible.
Can you tell us a little bit about the body recovery, how you found it, and a woman, a man, any details about about this finding?
The aircraft vectored one of our Coast Guard cutters, the Coast Guard cutter Ibis, into what they suspected was a deceased body, and it in fact was. Beyond that, I think we'll respect the privacy and dignity of that individual until we've notified, identified them and notified their next of kin.
Yes, you mentioned that this is a common route for human smuggling. Can you talk to us a little bit about that journey that these people would have gone through since it's a common route?
Honestly, I think the decision to take to the sea is a complicated one. Certainly, as we saw in this case, the waters in the northern Florida Straits can be quite treacherous. And while for many, many recreational boaters here in South Florida, the transit between points in South Florida and points in the Bahamas can be quick and easy, in cases like this, small vessels, overloaded, inexperienced operators at night in bad weather is incredibly dangerous.
How far from the capsized vessel was the body recovered?
I don't have this information, that information with me at the moment. Yeah.
And the surviving victim, was that the captain?
Again, I think he's being interviewed by our partners at Homeland Security Investigations, and that really is a component of the investigative side.
Have you found any belongings in the boat that would lead you to believe that there are in fact 38 people and sort of what the survivors have?
The aircraft have reported items in a debris field that's consistent with a number of people being on the vessel, and we are focusing our search efforts under the assumption that there were 39 at the time, other people that went into the water, and we really are focused on identifying, on searching and finding as many of those people as we can.
Can you tell us about the capsized vessel? What type of vessel was this, and was there any indications as to how it was rigged up that this was being used for smuggling?
So when we received the report, our focus was on getting the survivor immediately back to shore for a higher level of medical care. The vessel, we were not able to recover to right the boat and really conduct any investigation. Honestly, we marked it as a hazard to navigation and really focused on the life-saving and search and rescue efforts focused on the people. So we didn't conduct any investigation or inquiry into the vessel.
So that vessel's still out there in the water?
Yes.
You have nearly a dozen crews as seen on that press release that's involved in the search and rescue right now. Can you just explain a little bit more about the nature of the search and what exactly is going on right now?
Absolutely. In the building behind you is the Sector Miami Command Center, which is using every bit of available information about the vessel, about what we know, about how people drift in the water, the prevailing weather conditions, the capability of the assets. And I can tell you that every member of every crew of the assets involved in the search are singularly focused on locating survivors and finding additional information that can help direct our search.
And this happened on Sunday, but today's now Wednesday. Realistically, how long could people survive in the water?
Realistically, it depends on the person. What we understand of the event, the vessel capsized because of prevailing weather conditions and the loading of the vessel. Without life jackets, anyone is disadvantaged to survive in the water. Life jackets save lives, no matter what the circumstance. We continue, right? We've got multiple aircraft up today, 3 Coast Guard cutters, multiple crews out there focusing the search effort, again, being directed by the Sector Miami Command Center to find people as quickly as possible. But it is dire. The longer they remain in the water without food, without water, exposed to the marine environment, the sun, the sea conditions, every moment that passes, it becomes much more dire and unlikely that anyone could survive in those conditions.
All right, last question. Are you working with any foreign governments on this, the Bahamas, or Bahamas?
Right now, the search and rescue effort is a U.S.-led effort. Because of where this is located, it is a joint interagency effort, as it always is, Our interagency relationships in South Florida are incredibly close at the federal, state, county, and municipal level. This is an issue that impacts us regionally in South Florida. Those 700 individuals, in the last fiscal year alone, we had 700 individuals we suspected were smuggled into various points throughout South Florida. So while this particular case is all U.S., there have been other cases that have involved the government of the Bahamas. This is just not one of them.
All right. Yep, last question.
How long are you prepared to search, and have you seen just more cases of smuggling lately?
Honestly, we're using every piece of information we can to make sure that we are exhausting our search efforts. But we can't search forever, and there does come a point where as the authority who makes it determined to suspend active searching, I have to make that tough decision to bring assets home and stop actively searching. We continue to leave cases open in incidents like this, where if we gather additional information, if there are sightings, we can always go back and continue to search. Those are difficult and complex decisions, understanding there are human lives at stake and there are loved ones, potentially very many of them, who are concerned about family members in this particular case. So it's complex. Right now, we're going to continue to search throughout the day, reevaluate, and we'll continue to do that every step of the way.
And throughout the day, how many? Assets again.
So the list of the assets are on the press release that went out last night, and we will continue to update that on Facebook. Captain Bryant has to get back and make sure that.
Thank you so much.
If you guys have any other questions, please feel free to get with me afterwards. I will give you as many answers as I can, as well as take your questions to get your answers. If you would like an interview in Spanish, Petty Officer Hernandez is back behind the white van, and he will bring you to be able to do sound bites in Spanish. Thank you, everyone, for attending today.
Ay.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. That was just a live press briefing on the search and rescue efforts underway after a lone survivor was found, or I don't want to say a lone survivor, a single survivor at this time was found earlier in the week and was clinging to a boat. We actually do have that picture still for you here on Live Now from Fox. So here's what we know from that update. We do know that a massive search effort is underway for missing people. The Coast Guard saying that they believe this boat has capsized off of the coast of Florida, and they do believe that this is a human smuggling operation or related to a situation as such. The lone survivor that they found is being interviewed as we speak, and unfortunately, since these search and rescue efforts have been underway, they did say that one of their aircrafts found a deceased body. That person has not been identified, but 38 people are still missing. Now, they did say that they have searched thousands of miles. Actually, she compared their search and rescue efforts to searching an area the size of the state of New Jersey. Now, the one survivor, again, is being interviewed by the Coast Guard team, so we will continue to keep you updated on this situation here on Live Now from Fox. They said they have not recovered this vessel that they believe is still out there. According to the man, he says he and 39 others left the island of Bimini in the Bahamas Saturday night, and severe weather caused the boat to capsize. And according to the man, nobody on board was wearing life jackets at the time that the conditions got pretty bad. So again, now the Coast Guard is continuing these search and rescue efforts. They say that they have recovered one deceased body, and that the single survivor that they found, the person clinging to the boat in this picture, actually crediting a Good Samaritan who was on another boat heading to Jacksonville, Florida. They were the team that found this gentleman. So again, we are going to keep you updated on everything we know about this situation, as it is an ongoing search and rescue investigation here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with some more top stories. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. If you were just joining us before that quick 2-minute commercial break, we were bringing you a live press conference from Coast Guard officials out of Miami, Florida, as a massive search effort is underway off the coast of Florida for now 38 missing people. Now, the group is believed to have capsized off a boat being used for human smuggling. That was according to that Coast Guard official. Early yesterday, the Coast Guard say they rescued a man clinging to a boat 45 miles east of Fort Pierce. This is a picture of that gentleman. Now, that man says he and 39 others left the island of Bimini in the Bahamas Saturday night, and severe weather caused the boat to capsize. According to the man, when he was being interviewed, no one on board was wearing a life jacket when the boat flipped over, and now the Coast Guard is searching thousands of miles of area. Actually, she did compare that area to the size of the state of New Jersey. Now, unfortunately, they are using aircrafts and cutters to actively search, and one of their aircraft since has found a deceased body who they believe was related to this operation. So now the search is on for 38 other people. She did say that the vessel has not been recovered, and the whole reason that they even found this gentleman was because a commercial barge heading to Jacksonville, Florida, actually saw him right in this situation and called the Coast Guard. So now this investigation is underway. So they did say that they are continuing their search and rescue efforts, that weather conditions are good for those rescue efforts today. So as we follow the weather, not just here in Florida, but across the nation, I do want to bring you our Fox weather team. They are keeping track of conditions across America. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. Oh, and it does look like they just went into commercial break, so we will wait a couple of minutes to do that. But until then, here's a Live Now look at our XRAD radar here on Live Now from Fox, showing some chilly temperatures across the nation. Now, we do know that the Northeast is bracing for a nor'easter developing into this weekend. We've also got extreme cold temperatures gripping the central part of the United States. We saw snow in the state of Wisconsin on Monday, and then those below freezing temperatures turning it into ice. We also do have winter weather alerts in effect from New Mexico to Texas, with 3 inches of snow possible. So we are keeping tabs on several weather situations here across the nation, and in just a couple of minutes we will be able to bring you Fox Weather's coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are powered by owned and operated stations from across the nation, so we will do that for you here in just a bit. In the meantime, I do want to continue on with some top stories. Let's get the latest when it comes to inflation and the economic worries that our nation is facing.
My wife. My grandson.
President Biden took a little shopping trip on Capitol Hill as he and his administration work to stop the rising costs Americans are feeling every day. Meanwhile, stocks on Wall Street took another wild ride Tuesday. Investors likely skittish as the Federal Reserve begins a 2-day meeting to decide if raising interest rates will ease 40-year inflation highs.
The Fed has a big role here, and I don't know if they need to do 3 or 4 rate hikes, but they better get going.
A Fox News poll found 85% of voters worry about inflation, but they're nearly split over whether it's due to government policies or the impacts of COVID. The president has called out energy companies for painful prices at the pump. Now a House Oversight Subcommittee wants to investigate 4 major meat processing companies for double-digit price increases over the last year on beef, pork, and poultry. The chairman writing, they are concerned the companies may have engaged in predatory business practices at the expense of consumers during the pandemic. Some in business say it's the president's policies forcing companies to pass higher costs to consumers.
Part of the issue is the supply chain. We're all dealing with significant double-digit price increases on supplies and products and goods.
We expect to learn more Wednesday if the Fed will raise interest rates as early as March and tighten other economic policies. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And we do have the Dow Jones up this morning to start this Wednesday. It is officially 9:31 a.m. here on the East Coast. Stocks officially started trading. Now, it has been quite a wild ride for the stock market this week, so we are going to keep tabs on these numbers for you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here live from Orlando, Florida. As promised, we are also keeping track of several weather conditions in different parts of the country. So in order to do that, let's get our Fox weather team's coverage for just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox.
And higher than normal tides. So this is another component to this nor'easter that we're watching very closely. We certainly want to make sure that folks are aware of heading into this weekend. So nor'easter latest, what's new versus what's the same. So what's new? Well, the confidence in the storm is very high. So all of our models are slowly starting to come into better agreement with this system as we have had a better sampling of the key ingredients, better sampling of the atmosphere and what's going to be taking place. Now the winds and flooding is also becoming more likely along the coast as well. So what's the same though? Well, we're still trying to nail down the uncertainty of the storm's exact track. So we still need a couple more model runs to nail down the storm track. The timing still looks likely between Friday night into Saturday. However, that exact timing when it officially is going to start versus when it's officially going to end, got to nail that down as well, and the threat for those significant impacts. But on future track, so this is how it looks for us for Thursday. We're dry all across the mid-Atlantic into the northeast on Thursday, but then we start to see the storm system slide in. So this is the area of low pressure that we have been talking about. Now, the exact track of this area of low pressure, where it sets up, that's really going to impact where we're going to see the heaviest of the snow. But what we do know is that snow is going to be felt from Maine all the way down into Vermont, New Hampshire, New York, down to Pennsylvania, and into our nation's capital, right along the I-95 corridor. But here is what we're looking at, the threat for 3 inches of snow or more. So we're really watching if this sets up. So this is possible. So we just really want to hint at the fact that this is the potential. But we can see from Norfolk, Virginia, all the way up to our nation's capital, New York City, Boston, all the way up to Maine, could possibly see 3 inches or more. And some spots could see even more than that, Stephen.
And snow is just one component. Arguably, we could have other things that are well, more impactful, we'll say. Boston, Massachusetts this morning. Things are cold and many people heading into town there in Beantown. Boston 25 News giving us that view. Appreciate the look. And we also appreciate the quiet weather now because Boston, in a couple of days, things will be changing. Boston is actually one of the cities that we are most...
Alrighty, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Very busy morning for you here. We are going to head out live to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where we have just gotten this live press conference in. We are learning that a Milwaukee County Sheriff's deputy was shot and injured after a traffic stop that led to a foot pursuit. We are getting an update here, so let's listen in. Live, Ron Unfiltered.
Milwaukee County Sheriff's deputy attempted to make a traffic stop of a vehicle for a registration violation in the area of West Adler and South 68th Street. The deputy who initiated the initial stop requested assistance. As deputies were arriving, the driver and passenger of the vehicle fled on foot. The driver was taken into custody after a brief foot pursuit near the on-ramp of I-94 and 68th Street. Sheriff's deputies and officers from the West Dallas Police Department assisted in a search for the second subject. And shortly after 3 a.m., a deputy observed a male subject climb out of a garbage bin in the area of West Adler and 64th Street. A perimeter was reestablished and a subject was encountered in the 6300 block of West Dixie. The subject was approached by one of our deputies, at which time the subject produced a firearm and fired at our deputy, striking him several times in both his arms and his torso. The deputy was conveyed to an area hospital where he's being treated for his injuries. At this time, his injuries do not appear to be life-threatening. We all should be very grateful and thankful for that officer, for that deputy. Sheriff's deputies and officers from multiple surrounding agencies now began a search for the shooting suspect. And at the same time, a shelter-in-place order was issued. During the search, sheriff deputies and officers encountered a male subject crouching down behind a vehicle in the area of South 60th and Main Streets and issued commands for the subject to cooperate. Subsequently, the deputies and officers heard a single shot and found the subject lying on the ground from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The Milwaukee Police Department was requested to conduct an independent investigation into this matter. Investigators at this time have not established whether the subject found dead from the self-inflicted gunshot wound is connected to the shooting of the deputy. At this time, the shelter-in-place order still remains in effect. Residents are asked to contact 911 if they see something suspicious. And anyone with information regarding this investigation is asked to contact the Milwaukee Police Department at 414-935-7360. Again, that number is 414-935-7360, or contact Crime Stoppers at 414-224-TIPS. Again, that's 414-224-TIPS. I want to thank all the area law enforcement agencies that responded to the call of help from one of our sheriff's deputies. The law enforcement support and collaboration is some of the best I've ever seen in my years in law enforcement. And we're grateful for those partners from all the surrounding agencies. Too many for me to mention, but all of them know who they are and what role that they played. I want to say thank you to all those agencies. And again, I want to ask the public to be patient as we still continue to sort through the investigation, as we're still trying to make connections between the individual that was found dead, as well as information as we were just walking out here that an individual was found in the neighborhood who may possibly be connected to this incident. So with that, I'll stop and take a few brief questions.
Is the deputy who pulled over this car in the first place the same deputy who was shot?
No, it was a deputy, another deputy that made the initial stop. He was not the deputy that was shot, no.
And we know that you have one person in custody, the driver. How many suspects are you looking for? Just one, and is that driver in custody?
Yes, we after the initial stop and the subjects exiting the vehicle, we did take into custody the driver shortly thereafter. The second subject remained on the loose, and we were still seeking that subject. The deputy is 26 years of age. He's been with our agency now for about 18 months. He works our patrol division on the third shift. He's a very fine officer, a very fine member of this agency. Thank goodness his injuries at this point do not appear to be life-threatening. We've got to be very fortunate now. This is twice within 2 weeks. Law enforcement officers have encountered individuals with weapons and have been shot doing their jobs. And we're just very grateful and thankful that his injuries do not appear to be life-threatening.
So I just want to make sure I have this clear. We have one person dead, but we're unsure if that person is the suspect. What would you tell the public right now who is sheltering in place and has been for several hours?
Again, it was an individual that officers and deputies noted in the neighborhood and attempted to make contact with the individual. They saw him crouching down behind a vehicle. And when they attempted to make contact with the individual, they heard a single shot. And following that shot, they found the individual lying down from a single self-inflicted gunshot wound. So at this point right now, we've not been able to make the connections as to what that individual's involvement was and is to this investigation. The Milwaukee Police Department and its investigators are working through that. We hope to make those connections here very shortly through some forensic evidence and other evidence so that, again, we can give the all clear in the neighborhood.
We just flew over at 67th and Dixon, saw some of your deputies taping the scene over there. Can you tell me what's going on over there?
Again, just as we were walking out here, we received word that an individual was found walking in the neighborhood. After a brief pursuit, he was taken into custody by law enforcement, sheriff's deputies, and police officers. And we're still trying to determine what that individual's connection to this investigation may be as well.
When you guys send out alerts like this,
we've not.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. For sure, a busy Wednesday morning for you here. We are listening live into a press conference as we learn a Milwaukee County Sheriff's deputy was shot and injured after a traffic stop that led to a foot pursuit earlier this morning. You heard the Sheriff's deputy here say that the office tweeted saying during the traffic stop, a passenger of the car that they pulled over fled on foot. The deputy pursued them, and while chasing the suspect on foot, the deputy suffered multiple gunshot injuries. Good news, they don't appear to be life-threatening, so he is expected to make a full recovery. But this is just another breaking news situation related to crime in America that we are continuously following for you here on Live Now from Fox. And as we stay on top of that exact subject, I do want to continue on here with another live report that we've got for you. We are actually going to head out to Houston, Texas, because we are learning that it's becoming a familiar trend. Houston police responding to at least 2 shootings overnight. This as Houston leads the nation. We're talking all major cities in homicides so far this year, with more than 20 just in the past week. So I do want to welcome into the conversation Fox 26 Houston's Natasha Geigel. She is live with the very latest. Natasha, these are very scary statistics already. We're not even a month into the new year. You know, what are police and officials saying is attributing to this?
Well, good morning, Regina. And you know, the Houston Police Officers Union is saying that if we continue this trend, that we are on pace to go over 500 homicides by the end of the year. So right now, our homicide investigators, they definitely have their work cut out for them. They are currently investigating 41 homicides. Now, this is as of yesterday, almost half of those occurring in the last week. Now, unfortunately, these numbers are expected to grow before the end of the month. That is putting Houston in the top spot above New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. The violent crimes are frustrating, of course, for law enforcement. The Houston Police Officers Union saying more officers are needed, and also a change of policy, mainly the revolving door of violent offenders being released on bond, then back on our streets to commit more crimes. They're saying that felonies, of course, are on the rise as well. So to put things into perspective for you here, what we've been going through here in Houston in 2020, during this time in the year of 2020, the homicides were at 19. Last year, 2021, they slightly went up to 26 homicides this time of year. Now we are at over 41, and we just 43 now, and we're expecting that number to continue to rise. Now, last year, Harris County did approve $50 million to go towards programs that were supposed to combat the crime epidemic that we are experiencing here. And our county judge, Lena Hidalgo, saying that even with those programs, that they surely have been helping. So that means that that number that we're currently experiencing, the 41 homicides, 43 now, homicides, should have been higher. So definitely some shocking numbers to hear in the last 24 hours that we're the top city right now for homicides.
Yeah, and you know, Natasha, I also see here that Houston police is saying that this issue could also attribute to the fact that their department, as well as other departments, are very understaffed and desperately need to hire additional officers. So do we know of any initiatives or plans being taken to get them more staffing?
Well, that is included in one of the programs, but it certainly is slow rolling that out. Houston, as we know, as many parts of other cities in Texas and in Florida, has experienced an increase in population, but not necessarily an increase in our police department. So that really makes it tough for our local law enforcement here to help combat these criminals. And then you add that with, as mentioned, that revolving door of the people just making bond. Like, we just got notification that the person that struck and killed one of our deputies in a car accident. She was a drunk driver. We just got notification this morning that she's also released on bond. So it's just a common trend here in our city.
Yeah, and I understand, Natasha, a huge situation that your team has been following is the fact that a constable was killed and that suspect is still at large.
Well, that suspect is still on the loose. They are currently looking for him, and that's actually a nationwide effort here because he is considered armed and dangerous and has even gone as far as to change his appearance in the past. So they're expecting that he may try to do that again. So, of course, any information that people have, we are encouraging them to contact our local law enforcement here.
All right. Well, Natasha Geigel with Fox 26 Houston, thank you so much for keeping our viewers up to speed with this situation in Houston. We will definitely keep in touch with your team for any developments on that specific situation and any more initiatives being taken to combat this rise in crime in the city. You have a good day, Natasha. Thank you. All right, everybody. Again, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. It is all too common of a theme that we are following each and every day, a rise in crime across several parts of the nation. We do know that today in New York City, Mayor Eric Adams, as well as New York Governor Kathy Hochul, will be holding a gun violence task force meeting. A lot of change trying to be enforced when it comes to getting career criminals off the street and getting people with illegal guns off the street, having it not even be an option. So we'll continue to follow these stories for you here on Live Now from Fox. When we return, I do want to bring you the latest on another very tragic situation we are following. We have had an arrest made in a 6-month-old baby being shot and killed after being in the middle of a gunfire between two people. So we'll bring for you the nuts and bolts from our Fox 5 Atlanta team, and then we will provide you the full update from Atlanta Police that we got just yesterday. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. As promised, I do want to continue on with some crime across the nation that we are following here this morning. Yesterday, we brought you the breaking news that an arrest has been made after a 6-month-old baby boy in Atlanta was shot and killed. So first, I want to bring you the nuts and bolts from our Fox 5 Atlanta reporter, Mark Teichner, and then we'll get into the full update provided by Atlanta police.
This morning, Decayze Jonathan Little will go before a judge. Police say the 22-year-old was involved in the Northwest Atlanta gunfight that claimed 6-month-old Grayson Matthew Fleming Gray's life.
I know I heard a noise. I pulled off to the side.
Monday afternoon, Grayson's mom was pulling into a food mart on Anderson Avenue when police say 2 men in an argument started shooting.
When I pulled in, that's when I had seen the gun barrel, and next thing I know, I got out to check on my son, and he was slumped forward.
I'm mad as hell that the incident occurred.
The crime horrified both police and the community. Tips started coming in right away, and with the help of other local and state agencies, APD arrested Little less than 24 hours later in DeKalb County.
I want this to be a message just not to him, but everyone that was involved on yesterday, that we are still early in this investigation.
He has a beautiful smile. He had a beautiful heart. He was very smart. He was very funny.
While holding Grayson's favorite stuffed animal, his mom had this to say to the gunman who took his life.
Make better life choices, please, because the rest of us can't live in a world where you get to be that selfish.
This morning, Decayze John.
Thanks for each of you for being here. I'm joined with Chief Bryant and DA Willis. About 3 o'clock yesterday, I started a meeting with our Parks and Rec department to talk about improving, enhancing, and expanding our youth outreach programs in the recreation department. Halfway through that meeting, or near the end of that meeting, I got an alarming text message, and a lump in my throat occurred. It was a message that said a 6-month-old child had been murdered. And so I immediately got up and I went to the crime scene, and there another lump formed in my throat about this incident. As I saw the bullet go through the car, and I saw blood on the scene, and you know the rest of the story. Gun violence is out of control, and we're going to put an end to it here in Atlanta. Less than 24 hours ago, this great Atlanta Police Department went into action on this case. When I arrived on the scene, our chief, several deputy chiefs, our major commander of that zone, detectives, a number of crime scene investigators, and officers of every rank were all out there doing an enormous job to solve this case rapidly. They were all over the place asking and looking for clues. They worked 24 hours nonstop until they resolved this issue. And now a suspect is under arrest. They worked through the night and through the day about this child as if this child was their own, because indeed every child in this city is our own. And I want to thank the men and women of Atlanta Police Department for their hard work all day today to get a suspect in custody. And that's an attribute to this leadership and to this great department. And the issue of gun violence is gripping this nation and is gripping this city. And I'm here to say right now, enough is enough. Enough is enough. This has to stop. It is a problem affecting the entire community, and therefore the entire community has to be a part of the solution. And so I'm asking each of you that is watching this, each of you that is hearing this, to please advocate for people to put their guns down and advocate for peace, and for us to resolve conflicts by de-escalating the actions that people are taking right now. I've already met with dozens of nonprofits and community leaders to enlist their help, and I'm asking you to join in that effort. If you have an organization, a nonprofit, somebody that's working with young people, young men that you go to atlstrong.org/YMOC. That's atlstrong.org/YMOC, and sign your nonprofit up, sign your organization up, because we're going to ask for your help and your resources to be able to give youth and to give young men an opportunity to do something other than what some have chosen to do. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Bryant for information about this case and about this suspect that we have under arrest. But I don't want it to go unspoken that the hard work of Atlanta Police Department has been on display. In just 24 hours, we have a suspect under arrest. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to give my heartfelt condolences to the family. It is such a tragedy when we lose any citizen of this city. But when it's a child, it pulls even more at the heartstrings, not just of the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department, but throughout the community, as I've received numerous calls and text message and prayers for not just the men and women working this case, but for the family as well. As the mayor stated, on yesterday around 2:36, the Atlanta police responded to a shot call on Anderson Avenue. Upon our arrival, this is where we encountered a child that had been shot and transported to Grady, where that child was pronounced dead. The men and women of the Atlanta Police Department and our partnering agencies immediately went into action to get as much information as we possibly could to resolve this case. And so I'll go down the list because I think it's important that you recognize these individuals and these units and the partnership that we had to get us to this place. Our lead investigator Sluss, and he was accompanied by Lieutenant Wofolk and Investigator Benton, who were out on the scene and scouring that scene very diligently to get as much information as they possibly could. Our intelligence analysts gathering as much information as they possibly could as this thing was unfolding. Our Homeland Security team, once we got information on someone that we were looking for, they were deployed and out gathering as much information as they could. Our gang unit got involved in this as well. Communication, their quick action, they are so overlooked so often as it relates to but they are the first line of defense when something goes wrong in our city. Our field operation team, Zone 1 and Zone 4, responded to assist in securing a scene that was large. Our fugitive unit, U.S. Marshals and Georgia State Patrol, again, these were the units that deployed today to bring this individual into apprehension. The Fulton County DA's office, our strong partner who was out on the scene with us immediately after we received this call. Our crime scene tech who went through this scene diligently, gathering all the evidence that they could. And then the Fulton County, City of South Fulton Police Department who located the vehicle. You know, the mayor talked about our quick response and how we were able to apprehend this person within 24 hours. But the community was involved in this as well. They were the ones that reached out and were able to give us information that we had put out. But I won't cheerlead the fact that we were able to apprehend this person in such a short period of time. I'm mad as hell that the incident occurred in the first place. We're in a place where violence in our major cities and throughout our country has gotten out of control. And it's the community that can have a hand in this. We are seeing too many instances where people don't know how to resolve a conflict. And this is no consult. When the mayor and I were able to talk to the mother of this child, we were speechless. What can you say to a mother that's lost a child? To nonsense. To nonsense. We got to do better. As the mayor says, we got to do better. As a community, we cannot just leave this on the shoulder of the police department or the DA's office or the mayor's office or government as a whole. It's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us to stop this foolishness that we're seeing. Right now, We have the Coavius Little, the Quasi Little downstairs. But I want this to be a message just not to him, but everyone that was involved on yesterday, that we are still early in this investigation. And anybody who think they will commit violence in our city, we coming at you with everything we got. Let that be a lesson to you. We're coming at you. And the strong partnership that we have in the city of Atlanta, there's nowhere that you can go. We'll continue to work hard and diligent, not just for this family, but for every family that fall victim to this senseless violence that we are seeing in our city.
First of all, I, like the mayor, want to commend the men and women of Atlanta Police Department. They did an amazing job in a very little amount of time. But I, like the mayor, am disgusted that this has happened in our city, really, yet once again. We're 25 days into this year, and 3 children have been shot in one of the greatest cities in the world. And so, as the police chief has already stated, that is simply unacceptable. But this is what I would like to assure the public, along with the police department. From yesterday when this happened until now, until this case is done in a court of law, we are working together hand in hand to make sure that incidents like this do not occur, and when they do occur, that people are brought to justice. On that scene immediately, along with his fine men and women who serve in the police department, was the Deputy District Attorney, Lauren McCauley, of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, who has been working with the police to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. This is a matter that is taken extremely serious, but it has to end. I already have in my office, before this child, 22 child homicides. It has to end. And so what we want the public to know today is that we are here in a united force, that the mayor called me, I think, at 10:03 last night to make sure that his police department was working in partnership with my office. We spoke again at 8 o'clock in the morning, and that this is a partnership that we plan to keep and to have until the problems that are facing this city and the rise in crime is stopped. And so I thank the press for being here today to report on this, because it is the most important issue going on in our community. So thank you.
Before we take questions, I wanted to also just say one more time that there's a life that's lost in our city. That life was only 6 months old. Grayson Fleming Gray did not deserve to die yesterday. Let that sink in. Share that throughout this whole community, that there's a mother and a father that Chief and I, just on the other side of a police tape, we had to talk to a family right after this incident occurred. They were bystanders. They had nothing to do with this. Innocent. And here they are with blood on their clothes and on their hands, and we're talking to them, consoling them, and letting them know that at the end of the day, we're there for them, and that we were going to bring justice to the people that did this to their child and did this to their family and ultimately did this to the entire community in this region. We will not stop until we stop this gun violence. It's got to stop on behalf of the family of Grayson Fleming Gray and all the other victims that did not have to die this way, and those that's been injured by others, innocent bystanders. We got to put an end to it. And we're standing here talking about this. Our tears overnight and our tears later today are going to motivate us to do more throughout this year and beyond. And with that, I'll take questions.
Can you all detail when and how you track the suspect down, and more on the suspect as far as charges, age, all of that?
Absolutely. Won't get into all the details on how we were able to get him. It was in the partnership and the hard work of the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department, Fulton County DA's office, U.S. Marshal, and Georgia State Patrol. The individual is 22 years old. Again, his actions are not a surprise. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
Chief, you said the community's help, was it identifying that vehicle, or just kind of, I know you
Calling in and giving us as much information as they possibly could. As we put out information, people were calling in and giving us as much information as they could.
And Chief, when was he apprehended?
Indicator.
Chief, 22 is really young still. Can you speak to that? Just a very young man killing a baby? I mean, it's just tragic.
Absolutely. And again, we see this time and time again. And many of the shootings that we've seen, especially when they involve very young children, it's young children doing this as well. And that's a problem that we're facing. As we are dealing with this pandemic, I think that we need to be addressing the pandemic of this violence that we're seeing as well. And when you are a 22-year-old, it's taking a life of someone 6 months old. He's disrupted that entire family for generations, and his own as well. And so that's why I think collectively we have to do better. We can no longer see this level of violence, particularly in the communities that we are seeing them.
Chief, are you looking for any additional suspects in connection to the crime?
Again, we are very early in this investigation, so we have the first person in this one, and we'll continue to go after others that we believe are involved in this incident.
Chief, you think there's others that were in that vehicle, or maybe you think this gentleman was the shooter, or the one?
We're confident that we have the shooter, and we're looking to gather more individuals that were involved.
And the question the public's going to have is about motive, like why were they in that area where they?
Listen, we're so early. We just got him in this building. He's downstairs right now. He's upstairs while we're down here doing this interview. That's how quick this case is evolving.
But anything you could say preliminary of why?
No, I don't think the DA would want me nor the investigators over here to my left to get any further into that case as it relates to that.
Chief, can you talk about, and maybe the mayor as well, how you all are going to crack down on crime? The general public, again, is seeing this case, what is happening. Reassure them or share with them what you can about how the department and the men and women of the force are going to crack down on senseless crime.
Absolutely. So, as you know, over the year and a half that I've been in this role, I've continued to leverage the partnership through law enforcement as much as I possibly can, and we continue to work very aggressively to doing just that. And I'll let the mayor talk about something that he's bringing forth, which is the nonprofit, which I think, again, will be that third leg to the stool. But we need the community to be involved in it as well. But I'll certainly let the mayor talk about the non-profits that he's bringing aboard.
In conjunction with Atlanta Police Department and, of course, with our DA and all the law enforcement partners, we know that one of the things that we have to do is prevent crime from even originating at the root cause of crime. And part of that is making sure that folks know that they have a pathway to opportunities, that they have people that care about them, something that keeps them off the street, that prevents them from wanting to join gangs, get them from bad decisions that they may be making. And so when we have churches and we have all sorts of people of faith and individuals that run organizations, nonprofits, our parks and rec organizations, all these agencies should do all they can to help keep these young folks occupied and with their eyes on the prize of being contributors to the community versus what you just saw in this case here yesterday. Having said that, you think about this individual is 22 years old. Just a little while ago, he should have been graduating high school and could be in a trade school right now, could be working a great job, making enough money to take care of families. but yet he's chosen to do what he did, utilizing a gun to settle whatever the issue was that made him choose that route yesterday. And by his criminal history, he's made other bad decisions. And so what I say to that is, all the organizations that know how to communicate to these young folks, we got your back. We're doubling down, tripling down. I know that community. I grew up just on the other side. I mean, I literally grew up probably 6 minutes from that crime scene, and I live about 5 minutes from that crime scene. And so the organizations that are there to help, this administration is going to supply you with the needs that you have for your nonprofit, to help you with space, to help you with resources that may be helpful to keep young folks off the street, but also we still have something for you if you continue to choose that violence is your best course of action. Well, you see within 24 hours that we are arresting you, and we're going after all your associates that might have been with you at the time of that incident. And so we're using both.
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We have been listening in to the latest press conference from Atlanta police after they made an arrest in connection to a shooting in Northwest Atlanta that happened on Monday, claiming the life of this little 6-month-old boy. The suspect being identified as 22-year-old DeQuasi Little. Atlanta police said they are confident that they have the shooter and that they will track down anyone else involved. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. We've been following a lot of crime this morning, again, out in New York City. We do know that Mayor Eric Adams and New York Governor Kathy Hochul will be meeting today as part of a gun violence task force following a string of shootings that they have seen in New York. We also did do a live report with Fox 26 Houston, as Houston leads the nation right now in major cities with homicide rates. So again, lots of crime to cover here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to switch gears here after this quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to head out live to the state of New Jersey, where the First Lady of New Jersey is holding a Zoom discussion on COVID-19 and pregnant women. So we'll have that after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. As promised, we are going to listen in live as First Lady of New Jersey, Tammy Murphy, is hosting a Facebook Live virtual discussion to share information alongside other doctors for women navigating pregnancy during this COVID-19 pandemic. So let's listen in live, on Unfiltered.
To lead you on to our Miss Bookart, you are going to take us through the program. Remember to stay on, have your cup of coffee, have your milk, have your fruit as we go through.
Good morning, everyone. Again, welcome again. So I just want to introduce our speakers for today, Dr. Pramila Brugge and also Ms. Iris Cooney. So you guys just clap them on and welcome on board as we start our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, Dr. Clark, for always your words of wisdom and your always inviting environment for us to be a part of the programs and of your center. Thank you to First Lady Tammy Murphy for continuing to lead the charge here in New Jersey to get us to a place where we can say we've done our best, that for mothers and children. Next slide. For Iris, Ms. Iris Cooney is the manager of the Community Health Education for Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Jersey. She will actually be translating for me during this whole session into Spanish. We are partnered together in many outreach programs throughout New Jersey with Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield. Iris.
Thank you, Dr. Brugge. Buenos días a todos. Primeramente, me llamo Iris Novascuni. Estoy en colaboración con la doctora Pamela Brugge para la presentación de hoy en día. Quisiéramos agradecer el grupo de la primera dama Murphy y también a Dr. Clark por la colaboración eterna que tenemos en servicio de la comunidad. Hoy en día voy a traducir la presentación en servicio para la doctora Pamela Brugge. Dr. Brugge, next slide, please.
Gracias. To begin, we always should begin and understand where we are and where we would like to go. In this country, in the United States, 700 women die as a result of pregnancy complications that surround their pregnancy and also includes 1 year after giving birth. Iris?
Next slide, please. Para comenzar, quisiéramos identificar a dónde estamos para poder progresar a donde quisiéramos ir o la meta. Alrededor de 700 personas cada año en los Estados Unidos mueren como resultado de complicaciones del embarazo. Vamos hoy en día a hablar de no solamente durante el embarazo, pero después de 1 año de seguimiento de posparto. Dr. Brugge?
Next slide. Now, one of the things we have to keep understanding is the United States is one of the richest countries in the world. But as you can see from this slide, we are not improving. We are actually getting worse in regards to pregnancy-related deaths. Iris?
Next slide, please. Aunque los Estados Unidos es el país más desarrollado en el mundo, la evidencia de mortalidad relacionada al embarazo sigue creciendo en la parte negativa. O sea, cuando una persona está embarazada, está enseñando que todavía existe la mortalidad relacionada con el embarazo. Dr. Brugge?
And just like the rest of the country, the deaths surrounding a pregnancy show a racial disparity, where depending where you are in the United States is 2 or 3 times the rate for Black women than for white women. As this slide shows you, this is also occurring in New Jersey. Iris?
Next slide. En relación estadística, hay disparidades entre etnicidad. O sea, Si una persona, a través de los Estados Unidos, si un individuo, incluyendo a Nueva Jersey, si un individuo embarazado está determinado que depende a dónde vive y su etnicidad racial, específicamente las mujeres negras, que enseñan peores resultados o mortalidad asociado con el embarazo. Dr. Bro?
Next slide. And we give you this data because to show you that we are already in New Jersey living in a state where women are dying surrounding their pregnancies. And it's important for us to understand that and then understand what is happening now that we are in a COVID pandemic. Now we dedicate this portion of the presentation to Michelle, the mother of 4 who died from COVID complication just 2 weeks ago. We also dedicate it to Zenaida, who is now taking care of her 3 nephews after her sister died from COVID complications, and to the infants and newborns who have died in New Jersey from as young as 2 months of age. Next slide, please. Iris.
Hoy en día vamos a enfocar esta presentación y dedicarla a esas personas que han fallecido o están directamente implicados por la enfermedad COVID-19, específicamente a la mamá Michelle, madre de 4, que falleció de complicaciones relacionadas a COVID-19. También se le dedicamos a la hermana o la tía Zenaida de Michelle, que va o está cuidando sus 4 sobrinos a resultado de la muerte de la mamá de sus niños. Y también le vamos a dedicar a esos infantes o bebés recién nacidos que fallecieron también a resultado de la infección de COVID-19. Dr. Brooke, next slide, please.
Yeah. So in New Jersey, as of date, 12,000 New Jersey residents have been infected with COVID-19 during a pregnancy. Pregnant people usually represent about 1% of New Jersey's population of COVID-positive residents.
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are listening in to a virtual discussion being hosted by New Jersey First Lady Tammy Murphy, talking about how expecting mothers can really be safe and protective during the COVID-19 pandemic. They're also addressing the current maternal and infant health crisis that they are seeing in their own state. So just wanted to listen in for a little bit as we got that live feed to our desk here on Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. I am going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to listen in to an interview that our very own Andrew Kraft conducted with a doctor on all of the latest COVID-19 and medical headlines, specifically talking about the FDA saying that monoclonal antibody treatments do not treat the Omicron variant. Also talking about an unvaccinated man being denied a transplant in a Boston hospital. So we are going to follow those COVID-19 headlines when we return. I also do want to let you know that we are monitoring stocks this morning. Here's a look at the Dow Jones Industrial up today in early trading, helped by Microsoft and ahead of a conclusion report from Federal Reserve's policy meeting. We are expected to hear that a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. So again, stick with us for any business-related news as we monitor the Dow. Again, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez. As promised, I do want to bring you all of the latest COVID-19 headlines that we are following this morning. Our very own Andrew Kraft speaking with Dr. Peter Chin Hong. He has been a guest with us for the last several years as we navigate all the news during this pandemic. Some big topics that he is talking about is the fact that an unvaccinated man was denied a heart transplant in a Boston hospital. We're also talking about how the FDA is saying that monoclonal antibody treatments are not effective against the Omicron variant, and a lot of sites have been closed across the state of Florida as well as other parts of the nation. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
One story out of Boston where a man is being denied a heart transplant because he cannot get he chooses not to get vaccinated against COVID-19. The father of the man's only 31 years old, hoping to receive that transplant. He spoke out to a local affiliate in Boston, claiming that he can't get the transplant because he won't get the COVID-19 vaccine. And so they took him off the list of the heart transplant recipient list. So what do you make of this? Is this, good practice going forward? And why do you think, people who are so reluctant to get the vaccine, why are they getting denied, organ donations? What is your whole thought process on this?
Well, Andrew, this is not surprising at all. There's a whole host of things that transplant recipients or potential transplant recipients have to go through, including vaccinations, being on certain types of meds, getting a heart evaluation, stopping smoking. If you're going to get a lung transplant, for example, if your lung disease was caused by smoking, not drinking alcohol, if your liver disease particularly was caused by alcohol use. So it all falls into the realm of the following. We don't have enough organs for everyone in the country. There are more than 100,000 people on the waiting list, and there are only about maybe 36,000 transplants done a year because of organ availability. So this is not surprising. It's just that it's COVID vaccine, so it makes the headlines. But there are lots of other things that require of transplant recipients. The reason is when you get a transplant, you get medicines to suppress your immune system. And when your immune system is suppressed, all of these things suddenly assume outsized importance after the transplant, and it's very, very difficult to take care of someone, and we may lose the patient, we may lose the organ after the transplant. So prevention becomes really, really important, and this falls part of that prevention strategy.
Doctor, I just want to read from some of the statement that the hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, released. They say, quote, "And like many other transplant programs in the U.S., the COVID-19 vaccine is one of several vaccines and lifestyle behaviors required for transplant candidates in the Mass General Brigham system in order to create both the best chance for a successful operation and also the patient's survival after transplantation." And that's kind of what you have been indicating. Do you know of any instance or example or, medical facility that would allow someone who's unvaccinated to go forward with getting a transplant at this stage in the pandemic?
I think it's changing very rapidly, and even the centers that have not instituted these specific protocols are changing right now, just because, again, you want to give that patient receives a life-saving organ a fighting chance at doing well after transplant. And because transplant patients can do poorly if they get COVID-19, it's really, really important to protect them because we have that technology and we want to save that organ. But no, I mean, I can't really think of many centers that are, allowing patients right now, or they're in the middle of changing.
Doctor, I don't want to get too philosophical about this, and I don't want us to put our, bioethicist hats on, but there are trade-offs, are there not? So if you refuse to get the vaccine like this 31-year-old man is doing, now he's off the donor list. He's already in a very precarious medical position because he needs a new heart. How do doctors, come to grips with these decision-making processes?
Well, there's, fairness, there's equity, there is priority in being on a transplant list, but there's also, our responsibility to society. That organ that we give someone is going to be best used and will survive. So I think we wouldn't feel very confident that that organ and that patient would survive post-transplant without getting that vaccine, because even though his immune system is intact right now, even though his heart is failing, after the transplant, when his immune system is suppressed, he can easily not do that well. And not only from COVID, from a whole host of other things that he may or may not decide to do after transplantation as well.
Okay. Just really interesting debate, kind of an offshoot of the whole vaccine skeptic debate, what to do with those seeking life-saving organs. I want to move on to another topic. Earlier today, the FDA revoked the emergency use authorization of monoclonal antibody treatments for the Omicron variant. And I'm talking about treatments like Regeneron that we've come to know very well throughout the pandemic. Is it rare for the FDA?
He's the shooter. Late last night, police say they arrested 25-year-old Keeber Martinez, who lives in the Bronx, after they say
intact right now, even though his heart is failing, after the transplant, when his immune system is suppressed, he can easily not do that well. And not only from COVID, from a whole host of other things that he may or may not decide to do after transplantation as well.
Okay. Just really interesting debate, kind of an offshoot of the whole vaccine skeptic debate, what to do with those seeking life-saving organs. I want to move on to another topic. Earlier today, Doctor, the FDA revoked the emergency use authorization of monoclonal antibody treatments for the Omicron variant, and I'm talking about treatments like Regeneron that we've come to know very well throughout the pandemic. Is it rare for the FDA to revoke an EUA? Have you seen it done before? And do you think this is helpful? Do you think this is beneficial?
Well, it certainly isn't giving any, there's no rationale for using these products right now. And they're not really revoking it completely. They're saying that if there is no chance that it will work, that is, if it's Omicron and more than 99.5% of cases right now in the US are Omicron, that it probably won't be of benefit. So that's how it's being thought of. At the same time, there are antibody products, monoclonal antibody products like Sotruvimab made by GlaxoSmithKline and Ver that do work. We just have not enough of them. And there are other monoclonal antibodies being developed. In fact, I think Regeneron may come up with their own tailored monoclonal antibodies for the Omicron variant. It's just that, there's a risk and trade-off, as you pointed out before the last story, Andrew, where, suddenly the risk of getting an IV and the side effects, which are mild, if it doesn't really work, then it doesn't really make sense to go through that whole pageantry of giving a product, even though, it may be placebo like a sugar pill.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess we'll be just kind of watching that in the days and weeks ahead. Because that was kind of touted early on in the pandemic as one of these, breakthrough therapies, especially, if you got coronavirus. And I think even before the vaccines were available, it was kind of limited in its scope, but it was somewhat available. And so people have been touting this. So interesting to see the FDA take that measure today. But like you said, it's not necessarily harmful. It's just, what is the point if it's not as effective? Is that what we're getting at here?
Definitely. I know there are other alternatives. It's not like there's nothing.
Correct.
There are things, even though short supply, Molnupiravir, Paxlovid, the oral agents, that Paxlovid, for example, is 89% effective at preventing hospitalization, that oral pill. Monoclonal antibodies, only 70%. So one can say, let's just ramp up the pills instead of the IV or the shots to help people not go to the hospital.
Got it. I want to talk about the mask debate, rages on, as we have been talking about so often here, especially with masks and school children. The LA school district announced a couple of days ago that they're making children in school not wear cloth masks anymore, but surgical masks, and to have to wear them outside and during sporting events. What do you think the rationale is behind that? Why do you think we're still making very young school children mask up all day when adults who are vaccinated in other forms of daily life are going about their daily lives without wearing masks?
Well, I think, that's a great point, Andrew. I feel as the cases are coming down in California, that will be revisited. But right now, we're still on the way down from Mount Everest of Omicron. We haven't even reached the warming hut yet. So I think that's probably the rationale. And the surgical masks probably just give the best protection. They're light, they're actually very comfortable. They give a good fit. There's a lot that gets in here. And, maybe it's a lot more than actually might be what's needed. For example, there's probably less rationale for using it outdoors, but certainly indoors, it becomes one strategy. That's relatively straightforward to use to help keep the school environment as safe as possible, to encourage parents to send their kids to school. So you're kind of walking a precarious tightrope, and it's probably just like one of several strategies that people use.
Okay. I kind of wanted to just pick your brain, not necessarily anything specific in the headlines, but, we're coming up on 2 years living under, COVID-19 and the pandemic. We just passed the 2-year threshold of the first positive COVID case back, I believe, a a week ago of the first COVID case detected in the United States back in January of 2020. And you're around this each and every day. I just want to get your thoughts, and I don't want to be too philosophical here, but what did we get right? What did the public health bureaucracy get right? What did they get wrong? What do you think we should be doing that we're not doing? What are we doing right now that really doesn't matter anymore? I know that's pretty open-ended, but just feel free to offer your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I think some of the things that we didn't do quite well from the beginning included not really aligning science with politics. I think not having a national strategy in the beginning. Again, it's tough because public health is really a local phenomenon. So it's really tough. For example, the CDC gives recommendations, but can't really institute a policy. It's up to the federal government. And that really didn't happen easily. I think we had a lot of short supply in the beginning of masks, and testing was severely delayed. So that really led to a lot of spread when it was probably easier to control than now with a less transmissible variant. I think some of the things that we got really, really well done was, developing the vaccine and, really investing in that operation.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are listening in as our very own Andrew Kraft speaks with Dr. Peter Chin Hong about all the major COVID-19 headlines that we are following. However, we have been focusing a lot on crime this morning. And as promised, we are getting a feed from Governor Kathy Hochul's office as she meets with New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as well as other state officials talking about illegal guns, all part of her interstate task force on illegal guns. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
About changes to the bail laws, and if not, why?
I'm very data driven, and I'm very interested in the data that comes out, but as the mayor mentioned, we are talking about damming up individual rivers. Today, the river we're talking about is the river that leads illegal guns from other states to our cities and in the hands of individuals who are using them. So that is our focus of what we're doing here today. As I've said from the beginning, there's opportunities to have these conversations with the mayor as well as with the legislature as session unfolds on any reforms that are recommended.
Governor, there are calls for you to talk about bill reform right now. Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik just issued a letter on bail reform, and Republicans in Congress have proposed a bill that would reward states that give judges more discretion in determining dangerousness. Will you address what so many people have called on you to do? Will you address the level of dangerousness and give judges more discretion? Even Eric Adams has called on lawmakers to do this.
He has asked for us to have this conversation, and he's a former senator, and he certainly knows the process that's involved in making changes. Changes were made. And I will absolutely stand behind the fundamental premise on why we needed bail reform in the first place. And I will describe the situation that others who are trying to politicize this and the other party don't seem to acknowledge why there was a need for change. You had two individuals accused of identical crimes, offenses, even stealing a backpack. And one person goes to Rikers for 3 years because they couldn't post bail. Another person whose parents have money or they're living in the suburbs and they can head back after posting bail to their jobs, to school, and a different life. That is what bail reform set out to do. And so I stand behind that fundamental premise. And I've also said if reforms are needed based on data that is still being gathered, I'm willing to have those conversations. So I don't feel just because people, for political reasons, like the individuals that you're quoting here today, want me to give an answer. That's not how I operate. I don't cave to pressure. I do what's right based on all the facts that come before me.
It's not just Elise Stefanik and Republicans. Even Chief Administrative Judge Lawrence Marks told lawmakers this week that he believes that judges are coming together and agreeing that they need more power.
And I'm looking for the data that shows me that bail reform is the reason that somehow crime is going up in 90 of 100 cities in New York, why guns are flowing from Georgia with more frequency and Virginia and Ohio to here than they were. I'm focused on dealing with what I have control over right now, and that is my laser focus. The issue before me is today, in real time, bring the resources together to stop guns from coming into our streets and resulting in the shooting of a baby and the murder of our police officers. Nick.
Governor, are we seeing similar issues in New York City that we're seeing also in like Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, Albany, and not just, you know, general gun violence, but kind of similar systemic root causes for what's going on?
Nick, this is exactly why I'm excited about the new Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the Department of Health. People have been shaken to their core from this pandemic. And I asked the question on a briefing call this morning. The numbers that we're seeing now did not exist in 2019. This was not the top of mind issue in New Yorkers or New York City, in Buffalo, Rochester at the time, because it was under control. And the statistics still bear out the fact that there were decades that were far worse. Now, I'm not satisfied with this. You know, one act of gun violence, particularly that results in the death of another person, is one too many. But I want to put this in context, that this is not just a New York City or a New York State phenomenon, but I'm seeing the same impacts. People lost their jobs, they lost their safety net, they lost their support systems where they couldn't go get substance abuse treatment or mental health treatment. People fell through the cracks in unprecedented ways during this pandemic, and we need to be sensitive to that and realize that that is not an excuse to harm another human being, but it's also what is going on in their lives and their communities that we need to help them heal and let them get on a path. And maybe it's helping them get that job we're talking about, getting them with someone who's a former gang member who will become a mentor for individuals. I announced this in Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse just last summer. We're going to continue. We actually tripled the amount of money going into those programs. So Nick, you're absolutely right that there are other forces at play that we're trying to analyze right now in real time, because it's still going on, of why there's been such a dramatic increase in gun violence, an 80% increase over a fairly short time. But it also says to me, given the short time frame where this has really become a heightened crisis, we also have the resources and the tools and the wherewithal to drive it down quickly. I'm hoping that we'll see something similar to what I track every single day and every single night, the Omicron surge. It went up quickly, and then now it's dropping quickly. I believe that we have the capability to address gun violence the same way, and a large part of it comes from stopping them before they cross the borders into New York and get into the hands of individuals who will do harm to others.
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We're listening in to New York Governor Kathy Hochul take questions from reporters after hosting the first meeting of the Interstate Task Force on Illegal Guns. Now, important to point out that this is happening following a string of shootings, some deadly, that we have seen in New York City. So we did get this feed a little bit later into the meeting. So there was a point where she and other New York State officials spoke with New York City Mayor Eric Adams. So I do want to backtrack and bring you back to what he had to say here on Live Now from Fox.
Our state and our country. We have become an ocean of violence, a sea of violence. And as I have indicated, there are many rivers that are feeding this sea. And if we don't build a dam on each one of the rivers, we are going to become counterproductive, and we're going to lose innocent families and children. Yesterday, in a hospital in the Bronx, Jacoby Hospital, the incident personified how urgent the moment is. A person appeared to have gone to the hospital because they had an asthma problem. And while in the hospital, they noticed a rival, gang member possibly. He pulled out a gun and shot the person. And sitting in the emergency room at the time were families, a child, and hospital staff. But that was only one of many problems. While I was there at the hospital, one of the police officials who's now in charge of the security shared with me that at a previous time, prior to this incident, a person went to the hospital for medical concerns. And while they were there getting an x-ray, the x-ray technician and staff noticed that the person on the x-ray show was carrying a firearm during the x-ray. We have normalized the carrying of guns in our city, in our state, and in many cases in our country. We have no longer made it taboo to do so. The constant availability of weapons, the individual who was responsible for taking the lives of Officer Rivera and Moya had an automatic modified weapon that carried 40 rounds of ammunition and an additional AR-15 assault rifle under his mattress. This is what we are up against. And if we don't become honest, as the governor pointed out, I really want to commend us, her, and everyone must listen to what she stated. We have to analyze every river and dam every river to stop the flow. We need to understand what are we doing legislatively on the state level that are allowing dangerous people to return to our streets. We need to understand why the guns are continually flowing to the cities throughout this country. We need to understand why we are continuing to produce broken children that turn into broken adults and become broken people to commit violence. We need to understand the connectivity to our failures in education, our failures in opening our court system. I take my hat off to the Chief Justice that made immediate modifications on the social distancing requirements from 6 feet to 3 feet so we can start getting people back in the courtroom. We need to understand how the slowdown in processing DNA data has prevented gun cases from moving forward. And we need to understand that far too many defense attorneys and public defenders are not in the courtroom. If we don't look at every river and dam each river, we're going to continue to have this sea of violence, particularly gun violence. And the partnership that we are now, with my conversation with the President of the United States several months ago, we learned so much after the World Trade Center attack on 2001, September 11th. We made up our minds that we will not sit back and allow terrorists from foreign shores to come to our country. And we produce information sharing. That's what this consortium is going to do. But we also are doing it in New York City. During my time of campaigning, I talked about bringing city, state, and federal agencies together every morning at 10 a.m. We're seeing that with the gun violence strategic partnership that's taking place here in New York City. We are seeing with the governor's announcement today that it is time for us to use the same abilities that we displayed during September 11th to stop the external terrorist threat. We are going to use that with the terror of gun violence that's sweeping our entire nation. We must be unified on this threat. And I'm happy to have a governor that has acknowledged the importance of this moment. And it was clear in your comments, Governor, Black residents are 8 times more likely to die from gun violence. That is a blemish on our country. To sit back and watch the terror that Black and brown families are experiencing every day, yet we are failing to move with the level of urgency that we did in other crises. Our entire country mobilized against the COVID threat to make sure that it did not continue to spread throughout this entire state and country. That's the same energy. That's the same level of intelligence that we must use to end the pandemic of gun violence. We must muster the strength of our social media corporations, muster the strength of our medical facilities, of our educational systems, our law enforcement systems. All of us must come together to resolve this issue. And the police officers in this city and state, they are doing their job. We removed 6,000 guns off the streets in New York City in 2021. Over 300 guns were removed during my first few weeks in office. They can't do this alone. We cannot continue to lose 22-year-old children because of the failure of the other partners in this fight against gun violence. Today, we are now acknowledging we're going to do our share. Now it's time for government and all other entities to do their share so we can finally turn back the crisis of gun violence that has destroyed far too many communities, far too many individuals, and far too many families. So Governor, I thank you. And I want you to know that I'm your partner as we fight against the overproliferation of guns in our city and in our state and in our country. Thank you very much.
All right, that was the latest from New York City Mayor Eric Adams tapping in virtually to this interstate task force meeting on illegal guns hosted by New York Governor Kathy Hochul. Now, you heard him mention several shootings that have happened right there in New York City. To the left-hand side of your screen, highlighting some of them that we have been covering and breaking for you here right on Live Now from Fox. Yesterday, a suspect arrested after opening fire inside of a Bronx hospital. Then we unfortunately lost 2 NYPD officers that were shot in Harlem last Friday. Also last Wednesday, an 11-month-old baby shot and struck in the face by a stray bullet in the Bronx, and they are looking for any information that could lead to the arrest of that suspect. So again, really tackling crime across the nation here on Live Now from Fox, and wanted to bring you some of this update from the governor. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. I do want to let you know that we are monitoring several feeds for you here. This is just a look inside of the Zoom meeting, but any moment now we are expected to get a virtual press briefing from the White House COVID-19 task force. We also are monitoring stocks this morning. Now, important to mention that at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, we are expected to hear from the head of the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, I should say. He is going to be talking about inflation in the United States, so we will be streaming that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Any moment now also, we are also anticipating a live press briefing right here in Orlando, Florida. Attorney Ben Crump representing a wrongful death lawsuit on behalf of a family of an autistic man who allegedly died in a group home. So again, it looks like they are walking towards the podium. Some of you are going to see that quick break. We'll be right back. Oh my God, is it Jeremy?
Good morning, and thanks so much again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look here at the Dow. Put up this big board because we do expect later here today not only to hear from the Federal Reserve Chair Powell, but also from our Federal Open Market Committee. Now, they are going to be talking about their decision on interest rates. This is following a two-day meeting. We've also seen quite the swing in our market over the last 2 days. And here, thankfully, we are seeing a lot of that green so far here on the big board. But as I mentioned, of course, we know that this isn't always going to be sticking around. So did at least want to show this to you, and then also just let everyone know we do have a couple different live events that are going to be coming up here. Just to reiterate some things that we're waiting on, we do have a wrongful death lawsuit that's being filed. This happening down in Florida. Attorney Ben Crump's going to be speaking about this after there was a 27-year-old autistic man who was restrained by some group home members for at least 20 minutes before staff members had seen that he had died. And then also wanted to let everyone know that we do have our COVID-19 team who's going to be holding a press briefing here shortly. So a lot still to come up right here in just the next few hours. But of course, we always like to give you those live pieces of content. Right now, we do have Secretary Blinken. He's holding a press conference. Now, we were kind of hoping that possibly he'd be making some comments about the conflict that's going on between Ukraine and Russia. But we do know that he's going to be talking more about the US-Kuwait strategic dialogue. So let's go ahead, jump into that live right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we'll be switching things up here once in a while, especially since we do have so many different live pieces of content coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk.
Partnership we have is constantly evolving to meet new challenges, and we spoke about some of them today. Our teams have been focused on them as well over the past week. To cite one new front where we are joined together and working together, and that is the front of biological threats. The pandemic has made clear to everyone something that we repeat, but is no less fundamental for being repeated. When it comes to global health security, none of us are safe until all of us are safe. To that end, Kuwait and the United States signed a memorandum of understanding to prevent, to detect, to prepare for outbreaks caused by dangerous pathogens. Under this partnership, Kuwait's Ministry of Health and the United States will share technical information and best practices on disease surveillance. We'll meet regularly along with other participating GCC countries to share this knowledge more widely in the region so that collectively we're better prepared to respond to future pandemics. These efforts build on the work our countries are already doing to stop this pandemic, and I want to thank Kuwait again for the vital role that it's been playing in the COVID-19 response. Generous support to institutions like the World Health Organization and COVAX are making a difference in providing safe and effective vaccines around the world. This level of collaboration between our countries is possible only because of the strong bonds that have been built together over the decades, forged in war, strengthened in peace. We have strong defense ties. Kuwait has long hosted U.S. forces. Our militaries work together in many ways, including by conducting exercises and training together. The United States is committed to supporting Kuwait's military with assistance as well as through commercial sales. We have strong economic ties. Our bilateral trade relationship now amounts to more than $4.5 billion a year, and we hope that figure will grow even more in the years ahead as we find new opportunities to work together in areas like sustainable infrastructure and renewable energy. We share a commitment to freedom of religion and belief, and our countries have worked together to advance that freedom, both bilaterally and in international institutions. And finally, the beating heart of the relationship is our people-to-people ties. Nearly 10,000 Kuwaitis choose to study in the U.S. Universities, English language institutes every single year. Thousands of other Kuwaitis and people of Kuwaiti descent live in the United States, and tens of thousands of Americans live in Kuwait. These family, cultural, educational ties are invaluable to us, and I know to Kuwait as well. On the night that President George H.W. Bush announced the liberation of Kuwait, he said, and I quote, "Tonight, the Kuwaiti flag once again flies above the capital of a free and sovereign nation, and the American flag flies above our embassy." Those flags have continued to fly ever since. And the friendship between Kuwait and the United States has only grown stronger. I'm grateful for the good work that we've done together today, that our teams have done over the past week. And I thank you, my friend, for being here and for the commitment that we share to carry on this work in the days, weeks, and months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Secretary, my dear friend Tony. Thank you so much for hosting us, and I thank you personally for this invitation. I'm really very glad to be back in Washington. I'm also glad that we are able to see each other in person. So thank you for that. I would like not to reiterate everything that you have mentioned, but to mention other angles, as I would like first to commend all of the efforts and work, and laborious work of all of our delegation for their hard work and continuous efforts in preparing, conducting this dialogue round. My visit really comes after your visit to Kuwait, end of last June, only a couple of days prior to the memory of the invasion of Iraq to Kuwait. And it only showcases the strength of our, both our relationship, the commitment that United States have shown again and again with the security and stability of Kuwait and in the region. So I thank you for that. Kuwait and US are solid partners, great friends, and we are very much appreciative of this historically strong partnership, and we are greatly appreciative of US effort in maintaining peace and security in the region. We have been partners throughout the 3 decades since the liberation of Kuwait, and lots of hardship and in milestone. We are partners in combating terrorism. After 9/11, we were partners as well with the liberation of Iraq, and lastly, last year, with the safe transitory corridors for all of Afghanis and US citizens and non-residents, and to have a safe passage through Kuwait, along with the biggest operation of its kind, and we are proud to be part of that. We value the US continuous commitment to the security of Kuwait and the stability of the region, and it really exhibits a true friendship that is ironclad alliance, which was forged by blood and treasured at a very critical point in history. This year we commemorate the 31st anniversary of the liberation in Kuwait that was led by United States, and also celebrate the 61st anniversary of our diplomatic relationship. And as you are well aware, and as you have mentioned, Tony, this meeting is the conclusion of our 5th strategic dialogue. Since the creation of the dialogue, it has moved in a very great pace that really reflects the strong aspiration of our leadership and our people, and we are looking forward for the next meeting for the 6th round, and to host you in Kuwait for that. Let me just say to thank you for your friendship again and for this partnership, and we will continue to exchange views to cement the partnership through government, institution, private sector, and people to people. And again, I would welcome you for the 6th round of dialogue in Kuwait, and I thank you very much for your warm welcome for me and my delegation, albeit the freezing weather here. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, my friend.
Sure.
All right. right, so once again, just wanted to bring this portion to you from the State Department here as we had been hearing just some remarks following that meeting that was had, that dialogue. And what we, of course, want to do is continue to give you some more of that live content that's coming in here across our Live Now from Fox desk. Here's just one more time, a picture down in Florida for a event that we are waiting on. A family filing a wrongful death lawsuit for their 27-year-old son. Now, Caleb Walker did have autism. He was living in a group home when he was restrained for at least 20 minutes by staff members. And unfortunately, after that 20 minutes is when he had ultimately died. So we will be hearing a little bit more about this. You can see just getting our cameras ready. They're doing some mic tests, making sure everything's ready to go. What we'll do is step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, if this press conference hasn't started yet, we, of course, do have other live events going on, like the COVID-19 White House team briefing. They're going to be speaking about those cases we've been seeing across the U.S. as far as Omicron goes, plus where are things trending, all coming up right here and much more as well on Live Now from Fox here in just 2 minutes. And for our folks who are not in that break, do want to show you, we do have attorney Ben Crump walking with this family. They are holding pictures of their loved one here. And again, this is going to be a new lawsuit that's going to be talked about here with attorney Ben Crump. So we are going to be bringing this to you live right here on Live Now from Fox.
I know they want to do. Man, you may want to step over there. Can everybody get in, or y'all want to move it back some? Do you want to move it back a little bit? You got this kind of messy. Is everybody ready? Yes, ma'am. And we're going to try to talk as loud as we can. Everybody ready? Good morning. Thank you all for allowing us to move out of the weather for Mr. and Mrs. Walker. It's hard enough them having to grieve and bear their heart this morning on behalf of the tragic killing of their son. I'm attorney Ben Crump, along with attorney Matt Dietz, attorney Aaron Carter, attorney Natalie Jackson, and attorney Chris O'Neill. We have the honor of representing Sarah and Tom Walker as they come to demand justice for their son, Caleb Walker. You're going to hear from them, Tom, and then Sarah finally, after the attorneys make a few brief remarks to you. In November of 2020, Caleb, who was diagnosed as autistic and had behavioral issues, was at the O'Connor group home where his mother and father sent him to get help. But instead of giving him help at this Oconee group home, they killed Caleb Walker. He should not be dead just because he had autism. This was a facility that was specially trained to deal with autism. They were a private institution paid more money by the state and families because they were supposed to be trained to deal with individuals like Caleb Walker who had autism. It is mind-boggling that they would tell this family, this mother and father, that the untrained personnel that they had working at the group home would kill him by doing some WWE wrestling therapy. Caleb Walker, this young man, died from the same thing that George Floyd died from, positional asphyxiation. But tragically, unlike George Walker, who was able to say, "I can't breathe," because they were on him based on the reports where his legs and arms were fledgling, he couldn't even say, "I can't breathe." And so we're here today to say that autistic people matter, that Caleb Walker matters, and that the Oconee group home should be held accountable for killing a young man who was in their care, who they knew about his condition. They knew that he had special needs. And all they had to do was do their job for which they were handsomely paid. You cannot put profit over safety, Oconee Group Home, because Caleb Walker matters. At this time, you're going to hear from my most able co-counsel, a great lawyer, probably the leading lawyer in the state of Florida when it comes to representing citizens with disabilities. Out of Miami, Florida, Attorney Matt Dietz.
Thank you so much. My name again is Matthew Dietz. I'm litigation director of Disability Independence Group. We're a nonprofit in Miami, Florida. This issue with autistic folks in group homes is not a new one for the state of Florida. There has been hundreds of people with autism that get beaten, that get tased, that are Baker Acted, that do not have appropriate care in group homes. This has to stop. Usually, these names are unknown, but it happens every day. Usually, the Agency for Persons with Disabilities gets dozens, if not hundreds, of incident reports about people with disabilities, people with autism being injured. Now there is a name. The name Caleb Walker is going to be the name that's known that this should stop. People with autism are not invisible. People with autism lives matter. People with autism should get appropriate care, should get appropriate services. The fact that we have our state that's paying millions of dollars to have these people on med waiver and not the millions more that they deserve, and paying people that work there to get good people good wages, and good training. These people, these autistic folks, we are there not to give them a voice, but to amplify their voice.
Amen.
Thank you, and let me introduce my co-counsel, Aaron Carger.
Another great lawyer.
Thank you all for being here. My name is Aaron Carger. Secondary to achieving justice on behalf of the Walker family for the tragic death of their son Caleb, we seek to effectuate change within the system. Group residential homes ought to have oversight of the way in which restraints are employed, such that when restraints are employed frequently, the Agency for Persons with Disabilities ought to intervene and have that proper oversight and monitoring. Furthermore, monies cannot just be funneled from the state of Florida into these residential group homes. There must be accountability, transparency, and monitoring. Lastly, the Agency for Persons with Disabilities ought to publish their investigative findings such that family members of loved ones with intellectual disabilities, such as the Walker family, has a meaningful opportunity to vet these residential group homes and make meaningful decisions that empower them so as to make the best decision for their loved one. Abuses at these residential group homes are an urgent public health crisis. We urge those with knowledge of such abuses to come forward to report it directly to the abuse hotline and also to contact our firms. Caleb's life matters. Caleb's family's voice matters, and that's what we're seeking to do through this lawsuit against Oconee Group Home. Thank you.
Thomas, if you step up beside your wife, let's all step up together. Go just a little bit. And I want you all to speak as loud as you can into the microphone. Thank you, Attorney Carter and Attorney Dietz. They're going to try to project their voice as much as possible, even though they are grief-stricken and heartbroken. You're first going to hear from Caleb's father, Thomas Walker, and then you're going to hear from his mother, Sarah Walker. So even though they're going to try to speak as loud as they can, please understand this is very difficult for them, Mr. Walker.
My wife and I, we're very private people. We came here today because we want justice for Caleb, and we don't want this to happen to anyone else. I miss Caleb every day.
Talk to the microphone.
I miss him every day. My wife and I, as we were getting older, we realized we couldn't take care of him on our own anymore, so we had to trust someone else to do it. We were assured he would be safe. We trusted them to keep him safe. Instead, they killed him.
He said that as he and his wife got a little older, they were concerned that they couldn't properly take care of him. So they wanted to put him in a facility to help care for him, that they trusted them to keep him safe, but instead they killed him. Anything else, Mr. Walker? Thank you, Mr. Walker. And now I want you to stand right here in front of, and as loud as you can. You're going to hear from his mother, Sarah, and she's going to try to project as much as a mother can.
Caleb was my baby. He was my last born. He was special. We tried so hard to take care of him as best as we could, and then we tried to trust other people. They promised they would take care of him. They promised they would keep him safe. He was autistic. But he had a life that mattered. It mattered to us. It mattered to his sisters and his brothers. He didn't deserve to be murdered like that. We trusted them to take care of him, and they did it. They did it during a behavior. They killed him. We miss him every day. There's a part of us that just will never get over this. The heartbreak is something that I wouldn't want anyone else to have to deal with. And I hope that through all of this that we can make changes so nobody else will have to do this. This is the hardest thing to go through. It's a nightmare for any parent, but especially a parent with a child with a disability. You pray that others will watch out for your child. We trust other people, and they let us down. I know Caleb's not here, and I miss him.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. I would just repeat some of the more salient points. She obviously is grief-stricken. Caleb was her baby, her last child. And she talked about, like Mr. Walker, as they got older, they became concerned whether they could care for him properly. And they looked for a facility, a specialized facility that could help their disabled child who had autism. And they trusted this facility, Oconee Group Home. As Attorney Natalie Jackson and Sarah discussed before we started the press conference, this is the parent of an autistic child's worst nightmare. And I'll say that again. This is a parent of an autistic child's worst nightmare. To put your child in the care of a group home and have him be abused and killed. As Attorney Deeks said, it happens over and over again, not only in Florida, but across America. And oftentimes, they're just invisible. Well, Caleb Walker is not invisible. He is real. And his life matters. Autistic people's life matters. Oconee Group Home, state officials, our children's lives matter. Even if you try to brush them under the rug, we won't let you brush them under the rug. Just because he was autistic did not give them the right to abuse him and to kill him. And that's why we bring this lawsuit on behalf of Caleb Walker and all the unknown Caleb Walkers in the state of Florida. At this time, we will try to take some of your questions, understanding that this is very difficult for the parents. The attorneys will try to answer your questions, but if you have a question specifically about Caleb, they know him best. And that's why they're here, because only they can be his voice now. And we have to help amplify their voice, as Attorney Deeks said. So we'll take your questions. Matt, you want Aaron, basis of the lawsuit? And you want to talk loud into the mic. I think they have a problem hearing.
We're alleging wrongful death, but inside of that, negligence insofar as the training of the specific restraints that are used at these residential group homes on individuals with disabilities. And As I indicated earlier, what we're really seeking to effectuate change in is how the restraints are used in these facilities and the level of staff members that are hired to employ these restraints on these individuals with disabilities. So our lawsuit alleges negligence, which culminates in the wrongful death of Caleb at Oconee Group Home.
And let me say this one point, just in layman's terms. And please help correct me if I misspeak. As I understand it, they were doing a WWE wrestling therapy, is what they said, when they killed this young man. Do you think his mother and father sent him to this facility for them to execute wrestling maneuvers on their child? I mean, it's mind-boggling. The same thing that George Floyd died from positional asphyxiation, Caleb Walker died from, per the medical records.
Can I just ask, we spoke with the director of a company that owns the facility. They share with us that these restraints are approved by the state and that this restraint had been used previously. Can you talk about what made this situation different in terms of the number of people involved and what is supposed to happen when there is an aggression made with the
Okay. For any restraint, there has to be at least 2 people there. That's the first issue. The second issue is there should be no pressure placed upon your back or your torso, and your head should be turned to the side. So if you have all of those things correct, there should be nothing that happens to them because you're not putting any pressure on them. But the problem here is they had 1 person there. They had 4 people at this group home. They had 2 staff in place. They had 1 staff that took him down. So with the 1 staff they had, there was no way that he could have safely did a restraint at that time. And while that staff was restraining Caleb, the other staff member was in the kitchen having a snack.
And they were understaffed.
They should have had 4 staff members there because they had 4 people that had intensive behavioral issues. So because they only had 2, they could not do the restraint effectively.
And they were being, hello, they were being paid to have enough staff there. Let's don't get caught up in them trying to justify the unjustifiable. This kid is dead and he never should have been. I'm sorry, sir.
How do you enforce those policies? If those policies were being enforced, you think Caleb would still be alive. Because each group home is individual. How do you police every group home?
You have adequate staffing. When the problem that we see, and I've been doing this for a couple of years, is that when a group home has an incident report for a restraint, there is no follow-up. They don't go back to APD and say, you know, we had to do a restraint. We need more services. We need more staffing. We need more training. The issue is, how can we cut down services for this person? If they had 4 people there, this would not have happened. Had they had adequate training and paid their staff effectively, this wouldn't have happened. So there are many issues that are involved here, but the issue is accountability. And with accountability, if somebody wanted to go to a nursing home, you could go on the Department of Health's webpage. You could find out every violation on that nursing home. You cannot do the same with a group home. There is no reason why.
So how are they, so each incident, there is no follow-up and there's no policies or checks and balances to make sure these group homes, nothing happens.
Exactly. There's no accountability. And there's no accountability because you had over 200 people who were let out of Carlton Palms without effective transition plans in these facilities. And we all know how bad Carlton Palms was.
I'll say this, those are excellent questions, sir. I think to sum up in just a statement what Attorney Deeks is saying, the only accountability in these group homes are with the accountant and putting profit over safety.
Can you tell me, it sounds like the Lake County Sheriff's Office has closed its investigation, and while they don't believe there was anything criminal or wrongdoing, that's ultimately up to the state attorney. Do you believe prosecutors should be considering criminal charges against the employees?
Aaron, you talked to the prosecutor? Yep. They asked about the prosecutor, should they be considering charges? And I don't know if it was Aaron or you who talked to.
Well, I do think it is reckless. The overall issue that you have when you have people with autism who are injured is they are still invisible. Their lives don't matter. So when they get hurt, especially with someone like Caleb that has intensive behavioral issues, they validate those issues. They say he deserved to because he was so difficult. So it's difficult to explain this, and that's wrong. That shouldn't happen. And over again, when you do see prosecutions of people that have assaulted folks with intensive behavioral issues, they don't get convictions. So that is part of the problem. But what we believe is that a co-ed group home and the operators of a co-ed group home should have known that they were understaffed. They should have known that there was insufficient training, and I think the people that are responsible criminally are the operators of a co-ed group homes.
Any other questions? Okay,
I want to say one thing in response to the question about services. I think it's time to do away with this business model surrounding these residential group homes of minimizing services and maximizing profits. This goes to putting in competent staffing, not $10 or $12 an hour staffing, but competent professional staffing that is sufficiently trained on how to work with the residents in these group homes with intellectual disabilities. Because if not, what we get is the natural progression of what we got here. Understaffing and improper employment of restraints, which led to the tragic death of Caleb.
Thank you all. We will continue to keep you updated as we go forward. Not only are we dealing with this in the Court of Laws, we're also dealing with this in the legislative halls in Tallahassee, because it seems like autistic individuals are invisible not just to these group homes, but to a lot of our state officials. Thank you.
All right, once again, we've been listening into this press conference live from Orlando here. The parents also speaking out. You can just hear the emotion of the loss of their 27-year-old son. Again, it was their youngest son, and they do say that they're going to be continuing to pursue this lawsuit in the name of Caleb Walker. We are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, but you may want to stick around because we are continuing to follow a number of different stories, including we do have an arrest that has been made in the slain corporal down in Texas. They have apprehended and arrested that suspect in Mexico. I'll give you some more details coming up here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We did have some news we wanted to bring to you here on this Wednesday, as we have been now learning that the suspect wanted in the deadly shooting of Harris County Precinct 5 Constable's office, Corporal Charles Galloway, has been arrested in Mexico. This is according to authorities. Now, Oscar Rosales, 51 years old, was taken into custody by the Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Task Force. This was in conjunction with Mexican authorities, the task force says, and he is facing a capital murder charge. Authorities say Corporal Galloway was just 47 years old when he was shot and killed on Sunday morning in southwest Houston while attempting to conduct a traffic stop. Now, the deadly shooting occurred just around 12:45 a.m. in the 9100 block of Beach Nut. Now, according to the constable's office, the driver exited the vehicle and fired repeatedly at the Corporal Galloway's patrol car. He was struck multiple times and had died at the scene. And he had joined the precinct back in 2009. Most recently served in the toll roll division, where he served as a field training officer. So we do say thank you to all of those who are out there day in and day out trying to keep us all safe. And of course, some good news that suspect has officially been arrested again down in Mexico. 51-year-old Oscar Rosales arrested for this incident. And this is what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox. So we tell you about these stories as they break, and then of course continue to keep you up to date. They did know who they were looking for, and thankfully now they have been able to apprehend and bring that person in. So don't forget, you can always follow us right here on Live Now from Fox, not only on our streams but also on all of our social media platforms as well, where we continue to push out all of those latest stories. It's a great place to stay informed on everything you need to know about across the country. My name is Christy Larson. I'm here with you this morning as we continue to follow all of the different news stories happening here across the country. I want to let all of our viewers here know we are waiting on a press briefing. This here you can see at the State Department. We're hearing that this is going to be with Secretary Blinken. Now, we did just see an event with him where he was just speaking after he had a US-Kuwait strategic dialogue. So we heard him as well as the Kuwaiti foreign minister. But this hopefully we'll also hear a little bit more when it comes to what's been happening in Russia, because we know that there's still all of that tension happening there at the border. And at this time, we have heard from the State Department that they don't believe diplomatic talks are going to help reduce and tilt those tensions. This is over that possible Ukraine-Russia conflict, and the State Department says current talks don't have preconditions for solutions, but confirms those talks aren't producing results to ease fears over potential Russia-Ukraine conflict. Now, spokesperson Ned Price says there's still a united NATO front towards Russia's aggression, although Germany may not support sanctions on Russia's gas through the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. The U.S. has put 8,500 troops on high alert. This has been something we've been talking about here all week long and will continue to do so. As I mentioned, of course, a lot of us have been showing you those different press briefings. Here's just that live look once again in the State Department. You can see we're going to still have a few more people to file in here as far as our media personnel go, and then are expecting to hear from Secretary Blinken. So we will be bringing this event to you here on Live Now from Fox, but we've also been keeping track of a number of different things, including here are stocks. We've seen quite the swing in our market here already this week. Just on Monday, we saw us down near 1,100 points, then ended the day at 99. Yesterday, again, started in the red and then had gone up. So today, it's nice to see things a little more steady. This coming also on the heels of a federal open market committee decision on interest rates. There was a two-day meeting. We're expecting to actually hear from them coming up around the 2 o'clock Eastern hour. So that will be another item that we have, as well as the federal chair Powell. He's expected to also speak around 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. All of those events we are going to be bringing to you right here On Live Now from Fox. Also coming up here today, we do have a White House COVID-19 team briefing that happened this morning, but we will have a White House press briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki coming up here as well. That's also expected in the 2 o'clock Eastern hour. So a lot of things still coming up here in the next few hours. And of course, we've been keeping track of all of it here for you on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned, the White House COVID-19 task force team, they did already have their briefing, this coming at a time when Americans are now first starting to see some of those COVID-19 test kits already being distributed to their homes. I know that myself, we actually just got our test kits the other day. This all on the heels of that Omicron variant that continues to spread across the states, but now a new version, a spin-off of the Omicron variant of coronavirus has been found. This down in Texas. It's been given an ominous name. Reports say 3 cases of new variant have been found in patients in a Houston hospital. So this variant, known as BA2, is also dubbed as the stealth Omicron. So its traits aren't easily detected with a PCR test, which can uncover the Omicron variant. And this stealth Omicron has been found in 40 countries, according to UK Health Agency. Scientists say they don't know yet if it's going to be more severe or more contagious than what we've been seeing with Omicron at this time. So did want to let everyone know about that. And as I mentioned, the White House COVID-19 team did speak this morning about what they've been seeing happening here across the U.S. What we'll do is step away for a 2-minute break, and then we'll jump into that press briefing right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned ahead of the break, what we're going to do is play out that White House COVID-19 team briefing that happened just a little bit earlier here this morning. Thank you again to everyone who is watching here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us. Today, Dr. Walensky will provide an update on Omicron and the state of the pandemic, and Dr. Fauci will discuss the latest research on development of pan-coronavirus vaccines. First, I'll provide a brief operational update. We have more tools widely available for the American people than ever before. Vaccines and booster shots, convenient testing options, free high-quality masks, and effective treatments. We remain laser-focused on deploying these tools to help protect people and to keep schools and businesses open. Vaccines remain our single most powerful tool. And just this week, we hit important milestones. 70% of eligible seniors, those most at risk and most vulnerable, have now gotten their booster shot, and half of all eligible adults are now boosted. This is significant progress. As the doctors and data have made crystal clear, vaccinations and boosters provide the best protection. And so we keep driving more progress with millions of shots going into arms each week. In addition to driving vaccination progress here at home, the U.S. continues to lead the effort to help vaccinate the world. At President Biden's direction, we're donating 1.2 billion vaccine doses, the largest commitment in the world. And today we will hit a major milestone in our global effort. 400 million vaccine doses shipped to 112 countries. 400 million doses shipped for free with no strings attached. To put America's leadership into perspective, we have shipped 4 times more free doses to the world than any other country. Our tools are working, even in the face of a highly transmissible variant. And we continue to move toward a time when COVID won't disrupt our daily lives, a time when COVID is no longer a crisis, but rather something we protect against and treat. With that, over to Dr. Walensky. Dr. Walensky.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by walking you through today's data. The current 7-day daily average of cases is about 692,400 cases per day, a decrease of about 6% over the previous week. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 19,800 per day, a decrease of about 8% over the prior week. And the 7-day average daily deaths are about 2,200 per day, which is an increase of about 21% over the previous week. Yesterday, CDC released a new report that details the severity of Omicron in comparison to other variants. Similar to our prior report, these data demonstrate that COVID-19 disease severity appears to be lower with the Omicron variant than with prior variants. On this slide, you can see relative rates of cases, shown in purple, hospital admissions, shown in orange, and COVID-19 related deaths, shown in blue. This figure compares these outcomes during the 3 periods of high COVID-19 transmission. The peak last winter is shown in the green shaded section, when vaccination rates were low and cases, hospitalizations, and deaths were high. The peak during the summer months was when the Delta variant was dominant, is in yellow shaded area, when nearly 50% of the country had been vaccinated with a primary series. And the third shaded section in orange represents the past month, when cases dramatically increased due to the Omicron variant. Right now, nearly 64% of the country has received a primary series, and about 50% of eligible people over 18 are boosted. When you look at the Delta period and last winter, as cases increased, hospitalizations and deaths increased in a similar pattern. Strikingly, when we compare the past month, when Omicron was the predominant variant, we see a clear separation between cases, hospital admissions, and deaths. And while cases have dramatically increased and are 5 times higher than they were during the Delta wave, hospitalizations have not increased at the same rate, and deaths remain low in comparison to the case counts. When looking across these 3 periods, though, of high transmission in the pandemic, you can see that while the number of hospitalizations is higher now than we have ever previously seen, the ratio of hospitalizations to cases remains lower than prior peaks. When we look at other disease severity indicators measured among people who are hospitalized with COVID-19, such as hospital length of stay, ICU admissions, and deaths, these indicators are lower with Omicron than during previous periods of high transmission. And this is likely attributable to 2 key factors. First, many people in our country have some level of immunity from vaccination and boosters or from previous infection. And second, it's likely that Omicron is less severe than prior variants. Although it's encouraging that Omicron appears to be causing less severe disease, it's important to remember that we are still facing a high overall burden of disease. Hospitalizations have rapidly increased in a short amount of time, putting a strain on many local health systems. Importantly, milder does not mean mild, and we cannot look past the strain on our health systems and substantial number of deaths, nearly 2,200 a day, as a result of the extremely transmissible Omicron variant. Please remember the importance of our prevention measures, including vaccination and boosters. Last week, I highlighted 3 publications that described the effectiveness of booster doses in protecting against the Omicron variant. It is of critical importance that people remain up to date on CDC's recommended COVID-19 vaccinations. It's vital that we all remain vigilant in the face of this virus. I know many people are tired, but many of our hospitals are still struggling beyond capacity. It's been a long 2 years. However, please now do your part to lean into this current moment. Now is the time to do what we know works: wear a mask, get vaccinated, and get boosted. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. I'd like to spend the next few minutes talking about our plans for the future and our current activities on the development of a universal coronavirus vaccine. First slide, please. A little bit over a month ago, my NIH colleagues and I wrote a perspective in the New England Journal of Medicine talking about the urgent need of a universal coronavirus vaccine. The reason we did this perspective was to bring to the attention of the public, next slide, the fact that in reality, over the past 20 years, since 2002, we've had 3 coronavirus major disease outbreaks: SARS, MERS, and COVID-19, which we are currently experiencing. However, since September of 2020, there have been 5 SARS-CoV-2 variants of concern: Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, and now the current Omicron. And so obviously, innovative approaches are needed to induce broad and durable protection against coronaviruses that are known and some that are even at this point unknown. Hence, the terminology pan-coronavirus vaccine. But I want to explain why this is somewhat of a complicated issue. Next slide. This is what we call a phylogenetic tree of the coronaviruses. If you look in the center of the circle, that's the original source. And like a tree, it has many, many branches. And as you can see, there are many different types of coronaviruses. Those that have affected humans are in red font. If you look at the alpha coronaviruses, the 2 there with yellow, were really part of the 4 common cold coronaviruses that we each get challenged and infected with, usually in the winter months. But if you look among the beta coronaviruses, you see the 3 that have caused pandemic threats and reality. Next slide. So let's put a circle on the SARS-CoV-2 where we are. We've had now 5 different variants: Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, and Omicron, that have impacted us here in the United States. Also, if you go to the next slide, you see that there's a good relationship, next slide please, between the SARS-CoV-1 and CoV-2. They are both what we call Sebecoviruses, which are a subset of the beta coronaviruses. The reason I say this is that looking at the entirety of the coronavirus phylogenetic tree, it would be unreasonable to think we're going to get a pan-coronavirus for all of them. But we can focus in on some of the subsets, particularly the SARS-CoV-2 and the entirety of the Sebecovirus, which includes SARS-CoV-1. Next slide. Having said that, what are we doing? The NIH, particularly NIAID, has invested a little bit more than $3 billion overall on coronavirus research since the pandemic began. A subset of that is coronavirus vaccine research. Thus far, about $1.5 billion, with investments in basic and clinical biomedical research, particularly recent awards of about $43 million to 4 academic institutions to do specific research to develop these types of vaccines, which I just mentioned. But already there have been results from funding that has been gone on over the past couple of years. Next slide. These are just a few of the scientific reports of examples of promising candidates that are at preclinical, namely in a mouse or another small animal, as well as non-human primates, as well as getting ready or already in phase 1 trials. Next slide. These are based on a concept of looking at a vaccine construct. I had said in a previous White House press briefing, when I described the mRNA, that one can look at it as a vaccine platform and a vaccine immunogen. The platform currently now that we talk about a lot is the mRNA or the ad vector, whereas the vaccine immunogen is, for example, that spike protein in its prefusion stabilized form that served the basis for the mRNA and other vaccines. So here's 2 examples of what is going on now. Next slide. For example, a number of groups have used the nanoparticle approach, which is the platform. The immunogen are the different spike protein fragments, which when put in a vaccine would lead to a diverse antibody response, hence covering a broad array of a particular virus. Next slide. Another example is an inactivated whole virus vaccine. We have different versions of the coronaviruses that are delivered by an intranasal mix. And this is important because this will go a long way to protecting against infection and spread of infection. I just give those 2 examples because 2 of many that are now currently being produced. Next slide. The final slide is some key points. I don't want anyone to think that pan-coronavirus vaccines are literally around the corner in a month or 2. It's going to take years to develop in an incremental fashion. Some of these are already in phase 1 clinical trials. Don't forget, however, that our current vaccine regimens do provide strong protection, particularly when used with a booster against severe coronavirus disease and death. So do not wait to receive your primary vaccine regimen. And if you are vaccinated, please get your booster if you are eligible. Back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, doctors. With that, let's open it up for some questions. Kevin?
Thanks, Jeff. First question, let's go to Nate Wexel at The Hill.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Wondering about tests. Is there any effort underway at the administration to get Medicare to cover some of these tests, reimbursement like private insurance is doing right now?
Thanks for the question. Yes, on Medicare, the program, as you know, already covers lab-based tests, and CMS over at HHS is exploring the best way to provide more testing options to Medicare beneficiaries. I want to emphasize that currently Medicare beneficiaries can get free tests. There are 20,000 free testing sites around the country, including at over 10,000 local pharmacies and other local convenient locations. HHS is actually providing 50 million free tests, free at-home tests, to community health centers and Medicare certified health clinics. And as you know, the website is up and running for free tests for all Americans. So yes, to answer your question, is the program already does cover lab tests, and I mentioned the other convenient places for Medicare beneficiaries to get tested, and CMS is exploring the best way to provide more testing options to Medicare beneficiaries. Next question.
Let's go to Victoria Knight at Kaiser Health News.
Hey, thanks, Kevin. Thanks for taking my question. So a couple of questions about the specifics of the N95 mask distribution program. So when are these masks going to arrive in the community health centers? How many of the 400 million from the Strategic National Stockpile are going to community health centers? And then why are these masks not being shipped directly in the mail with the rapid test kits that are being sent in the mail via the U.S. Postal Service?
Good. Thank you. So last Wednesday, a week ago, we launched the program to make 400 million N95 masks available. This is the largest deployment of PPE, personal protective equipment, in U.S. history. We just determined that the fastest way to get masks out was through the channels that we use for vaccines, including community health centers and local pharmacies. We've already shipped masks out, and we're beginning to see people pick up these high-quality masks at locations across the country. They came online at several locations across the country through retailers like Hy-Vee, Walmart, and Meijer last Friday, so just 48 hours after we announced the program. So the program's off to a very fast start. I think the decision to use those channels to get masks out immediately is the right decision. Across the next couple of weeks, the program will hit full strength, so Americans will be able to pick up free masks, as I said earlier, at tens of thousands of convenient sites, including, as you mentioned, community health centers around the country and local pharmacies. Next question.
Let's go to Tamara Keith at NPR.
Thank you for taking the question. At the top of the briefing, you talked about moving to a place where COVID won't disrupt our lives and it won't be a crisis. And I wanted to get you to tease out that messaging a little bit more. What does that look like? How do we get there? And relatedly, what's the status of delivery of the antiviral pills from Pfizer? How soon are you expecting to have those tens of millions of pills?
Okay, why don't I have Dr. Fauci start on the first, and then I will talk about the delivery of the Pfizer pills. Dr. Fauci?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Yes, people ask that all the time. Situation with regard to SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, and in this case, Omicron, that we are willing to live with in the sense of not having it disrupt our lives. Well, first of all, the important point to make is that we are not there right now. As Dr. Walensky said, when you have over 2,000 deaths, 150,000 hospitalizations, and you have people who are now getting infected to the tune of somewhere around 700,000 a day, we're not there yet. Where we want to be is that sufficient control, and control we mean not eradication like we did with smallpox, that's unreasonable, not necessarily elimination, like we've done with polio and with measles by mass vaccination campaigns, but a level of control that does not disrupt us in society, does not dominate our lives, does not prevent us to do the things that we generally do under normal existence. That would be a level of infection, but more importantly, concentrating on the severity of disease, hospitalizations and deaths, that fall within the category of what we generally accept. We don't like it, but we accept it with other.
All right, guys, gonna interrupt our COVID-19 briefing because we do have some breaking news. Gonna jump in with our Fox News coverage as Supreme Court Justice Breyer is expected to retire. Let's go ahead and get the details with our Fox team.
And you too, Kaylee, in terms of this, continues to make it feel like the U.S. Supreme Court is in the middle politically. Do you see it that way, Guy?
Well, I mean, of course, the U.S. Supreme Court, the decisions that are being written as we speak, I mean, the court's going to rule on guns, on abortion, on, racial preferences and college admissions, some of the most divisive, polarizing, hot-button issues in our society often come down to the court. I think that's unfortunate. I think that the court has overreached, and I think having some of these decisions sent back to the people's representatives would be the right course of action. Mm-hmm. But because these huge issues often end up before 9 lawyers, of course, the politics for people like us immediately jump to the forefront when news like this breaks.
Yeah, so Tommy, I think what Guy was saying previously is also very interesting because, and I think Kaylee and Emily said it too, this doesn't change the makeup of the court. It does give Joe Biden, President Biden, a win politically, but it doesn't change some of the decisions potentially might have a conservative majority on that court.
Yeah, it doesn't change the ideological makeup, but we know that what Joe Biden does best is placate to the radical element and the radical progressive base of his party that he believes is the majority. I believe he's incorrect in that. I believe that they're actually the minority. But I'm wondering the kind of justice that he would nominate. Now, again, I'm sure it will be, as Guy said, a black woman. You know, he's got a dedication to that. We saw how well that worked out with Kamala Harris, but here's to hoping that he has a better choice in mind for this position. But I would just hope that he would choose somebody that is not only qualified, but maybe somebody that's not so far on the radical left. I think the American people are making it pretty clear that the wokeism that's going on right now in the Democrat Party is not for them. But I think we need to take a step back, too, and see how we're all projecting politics on the court. And maybe we shouldn't do that so much, especially the media. I mean, just last week you had NPR writing a story about this so-called controversy and debacle between the masking of Neil Gorsuch with Sonia Sotomayor, and they came out and said that that wasn't true. So why are people trying to have so much fighting, so much divide? We should have a moment of unity. I know the court's always going to be a contentious issue, but I think that we need to do a better job of making it less political where we can.
Emily, you know, just in terms of what potentially the court would be looking at, what do we know about maybe what Justice Breyer and his judicial history have looked like, and what Tommy is suggesting is, well, maybe you find somebody farther to the left. Like, if Democrats don't make up if the ideology of Democrats don't make up the majority on the court anyway, would it matter so much if there were somebody who were even farther left than, say, a Sotomayor?
Right, that's a great question. And I will say that this is sort of interesting, and it dovetails in what Guy was saying earlier, that there are rumors floating around already. You know, the short list potentially includes one of the judges that I mentioned earlier, who is presently a circuit court judge, Judge Jackson, and then also that was Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, and also California Supreme Court Justice Leondra Kruger, both of those African-American women, both of those Harvard grads, Kaylee. But yes, they are progressive, one appointed by Obama, one appointed by Jerry Brown, squarely Democrat Party. But to your point, Harris, ideologically, yes, they are further to the left than Breyer. However, Breyer's jurisprudence was incredibly progressive, frankly. Right. He was in no way a swing vote by any means. And so I think filling that position would be definitely a square with a square if you chose someone in that ideological bent. And recall as well that as we sort of led up to this moment, there was a respectful distance, frankly, that many in the Democrat Party, including and especially the president, were giving Justice Breyer. Granted, we know and we covered people who were calling outright for him to retire in fear and concern that they would miss that boat. However, this president maintained a distance, and he committed to, he said, filling the federal court vacancies in the lower systems. He has filled over 70 positions, among them now Justice Jackson of the D.C. Circuit Court. So I think what was interesting is that this president played it safely by letting Justice Breyer make this call on his own, and then sort of set this deep bench at the lower circuit and appellate level, so that now from which he can draw. But to Guy's point, yes, he has voiced commitment to African-American judges in the past, and it looks like that shortlist does include Kruger and Jackson, like I mentioned. And the hearings back in May, by the way, some thought that that was sort of a test case for the potential SCOTUS nomination process for Justice Jackson. And so that might have, frankly, laid the framework for her to be nominated coming up now.
That's really...
All right. So once again, we were listening in there, just a little portion with our Fox News channel team there, as again, we are now hearing and even seeing White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki tweeting out some information as well. She tweets, "It has always been the decision of any Supreme Court justice if and when they decide to retire and how they want to announce it, and that remains the case today. We have no additional details or information to share from White House." I'm sure some questions during the White House briefing will be geared towards this as well. Now, this list that we do have is compiled of a number of sources from recent White House administrations, like those before, quickly beginning to compile a informal list of possible court nominees to consider in the event of a sudden vacancy. But a serious vetting only begins when such a vacancy occurs or is announced in advance by retiring or deceased justice. So as we've been talking about, We've had a couple different names thrown out there, Justice Kruger, Justice Jackson. Both of those names we just heard our Fox News team talking about, and those could possibly be some of the names that we hear as well. So a lot more to come here on this story, as there are 2 black women at the top of the list, possibly, according to sources, that could be picked after, again, there's now been some Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is set to retire. So we will continue to follow this breaking news here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for a 2-minute break and continue to bring you even more top stories coming to us across the country here, again, in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to reiterate one more time that we have heard Supreme Court Justice Breyer is set to retire, and this also being confirmed in a tweet with Press Secretary Jen Psaki saying that they don't have any other details at this time, but of course this will be a story we continue to follow right here for you on Live Now from Fox. I want to take us out to yet another live look that we have coming in here from our teams out in New York. A very unfortunate event here as we're seeing the very start of the procession for one of those 2 officers who was killed in the line of duty. This was, again, that Harlem attack that took place. And not only do we have some of our crews down on the ground, but we do also have our chopper showing this procession to us from up above. So this is, again, a procession that's happening. This is the 2nd New York Police Department officer who had suffered some wounds from that shooting in Harlem apartment last week and unfortunately did succumb to those injuries. Police Commissioner announced the death of police officer Wilbert Mora just yesterday afternoon. She tweeted out saying, "Wilbert is 3 times a hero for choosing a life of service, for sacrificing his life to protect others, for giving life even in death through organ donation." And in a statement by PBA President Patrick Lynch, said, "True heroes never die, and that Mora will live in the hearts of every officer." So Police Officer Mora showed us what it meant to carry out our mission with courage, skill, and humanity. His sacrifice will guide us as we continue that mission, but we cannot succeed alone. We ask you once again to join us, help us mourn our fallen heroes, and help us carry on in their name. So once again, we are taking a live look as you can see just some of those different first responder vehicles there, showing us just the amount of strength and support they have for each other as they do this procession. Again, this is for the young police officer who was the second of the two who had been ambushed in a narrow hallway again in Harlem. This again was a domestic dispute call that these officers had went out to. Maura was just 27 years old, and of course this will be something that, as we heard, many of the men and women in uniform, but also the entire city will continue to try to find ways to honor those young men. But I do want to turn our attention back to some of that breaking news that we had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Once again, for those of you who have been here with us this morning, we do appreciate you taking some time as we continue to talk about what's been breaking here this morning. So we do know at this time, once more, that our Supreme Court Justice Breyer is to retire. And what we want to do is continue on this conversation with one of our own. We have Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft here with us as well. And so, Andrew, I know a lot of people wondering, about the timing. Obviously, we do have President Biden in office, and this isn't going to shake things up too much for the Supreme Court.
Hey, Christy, good morning. Well, that remains to be seen, I guess. You're right, though. The court still in a 6-3 conservative majority right now, but this sets up the stage for President Biden to get his first Supreme Court nominee, to pick who he wants to replace now outgoing, retiring Justice Stephen Breyer. So this is always like a big deal, for a first-term president. President Trump, you'll remember, had 3 opportunities to do this with Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Coney Barrett. Now President Biden gets this opportunity. But Breyer, he's 83 years old. He's the oldest member on the court right now. He was appointed back in '94 by Bill Clinton. And so remember, I don't know if you remember, but back in early and mid 2020, so many people, especially in the political press, especially people who cover the Supreme Court, were kind of gangbusters with this idea of if Breyer is going to retire, when is Breyer going to retire? Is he going to give Biden a pick? And so now that is the case, and we are learning that earlier today. I thought it was interesting, though, that the White House press secretary Jen Psaki tweeted, "It's always been the decision of any Supreme Court justice if and when they decide to retire and how they want to announce it," and that remains the case today. We have no additional details or information to share from the White House. So Jen Psaki really kind of getting out there ahead of this, saying, the White House, in no way was pressuring Bryant to retire. This is a personal decision for many Supreme Court justices. And remember, Christy, the nomination and confirmation to the court, that is a
Morning,
lifetime
I'm Captain Joanne Birdie, and I'm the sector commander at Coast.
So that is a lifetime appointment, and justices can literally be on the bench until they die, and we saw that in some instances. We saw that with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and Breyer had been in interviews late last summer saying that he didn't want to be on the bench, well into his late 80s, early 90s if he makes it there, and so. That's probably what went into this decision today, and it's going to be really interesting to see who Biden chooses. Of course, the White House has a short list of potential replacements already. In one of the presidential debates, I think in one of the primary debates, President Biden kind of already got on the record and said he wants to nominate an African-American woman as the next Supreme Court justice. We'll see if that's confirmed in later reporting by the president when he makes the statement today, which he of course probably will. And so that sets the stage. There's never been an African American woman on the Supreme Court. That would be historic. And so I just want to alert our viewers to 2 names that are being floated right now, and that is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson of the U.S. Court of Appeals in D.C., and Justice Leandra R. Kruger of the California Supreme Court. So those are definitely two names to be on the lookout for, because now we are in full mode of who is going to replace Justice Stephen Breyer.
Yeah, and Andy, I like how you pointed out, obviously this was a decision he made. He is 83 years old, has been serving on the Supreme Court for 30 years. So stepping down, we're hearing that's going to be happening here at the end of the beginning of this summer. And again, a lot of speculation surrounding what is President Biden going to be doing now that he's going to be able to make that decision. And as you just pointed out, there's already a list of names that could possibly be who is appointed.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, there was so much kind of back and forth and, hypothesizing and really kind of lamenting the fact, especially amongst liberals, when Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was the oldest member of the court. A lot of, prominent liberals and Democratic lawmakers had said, she should have resigned so she could have given President Obama a vacancy to appoint a successor to Ginsburg. Of course, that did not happen. And then, of course, we now, that kind of laid the pathwork for Trump to have three justices that he got to pick, cementing that 6-3 conservative majority on the court. But this is always, the Supreme Court tries its best to stay out of politics, but it is definitely, you could argue, a political body, especially jockeying for who will replace Breyer, and that is going to be at the highest levels. The White House, no doubt, already has a list, and I said some of those names who probably are on that short list. But we'll definitely be talking about this a little later in the day. I want to just kind of remember and look back on Breyer's legacy. He was, one of the most prominent liberal members of the court. And so I want to, bring on experts and things to talk about his major decisions, his major dissents, his major, writings and things like that, and how he influenced the court. But justices decide this on their own, and this is a personal decision for them. And this is the news today that Justice Stephen Breyer is retiring. So.
Right. And of course, we appreciate, Andy, you jumping on here, helping kind of break things down. Of course, a lot of people are going to be now looking to see who's going to be that replacement. They will need to be confirmed by the Senate. Currently, though, it's split 50-50, between Republicans, Democrats. But we also have to take into mind some of those bigger key issues that the Supreme Court has been tackling. And so that's also something for President Biden to consider when he's thinking about who is going to be Breyer's replacement.
Yet, of course, this sets up a huge battle, too, because, depending on the balance of the Senate and when this nominee is going to come in front of the Senate for hearings. Remember, it has to first go from the Senate Judiciary Committee and then for a full vote to the Senate. But, of course, midterm elections are this year. Will Democrats hold their very, very, very slim majority in the Senate? And how easy or not easy will this nominee go through? You'll remember, Christy, Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation hearings were quite fraught. And, of course, who cannot forget the Justice Brett Kavanaugh confirmation hearings were also very fraught with, dogged by allegations of sexual harassment and sexual assault. But, of course, they still got the votes, and they're on the court now. So these battles that have to play out in front of the White House and the Senate with a new nominee are always really interesting to watch, and we'll have you covered.
Right. And of course, as you mentioned, Andrew Kraft here with us speaking about this breaking news. We're going to be bringing on even more experts throughout the day. So we do appreciate, though, just some of the items you've had to contribute to this news that just broke again here this morning. What we're going to do is step away for a 2-minute break, continue to keep you covered on this, plus all the other top stories happening here across the country on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you right back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to talk about this breaking news. Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer to retire. He's the liberal Supreme Court justice, and it's been now giving President Joe Biden an opening he has pledged previously to fill by naming the first black woman to the high court. That's according to two different sources that had talked with the Associated Press. Now, Breyer is 83 years old, has a pragmatic force on a court that has grown increasingly conservative in recent years, trying to forge majorities with more moderate justices right and left of center. Now, the sources spoke on condition of anonymity, so it's not preempted Breyer's eventual announcement. We did have NBC first report the justice's plans. Now, Breyer's been a justice since 1994. He was appointed by President Bill Clinton, along with the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and he opted not to step down the last time Democrats controlled the White House and the Senate during the Barack Obama presidency. Ginsburg died in September of 2020, and then President Donald Trump had filled the vacancy with a conservative justice who was Amy Coney Barrett. Now, Breyer's departure, expected over the summer, won't change the 6-3 conservative advantage on the court because his replacement will be nominated again by President Biden and almost certainly confirmed by Senate, where right now Democrats have a very slim majority. Also makes conservative Justice Clarence Thomas the oldest member of the court, who's at 73 years old. So among just some of those different names, there's been a lot of people who have been thinking that it could possibly be some nominees: California Supreme Court Justice Kruger, as well as a U.S. Circuit Judge Brown Jackson, prominent civil rights lawyer Sherilyn Ifill, and U.S. District Judge Michelle Childs, now whom Biden has nominated to be an appeals court. It's a favorite of our Representative James Claiborne, who is the Democrat from South Carolina. And so we've been definitely trying to figure things out as far as what the White House has been saying at this time. Do want to just pop up that tweet from Jen Psaki that had came out just a little bit earlier here this morning after this news broke. You can see here as she starts her tweet with, "It has always been the decision of any Supreme Court justice if and when they decide to retire and how they want to announce it, and that remains the case today. We have no additional details or information to share from the White House." So we are expecting later this afternoon a White House press briefing. This will be scheduled for 2 p.m. Eastern time. That's going to be 11 a.m. For our friends over on the West Coast. So you can expect a lot of questions to also be surrounding this topic, as well as, of course, the conflict we've been hearing a lot about over in the Russia-Ukraine border. But this news here this morning has definitely made a lot of people wonder exactly who will be appointed. Again, a lot of different names being run around and circulating here. And this, again, is just some of the things we do right here for you on Live Now from Fox. As we hear of this breaking news, Fox did get it confirmed and bringing it to you here now on Live Now from Fox. So Breyer, often overshadowed by his fellow liberal Ginsburg, authored two major opinions in support of abortion rights on a court closely divided over the issue, and he laid out his growing discomfort with the death penalty in a series of dissenting opinions in recent years. So Breyer's views on displaying the 10 Commandments on government property illustrated his search for a middle ground. Now, he was the only member of the court in the majority in twin cases in 2005 that barred 10 Commandments displays in 2 Kentucky courthouses, but allowed one to remain on the grounds of the state capitol in Austin, Texas. Now, in more than 27 years on the court, Breyer has been an active and cheerful questionnaire during arguments, a frequent public speaker, and quick with a joke, often at his own expense. And he made a good-natured appearance on a humorous national public radio programming in 2007, failing to answer obscure questions about pop stars. Now, he is known for his elaborate, at times far-fetched, hypothetical questions two lawyers during arguments, and he sometimes had the air of an absent-minded professor. In fact, he taught antitrust law at Harvard earlier in his professional career. He also had spent time working for the late Senator Edward Kennedy when the Massachusetts Democrat was chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. That experience, Breyer said, made him a firm believer in compromise. Still, he would write fierce dissents, as he did in the Bush versus Gore case that effectively decided the 2000 election in favor of Republican George W. Bush. Breyer unsuccessfully urged his colleagues to return the case to the Florida courts so they could create a constitutionally proper contest by which to decide the winner. And at the end of a trying term in June of 2007, in which he found himself on the losing end of roughly 24 5-4 rulings, his frustrations bubbled over as he summarized his dissent from a decision that invalidated public school integration plans. Now, he did say it's not often that so few so quickly changed so much. He had said this in a packed courtroom and an ad-libbed line that was not part of his opinion. So once again, this breaking news here is just something that we wanted to make sure to continue to cover here for you on Live Now from Fox, as we did have this break earlier here today. And do want to say thank you to all of our viewers who have been watching here with us as we continue to give you this. Again, it was something that had been broke earlier this morning, confirmed that he is expected to retire here in the early summer. And just want to continue this conversation again this morning, this news breaking. Of course, we're always trying to work on bringing in some of our different experts who can help give us some more details into what to expect here on out. So what I want to do is now bring in attorney Doug Burns, who is joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And Doug, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time, and I just want to get your first initial thoughts when this news broke earlier here today.
No, my pleasure to be with you. No, I mean, it's very, very big breaking legal news, obviously, anytime a Supreme Court justice retires. But there's a much bigger political dynamic, obviously, you know, given the times we're in now. So if you were going to make a hypothetical comparison between today and, 40 years ago, it's kind of different. I mean, let's set a little, of the context. You had Merrick Garland, who's currently Attorney General. He was appointed for the Supreme Court. The Republicans wouldn't allow that to happen, wouldn't interview him, et cetera. Then there was this intense blowback when President Trump appointed Justice Amy Coney Barrett, and they were saying, how could you possibly allow this to happen? So it's that sort of toxicity. What's interesting here is that Justice Breyer is retiring a good deal before the end of the president's term. I don't think that's an accident. And I think it's a smart move because it takes out of play all of the rhetoric I was just mentioning about, it's this close to the election, the people should decide. All of that rhetoric's out the window if, in fact, and I don't know exactly when he's leaving, what I heard just quickly was end of the term and so on, but there'll still be a good amount of time for the current President Biden to make his pick, basically.
So as we think about that decision President Biden now is going to have on his hands, of course, it's not going to, obviously, he's going to try to look for someone who may have some of the same views as what Justice Breyer may have. It's not going to change too many things, especially when it comes to those big key issues that we're bringing into the Supreme Court. We're talking about, we've been hearing a lot about abortion rights. We've been hearing a lot about voting rights, as well as gun issues as well. What are your thoughts on some of the nominees that have been those names thrown out there as who he could possibly be picking?
Well, first of all, you make a really important point, and that those of us who watch the Supreme Court, always are cognizant and aware of the fact that if it's a liberal, being appointed to fill a formerly liberally held seat, again, with the caveat not to overly politicize the court. After all, they're judges interpreting law, not necessarily politicians. But the point is, you'd have to be beyond naive to not realize that on the real big issues like abortion and affirmative action and gun policy, it is a political court. So the point is, to your observation, I want to drill that home. It's important. It's not as dramatic as when you're going to get a swap of one justice and then a justice from the other ideological side. So it's not really going to change the composition of the court much. You're right. As far as any prospective names, I have to admit, I'm caught a little bit, flat-footed this morning, quick news. I'm not really sure, but, in the next 24 hours, I'm sure we're going to start seeing some of the names, but it will be, somebody similar. I'll lump them all together, similar to Justices Breyer and Kagan and Sonia Sotomayor, who represent the left flank of the court at the moment. You just saw in the mask argument, it was interesting. Those three that I just named, Justice Breyer, Justice Sotomayor, Justice Kagan, they all wore their position on their sleeves. It was clear that they were in favor of the mandate. And of course, they were outvoted by the other flank, the other side. So again, without having names to give you, you're going to see President Biden nominate somebody, in the classic model of what you've always seen, politics, elections, have consequences, as President Obama said. So Joe Biden gets to select somebody with, as you said, his sort of worldview on a number of the big issues.
Now, I want to keep you around, Doug, because we're going to go into a 2-minute break. When I come back, there's another name that's being pushed around there as a possible nominee. Want to get your first initial thoughts on it, and that's going to be Vice President Kamala Harris. So I'll leave you with that for just a moment. We're going to go into a 2-minute break, and then we'll continue this conversation here on the other end of this break.
Sure.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This morning, we have heard that Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is retiring, setting President Biden up with the first opportunity to fill a vacancy on the high court. We are here giving you this breaking news, a live look outside of the Supreme Court here this morning. But we do, of course, want to continue just this conversation as we've been trying to give a couple different perspectives on what this news actually means, bringing in former federal federal prosecutor Doug Burns, who is here with us on Live Now from Fox. And Doug, just ahead of that break, I wanted to get some people, including your thoughts on the name Kamala Harris, our vice president, possibly being one of those people that Biden could nominate to take that seat. What do you think about that decision?
Well, that's interesting because you have to break that out into legal and political. I mean, think about that for a second. If you were to appoint Kamala Harris to the Supreme Court and she were approved, okay, now you have a vacancy in the vice presidency and the president gets to select that person. That's actually quite interesting. But legally, and with no disparagement whatsoever, in all seriousness, to the vice president's legal qualifications, she was a prosecutor, as I was. She was a state attorney general. But I think historically, recently, certainly in the last couple of decades, generally the picks are federal appeals court judges, which makes sense. They're doing the methodology day to day, well versed in federal law day to day. So somebody who's in a political role like that, I don't think that would happen. But again, I don't have a crystal ball. But my take is that it's fascinating to contemplate the political gyrations that could happen there with the president then appointing a new vice president, a little out of my area and straight political analysis. Then you start getting into 2024. Does he shore up what he views as a better running mate? That's a separate seminar. But again, legally, if you look at the faces as you scroll across, virtually every single one of them was a United States Court of Appeals judge, federal appellate judge, as was Justice Breyer. Others, academics, Elena Kagan was dean of Harvard Law School, which is obviously, a pretty titanic position. Other academic posts. But again, I don't think Kamala Harris will be appointed, in my opinion, my crystal ball off the top of my head.
Yeah, I just had to ask because obviously there's a lot of speculation as to who that
Sure,
name possibly could be. But again, a lot of people had thought this could potentially be coming. Again, he's 83 years old. So finally, Doug, just want to ask you, obviously this is not only going to be appointed by the president, but it will need to be confirmed by the Senate. Is there anything when we're just taking a look back, though, that sticks out to you that Justice Breyer really had accomplished in his career, again, nearly 30 years with the Supreme Court?
Well, he's been on the court, for 3 decades. I think President Clinton appointed him in, I believe it was around 1994, somewhere in there. He was a law professor, and he's been, just a rock solid, part of what you would call the liberal flank of the court for decades. Very scholarly, obviously. And he leaves behind a good legacy. So it'll be interesting. Of course, the other segue, the last point to be made was your point about, the political timing, because the point is right now, you have a 50-50 Senate with, back to the vice president, she breaks the tie. So the point is, they better start moving this along vis-a-vis the midterm elections. That's kind of an interesting thing for everybody to think about too. And you'll see a lot about that, I'm predicting, in media articles. The timing, the chronology, getting this appointment before the Senate as it's currently constituted, as opposed to the hypothetical if it were in Republican hands, all of that. So this is very, very fascinating because quickly, meaning in the next number of hours, start breaking this down into its legal and political components. But it's a very interesting development, in my opinion.
Yeah, and again, a lot of people were speculating this could possibly happen, especially with another Democratic president, Democrats having a slight majority as well, sure. As you mentioned. So very interesting to see what will happen from here on out. We do appreciate you, Doug, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, helping kind of break things down as we continue to talk about this news here for everyone. So Doug Burns, again, a former federal prosecutor. He's an attorney for us. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
And don't forget, a little bit later here today, we are expecting a White House press briefing. So Press Secretary Jen Psaki had tweeted out earlier here today saying that they don't have any other additional details, as this was obviously a decision from the justice himself to retire. So when that White House briefing does happen, it is scheduled for 2 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, we'll be really leaning in to listen to some of those reporter questions, see if there's any other additional details maybe maybe Jen could provide at that time. So what we'll do for all of our viewers here with us is step away for a 2-minute break. But when we come back, we do have Secretary Blinken. He is at the State Department. He is speaking here with our reporters. We'll be bringing you that press conference in full right here on Live Now from Fox again after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We've all been keeping a close eye over the past month on the tension that has been building up as Russia has sent more than 100,000 troops over to the western border, which has also put Ukraine on high alert. Now, with that being said, we have had numerous press briefings we've been bringing to you all the way from the Pentagon and State Department. But now here today, we do have Secretary Blinken, who is also speaking to some of these ongoing conflicts, as well as also giving us some more details on the partnership with NATO, what they've been asking for the United States to do. We just even saw yesterday U.S. bringing an airplane with a weaponry into Ukraine as they continue to get themselves prepared for a possible invasion. So what I want to do for all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox is go back to the beginning of this briefing. It started just about 10 minutes ago. So, of course, we always like to make sure you're not missing any of those key moments. So let's go ahead and listen into that again with Secretary Blinken right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Last week in Geneva, Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov and I met to discuss the crisis instigated by Russia's military buildup on Ukraine's borders and steps to de-escalate tensions and pursue diplomacy. Russia had previously outlined its concerns and proposals in writing, and last week I told Foreign Minister Lavrov that the United States would do the same. Today, Ambassador Sullivan delivered our written response in Moscow. All told, it sets out a serious diplomatic path forward, should Russia choose it. The document we've delivered includes concerns of the United States and our allies and partners about Russia's actions that undermine security, a principled and pragmatic evaluation of the concerns that Russia has raised, and our own proposals for areas where we may be able to find common ground. We make clear that there are core principles that we are committed to uphold and defend, including Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the right of states to choose their own security arrangements and alliances. We've addressed the possibility of reciprocal transparency measures regarding force posture in Ukraine, as well as measures to increase confidence regarding military exercises and maneuvers in Europe. And we address other areas where we see potential for progress, including arms control related to missiles in Europe, our interest in a follow-on agreement to the New START treaty that covers all nuclear weapons, and ways to increase transparency and stability. We put these ideas forward because they have the potential, if negotiated in faith, to enhance our security and that of our allies and partners, while also addressing Russia's stated concerns through reciprocal commitments. Our response to Russia reflects what I said in Kyiv, Berlin, and Geneva last week. We're open to dialogue. We prefer diplomacy. And we're prepared to move forward where there is the possibility of communication and cooperation if Russia de-escalates its aggression toward Ukraine, stops the inflammatory rhetoric, and approaches discussions about the future of security in Europe in a spirit of reciprocity. Our responses were fully coordinated with Ukraine and our European allies and partners, with whom we've been consulting continuously for weeks. We sought their input and incorporated it into the final version delivered to Moscow. Additionally, NATO developed and will deliver to Moscow its own paper with ideas and concerns about collective security in Europe, and that paper fully reinforces ours and vice versa. There's no daylight among the United States and our allies and partners on these matters. We shared our response paper with Congress, and I'll be briefing congressional leaders on this later today and consulting with them on our approach. As you know, there's strong bipartisan interest and deep expertise on the Hill when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, and we very much appreciate having Congress as a partner as we move forward. We're not releasing the document publicly because we think that diplomacy has the best chance to succeed if we provide space for confidential talks. We hope and expect that Russia will have the same view and will take our proposal seriously. I expect to speak to Foreign Minister Lavrov in the coming days after Moscow has had a chance to read the paper and is ready to discuss next steps. There should be no doubt about our seriousness of purpose when it comes to diplomacy, and we're acting with equal focus and force to bolster Ukraine's defenses and prepare a swift, united response to further Russian aggression. 3 deliveries of U.S. defensive military assistance arrive in Kyiv this week, carrying additional Javelin missiles and other anti-armor systems. 283 tons of ammunition and non-lethal equipment essential to Ukraine's frontline defenders. More deliveries are expected in the days to come. We provided more defensive security assistance to Ukraine in the past year than in any previous year. Last week, I authorized U.S. allies, including Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to provide U.S.-origin military equipment from their inventories for use by Ukraine. Also last week, we notified Congress of our intent to deliver to Ukraine the Mi-17 helicopters currently held in Defense Department inventories, 5 of them. Additionally, the Secretary of Defense announced on Monday that 8,500 U.S. service members currently stationed in Europe and the United States have been placed in heightened readiness to deploy to ensure that we're able to support the NATO response force swiftly if it's activated by the North Atlantic Council to harden the Allies' eastern flank. Other NATO allies have also announced steps that they're prepared to take, and we expect more in the coming days. We've taken this step out of prudence. We hope those forces don't have to be activated for deployment. But if they are, we will be ready. We're also continuing to coordinate with our European allies and partners on severe economic sanctions to hold Moscow accountable for its actions. We've developed a high-impact, quick-action response that would inflict significant costs on the Russian economy and financial system. As part of our response, we're also prepared to impose export controls that will have a longer-term effect, denying Russia products that it needs to fulfill its strategic ambitions. On top of all of that, our allies and partners are also stepping up to provide assistance to Ukraine in various and mutually reinforcing ways. As we've done many times before, the alliance and individual allies are coming together to support our partners and to defend what should be inviolable principles that have helped provide unprecedented security, stability, and prosperity for decades in Europe and around the world. Finally, we're looking to support our allies and partners in dealing with the secondary negative consequences of Russia's destabilizing acts. For example, we know that Ukraine's economy and financial position is being affected by this crisis. And just as we're bolstering Ukraine's security, so too are we looking for how we can support its economy beyond the significant assistance we're already provided. Our European allies and partners are doing so as well. and that's another matter that I'll have an opportunity to discuss with Congress later this afternoon. As we're taking steps to ensure that the global energy supply isn't disrupted, that too is an important focus. Should Russia choose to weaponize its natural gas by cutting supply to Europe even more than it's already done? We're in discussions with governments and major producers around the world about surging their capacity. We're engaged in detailed conversations with our allies and partners about coordinating our response, including how best to deploy their existing energy stockpiles. All this effort is aimed at mitigating price shocks and ensuring that people in the United States, Europe, and around the world have the energy they need, no matter what Russia decides to do. All told, our actions over the past week have sharpened the choice facing Russia now. We've laid out a diplomatic path. We've lined up steep consequences should Russia choose further aggression. We've stepped forward with more support for Ukraine's security and economy. And we and our allies and partners are united across the board. Now, we'll continue to press forward and prepare. It remains up to Russia to decide how to respond. We're ready either way. One final note before I take some questions. Regarding American citizens in Ukraine, as you know, earlier this week, I authorized the voluntary departure of a limited number of U.S. employees and ordered the departure of many family members of embassy personnel from Ukraine. This was a decision based on one factor only: the safety and security of our colleagues and their families. And given the continued massive buildup of Russian forces on Ukraine's borders, which has many indications of preparations for an invasion, these steps were the prudent ones to take. I want to be clear that our embassy in Kyiv will remain open, and we continue to maintain a robust presence to provide diplomatic, economic, and security support to Ukraine. The State Department has also issued an updated travel advisory due to the potential for security conditions to deteriorate rapidly and without warning if Russia invades or commits other destabilizing actions inside Ukraine. Our message now for any Americans in Ukraine is to strongly consider leaving using commercial or other privately available transportation options. These options remain readily available. And the embassy may extend loans to those who can't afford the cost of a commercial ticket. While the State Department will always seek to provide consular services wherever possible, Russian military action would severely impact our ability to perform that work. And if Russia invades, civilians, including Americans still in Ukraine, could be caught in a conflict zone between combatant forces. The U.S. government may not be in a position to aid individuals in these circumstances. This has long been the case in conflict zones around the world. So, while we don't know whether Russia will continue its aggression toward Ukraine, either way, we have a responsibility to provide this notice to Americans there. And with that, happy to take some questions.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I realize that you don't want to get into the specifics of what is actually in this document, and although I'm sure I and my colleagues will continue to try to get them. But can you say, more broadly, when you say that there are core principles that you're committed to and to uphold and defend, does that mean that in this document you told the Russians point blank in writing that no is the answer to their demands for a formal bar on the expansion of NATO, the permanent exclusion of Ukraine, and the withdrawal of certain forces and equipment from Eastern Europe? Is that what this says? Is there anything different in this document than what we have heard publicly over the course of the last couple of weeks?
Again, without going to the specifics of the document, I can tell you that it reiterates what we've said publicly for many weeks and, in a sense, for many years, that we will uphold the principle of NATO's open door. And that's, as I've said repeatedly in recent weeks, a commitment that we're bound to. And so the document, as I said, makes very clear some of the basic principles that we are standing by, committed to, and will uphold, much of which has been stated in public, including by me in recent days and weeks. And that goes to NATO's open door policy.
So you would say that it is accurate to say that there are no concessions in this?
This isn't about concessions.
Well, there is no change in the U.S. and NATO position in this document.
First of all, there is no change. There will be no change. Second, we reiterate that principle. Of course, it is for NATO, not the United States unilaterally, to discuss the open door policy. These are decisions that NATO makes as an alliance, not the United States unilaterally. But from our perspective, I can't be more clear. NATO's door is open, remains open, and that is our commitment.
Thank you. Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Do you have any reason to believe then that the document that was submitted will in any way lessen the chance of Russian action, or was this just to show you tried?
Margaret, what we do in this document, besides laying out our core principles, besides sharing our concerns of allies and partners about things that Russia is doing that we believe undermine security and stability, we also do lay out areas where we believe that together we could actually advance security for everyone, including for Russia, based on some of its stated concerns, as well, of course, as for us and for our allies and partners. And so there are a number of areas, again, based on what Russia has said, that I think would make a difference if done on a reciprocal basis and approached in good faith. So, for example, as we've said, the placement of offensive missile systems in Ukraine, military exercises and maneuvers in Europe, potential arms control measures, greater transparency, various measures to reduce risks. All of these things would address, I think, mutual concerns, including concerns stated by Russia, and advance collective security. So I think there are important things to work with if Russia is serious about working with them, and that is up to President Putin. We'll see how they respond. But there's no doubt in my mind that if Russia were to approach this seriously and in a spirit of reciprocity, with the determination to enhance collective security for all of us, there are very positive things in this document that should be pursued. We can't make that decision for President Putin. Only he can make it.
So this is an offer to begin negotiating?
All right, so once again, we've been listening in with Secretary Blinken. Going to continue to hear some more reporter questions and answers after we step away for a 2-minute break. But we've already heard him say that the allies and partners that the U.S. is working with are all stepping up to actively show their support and stand behind Ukraine. Again, we'll be finishing out that press briefing with all of our viewers here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break.
an offer to begin negotiating?
We've said throughout, and we of course started this process with the conversations that took place in our strategic stability dialogue with Russia, between Russia and the United States about 10 days ago, at the NATO-Russia Council, at the Organization for Cooperation and Security in Europe, that again, we understand Russia has stated concerns about security. We have our own very clear concerns about security and the actions that Russia is taking that undermine it. And we are prepared to discuss and, if appropriate, eventually negotiate steps to enhance everyone's security. And I've laid out some of the areas where we think we could do that. But right now, this is about the areas and ideas that we could pursue. And we'll see how Russia responds.
Ben.
Thank you. Secretary, have you considered that Russia
Just buying time till they're in a place to invade Ukraine, making you jump through hoops like hand-delivering written responses to questions that you've answered time and time again in the past. And meanwhile, they're destabilizing Ukraine from within. The economy's crumbling. You're spending hundreds of millions of dollars shoring them up. At what point do you stop playing Russia's game and take preemptive action now?
So, Ben, first, we're, as you know, not standing still. And we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and that's very much what we've been doing. So we've been clear to Russia that there are two paths, a diplomatic one, but also a path of defense and deterrence, and if Russia chooses aggression, a path that will lead to massive consequences. And so even as we've been engaging in the diplomacy, which is my job and responsibility, we have been very resolutely preparing for Russia to take the other path, the path of aggression. And as I laid out, the work that we've done over the past couple of months in bringing allies and partners together around massive consequences for Russia should it renew its aggression, and the very detailed work that's been done on that.
But they're
the shoring up, let me finish if I may, please, and then come back to you. The shoring up in very significant ways of our support for Ukraine, including the defensive military support, the drawdown that the President issued in December, which is now being delivered to Ukraine, the additional steps to make sure that defensive military assistance was being made available to Ukraine, including the authorizations that I signed a week ago to allow other countries that have U.S. origin military equipment to share it with Ukraine. The work we're doing to bolster Ukraine's economy. The work we're doing to shore up Europe on energy if there are disruptions as a result of conflict. And, of course, the orders that the President gave, the Secretary of Defense gave earlier this week to make sure that we are fully prepared on a moment's notice to reinforce NATO's eastern flank in the event of renewed Russian aggression. All of those things have been happening very deliberately and effectively over the last many weeks. So these two paths and the approach that we've taken, these are mutually reinforcing. The work that we're doing on defense, on deterrence, bringing allies and partners together, I think reinforces our diplomacy. And at the same time, it's very important that we pursue the diplomacy, whether or not, you may well be right, that Russia's not serious about this at all. But we have an obligation to test that proposition, to pursue the diplomatic path, to leave no diplomatic stone unturned, because for sure, it's far preferable to resolve these differences peacefully, consistent with our principles, than it would be to have renewed aggression, renewed conflict, and everything that will follow from that. But the point is, we're prepared either way.
Mark.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. I just want to ask you a little bit about the unified approach with Europe. Mm-hmm. What do you make of Germany's stance, for example? They ruled out sending lethal weapons to Ukraine. They prevented Estonia from delivering arms. And today, there was news out that they're sending helmets to Ukraine. A delivery Kyiv mayor said was a joke. Would you say that you're happy or satisfied with Germany sending helmets to Ukraine instead of arms shipments? And if I may just ask about President's comments yesterday, he said that he would consider sanctioning Putin personally if he decides to invade. How advanced are these plans? And then again, going back to unity with Europe, has the United States discussed this with Europe, and are they on board? Thank you.
First, let me say as a general matter, and I at the risk of patting ourselves on the shoulder, I have to say I was struck when I spoke to the Foreign Affairs Council of the European Union a couple of days ago that partner after partner, this was in the EU context, but I've heard the same thing at NATO, referenced and the word that was used was unprecedented coordination and consultation with allies and partners on this issue and on this challenge. And one result of that unprecedented coordination and consultation is, as I see it, very strong solidarity in terms of the consequences that will befall Russia if it renews aggression against Ukraine. And that is across the board. And that includes Germany. And I was just in Germany, as you know very well, meeting with Chancellor Scholz and spending a lot of time with my German counterpart, Foreign Minister Baerbock. And as I said before, I'm absolutely confident in German solidarity in being together with us and other allies and partners in confronting renewed Russian aggression against Ukraine. Now look, different countries have different authorities, they have different capabilities, they have different areas of expertise, and we're bringing all of those to bear, but doing it in a way that is complementary. And it speaks to the shared commitment that we have to defend Ukraine's territorial integrity, its sovereignty, and its independence. When it comes to sanctions, I think as you heard the President say, everything is on the table. I can tell you this. The steps that we will take together, swiftly, will go directly to things that President Putin cares deeply about, including Russia's ability to engage economically and financially, including its ability to develop technology for the sectors that it cares most about, like defense, like high tech. And as the President said, everything is on the table, and I'll leave it at that.
Take a final question from Kelly.
Secretary, I was just wondering if this document should be considered a proposal from President Biden to President Putin, and can also shine a little bit of light on President Biden's role in crafting this message.
Sure. Kelly, again, the document that we've shared with Russia today does a few things. And first and foremost, it states very clearly the principles that we're committed to and that we will defend one way or the other. Second, it lays out our own concerns and allied concerns about actions that Russia is taking, not just with regard to Ukraine, but more broadly in the European theater that we believe undermine security. Third, it addresses concerns that Russia raised in the document that it provided to us a couple of weeks ago. And finally, it suggests areas where, based on reciprocity, we believe we could advance our collective security, again, in ways that address our concerns and in ways that address some of Russia's concerns. That's what this does. It's not a formal negotiating document. It's not explicit proposals. It lays out the areas and some ideas of how we can together, if they're serious, advance collective security. President Biden was intimately involved in this document. We've reviewed it with him repeatedly over the last weeks, just as we were getting, as you know, comment, input, ideas from allies and partners. It was vital that we work on this document, even though it goes to bilateral matters, and what NATO is providing presumably goes to some broader issues that involve NATO and Russia. But allies and partners were intimately involved as well, and we took on board many of the comments they've made and integrated them into the document. But the President has been deeply involved in this from the get-go, reviewing various drafts of the proposal, making his own edits, and of course blessing the final document that was delivered to Russia today.
Thank you. Follow up on that. Given that, Biden himself U.S. Biden administration officials have said an invasion is potentially imminent. The stakes are incredibly high here, and you guys have also said that Putin is the decision maker. So why not address this directly to him, given the situation you're facing right now?
I'm not sure what you mean by address it directly to him. This is a document that was prepared on behalf of the United States by its government, being delivered to Russia and to its government, upon which President Putin presides. I have no doubt that our Russian counterparts and my counterpart, Foreign Minister Lavrov, will share the document with President Putin and putting things in. Perhaps everyone else, you may be right. And of course, these are also complex issues, and putting things in writing is also a good way, as we do all the time across the board, is a good way to make sure we're as precise as possible, and the Russians understand our positions, our ideas as clearly as possible. Right now, the document is with them, and the ball is in their court. We'll see what we do, as I've said repeatedly, whether they choose the path of diplomacy and dialogue, whether they decide to renew aggression against Ukraine, we're prepared either way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, Secretary Blinken, they're wrapping things up, of course, continuing to push what the State Department has been saying. They're hoping that things can be resolved without it coming to an invasion. And it all depends on those decisions, again, that they keep saying by President Vladimir Putin. And we will continue to keep you covered on the latest, not only from the State Department, but also from all of those involved on decision-making when it comes to United States troops, and continuing to show support to NATO, who's keeping a close eye on that conflict. What we're going to do is step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, here's a live look in the White House. President Biden meeting with CEOs as they talk about ways that they can try to help lend a hand to the economy, not only now, but also in the future. We'll be jumping into this press meeting with President Biden again here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here is a live look inside of the White House where the president is meeting with private sector CEOs to discuss the ways his Build Back Better agenda is going to help grow the economy, make U.S. more competitive, increase worker productivity and workforce participation, also lower inflation over the long term and support business growth. So a lot to be discussed here. It does look like they've already been in this meeting for more than 10 minutes. So what we like to do is always go back to the beginning. That's one of the great things about tuning in here with us on Live Now from Fox is you don't miss those moments because we bring them to you here in full. So I'm going to start with the beginning of this meeting with President Biden making some comments. We're going to be listening in right here again on Live Now from Fox.
They're America's top business leaders, and being here to support the Build Back Better initiative is, I think, important. The economic plan we began with in this administration has shown some real results. We've had the strongest job growth on record, the largest decline in unemployment on record, the strongest small business growth in a long time, and the strongest economic growth in 40 years. But we face some real challenges. We've got to get prices in check and for working people out there, and that's why the last component of my plan is so important and why the support of these incredible business leaders means so much. And let me start by saying, let's take child care. Families across America, and particularly in big cities, pay as much as $14,000 per child for child care. My plan cuts in half for most families the cost of that child care, helping their budgets and helping millions of parents, especially women, get back to work. Take universal pre-K. If we're designing our education system today, and I think we've talked with some of you about this before, I doubt whether anyone would think that 12 years is enough in the second quarter of the 21st century. And so what we do here is we want to have the best educated workforce, and that's why universal pre-K is going to mean so much. And it also, it also increases exponentially the prospect of that child being able to, no matter what her background, his or her background, get through 12 years of school and then go on, almost half go on to a 2 or 4 year college. And students show, and these studies have been done by a lot of the great universities, that I think it's an economic necessity to have the best educated workforce. And take clean energy manufacturing. We're bringing American manufacturing back. Or I should say, you all are bringing American manufacturing back, and we're helping along the way here. The industrial Midwest, believe it or not, is coming back. I got here when I was 20 to 30 years old, and the industrial Midwest was still going strong, but it's coming back, doing some of the most sophisticated manufacturing in the world. A real breakthrough began last year when Mary Breyer, excuse me, Mary, for your, I said it again, and Jim Farley of Ford, GM and Ford, and some of the key labor leaders announced that they're moving to all-electric future for vehicles. Just yesterday, Mary and GM announced a $7 billion investment to build electric vehicles in Michigan. It's going to create 4,000 new jobs. And last year, I was up at Ford's plant in Dearborn, Michigan, to see that all-electric 150 as part of Ford's $11 billion investment in electric vehicles. That's going to create 11,000 new jobs. And as part of the over $100 billion committed over the last year, American Auto Manufacturing is going to build electric vehicles and batteries and build them in the United States of America. And we all know how important it is to manufacturing to have the necessary component parts here in America, made in America. And last week, I point out that Intel announced a $20 billion plan to build a semiconductor manufacturing facility in Ohio, one of the largest of its kind in our nation's history. It's going to create 10,000 jobs. And I might add, one of the reasons for inflation being high as it is, 1/3 of the reason inflation is up is the cost of vehicles. And the reason the cost of vehicles is up, they don't have the component parts, meaning significantly the semiconductors. Last year, other top manufacturers committed $80 billion in new semiconductor facilities across the nation beyond what Intel just announced. It's going to create thousands of jobs, thousands of good-paying jobs. And my new infrastructure law is going to build out more than 50,000 charging stations for electric vehicles across the country, creating better-paying jobs for thousands of workers. And the IBEW is going to be really very busy putting all those in all over the country. And that's just a start. Our Build Back Better plan, I say ours, is going to do even more, in my view. Combined with the infrastructure law, we're making the biggest investment in clean energy manufacturing ever in American history. And this is about here and now and the future. You know, our Build Back Better plan is paid for. It doesn't increase the deficit. And maybe the best news of all, it will actually help alleviate inflation. The fact that 17 Nobel laureates in economics say that the Build Back Better initiative will ease inflation pressures in the future is somewhat reassuring. The bottom line is, a lot of folks refer to this as just social spending. Well, I see it, but I see it this way. The Build Back Better plan lowers prices for families and gets people working. It creates the best educated workforce, and hopefully in the world, and ensures that it remains the most dynamic and productive economy in the world. It's good for families, it's good for the economy, and it's good for the country. And so I'm grateful for the support of the CEOs that are here. I know they're somewhat busy, to say the least, and they represent a broad spectrum of the economy and employ workers across the country, from senior executives to high-skill entry-level workers. And so I look forward to the input today that we're going to be having here and their expertise. And now let's get started with this meeting.
Justice Breyer is going to retire.
Let's go. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you.
Your thoughts on Justice Breyer's retirement?
Thank you. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Let's go. Thank you.
We're not. Guys, we're continuing the meeting, please. Thanks so much.
Every justice has the right and opportunity to decide what he or she is going to do and announce it on their own. There has been no announcement from Justice Breyer. Let him make whatever statement he's going to make, and I'll be happy to talk about it later. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, so we're going to...
I'll be happy to talk about this later. I'm going to get into this issue, okay? Thank you so much.
We're going to start by asking Tom Linebarger to offer your thoughts, please, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here.
Supreme Court, Tom?
I'm just going to demur on that one, but it's really an honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me to this event, and I just want to say that.
Come on, guys, let's move this.
I just wanted to say that I think that climate change is the existential crisis of our time, and I know that I would not want to be sitting in my living room with my kids and grandkids and not say that I made every effort I could to address it. And working at a company like Cummins, which has been an innovator for a long time, I think we can make a big investment and a big effort to address climate change in some of the toughest to abate sections in the economy: trucks, construction equipment, and things like that. And that includes batteries, hydrogen fuel cells, and other important technologies. And we are investing significantly in those. But we can't do it alone. The truth is we need investments. Tax credits in the Build Back Better Act for hydrogen and clean trucks will play a big role in getting all of us to invest in infrastructure and other things that we need to get this going. And I just want to say that I think we're out of time. My view is that we're out of time to protect our climate, and we're out of time to make sure that American companies are the ones that lead the world in these technologies. When we invest, we can win and we can create jobs for our workers here in the United States. That's what we intend to do at Cummins, and I think that's what all of us can do if we invest in climate change technologies now. If we wait, not only do we harm the climate, but we make sure that we're not the winners in global competitiveness. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
As you know, the Build Back Better plan is over $500 billion in climate change initiatives, including the tax credit you referred to. You're one of the world's largest engine manufacturers, and they tell me you have nearly, what, 60,000 employees now? And, you know, you've talked about being raised, I read a little bit about you, talked about being raised by a single mom who worked through school caring for you and your brother. And for your employees and for your mom at home, what is the benefit of the Build Back Better provisions relating to child care? I mean, from a business standpoint.
Mr. President, I would just say that my mom would be incredibly honored to even be in the conversation at this table. Thank you for bringing her up.
Hey, let me tell you something.
She's a big part of my life, and I'm very grateful to her. And I know that she's proud of me for playing the role that I'm playing in the economy, and especially for addressing such an important issue as climate change. And you know, I would just say that we're going to make whatever investments we need to do our part. And I really appreciate the efforts of this administration to put the climate first in this Build Back Better Act. And I hope that our leaders can see the future and the importance of the future and the investments that need to be made to make sure climate change is addressed.
Well, Tom, on the part of the program that's referred to as the social spending, what, if there is, if you think there is, what from a business standpoint does the child care, the being able to have the child care tax credit, so you're going to have, instead of paying 14 grand, for example, if you live in New York or wherever, paying half of that, what does that do from a business perspective for you?
At Cummins, we've always been thoughtful about not only how our business does, but how our communities do. And we think that none of our company can never be stronger than the communities in which we live and work. And there's no question that the families that work for our company, our child care is a significant burden to them. So it's clearly an issue that needs to be addressed. And there's no question that we hear about it a lot. We offered new benefits in our company for both child care and for family leave. And I get more notes about that than pretty much anything else I do.
I'll bet you do. All right, well, thank you. Now, Brad, I want to thank you.
All right, guys, we do continue on listening in here to this meeting with President Biden and some CEOs. What we're going to do is step away for a 2-minute break, and when we return, we'll be playing out the rest of this here for you on Live Now from Fox. Don't go away. We'll be right back in the White House with President Biden here again in just 2 minutes.
and hard, and working parents hard. Tell me about how your support, how Microsoft is looking at workforce and the price and the pieces of the Build Back Better agenda that would advance the goals of your company. I mean, what's the relationship between this piece of my program and benefiting your company?
Well, I think there's a very important connection, Mr. President, between the pieces of Build Back Better and what matters not just to Microsoft's business, but to every American business. The truth is, our business is hugely dependent on the success of every part of the economy. You know, we announced our earnings yesterday afternoon. I think they've had some positive effect on the markets today. And what our earnings reflect is fundamentally demand in the American economy is strong, but supply is constrained. And I think part of the issue goes precisely to what you were just asking about. You know, what we see is that we need to do more to help bring Americans back to work. And one of the key ingredients that we see, whether it's for our employees or everybody's employees, is that people can only come back to work if they have a way to take care of their children. And in America today, there are two groups of people who are challenged when it comes to taking care of their children. For some, they can't afford to pay for child care. And that's where the provisions of Build Back Better that focus on low-income people who want to work or who want to get training to work, I think is precisely focused on what matters to people. The second group of people that is challenged is people who can afford to pay for child care, but what they're finding is that child care centers themselves don't have enough trained people, and your initiative addresses that as well. And so from our perspective, Build Back Better will help address supply shortages in the short run. Well, I will also say building a long-term foundation for another critical element that business needs, namely people with the skills to do the jobs that we are creating. And if there's one thing we've learned, it's that the best remedy for some of the most acute skills shortages is to enlist the nation's community colleges and mobilize them for the training that's needed, which Build Back Better would do. And when you couple that with the investment in Pell Grants, something that I think so many of us benefited from in terms of our ability to get the skills to succeed, that is the skills that we owe the next generation of students as well. I would offer a full-throated endorsement of the climate provisions as well. In short, I think that does not only what the world needs by inventing the technology in America that literally will help us protect the planet, but it will ensure that the jobs of the future are created in the United States as well. So across the board,
I don't think we talk about that enough. The provision that the technology that we, by investing, are going to develop that become export capacity, export matters, that grow the American economy beyond merely what it does relating to the environment here at home. And I think we're better positioned than any country in the world to do it if we invest.
I couldn't agree more. And, you know, it's digital technology will play a role across the board, so we at Microsoft see this, but more than that, this is things like the long-duration battery storage that will equip the automobiles of the future. It's the sustainable aviation fuel that our airlines and aircraft manufacturers need. It's really every sector of the economy, and perhaps most especially the future of power generation.
Well, thank you very much, Brad, for being here and for what you're doing. Now, Mary, I'm always talking about Corvettes. I don't want to make Ford or anybody else upset. But I might point out, when I went to Dearborn, driving that, was up there. I don't know, man. I think the press thought I was crazy. I enjoyed it so much going up and your new EV factory and that Hummer. Before I talked about Dearborn and the F-150, but that Hummer, my Lord, you guys, have you seen this vehicle? It weighs 3 times what my Corvette weighs. When it was brand new, the Corvette was 0 to 60 in 5.2 seconds. This is about 4.1.
Actually, models up to 0 to 3 seconds.
Oh.
0 to 60 in 3 seconds, yeah.
Okay, I'm looking for a job, Mary. But anyway, all kidding aside, I'd like to, what can you tell me about what the investments we'll make in this legislation would mean to your business and your business moving forward?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, again, it is an honor to be here today and be able to speak about climate change and our aligned goals as it relates to converting to an all-electric future. And General Motors is committed to invest more than $35 billion to support electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles by 2025. Just yesterday, as you mentioned, we made an announcement to put $7 billion more into the state of Michigan for affecting 4 facilities, converting 1 plant to electric truck manufacturing, as well as 2 additional factories and then a battery plant. And so we are really working to make sure as we make this transformation to electric and do the right thing for the environment that we bring everybody along, meaning that we have products at many different price points and people who participate in this market can, either new or used, are going to have the opportunity to afford electric vehicles. To do that, it takes a good public-private partnership, because for us to make those investments, we need provisions, especially the environmental provisions or the climate provisions that are going to uncap EV credits. We see with EV credits that it does stimulate the market, and to get to the aggressive greenhouse gas reduction goals that we have, getting strong demand is very important. Already, very appreciative of what is in the infrastructure bill to build out the EV charging, because that's another important part as well. But then there's provisions for advanced manufacturing and battery and component manufacturing. And it's vital that we have that in the United States to not only secure our future, but to have economic growth and to provide good paying jobs. So there are many provisions that are very important that are going to allow us to advance and accelerate the move to electric vehicles. So we look forward to working with you and Congress, not only for the EV tax credit and the advanced manufacturing credits, but also the CHIPS Act. The funding for the CHIPS Act, it really is a national imperative. Without having the capability to have, and we've all lived through it over the last year and continues into this year, without having the ability to have that supply chain in this country as well, that is going to hurt our ability to lead, whether it is in electric vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and these are key technologies for the future, and it truly is a global race.
It really is, and as a son of a man who ran the last 35 years of his life a Ford dealership and then a Chevy dealership, you're going to make a lot of difference in people being able to make a living again. I mean, it really, really, really does matter. I mean, it's consequential, and at any rate, but I thank you for being here and what you have to say. Now, Brian?
Yeah, Mr. President, with your permission, we're going to shift to the next section. We're going to ask the press to leave, and we're going to focus on.
All right, so that was the portion they were able to bring here to us. Do want to give everyone just a live look inside of the White House press briefing room. So you heard Biden being shouted a lot of questions there when there was a brief moment at the beginning of his meeting. A lot of questions on Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer set to retire. Of course, we caught just a couple of those moments. He only told reporters he would have more to say later about his retirement. He's waiting for the justice's own statement. So he said there's been no announcement made from Justice Breyer. Let him make whatever statement he wants to make. I'm happy to talk about it later. So here in the White House press briefing, I'm sure there will also be even more questions that are pushed towards Press Secretary Jen Psaki on who the president is considering to nominate. And of course, this will be a conversation we'll continue to cover, bringing in some of our own different experts here for you on on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break, last one of this hour, and continue to bring you the top stories right here on Live Now from Fox when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So once again, we do still have our shot here inside of the White House press briefing room. As you can see, we're still waiting on some more people to be filing in here. Then Press Secretary Jen Psaki will be stepping out later here as she's expected to talk about hopefully a few more comments than what's been already said about Justice Breyer's retirement, but also about the ongoing conflict that we continue to see happening when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. We heard Secretary Blinken speak to it just a little bit earlier here today. So, of course, we'll be waiting to hear much more about that issue here in the White House press briefing. So, as I mentioned, one of the biggest stories here breaking today was that Justice Stephen Breyer is to retire here in the early summer at 83 years old, oldest member right now on the Supreme Court. So we will be expecting hopefully an official statement from him at some point, but we're also going to continue to bring on some of our own experts a little bit later, not only here in this afternoon, but also into the evening hours as well. So much more to come right here, but it's not been the only breaking news that we've had and been covering here for you on Live Now from Fox. We've also been covering how we've had an increase in crime across our country. Unfortunately, a lot of it aimed at police officers. Not only did we have that news break to us earlier here today that suspect in the deadly Texas Corporal shooting has been arrested. That happened down in Mexico. They were able to apprehend that suspect. But in New York, that second police officer in that Harlem attack did succumb to his injuries. So that's 2 police officers that have died from the New York Police Department just in this year alone. We're not even through the entire month of January yet. And then that's adding to that number of 5 New York Police Department officers have been shot here just this year. So we do actually have right now happening in New York a pro-police rally. I want to jump out to that live here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox.
Incentive for police people going out there with illegal firearms. The first charge, 3 years. Deter them. The second time, 7 or 10 years. The third time, lock away the key. We had a 22-year-old and a 27-year-old police officer shot and killed in a line of duty protecting their communities. Where's the outrage? Where are the people in the streets? This is what needs to change. We need to go back to reality. When have the criminals become the victims? And when have the victims been thrown to the side? They are the responsibility of us to make sure that we can go back and make sure that their tomorrow is better than today. And if we keep on electing people that get into office and don't care about our public safety, where are we going? This isn't a Democrat or Republican issue. This is a New York issue. Everyone up here comes from different backgrounds, but we have to unite. We have to realize that it's all about our public safety. Without that, we have nothing. We're the greatest city in the world. But look what it's become under Mayor de Blasio. Now is our chance to change it. Now is our chance to move forward. Now is our chance to finally stop all the nonsense. Stop speaking. I'm sick and tired of hearing about let's make history. Let's make results. Let's do that. And let's move forward with a better tomorrow. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce Andrew Giuliani. He's running for a special office spot. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. I want to start off today posing a question. What is the legacy of our fallen heroes? What is the legacy of Police Officer Rivera, 22 years old, not even a year on the job? What's the legacy of Police Officer Mora, 27 years old, a couple of years on the job? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the legacy has to be taking back our city and taking back our state. You have been told, in the words of a brother of mine, some fantastic lies over the last couple of years. Those fantastic lies being that the police are the problem. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing up here today because I want to let you know that the NYPD is not just one of the best organizations in our city or in our country, but they are the greatest law enforcement organization in the world. And if we choose not to stand with them now, then we are going to continue to see crime spiral out of control in this city and in this state and all across this country, because New York sets the stage for the rest of the country, for the rest of the world. So I'm calling on DA Bragg to get his head, I'm not cursing, to get his head out of his butt and actually start prosecuting resisting arrest and armed robbery. You're going to put our cops on the line like that when every single day they come, they kiss their kids goodbye, and they don't know if they're going to come back? Well, you know what? One of the honors in this world is having the opportunity to wear one of those shields that the NYPD gives you, that you earn. And it is our duty to make sure that we stand with them. It is our duty to make sure that we take a look at bail reform, and we don't tweak a bail reform. I don't want to hear about tweaking bail reform. We throw that document in the garbage, because that, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the worst laws in New York State history. Enough with that. We have to protect their qualified immunity, because this is one of the toughest jobs in the world. So, when we think about their legacy, when you think about these young men that just started living their lives, we need to do better for them, because they knew and they made the ultimate sacrifice for us. They believed that New York City was the greatest place in the world. Think about this. Think about when they applied to become a police officer, and all of the momentum, all of the public feeling against becoming a police officer at the time, and they still did it because they know the potential of New York. They know that we are the leader of the world. Let's act like it, ladies and gentlemen. I am sick and tired of politicians ignoring the problems here. We need to stand up. And thank you, all of you men today, women, children, for being here and for standing up for our NYPD. I can tell you, with every last breath, with every piece of me, with every bit of energy that I have, I will stand up for them, because I know, ladies and gentlemen, they stand up for me every single day. So let's think about these men today. Let's think about these men every day. And let's make sure we honor their legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Just an announcement. On Sunday, the 30th, at 6:30, we have a vigil in front of the 32nd precinct. Sunday, on the 30th, a vigil at 6:30 in front of the 32nd precinct. We would love everybody to be there. Our next guest will be Kevin.
How you doing? I'm Kevin Pazmita, running for Assembly in the 81st District in the Bronx. I'll try to be brief.
So I think it's time for the Democratic Party and leadership to understand that the bail reform law has failed. All right, it's time to support our judicial system, which comprises of police officers, DAs, and judges. It's time to back the blue, to make sure our DAs actually do their job and enforce the law, and to make sure that we stop discovery reform to allow our ADAs to do their job. We need to make sure that judges have the ability to do their job with judicial discretion to make sure that repeat offenders and specific cases don't just get back on the streets. This catch and release system is not working whatsoever, and the revolving door needs to stop. Our parole boards need to stop letting out cop killers and child killers. On the federal and state level, we want to make sure that our borders are being secure. I know that the administration now is currently concerned about Ukraine's borders, but the borders at home matter first. The same rat lines that cartel members, coyotes, and organized crime use to get illegal immigrants, drugs, and guns into our country at the southern border and our northern border, they go straight. They don't just stop there. They come into our cities, okay? So we need to make sure that we coordinate with ICE to make sure that we deport criminals. Lastly, our citizens need to make sure that our elected officials know that we are upset, and make sure that we are having the phone lines ringing and are emailing constantly to make sure that they know how we feel about what the job they're doing, and keep the pressure up all the way till November. These progressives keep on thinking that they're doing a public service, but they are not. We need to make sure that we elect people who are for the Constitution and respect the Constitution. And lastly, we want to make sure that we go against all of these Soros-backed progressives who only seek to dismantle our criminal justice system, to cause chaos in our cities, and to make sure that the public just denies their own Second Amendment rights only to federalize the police force. All they care about is centralizing control. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, we're going to have Michael Henry.
Thank you all for having me. For those of you that don't know, I'm candidate for Attorney General next year. And the other day, I went by the 32nd precinct, and the one thing that stood out to me was the diversity of the police force. You've seen a police officer of every background and nationality in that police department. And the one thing when I spoke to one of the detectives, I asked, what kind of guys were Officers Mora and Officer Rivera? And he said they were two of the best kids I've ever seen come on the job. We're in an environment right now where we're not going to have any more Jason Riveras and Wilbur Moras becoming police officers. And this is not just a New York City issue. This goes to the top because Governor Hochul's first action in office was picking Bryant Benjamin, who's been a leading force in the defund the police movement. Attorney General Tish James, who's the chief law enforcement officer in the state, has taken a stand against qualified immunity. She sued the NYPD during the riots of 2020. She's introduced legislation that makes it nearly impossible for a police officer to make an arrest. And then in response to the shootings, when Mayor Eric Adams, who was elected with a pro-law enforcement mandate, tries to take a position and start coming up with policies to fix some of these issues, he gets viciously attacked by people in his own party.
All right, guys, we've been listening into this pro-police rally happening in New York City. And again, this is just coming on the heels of two New York Police Department officers whose lives were taken in the line of duty when they went to a domestic call out in Harlem. Now, this is part of that number of 5 New York police officers have already been shot here in the year 2022. So definitely something that continues to be talked about and needs to be addressed. Earlier this morning, we did actually have New York Governor Kathy Hochul alongside with New York City Mayor Eric Adams. They were talking about a new task force to try to combat illegal guns in their state and in the city as well. We'll replay that press conference for our viewers later here today. But the biggest news is coming to us from the Supreme Court after we heard that Justice Stephen Breyer is to retire. He's been serving for more than 27 years. We'll continue talking about his work he's going to be leaving behind, also looking forward to who is going to be filling his seat there on the Supreme Court. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to keep you up to date on all of the top stories coming to us from across the country. Earlier here today, we did bring you some breaking news that continues to be talked about by a number of people, including us bringing in some of our own experts here on Live Now from Fox after we did have liberal Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer retiring. He will now be leaving that seat for President Joe Biden to fulfill. Now, Joe Biden has previously pledged to fill that by naming a black woman to high court, the very first one of that. That's according to a few different sources. So what we want to do is continue this conversation. I'm bringing in Paul Bender. He is with the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, professor of law. And Paul, I just want to say thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. What were some of your first initial thoughts when this announcement came about his retirement?
Well, it's something you had to expect because he is aware of what the political situation is, and I'm sure he didn't want to wait so long that President Breyer would not be able to replace him, but that it would be a Republican president replacing him. So I think that's why he's doing it now, to ensure that President Biden has a chance to pick his replacement. So it's not a surprise. I'm sort of sad about it because he's doing a really good job, Breyer, and I hate to see him leaving because I think he can continue to do a good job. But I understand that he does not want the same thing to happen again, what happened when Justice Ginsburg died, which is that the president lost the opportunity to replace her at that time.
No, that was something I wanted to touch on. I'm glad that you brought that point up. You know, right now we are at a point where the Senate's leaning a bit to the left. Democrats do hold that majority. We also have a Democratic president. And then, of course, a tiebreaker would go to the vice president. So what are your thoughts about not only the timing, but who could possibly be then filling that role?
Well, the timing, I think, is important. Breyer has said, and I think it's good and important that he said that he's going to stay the rest of the term if he can. So he'll fill out this term. So all the cases that are being argued now, and there's some really important ones that are being argued, will be decided by the end of the term, and he'll participate in all of those. The new person will start in October with next term's cases. Who it's going to be, I don't think you can tell. You said that the president says he wants to appoint a black woman. There are several black women who would fill that bill, and I'm sure he'll be considering them, and he probably will consider other people as well. But I think the idea of putting a black woman on the court is a wonderful idea, because there has never been a black woman on the court. And it also would add another woman to the court, which now only has 2 women. And I think it ought to be closer to 50-50. It would be better to have 3 women than 2.
And when we think about this replacement as well, you think about who's already sat on the Supreme Court. How does that change the dynamics as far as replacing him come the next term?
Well, I don't think his replacement by President Biden is going to change the profile of the court. It'll probably be somebody who will vote very much the way Breyer would have voted. What I would like to see is him appoint somebody who could start building a coalition of middle justices on the court, to somebody who Justice Kavanaugh and Chief Justice Roberts could work with, and somebody who could also work with Sotomayor and Kagan. So there would be 5 people in the middle of the court. So you wouldn't have a court that's split left and right, but you'd have a court that is open to going either way in each case, as it should be. So I would hope that the president would try to appoint somebody, not just the most liberal person he can find, or even the person whose views are most like his, but to find somebody who could try to begin to develop a center on the court, which the court very badly needs, because right now it seems to be split in a conservative bloc and a liberal bloc, where you can predict what the result's going to be once you know what the case is. That should not be true. Every case should be considered on its own. And so you need a court that's dominated by middle people who can go either way.
And if we talk about this need for that dynamic, but let's take a look back at his career, being there serving for more than 27 years. I know you said you were a little sad to hear the news of the retirement. Is there anything that stands out to you that he's been able to accomplish, or anything he stood firm on throughout his past 27 years?
I'm trying to think of that. There's no particular thing that he's noted for. For me, I've known him for years. He was a few years behind me at law school, and I've known him throughout his career, and I argued before him when he was on the court. His main contribution, I think, has been a very sober, centrist, liberal voice on the court, who is willing to listen to all sides, and who is not competitive, is not nasty, tries to get along as much as possible. He's tried to build a central coalition on the court. That has not worked. It's not his fault. But he's been somebody who tries to be as moderate as he can be, while pursuing his basic philosophy, which is basically somebody who is a New Deal kind of justice, believes in big government, believes in strong protection of individual rights. He's been very steady about that through his time on the court. And so I think he's done what he wanted to do. But in recent years, he hasn't had the majority. And so I think he'd been trying all his time there, and you can see it every once in a while in a decision. He's trying to find middle ground with the more conservative people. That has worked sometimes, but not usually. And that's why I would like very much if his replacement could be somebody who will continue to do that, because I think there's a possibility that Chief Justice Roberts is moving to the center of the court. And I think there's a possibility Justice Kavanaugh is moving to the center. And as I said before, that would give you 5 people in the center. And that's what the court needs, rather than split into a strong liberal and conservative blocks.
And as we think about his replacement, I know you've talked a little bit about the background of that potential person, what their views may be, but what other type of background would they need as far as experience go? What in kind of past history have we seen when these presidents have had to pick someone to serve on the Supreme Court?
What you're probably going to get, if past history is any guide, is a Court of Appeals judge, somebody who's been serving on one of the federal courts of appeals. That's the most likely thing in recent years. And the reason for that is that those people have already been confirmed to a high judicial post, that is a Court of Appeals judge. And so it's more likely that they'll go through the confirmation process than if it's somebody who's never been confirmed to anything. But I think that that is something. Those are good people, but the court could use some people with different backgrounds, somebody who's not been a professional judge, but somebody who's been a lawyer, an advocate for certain positions, and a working lawyer. There are people on the court now, only Justice Sotomayor has a background as being a practicing lawyer in the way normal lawyers practice. The others have been judges for a long time, and before that they were Supreme Court litigators or Solicitor General or something like that. I think the court needs to have on it some people who are just lawyers, really good lawyers, but lawyers who have a lot of practical experience in trying cases and in working on issues as lawyers do, not as judges do.
Now, there's a lot of people who can describe him, but since you have known him personally, you've been a person who's had experience, debating cases inside of Supreme Court. Anything else you think important to note with this breaking news that has happened here today?
I think all you can say about what's happened today is it probably will result in the court staying more or less the way it is with regard to its profile, liberal conservative profile. Well, I was saying before, I would really like it if the appointment could be somebody who could bring people together on the court, in the middle of the court. And I think that the president is capable of doing that. I think he probably wants to have the same thing. So I would like very much for him to appoint somebody, not because they're the strongest liberal possible, but because there's somebody who can work with the people on the court to try to develop a center of the court so that the court is not split as it has been recently.
Yeah, especially with some of those cases that we know are going to be continued to be talked and discussed about in the Supreme Court, not only here, but also in the next years to come. So we do appreciate you helping break it all down, giving us some more insight as to this news. Again, Stephen Breyer to retire. We do have, again, Professor of Law with Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, Paul Bender. Thank you so much, Paul. We do appreciate everything you've given us here today.
Thanks for asking me.
And don't forget, here on Live Now from Fox, we will continue to follow this breaking news here, bringing in even more experts, more different opinions to help kind of walk us through what has been out here today. And again, just want to let all of our viewers know that we are also still waiting on a press conference with White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. I'm sure there will be quite a few reporters in the room, media personnel, who are going to be asking questions about this announcement here today. So much more to come right here with all of our viewers watching with us, not only nationwide, worldwide as well. Thank you to everyone who's here with us. We'll be taking a 2-minute break, bringing you more of these top news stories when we return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Not only do we have a live picture of the big board up here for you, but also you can see there's going to be a press conference coming up here. Now, this has been highly anticipated, may have played a part in the swing in our markets over the last 2 days because there was a 2-day meeting about interest rates. Federal Open Market Committee going to be giving a press conference here soon. So we'll definitely be in this press conference. If not live, at least we'll be playing it out a little bit later here for our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. And I say that because also coming up here shortly is a press secretary, Jen Psaki, White House press briefing. We're still waiting for obviously a few more of our media personnel to file into the room. But obviously with some of the big news stories of the day, we've not only been talking about Justice Breyer's retirement, and now that leaves President Biden to fill that vacancy, but also we heard from Secretary Blinken earlier this morning. He was talking about how they continue to try to push for diplomacy when it comes to the tension between Ukraine and Russia, but also had mentioned that not only U.S. but its allies and its partners, along with NATO, are all committed to standing with Ukraine. So we do keep an eye on all of these different stories right here for you. So you never have to leave because we're always jumping around from one piece of breaking news to the other. And of course, continuing to keep you up to date on all those developing stories that have been happening across the country. A great way to follow everything of what's going on is on Live Now from Fox's social media platforms. There's multiple different ways you can give us a like, a follow, and stay up to date on everything that's happening from coast to coast. With that being said, we of course do have other events that are happening at this time. So we are going to be taking you out to San Francisco, where we do have the mayor along with the police. They're having a press conference talking about the police department's 2021 year end, talking about that report that they have about the end of the year, as well as how they're going to continue to look forward to keep the public safe. Once again, thank you for being here with us. As soon as we do see some of those other press conferences get started, we are probably going to be jumping into those, especially as there's been a lot of talk about what's going to be happening with those interest rates, what's going to be happening as we continue to see this conflict on the Ukraine-Russian border. So again, going out to San Francisco at this time, but we'll be switching things up here very soon on Live Now from Fox.
There's so many great programs in San Francisco with a lot of nonprofit agencies that are working hand in hand with us to deliver for San Franciscans who are most impacted by crime. Yesterday, I was in Chinatown. We were talking about the statistics and the hate crimes that have increased by 567% in the in the API community specifically, and our need to enhance our services and our support, which is what we're doing, because that is critically important to the safety of that community and to making sure that people understand that we don't tolerate this, and we will do everything we can to make sure that justice is served for the victims of these violent attacks. And part of that is making sure that we have a robust police department, a department that has officers who can not only walk the beat, but those that can investigate crime, those that can deal with a number of the challenges and victim services and support all the things that we need in order to make sure that not only are people kept safe and we prevent those crimes from happening in the first place, but once they happen, that there is a process to bring those who commit those violent acts to hold them accountable. And that's what this is all about. The department, over the past couple of years, since 2019, has seen a reduction in the number of police officers by about 20%. And so we're operating with the staffing that we have and meeting the needs all over San Francisco, but we clearly need more. Just recently, we received a letter from the Comptroller's Office of San Francisco that says if we don't move forward with the supplemental that I introduced for $22.5 million to help with the costs associated with the police and fire department, services will be impacted because they won't be able to allow us to spend above our means. And so what does that mean? That means that the Comptroller's Office will come in and make certain decisions for us. That means that the police academy classes, which are already struggling with recruitment for our police department, won't happen. That means no more backfilling of officers. no more getting police officers on the streets in the numbers that we need in order to ensure safety. That's what it means. It means our fire department will be affected. 7.9 million for the police, 14.6 million, I believe, for the fire department to address what we know is, again, the overtime related to the additional services needed from people being out sick, and also the shortage in staffing of people who have retired or left the department for various reasons. This is not asking for more. This is asking for the basics, what everyone expects in this city as it relates to public safety. That's what this is about, and I am hopeful that the members of the Board of Supervisors sees it that way, sees that this is not about ideology or philosophy or whatever it is that you want to make the arguments of. This is about what people expect. When there is a shooting in the Bayview Hunters Point community, sadly, which has occurred on far too many occasions, the expectation is that the police will show up. When there's a stabbing or a shooting or an assault in a Tenderloin community, that community expects that the police will show up and they will get justice. When there is crime of any occurrence, whether it's a burglary, when someone is breaking into someone's home while they're there, can you imagine experiencing that and not having the police show up right away when you call 911? That should never happen in a major city like San Francisco. There should be an expectation if something happens and you're in need of medical treatment, the paramedics will come. When you're in need of support from law enforcement because you've been assaulted or robbed or anything has occurred, the police should be expected to show up. So this additional resources we need is about maintaining that level of service. And we know we need more, but in the meantime, as our city has really suffered during this pandemic, not just the challenges of mental illness and addiction and homelessness and all of the things that we continue to address, but crime. And crime has to be addressed in a number of ways. There is
all right, so once again, we've been listening in with Mayor London Breed. She's talking about not only the previous year for the police department, but also how they're going to continue to address crime moving forward, continuing to try to keep the public as safe as possible. That will be a press briefing we can always go back into a little bit later here today. But as I mentioned ahead of jumping into that press conference, we have quite a few other things going on, including we do have Powell speaking about interest rates. Let's go ahead and listen in to what's being said here on Live Now from Fox.
At the Federal Reserve, we are strongly committed to achieving the monetary policy goals that Congress has given us: maximum employment and price stability. Today, in support of these goals, the Federal Open Market Committee kept its policy interest rate near zero and stated its expectation that an increase in this rate would soon be appropriate. The committee also agreed to continue reducing its net asset purchases on the schedule we announced in December, bringing them to an end in early March. As I will explain, against a backdrop of elevated inflation and a strong labor market, our policy has been adapting to the evolving economic environment, and it will continue to do so. Economic activity expanded at a robust pace last year, reflecting progress on vaccinations and the reopening of the economy. Fiscal and monetary policy support, and the healthy financial positions of households and businesses. Indeed, the economy has shown great strength and resilience in the face of the ongoing pandemic. The recent sharp rise in COVID cases associated with the Omicron variant will surely weigh on economic growth this quarter. High-frequency indicators point to reduced spending in COVID-sensitive sectors, such as travel and restaurants. And activity more broadly may also be affected, as many workers are unable to report for work because of illness, quarantines, or caregiving needs. Fortunately, health experts are finding that the Omicron variant has not been as virulent as previous strains of the virus, and they expect that cases will drop off rapidly. If the wave passes quickly, the economic effects should as well, and we would see a return to strong growth. That said, the implications for the economy remain uncertain, and we have not lost sight of the fact that for many afflicted individuals and families, And for the healthcare workers on the front lines, the virus continues to cause great hardship. The labor market has made remarkable progress and by many measures is very strong. Job gains have been solid in recent months, averaging 365,000 per month over the past 3 months. Over the past year, payroll employment has risen by 6.4 million jobs. The unemployment rate has declined sharply, falling 2 percentage points over the past 6 months to reach 3.9% in December. The improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand remains historically strong. With constraints on labor supply, employers are having difficulties filling job openings, and wages are rising at their fastest pace in many years. While labor force participation has edged up, it remains subdued, in part reflecting the aging of the population and retirements. In addition, some who would otherwise be seeking work report that they are out of the labor force because of factors related to the pandemic, including caregiving needs and ongoing concerns about the virus. The current wave of the virus may well prolong these effects. Over time, there are good reasons to expect some further improvements in participation and employment. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Supply and demand imbalances related to the pandemic and the reopening of the economy have continued to contribute to elevated levels of inflation. In particular, bottlenecks and supply constraints are limiting how quickly production can respond to higher demand in the near term. These problems have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, exacerbated by waves of the virus. While the drivers of higher inflation have been predominantly connected to the dislocations caused by the pandemic, price increases have now spread to a broader range of goods and services. Wages have also risen briskly, and we are attentive to the risks that persistent real wage growth in excess of productivity could put upward pressure on inflation. Like most forecasters, we continue to expect inflation to decline over the course of the year. We understand that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. In addition, we believe that the best thing we can do to support continued labor market gains is to promote a long expansion, and that will require price stability. We're committed to our price stability goal. We will use our tools both to support the economy and a strong labor market, and to prevent higher inflation from becoming entrenched. And we'll be watching carefully to see whether the economy is evolving in line with expectations. The Fed's monetary policy actions have been guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. As I noted, the committee left the target range for the federal funds rate unchanged and reaffirmed our plan, announced in December, to end asset purchases in early March. In light of the remarkable progress we've seen in the labor market and inflation that is well above our 2% longer-run goal, the economy no longer needs sustained high levels of monetary policy support. That is why we are phasing out our asset purchases. We expect it will soon be appropriate to raise the target range for the federal funds rate. Of course, the economic outlook remains highly uncertain. Making appropriate monetary policy in this environment requires humility, recognizing that the economy evolves in unexpected ways. We'll need to be nimble so that we can respond to the full range of plausible outcomes. With this in mind, we will remain attentive to risks, including the risk that high inflation is more persistent than expected, and are prepared to respond as appropriate to achieve our goals. To provide greater clarity about our approach for reducing the size of the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, today the committee issued a set of principles that will provide a foundation for our future decisions. These high-level principles clarify that the federal funds rate is our primary means of adjusting monetary policy, and that reducing our balance sheet will occur after the process of raising interest rates has begun. Reductions will occur over time in a predictable manner, primarily through adjustments to reinvestments so that securities roll off our balance sheet. Over time, we intend to hold securities in the amounts needed for our ample reserves operating framework. And in the longer run, we envision holding primarily Treasury securities. Our decisions to reduce our balance sheet will be guided by our maximum employment and price stability goals. In that regard, we will be prepared to adjust any of the details of our approach to balance sheet management in light of economic and financial developments. The committee has not made decisions regarding the specific timing, pace, or other details of shrinking the balance sheet, and we will discuss these matters in upcoming meetings and provide additional information at the appropriate time. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Federal Reserve will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
All right, so once again, been listening in as the Federal Reserve does say that they are not going to be raising those interest rates at this time, but that could possibly change and be increased in March. It will be something we'll continue to talk about, play out the rest of this portion of their press conference here on Live Now from Fox a little bit later here today, but I want to step away for a 2-minute break. We do have the White House press briefing going on, so some of our viewers jumping into that right away, others going to be seeing that 2-minute break. And of course, we're going to be listening in live here on Live Now from Fox.
More cognizant of the Russian disinformation machine than we were in 2014. And many of you covered, of course, the invasion of Ukraine in 2014. And we have made a decision, a strategic decision, to call it disinformation when we see it. And all across the federal government, various agencies are working together to fight disinformation and correct it. In part, we know, in part that's because we know that Russia's disinformation operation is highly developed. We are more wiser. We are wiser. The world is wiser than they were in 2021, and Russia has a boundless capacity to misrepresent truth and what it's doing. And some of that tactic from their end is intended to set the predicate for them invading. And we need to be very clear with the global community and the U.S. public what they're trying to do and why. So there's a lot of efforts underway to do exactly that. In terms of whether it will have a deterrent effect, I think our biggest effort on that in that regard is laying out the clear potential consequences. But it is also important, and we think strategically important, to be very clear that what they're trying to convey publicly out there, a lot of that is misinformation, and people need to understand and digest that. Go ahead.
Jen, what preparations is the White House engaged in broadly in the case of a Supreme Court vacancy?
I'm just not going to detail any of that from here.
Not about unrelated to this, you can't detail what, like, doesn't every White House like to get ahead of this in case of a sudden passing in the case of Ruth Bader Ginsburg? None of that you can share?
I'm not going to detail internal planning from here, no.
Okay, then let me ask you a couple other questions. Is there any scenario in which the president would select his Vice President Kamala Harris for the Supreme Court?
Again, I'm not going to speak to any considerations, preparations, lists, and as we've stated earlier, and you heard the president say, there's a long history of Supreme Court justices determining when they may retire, if they retire, and announcing that. And we're going to, that remains the case today.
Clearly you're more wiser than to take those questions then. So I will ask you about a different topic, and that's Vladimir Putin, the president, saying yes, that he would very much consider personally sanctioning him in the case of a Russian invasion. Can you give us a sense, because Russia has dismissed or sort of poo-pooed that idea, what would sanctioning Vladimir
Does Russia
Putin
have a role in determining our sanctions?
No, but they've said that it would have no impact. So what impact would sanctioning Vladimir Putin have on him, and what would that look like?
Well, I think what's important to note broadly is that what we've also said is that it will be far beyond, any sanctions package would be far beyond what was done in 2014. And that includes impacting business and economic interests of President Putin and the leadership of the Russian government. I would also note that while it has been our policy that we are not going to take options off the table from here, and we haven't, we also have been detailed what isn't in an initial package, and that doesn't mean that everything out there that's being talked about is in an initial package.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. When you were asked about the vice president possibly being selected as a Supreme Court nominee, you said you're not going to speak to any considerations. Does that mean she is being considered?
Again, Peter, I'm not going to speak to the reports of a Supreme Court justice retirement that hasn't been announced.
So theoretically, would someone who's...
Theoretically. I do like that you preface it. I appreciate that.
Just wondering, hypothetically, theoretically, would someone who was an attorney general of a large state and who served with many key Senate votes be an attractive candidate to the president for an open Supreme Court seat.
I see what you did there, Peter. But the president has every intention, as he said before, of running for re-election, and for running for re-election with Vice President Harris on the ticket as his partner. But again, I will just reiterate that I have nothing more to offer in terms of specifics or information on the reports this morning.
Not enough.
Would you have another question for
yes.
me? Go ahead. I know there's other things on your mind, on your
Yes.
list over there.
Now that you guys have submitted the written responses to Russia's demands, they are saying, if we do not receive a constructive answer from the West on our security demands, Moscow will take appropriate measures. Is that a threat? Appropriate measures?
Well, let me first say that the aggressor here, as maybe you're echoing in some ways or raising, is Russia. Russia has tens of thousands of troops at the border. They have the ability also to make the decision to de-escalate, to bring troops back from the border, to participate in good faith in a diplomatic conversation, and that would certainly be our preference. So them making threats, I think Secretary Blinken had a very good quote, or it made me laugh, that he gave a couple of days ago where he said it was like the fox threatening to attack the hens in the hen house because they were feeling threatened by the hens. But our objective is to give them paths and to take part in a diplomatic conversation in good faith.
And as the Russians talk about appropriate measures, if one of those winds up being a Russian cyber attack, like DHS is warning about, would you guys consider that an act of war?
Well, Peter, we have talked many times before. First of all, there's no information we have at this point about any imminent threat against the U.S. homeland. We are always prepared for cyber threats from a range of sources, and we have a range of tools at our disposal to use in reaction, and the president reserves the right to do that, but I'm not going to get into a hypothetical.
And then on COVID origins, you guys are talking a lot about sanctions for Russia if they dare to invade Ukraine. What about sanctions for China at any point for misleading the world about the early days of the global pandemic?
We have used sanctions as a tool as it relates to our concerns about the behavior of a range of countries, including officials in China, but I have nothing to preview for you at this point.
Is it possible down the line, though, that sanctions would be considered some other form of punishment for their actions in the earliest days of the pandemic?
Well, you know, we strongly believe, and the president has been clear and directly clear about the importance of them being transparent and providing data and information related to the origins of the pandemic. But I don't have anything to predict for you in terms of additional actions.
So then my last one would be, the president said for months that he had not spoken directly to Xi about the COVID origins investigation. Now he says that he did talk to Xi about it, but nobody else was there. If the president had that conversation, did it work? And is Xi now playing ball?
What are you getting at there? Are you suggesting the president wasn't being honest about his own conversation with Xi?
No, but the story did change. For months, he was asked about it, and he said that he had not directly asked him about the COVID origins investigation.
We don't share every detail of every diplomatic conversation. You know that. The president answered a direct question just a week ago, or I think it was a week ago, yes, and provided that information.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. When was the last time the president talked to Justice Breyer? Have they had any communication today?
I don't have any more details of their communications.
I wonder if you can clear this up, because there seems to be some disagreement among some legal scholars. Is it your understanding and the understanding of this administration that the vice president can be the tie-breaking vote to confirm a nominee to the court?
I would have to check on the specifics of that.
And just one more on the president's Supreme Court commission. I believe they finished their report. They turned it in last month. Has the president had a chance to review this? Might we hear from him on any decision or input that he's had?
He has received the report. I don't have any update on his analysis of it at this point in time. Go ahead.
Take you somewhere completely different.
Okay, let's go there.
The China bill.
Yes.
Which the president last night in a statement said he's heartened by the bipartisan work on the package, which it was in the Senate, not so much in the House. Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman McCall said it was absolutely not bipartisan, will likely garner no Republican support. Are you guys involved in, and if so, in getting this to a bipartisan package eventually? And what are your priorities in that 3,000-page bill, since it is pretty long? And is your timeline the State of the Union? What are you looking at here?
Well, I would say first that it did receive extensive bipartisan support in the Senate vote, right, in the Senate version, that our objective is certainly remains ensuring that this passes as soon as possible and the president can sign it as soon as possible. I don't have a new deadline or timeline for you. We believe that bipartisan competitiveness legislation will help us tackle supply chain issues and inflation head on, and will make investments in American manufacturing and our economic strength so we can outcompete China. And we're certainly advocating that and have been advocating that and deeply involved in conversations with the House and Senate. And our objective is certainly that to have legislation passed that can take a range of steps, strengthening R&D, boosting manufacturing with important and imperative funding for chips, manufacturing chips, so we can make sure we bring down the cost of cars, as we know, which is leading to 1/3 of the inflationary pressure out there in the country. We want this legislation to help businesses and communities in every corner of the country outcompete their global competitors. In terms of specifics, as you noted, it's quite a long bill. We're certainly involved and engaged in it with officials from throughout the administration, but I'm not going to detail specifics of what we're for and against in it either.
Is there any possibility that should this play out, sort of similar to the infrastructure bill, take a long time, House Republicans will not get on board, that you, given the pressure of the chips shortage on inflation, that you just take out the strip out the chips portion, pass that individually, and then negotiate on the rest? Do you see that?
I'm not going to make a prediction of that at this point. I mean, as I understand it, the status of the legislative process is that both the House and the Senate have indicated that it will go to conference and they'll work out disagreements that they have over components of the legislation. Also, the Senate version had 68 votes, and certainly we believe that increasing and improving America's competitiveness and investing in R&D, research and development, and making sure we're more competitive in communities across the country is not a partisan idea. So we are hopeful about that process moving forward quickly, and the president would certainly like to sign it as soon as possible.
And then one more on this bill too, that is a difference between the House and the Senate version. The House version published last night had this outbound investment screening mechanism that wasn't part of the Senate bill. It would potentially block investments in countries like China. Does the White House support this provision, and will you fight that that's going to make it in the final package that's reaching the president's desk?
I'm not going to get into specifics of the bill. I would tell you that we are in daily contact from the White House with House and Senate leadership and committees, and we're discussing the path forward, but we're not going to negotiate the pieces from here.
Anything you can tell us on the work the executive branch is doing on exactly that same thing? Because Jake Sullivan has been talking about a potential mechanism like this being interesting to you guys and potentially working on this, but we haven't heard about it in a while.
I can see if there's any additional update from the national security team, of course, and certainly I know he's talked about that in the past, and it remains a priority. Go ahead.
I have to give it a shot myself as well.
Go ahead.
In this hypothetical alternative reality where a vacancy were to open up, could you say who within the White House would be sort of leading the charge on the selection vetting process?
As the president said, I'm sure that if and when there is an announcement by Justice Breyer, there will be more to be said. And we'll have more conversation in here. I'm sure he'll have more to say, but I'm not going to have anything more for you at this point.
Just switching gears on the energy front, the administration said on Tuesday it's in talks with major energy producing countries and companies around the world over a potential diversion of supplies to Europe if Russia invades Ukraine. Have any of the energy companies or countries contacted by the administration told you that they do indeed have an ability to divert extra supplies to Europe?
Well, that's been part of the conversation, but I don't have any announcements to make on their behalf. But certainly, that's been our objective, is to ensure that we are prepared for the possibility of the supply, the natural gas supply, which, as you know, is very much a regional issue, and there would be a big regional impact, less so here in the United States, as well as the global oil supply, and ensuring there is enough supply on the market.
What do you see is the risk of the contingency planning failing to secure Europe's energy supplies, since our reporting suggests so far that the industry has little or no capacity to do this?
There are no question there are logistical challenges of especially moving natural gas. We know that. That's part of our discussion with a lot of these companies and countries. But again, these conversations are ongoing and we don't intend to fail on them. Thank you. Go ahead.
A number of lawmakers sent a letter to the White House today, including Chuck Schumer and Elizabeth Warren, asking the White House to release the memo that the Education Department put together looking at the president's legal authority to cancel student loan debt. I wonder, do you have a response to that, and why hasn't this memo been released?
Well, let me first say no one has paid or been required to pay a single dime of federal student loans since the president took office over a year ago. And I'll also add that our country is seeing one of the strongest economic recoveries in history, and the pause announced in December gives some breathing room for several more months to borrowers who are still coping with the pandemic. The Education Department will continue working to ensure a smooth transition to repayment. I would reiterate also that the president supports Congress, members of who sent the letter and others, sending him a bill that would provide $10,000 in debt relief, and he continues to look into what debt relief actions can be taken administratively. I'd also note that in terms of loans that have been forgiven since the president took office, beyond the pause on repayment, a total of $15 billion benefiting more than 675,000 student loan borrowers been part of the forgiveness. Borrower defense to repayment, $1.5 billion. Total and permanent disability repayments, loans forgiveness, I should say, $7.8 billion. ITT tech students, $1.3 billion. And public service loan forgiveness, $5 billion. So we have been doing a broad range of forgiveness and also have had this pause in place, meaning that no one who has student loans has been required to pay since the president took office.
So we've been talking about COVID. We've been talking about Justice Breyer's retirement, Russia-Ukraine conflict, plus now student loans. Much more to come right here in this White House press briefing after some of you see a 2-minute break.
That would provide $10,000 in debt relief, and he'd be happy to sign that bill.
On the trip on Friday to Pittsburgh, can you talk a little bit more about why the president is taking this trip? Is this about the president getting out more? I know that he talked about that last week, that he wanted to get out and be face-to-face with people. Is that what this is about?
That's part of it. I think if the president could spend every day out on the road, he might do that. There are, of course, a lot of responsibilities as president that don't make that possible. So that is certainly part of that, and I expect you'll see him out on the road more in the coming weeks as well. It's also an opportunity for him to speak about his economic agenda and what steps he's taking to make people's lives better, to lower costs for Americans, to rebuild their communities, to make us more competitive, but certainly to interact with people in communities, those who disagree with him and those who agree with him as well.
Just quickly, on the executive order that's being signed later on today, is that order coming out because the NDAA did not do enough to address the issue of sexual harassment? Like, why is this order needed?
It was a key recommendation from the Independent Review Commission, so it's delivering on the Independent Review Commission's recommendation, which is something that was supported, these recommendations, and delivering on them by the leadership of the Department of Justice, so it's an effort to implement that. Go ahead.
I wanted to start with a question on behalf of a colleague on the radio network who wants to know if you have any update on the launch of Build Back Better World, which was supposed to, I guess, be implemented earlier this year. And would Dalip Singh's upcoming trip to Africa include scouting projects for Build Back Better World?
I'm happy to check with our national security team. We have talked about Build Back Better World and been working a lot behind the scenes on efforts to launch that around the world. And the president has talked about it on virtually all of his foreign trips to date, but I can get more specifics about Dalip's trip.
And on the meeting the president had today with the CEOs about Build Back Better is the strategy now with sort of the president talking about breaking it up in chunks potentially, is the plan to bring a new proposal to Democrats in Congress? What does that strategy look like as it relates to kind of the meeting that he had today? Is he trying to get a sense of what the priorities would be from these private sector CEOs?
The meeting was not a negotiation. It was not the basis of a negotiation. Those discussions will happen between the 50 members of the Senate who need to support a package, a big chunk, to move it forward. This was an opportunity to hear from business leaders, and I think you heard a number of them speak during the open press component of the meeting, and I know a number of them will be doing interviews, maybe with some of you afterwards as well. What I think was interesting and compelling to the president when we were talking about this last night was that they're all experiencing different challenges as they look ahead to their, many of them very successful businesses. Some of that is ensuring they can have enough women at a senior level in the workforce, and lowering the cost of childcare and making that affordable is a big issue that the CEO of Etsy has talked about, for example, quite a bit. The CEO of Cummins has talked a lot about climate change, or the climate agenda, and the importance of investing in that moving forward, because those are industries that will grow and have a huge opportunity for our manufacturing industries here in the United States. Those are all components that are part of the president's Build Back Better agenda, but he really wanted to hear from them on their industries, the best way to grow their businesses, the middle class, and how components will certainly impact them.
Is that a message the president plans to take to Democrats? Is he going to present something smaller, a big chunk, sort of a more narrow piece of legislation or proposal that perhaps can get unstuck in the Senate?
Well, again, I don't have any predictions of the legislative process. This was not a meeting about the legislative process. The president and senior members of our legislative team and senior White House officials are in constant contact with a range of senators, committee members, staffers, and really the point we're at now is determining what components there can be 50 votes for. And that will hopefully include a big chunk of what the president has proposed. But that's what the status of that is. But this was not a meeting to discuss legislative strategy or how to navigate conversations with different senators. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jen, I have a couple more on BBB. Ron Klain said last week that you'd like to see BBB legislation approved as quickly as possible. Some Democrats, Representative Jayapal, are saying that March 1st, the State of the Union, is kind of a deadline for action. Does the White House see it that way in terms of the time frame? Do you see the
No,
March
we have
1st
not set a deadline. No.
And 5 Democratic senators wrote the president and the vice president urging them to keep the Channel tax credit expansion in BBB. But the president seemed pretty clear in his press conference he wasn't sure that that could happen. Is he reviewing that? Could he change his mind?
Well, the president proposed the child tax credit extension. He very much wants to see the child tax credit extended, and you've all heard him talk about how proud he is of the expanded child tax credit because of the impact it had on cutting childhood poverty by 40%, for giving people some extra breathing room. And there's some recent studies and evidence that the child tax credit helps working families in the developments and opportunities for all children. So he has long been an advocate. Again, this is the legislative process, right? And there needs to be 50 votes. We need every Democrat to support a package moving forward. I don't have anything to preview or predict for you on that front. That is going to be up to them to determine what that looks like.
One more. Should you have a Supreme Court nomination that has to make its way through the Senate, is there any concern that that could crowd out priorities like Build Back Better and make it that much harder to get something done here?
Not without getting into any specifics of what may be on the docket, we have to walk and chew gum at the same time here in the White House, and that includes navigating, the buildup of military troops on the border of Ukraine. That includes trying to get an omnibus bill passed and get our competition bill passed. That includes continuing to be the arsenal of vaccines to the world, and we are entirely capable of doing more than one thing at once. Go ahead in the back.
Thank you, Jen. I have 2 questions, 2 different topics.
Okay.
First one on Ukraine.
Is it about the Supreme Court?
No, actually, no. I'm not part of this this bunch. The president earlier this week said he talked to all NATO leaders. Canada has offered a $100 million loan to Ukraine and is considering, could be announced this afternoon, further support assistance. What type of contribution does the president think Canada could make to this crisis?
Well, we welcome the support of Canada and any country that is contributing to the the needs of Ukraine, that is defending the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and defending what we feel is a fundamental value that we share with Canada and a number of countries around the world, which is the fact that no country should be able to invade and take the territory of another country. So we're not going to assess what they should do or not do. Every country has different capacities, capabilities, legal authorities. We recognize that, but we certainly welcome their support for Ukraine.
President hasn't asked for arms shipments or troop deployments.
I'm not going to get into any more details of conversations. We just recognize that every country has different capabilities, capacities, authorities, and a range of contributions, and doing it in a coordinated way we think is very effective.
I'd like to talk about, I have a question about Haiti.
Okay.
So Canada hosted an international meeting last week. Prime Minister Trudeau has called for immediate action to fix the security situation in Haiti. You know that in the next 2 weeks it would have been the end of President Jovenel Moïse's term if he hadn't been assassinated. What's the U.S. plan, particularly in terms of security, knowing that there's no newly elected president to swear in on February 7th?
Well, let me first reference, and I think you're probably aware of this, but last week Deputy Secretary Wendy Sherman participated in a high-level ministerial hosted by Canada to discuss sustainable, inclusive solutions to the challenges faced by Haiti and Haitians. The ministerial opportunity for global leaders or high-level officials to reaffirm the continued international commitment to support Haiti as it confronts growing insecurity, works to restore its democratic institutions, and revives the country's economic development. We're also continue to work with Haitian authorities and international partners to provide additional assistance from the United States to the Haitian National Police to strengthen law enforcement, build up anti-gang operations, maintain peace and stability. And we have also, in response to heightened humanitarian needs in Haiti, USAID has provided more than $92 million in assistance in fiscal year 2021. So we're working on a range of channels, including in close coordination with other leaders about how we can help prop up humanitarian needs, address their security needs, and act in a coordinated way as Haiti looks to their future.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just a quick question on inflation. Many people believe that government spending is a big factor in the current inflation levels. Can you speak to concerns that spending plans that come out of Build Back Better aren't paid for and so could mean higher deficits and more inflation in the future?
Aren't paid for? Build Back Better is paid for. Entirely.
Okay. Can you speak to the concerns that are coming in that it's not actually?
Who are the concerns from, though? But who's saying it's not paid for? Because there have been a range of economists saying it's entirely paid for, and that has been a priority for the president. It has also been concluded by a number of Nobel laureates and experts from a range of economic experts on the outside that it will not contribute to inflation. So those are the global experts that we would point to, but there may be others suggesting something else, but I don't know who those people are.
If those bills do pass, it will not raise taxes.
Well, something being entirely paid for means that part of that is the highest income Americans, that companies would be asked to pay a little bit more. That has been part of the proposal and part of reforming the tax system to make it more fair.
So they're also not expected to contribute to future inflation then?
The Build Back Better bill? Again, it's fully paid for. We would point to Nobel laureates and a range of global economists who have conveyed that it would not contribute to inflationary pressures. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I wanted to ask about the impact that President Biden's experience in foreign policy has on his handling of the current situation with Russia and Ukraine. Obviously, he served on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He was vice president when Russia invaded Crimea. He oversaw the end of the war in Afghanistan last year. Can you just talk about how those various experiences have informed his decision-making and his thinking on the situation currently with Russia and Ukraine?
Absolutely. So One of the lessons learned I talked about a little bit earlier in response to Josh's question, which is the ability and the boundless capacity of Russia to misrepresent the truth and spread misinformation through a range of channels. I mean, they have a range of state-run media channels that are not just prevalent in Russia, but around Eastern Europe, across Europe. You can even find them in the United States. But even beyond that, this is the capacity that we've seen them utilize in 2014 and 2016 and many times in between. So one of the lessons that we have learned is certainly, and the president has learned, is certainly that it's important to call out this disinformation and to make clear to the American public, to the global community, what they're trying to do here and the fact that it is not accurate. They're trying to set the predicate for war. We've done that through a number of means. Last week, the administration announced sanctions on 4, of course, Ukrainian individuals. We also had a briefing, launched a website, released a fact sheet to educate the public on the Russia disinformation ecosystem. The FBI and DHS are coordinated with the intelligence community as well as state and local partners to ensure a common understanding of Russia disinformation and influence activities related to the situation in Ukraine. So that's one part. I'd also say that for the president, and this has been a priority for him since he came into office, building up our alliances and partnerships with the global community, ensuring that close coordination is front and center and is a priority, is something that he has learned through his time in foreign policy as the former chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. Of course, as vice president, is imperative. And we believe that's proving to be very effective at this point in time. We've had more than 100, probably way more than that at this point, engagements with NATO partners, allies around the world, and we have a coordinated and strong approach to how we're approaching the buildup of troops on the border of Ukraine. So there are many lessons, but I would say those are 2 of the biggest ones.
Right, and can I also ask about the China competitiveness bill
Sure.
that was mentioned earlier? Does the White House want to see Congress finish work on that before Build Back Better? Is there like a priority there in terms of getting that done?
The president would like to sign it as soon as possible, but beyond that, I'm not going to get into an order of events. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have a few questions. The first on the Supreme Court.
Sure.
Does the president believe that the current makeup of the court accurately reflects America's demographics?
Well, I would say the president, as you know, asked for put together a commission that could review, that is a commission made of Democrats and Republicans of a range of legal views that could take a look at everything from the makeup of the court to how they select cases to the length of service to the size of the court. That's a report, as Mary asked about earlier, that he certainly has. I don't have an update on his review of that at this point in time. I will note, though, for you to go directly to your question, he has nominated a historic number of judges who are people of color, a historic, I don't know if it's a historic number of women, but a majority of the judges he has nominated are women. That speaks to his desire and his interest in having courts around the country that look like America and that represent the experiences of America, including public defenders and others. So that is the evidence of his commitment to that I would point to.
Is it the expectation of the president and the White House that whomever he would nominate for any hypothetical vacancy, that would be an appointment that Democrats could unify behind?
Well, that's always the hope. If that opportunity presents itself. Go ahead in the back.
Thanks, John. The pace of Americans who are getting booster shots has dropped by more than 50% since December, and public health experts are saying that one cause that might be behind that is confusion over the CDC's distinction between being fully vaccinated and being up to date on vaccinations. Folks with whom I've spoken say that initially describing the 2-dose regimen for mRNA vaccines may have been premature. Given what we now know about variants and breakthrough cases, was it a mistake to say that people were fully vaccinated back last year before we knew what the virus is going to do next?
Well, it was not a decision made by the White House. It was a decision made by our public health experts at the CDC who make those definitions or determine those definitions. They've also said that the term fully vaccinated refers to your primary series. So that means being up to date on your vaccines, which is true if you have kids. I have kids, making sure they're up to date. When they go to the doctor, you ask them if they need any shots. That is true of when you need a booster shot. You needed a set number of months, depending on what vaccine you got, past your second dose. That's something we think American people are more than capable of keeping up to date on. It is also true that we think more people need to get boosters, that boosters are very effective in protecting against serious illness, hospitalization, and that is one of the most effective steps that can be taken. 70% of eligible seniors have gotten their boosters, but certainly it needs to be higher in other age groups.
I do have one on the news of the day. I'm sorry, you gotta
Go.
try.
Don't need to be sorry. It's okay. You're doing your job.
So, if Justice Breyer were to retire, one of the last cases that he'll face as a member of the Supreme Court obviously will be Dobbs versus Jackson, which court watchers are saying is likely to weaken or potentially overturn Roe v. Wade. If his potentially final opinion ends up being a dissent in the Dobbs case, what is the administration's plan to protect abortion access as best it can beyond trying to pass a congressional remedy, which I think, you know, unless you guys have 10 extra senators lying around, might not be able to beat a filibuster?
Well, without speaking to the future of the Supreme Court, what I will reiterate is that the president has been advocate for codifying Roe. That's something he certainly thinks and hopes that Congress will act on. We've also taken steps and have announced steps in recent days even for HHS to amp up their support for providers across the country, and that's something we will continue to look for ways to do, but I'm not going to make a prediction of the outcome. Thanks, everyone.
German Chancellor timing, do you guys have that?
Not yet. Hopefully we'll have it soon.
Thank you, Jen.
So you've been listening in to Press Secretary Jen Psaki as she is wrapping up at the White House right there, talking about a series of topics right now, but one of them brought up the Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer announcing his retirement. Jen Psaki said in a tweet earlier, it's always been the decision of any Supreme Court justice if and when they decide to retire and how they want to announce it. And that remains the case today. We have no additional details or information to share from the White House. Justice Breyer appointed to the court in 1994 by then President Bill Clinton. You're taking a live look at the Supreme Court right there. At 83 years old, he's the oldest member on the court. To talk about everything surrounding this huge announcement, I want to bring in Fox's Lauren Blanchard joining us live from the Capitol. Lauren, huge news coming out of D.C.
Yeah, Daytona, and the thing is about this announcement is there actually hasn't been an official announcement from Justice Stephen Breyer yet. This is all surrounding reports, multiple sources, not only confirming to us, but also to just about every network out there that he is planning to retire at the end of the term. So that's looking like June or July. But interestingly, Justice Breyer's office, we haven't actually heard from. And that's why you kind of heard the White House and President Biden earlier say they're not going to talk about it just yet because they are awaiting that announcement. They didn't want to have or feel like they were having any hand in pushing the justice off the bench into retirement. So once we have that announcement, it'll be official, and then really the speculation over who the president will pick to fill that liberal seat on the court will begin. But of course, Daytona here in D.C., that speculation has already begun. A little bit of a short list starting to pop up. And then on Capitol Hill, Congress behind me, they are already gearing up for what will likely be a pretty heated confirmation battle.
And Lauren, on that short list, what are some notable names? We're even hearing some mumblings of possibly VP Harris.
Yeah, so what the candidate Biden said in 2020 is that he wanted to nominate, if he was given the chance, and looks like he will have that chance, is to nominate a black woman to the bench. That would be a historic first. So there have been a few names floating around. There's a D.C. Circuit Judge, Ketanji Brown Jackson. She has actually already gone through Congress. A number of lawmakers already had to vote on her. She's been vetted. A Supreme Court Justice, Leandra Kruger. And then you mentioned the Vice President Harris, of course, a black woman. The problem with Harris being on that short list is likely when this confirmation goes through the Senate, because it is a 50-50 split, the tiebreak is likely going to be the vice president, which means she would have to break the tie on her own. Then the president, they would have to fill that vacancy in the vice president's office. So it's not likely that the VP will be in consideration. But the White House, the only thing we've really heard from them on the direction the president is leaning, Jen Psaki just said a moment ago that he is still committed to putting forward a black woman, and that is likely the direction they will go. But again, Daytona, still have to wait for that official announcement from Justice Breyer.
Yes, of course, this has only been leaked thus far. But when it comes to timelines, if it is in fact confirmed he is going to be stepping down, what would that look like? When would that happen? And when would someone else take his position?
Well, if it's up to Democrats, it's as fast as possible. If you remember when Justice Amy Coney Bryant went through hers, it was only about a month and a half from the passing of Ruth Bader Ginsburg to when Coney Bryant was actually sworn in. So Democrats want to have this happen as fast as possible, and that is because it's a midterm year. Democrats are becoming uneasy that they are going to be able to hold on to their majorities in the House and the Senate. So it is in their best interest to get whoever they put up as the nominee through that confirmation battle as fast as possible while they still hold the majority in the Senate, because if Republicans take the majority after the midterms, it will become extremely hard for the president to be able to put his candidate of choice or his nominee of choice in place, especially without needing any Republicans on board.
Right. Lauren, you have to believe that this wasn't an overnight decision for Justice Breyer here. So were there mumblings on Capitol Hill about this? Did the president know about this before it was leaked today?
Usually these kinds of things are not exactly catching anybody by surprise. If anything, what we're hearing is the one who was actually caught by surprise that it leaked today may actually be Justice Breyer. Our sources are saying that he wasn't quite ready for this announcement to come out, but that he had been thinking about it. He had come to this decision. So we'll have to wait and see if we hear anything in the announcement about that. But as for his retirement, people have been calling for his retirement, especially liberal interest groups, because of what happened with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Of course, she passed during the Trump presidency, so that seat, that liberal seat on the court, was able to be flipped to a conservative. And that's why we see that 6-3 conservative majority now. So liberal interest groups have been saying if this is at 83, the oldest member on the bench, he needs to retire while there is a Democratic majority in the Senate, while there is a Democrat in the White House, so that another seat on the bench does not go to the conservative side, because already it is obviously very conservative leaning. And we've seen quite a few things come out that have not been in favor of President Biden and his administration.
Exactly. And I think you're alluding to some of the cases that the Supreme Court is hearing right now, the possibility of overturning Roe v. Wade, gun legislation, and so much more. That's the Supreme Court has been making national headlines for over just the past couple of months. So whoever does fill that spot definitely has some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, they really do. And that's why we're going to, it'll be interesting to see who the president does put forward for this position, whether it's someone far more liberal leaning, whether it's a little more left center, because remember, with it being a 50-50 split, the president can't afford to lose any members of his own party in the Senate. So it'll have to be a candidate or a nominee that can get all 50 Democrats on board.
Yep, and I don't have to tell you twice, things could be shaken up on Capitol Hill at any moment. So we'll be watching it for sure. Fox's Lauren Blanchard, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll talk to you soon.
That's good.
All right, and we are going to keep it moving here. We've been speaking with experts and law professors about this situation. This is a historic spot to be filled. This is the highest court in the land. So Chrissy Larson, Live Now's Chrissy Larson, spoke with a law professor about what comes next, who possibly could be filling that seat, and so much more.
Here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to keep you up to date on all of the top stories coming to us from across the country. Earlier here today, we did bring you some breaking news that continues to be talked about by a number of people, including us bringing in some of our own experts here on Live Now from Fox after we did have liberal Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer retiring. He will now be leaving that seat for President Joe Biden to fulfill. Now, Joe Biden has previously pledged to fill that by naming a black woman to high court, the very first one of that. That's according to a few different sources. So what we want to do is continue this conversation. I'm bringing in Paul Bender. He is with the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, professor of law. And Paul, I just want to say thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. What were some of your first initial thoughts when this announcement came about his retirement?
Well, it's something you had to expect because he is aware of what the political situation is, and I'm sure he didn't want to wait so long that President Breyer would not be able to replace him, but that it would be a Republican president replacing him. So I think that's why he's doing it now, to ensure that President Biden has a chance to pick his replacement. So it's not a surprise. I'm sort of sad about it because he's doing a really good job, Breyer, and I hate to see him leaving because I think he can continue to do a good job. But I understand that he does not want the same thing to happen again, what happened when Justice Ginsburg died, which is that the president lost the opportunity to replace her at that time.
No, that was something I wanted to touch on. I'm glad that you brought that point up. You know, right now we are at a point where the Senate's leaning a bit to the left. Democrats do hold that majority. We also have a Democratic president. And then, of course, a tiebreaker would go to the vice president. So what are your thoughts about not only the timing, but who could possibly be then filling that role?
Well, the timing, I think, is important. Breyer has said, and I think it's good and important that he said that he's going to stay the rest of the term if he can. So he'll fill out this term. So all the cases that are being argued now, and there's some really important ones that are being argued, will be decided by the end of the term, and he'll participate in all of those. The new person will start in October with next term's cases. Who it's going to be, I don't think you can tell. You said that the president says he wants to appoint a black woman. There are several black women who would fill that bill, and I'm sure he'll be considering them, and he probably will consider other people as well. But I think the idea of putting a black woman on the court is a wonderful idea because there has never been a black woman on the court. And it also would add another woman to the court, which now only has two women. And I think it ought to be closer to 50-50. It would be better to have three women than two.
And when we think about this replacement as well, you know, you think about who's already sat on the Supreme Court. How does that change the dynamics as far as replacing him come the next term?
Well, I don't think his replacement by President Biden is going to change the profile of the court. It'll probably be somebody who will vote very much the way Breyer would have voted. What I would like to see is him appoint somebody who could start building a coalition of middle justices on the court, to somebody who Justice Kavanaugh and Chief Justice Roberts could work with, and somebody who could also work with Sotomayor and Kagan. So there would be five people in the middle of the court. So you wouldn't have a court that's split left and right, but you'd have a court that is open to going either way in each case, as it should be. So I would hope that the president would try to appoint somebody, not just the most liberal person he can find, or even the person whose views are most like his, but to find somebody who could try to begin to develop a center on the court, which the court very badly needs, because right now it seems to be split in a conservative bloc and a liberal bloc, where you can predict what the result's going to be once you know what the case is. That should not be true. Every case should be considered on its own. And so you need a court that's dominated by middle people who can go either way.
And if we talk about this need for that dynamic, but let's take a look back at his career, being there serving for more than 27 years. I know you said you were a little sad to hear the news of the retirement. Is there anything that stands out to you that he's been able to accomplish, or anything he stood firm on throughout his past 27 years?
I'm trying to think of that. There's no particular thing that he's noted for. For me, I've known him for years. He was a few years behind me at law school, and I've known him throughout his career, and I argued before him when he was on the court. His main contribution, I think, has been a very sober, centrist, liberal voice on the court who is willing to listen to all sides and who is not competitive, is not nasty, tries to get along as much as possible. He's tried to build a central coalition on the court. That has not worked. It's not his fault. But he's been somebody who tries to be as moderate as he can be, while pursuing his basic philosophy, which is basically somebody who is a New Deal kind of justice, believes in big government, believes in strong protection of individual rights. He's been very steady about that through his time on the court. And so I think he's done what he wanted to do. But in recent years, he hasn't had the majority. And so I think he'd been trying all his time there, and you can see it every once in a while in a decision. He's trying to find middle ground with the more conservative people. That has worked sometimes, but not usually. And that's why I would like very much if his replacement could be somebody who will continue to do that, because I think there's a possibility that Chief Justice Roberts is moving to the center of the court. And I think there's a possibility Justice Kavanaugh is moving to the center. And as I said before, that would give you 5 people in the center. And that's what the court needs, rather than split into a strong liberal and conservative blocks.
And as we think about his replacement, I know you've talked a little bit about the background of that potential person, what their views may be, but what other type of background would they need as far as experience go? What in kind of past history have we seen when these presidents have had to pick someone to serve on the Supreme Court?
What you're probably going to get, if past history is any guide, is a Court of Appeals judge, somebody who's been serving on one of the federal courts of appeals. That's the most likely thing in recent years. And the reason for that is that those people have already been confirmed to a high judicial post, that is a Court of Appeals judge. And so it's more likely that they'll go through the confirmation process than if it's somebody who's never been confirmed to anything. But I think that that is something. Those are good people, but the court could use some people with different backgrounds, somebody who's not been a professional judge, but somebody who's been a lawyer, an advocate for certain positions, and a working lawyer. There are people on the court now, only Justice Sotomayor has a background as being a practicing lawyer in the way normal lawyers practice. The others have been judges for a long time, and before that they were Supreme Court litigators or Solicitor General or something like that. I think the court needs to have on it some people who are just lawyers, really good lawyers, but lawyers who have a lot of practical experience in trying cases and in working on issues as lawyers do, not as judges do.
Now, there's a lot of people who can describe him, but since you have known him personally, you've been a person who's had experience, debating cases inside of Supreme Court. Anything else you think important to note with this breaking news that has happened here today?
I think all you can say about what's happened today is it probably will result in the court staying more or less the way it is with regard to its profile, liberal conservative profile. Well, I was saying before, I would really like it if the appointment could be somebody who could bring people together on the court, in the middle of the court. And I think that the president is capable of doing that. I think he probably wants to have the same thing. So I would like very much for him to appoint somebody, not because they're the strongest liberal possible, but because there's somebody who can work with the people on the court to try to develop a center of the court so that the court is not split as it has been recently.
Yeah, especially with some of those cases that we know are going to be continued to be talked and discussed about in the Supreme Court, not only here, but also in the next years to come. So we do appreciate you helping break it all down, giving us some more insight as to this news. Again, Stephen Breyer to retire. We do have, again, Professor of Law with Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law, Paul Bender. Thank you so much, Paul. We do appreciate everything you've given us here today.
Thanks for asking me.
And once again, a live look from the Supreme Court right there again. Liberal Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer retiring, giving President Biden an opening that he has pledged to fill by naming the first black woman to the high court. The 83-year-old has been a pragmatic force on a court that's grown increasingly conservative in recent years, trying to forge majorities with more moderate justices right and left of center. Two sources confirmed to the Associated Press today, speaking anonymously so as not to preempt Breyer's formal announcement, although that is probably the top story of the day today. Justice Breyer in his imminent retirement, even though, as we heard from Fox's Lauren Blanchard, he has not formally announced himself. Again, Breyer, a justice since 1994, appointed by President Bill Clinton, along with the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Breyer opted not to step down the last time that the Democrats controlled the White House and the Senate during Barack Obama's presidency. Ginsburg, you'll remember, she died in September 2020. And then President Donald Trump filled the vacancy with conservative Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Breyer's departure, expected over the summer, won't change the 6-3 conservative advantage on the court because his replacement will be nominated by Biden and almost certainly confirmed by a Senate where Democrats have the slimmest majority. It's also going to make conservative Justice Clarence Thomas the oldest member of the court. Thomas turns 74 in June. So more to come on that and all of the other top stories of the day. I'm Daytona Everett, taking you through the next couple of hours here on Live Now from Fox. A look from the big board right here, because when we come back, a big announcement from the Federal Reserve will go out to the latest with Jerome Powell, as they say they're planning to begin raising their benchmark interest rate as soon as March. Key step in reversing the pandemic-era low-rate policies that have fueled hiring and growth, but also escalated inflation. If you've been to the store, you know what I'm talking about here. But it looks like it's mostly in the green today, which is good news as it's going down a little bit now. So more to come on that after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. 1:30 here in Phoenix, 3:30 out on the East Coast, as we just heard from Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell as he is updating on everything economics, and one of those being a possible rise in interest rates as soon as March. Here's the latest from Powell here just minutes ago.
This year is every meeting a live meeting, and on that note, would the Fed consider front-loading some of its rate hikes, even if it doesn't raise every meeting? Thank you.
Thanks. So as I referred to in my opening statement, it is not possible to predict with much confidence exactly what path for our policy rate is going to prove appropriate. And so at this time, we haven't made any decisions about the path of policy. And I stress again that we'll be humble and nimble. We're going to have to navigate cross currents and actually two-sided risks now. And I'll say also that we're going to be guided by the data. In fact, what I'll say is that we're going to be led by the incoming data and the evolving outlook. We'll try to communicate as clearly as possible, moving steadily and transparently. So, more to your question. We know that the economy is in a very different place than it was when we began raising rates in 2015. Specifically, the economy is now much stronger. The labor market is far stronger. Inflation is running well above our 2% target, much higher than it was at that time. And these differences are likely to have important implications for the appropriate pace of policy adjustments. Beyond that, we haven't made any decisions.
Thank you. Let's go to Victoria Guida at Politico.
Hi, Chair Powell. I wanted to ask, you were talking about the health of the labor market, and I'm curious whether you would characterize where we're at right now as maximum employment, and also along those same lines, obviously rate hikes on the table this year. Do you think that the Fed can raise rates, bring inflation under control without hurting jobs and wages?
Sorry, just getting both parts of your question written down. So I would say, and this view is widely held on the committee, that both sides of the mandate are calling for us to move steadily away from the very highly accommodative policies we put in place during the challenging economic conditions that the economy faced earlier in the pandemic. And I would say that most FOMC participants agree that labor market conditions are consistent with maximum employment in the sense of the highest level of employment that is consistent with price stability. And that is my personal view. And again, very broad support on the committee for the judgment that it will soon be appropriate to raise the target range for the federal funds rate. The other thing is maximum employment will evolve over time and through the course of the business cycle. And in the particular situation we're in now, it may well increase. The level of maximum employment that's consistent with stable prices may increase, and we hope that it will as more people come back into the labor market, as participation gradually rises. And the policy path that we're broadly contemplating would be supportive of that outcome as well. So the thing about the labor market right now is that there are many millions of more job openings than there are unemployed people. So you ask whether we can raise rates and move to less accommodative and even tight financial conditions without hurting the labor market. I think there's quite a bit of room to raise interest rates without threatening the labor market. This is, by so many measures, a historically tight labor market. Record levels of job openings, of quits. Wages are moving up at the highest pace they have in decades. If you look at surveys of workers, they find jobs plentiful. Look at surveys of companies, they find workers scarce. And all of those readings are at levels really that we haven't seen in a long time, and in some cases ever. So this is a very, very strong labor market. And my strong sense is that we can move rates up without having to, severely undermine it. I also would point out that there are other forces at work this year which should also help bring down inflation. We hope, including improvement on the supply side, which will ultimately come. The timing and pace of that are uncertain, and also fiscal policy is going to be less supportive of growth this year, not of the level of economic activity, but the fiscal impulse to growth will be significantly lower. So there are multiple forces which should be working over the course of the year for inflation to come down. We do realize that the timing and pace of that are highly uncertain, and that inflation has persisted longer than we thought. And of course, we're prepared to use our tools to assure that higher inflation does not become entrenched.
Thank you. Let's go to Nick Timrose at the Wall Street Journal.
Good afternoon, Chair Powell. Nick Timrose of the Wall Street Journal. I have a couple of questions on the balance sheet. The statement on the balance sheet today calls for significantly reducing your holdings. What does that mean? And then, apart from moving sooner and faster to shrink the holdings, are there any other ways in which you and your colleagues are seriously thinking about recalibrating this process? And finally, how much disagreement is there around how you should use this tool, including active sales rather than passive sales, or changes in the composition of reinvestments? Thank you. So
I'm afraid to tell you that those are all great questions, and they're questions that the committee is just turning to now. So we had a discussion, as you know, at the last meeting, an introductory discussion of the balance sheet and a teeing up of the issues. At this meeting, we've gone through and carefully put together a set of principles at a high level, and those are meant to guide the actual decisions we'll make about the pace and about all of the questions that you're asking. And I expect that this process will be something that we spend time on in coming meetings. I can't tell you how many, I can't tell you how long it will take, but and then, at the appropriate time, we'll provide additional information. So the last cycle when we went through balance sheet issues, we did find that over the course of 2 or 3 meetings, for example, we did come to interesting and better answers, we thought. So we're just in that process now, and at the next meeting, we'll be turning to more of the details that you're asking about. I would say this: the balance sheet is much bigger. It has a shorter duration than the last time, and the economy is much stronger, and inflation is much higher. So, and I think that leads you to, and I've said this, being willing to move sooner than we did in the last time, and also perhaps faster. But beyond that, it's really not appropriate for me to speculate exactly what that would be. But I would point you to principle number 1, which is the committee views changes in the target rate for the federal funds rate as its primary means of adjusting the stance of monetary policy. So we do want the federal funds rate, we want to operationalize that, and we want the balance sheet to be declining in a predictable manner, and we want it to be declining primarily by adjusting reinvestments.
So if I could follow on that, raising rates and reducing the balance sheet both restrain the economy, both tighten monetary policy. How should we think about the relationship between the two? For example, how much passive runoff is equal to every 0.25 percentage point increase in your benchmark rate?
So again, we think of the balance sheet as moving in a predictable manner, sort of in the background, and that the active tool meeting to meeting is not both of them, it's the federal funds rate. There are rules of thumbs, I'm reluctant to land on one of them that equate this, and there's also an element of uncertainty around the balance sheet. I think we have a much better sense, frankly, of how rate increases affect financial conditions and hence economic conditions. Balance sheet is still a relatively new thing for the markets and for us, so we're less certain about that. So again, I think the pattern we'll follow is to arrive at a timing and a pace and composition and all those things, and then announce that with advance notice, and it will start in the background, and then we'll look to have that just running in the background and have the interest rates again be the active tool of monetary policy. That's at least the plan. I can't tell you much more about any of the very good issues about size, pace, composition, those sorts of things. We'll be turning to all of those at coming meetings.
Thank you.
Thanks. Now we'll go to Neil Irwin.
Thank you, Chair Powell. It's Neil Irwin from Axios. Glad to be back. Sir, I was wondering if the volatility we've seen in financial markets in the last few weeks strikes you as anything alarming or that might affect the trajectory of policy. Conversely, to the degree that financial conditions have tightened some, might that be desirable in some ways in achieving your tightening goals?
So, as you know, the ultimate focus that we have is on the real economy, maximum employment and price stability, and financial conditions matter to the extent that they have implications for achieving the dual mandate. And you also know that we look at broader financial conditions, not one or two things, one or two markets. And what we're always asking ourselves is, are we seeing changes that are both persistent and material enough that of a change in financial conditions that they are inconsistent with the achievement of our goals? So that's how we're looking at that. And I don't want to comment on today's financial conditions broadly, but we're not looking at any one market or so. So that's how we're thinking. In terms of what we've seen, I would say this. We said at our last meeting, we published a summary of economic projections, the median participant expected 3 rate increases this year. And, it's 6 weeks, 7 weeks later now. And you have seen that our communication channel with the markets is working. Markets are now pricing in a number of rate increases. Surveys show that market participants are expecting a balance sheet runoff to begin, at the appropriate time, sometime later this year, perhaps. We haven't made that decision yet. So we feel like the communications we have with market participants and with the general public are working, and that financial conditions are reflecting in advance the decisions that we make. And monetary policy works significantly through expectations, so that in and of itself is appropriate.
Thank you. Let's go to Howard Schneider.
For a year or hi. Thanks, Chair Powell. Howard Schneider with Reuters. So for a year now, the statements reference the benchmarks for this initial interest rate increase. Now that we're approaching that moment, what are the benchmarks going to be for subsequent rate increases? I know you can't stipulate the path, but how should we think about the criteria for the next step and the next step?
Well, you're right. We haven't gotten to that point yet. We haven't made a decision yet, and we'll make that decision at the March meeting. We'll make a decision whether to raise the federal funds rate. I would say that the committee is of a mind to raise the federal funds rate at the March meeting, assuming that conditions are appropriate for doing so. We have our eyes on the risks, particularly around the world, but we do expect some softening in the economy from Omicron, but we think that should be temporary, and we think that the underlying strength of the economy should show through fairly quickly after that.
If I could follow, just on a related question, the December SEPs had this copacetic sort of set of circumstances where inflation comes down without the federal funds rate ever getting over the estimate of neutral. Given developments since then, do you still think that's a credible narrative for the ultimate path of policy?
The path is highly uncertain, and that we're committed to using our tools to make sure that inflation, high inflation that we're seeing, does not become entrenched. So a number of factors would be, it's not just monetary policy. A number of factors are supporting a decline in inflation, as I mentioned. Fiscal policy will providing significantly less of an impulse to growth. We do expect this year, although we do expect now that it will come slower than we had expected and hoped, that there will be relief on the supply side. So that, too, should lower these supply side barriers, which are a big part of the story why inflation is high. In addition, monetary policy will be becoming significantly less accommodative. So the question is, we'll be asking this question all year long, and that will be, are things turning out as we expect? There's a case that for whatever reason, the economy slows more and inflation slows more than expected. We'll react to that. If instead we see inflation at a higher level or a more persistent level, then we'll react to that. And again, we're well aware that this is a different economy than existed during the last tightening cycle, and our policy is going to reflect those differences.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Gina Smialek. Let's go to Gina. Okay, let's go to Steve Leisman.
Thank you, Mr. Blinken. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have one sort of technical question and one question on principle. The technical question is, if you're going to discuss balance sheet at the next upcoming meetings, and you won't begin balance sheet reduction until after you begin rate hikes, it seems to technically mean that you won't or can't begin balance sheet reduction until the summer. Is that correct? That's the first thing. Second of all, you suggested that the with balance sheet running in the background, that you would possibly be raising rates and running off the balance sheet at the same time. That's sort of the technical question part of it. The principal question I have is, you said it's going to be running in the background, but the statement on balance sheet principle says the committee is prepared to adjust any of the details of its approach based on economic and financial developments, which suggests there's something of a reaction function associated to the balance sheet, and it won't be running in the background. So could you give us any a sense of the discussion or staff presentation on what is the reaction function surrounding the balance sheet? Thanks.
So let me start by talking about that last paragraph. So you'll remember during the last cycle that this process of building up and then shrinking the balance sheet is a complicated one, and it involves inevitably surprises. And so during the prior cycle, we amended our balance sheet principles a number of times. Now, we didn't intend to do that. Events required us to do so. So we got a pretty robust paragraph there that says we're free to do this at any time. And it doesn't mean we're going to, but if the situation turns out to be different than we had thought, we're not going to stick with something that isn't working. That's all that's saying. It's meant to be quite a general statement rather than a hint. So, I mean, I like to think that our philosophy of the balance sheet is embodied in these principles. So, the idea that, for example, the federal funds rate is the primary means of adjusting the stance of policy, that will determine the timing and pace of reducing the size of the balance sheet to foster the dual mandate, that will begin to reduce the size after we begin the process of raising rates, and on like that. I mean, those are all the things that try to describe how we will proceed. But it may be at a higher level to try to get at your question. Asset purchases were global financial crisis. And then after, they were a macroeconomic tool to support demand. And now the economy no longer needs this highly accommodative policy that we put in place. So it's time to stop asset purchases first, and then at the appropriate time, start to shrink the balance sheet. Now, the balance sheet.
So you've been listening in to Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell as he is speaking about inflation and interest rates. But we want to bring you some breaking news out of Missouri. Ferguson, Missouri. 2 police officers rushed to a local hospital this afternoon after being shot. A spokesperson for the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department says that the shooting happened near Northwind Estates Drive. If you're familiar with the area, Caldwell said that the officers were attempting to apprehend a suspect wanted in connection for an overnight homicide when they were shot. Police have not yet indicated if anyone is in custody, nor have they provided any update on the condition of the officers. This is obviously a breaking news story. We'll be tracking it alongside all of our O&O stations, specifically there in St. Louis. This happening, though, in Ferguson, Missouri. So more to come out of that. A potentially deadly time for so many first responders in this moment. We also want to bring you some other breaking news that we are getting in from the White House concerning, of course, the retirement of Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer. We're getting in from the White House, reported to CNN that Breyer actually informed President Biden of his decision to retire last week. He's expected to formally announce his retirement at a White House event with Biden as early as tomorrow. Biden is going to speak about his 40-year friendship with Breyer. Earlier, Breyer will inform his Supreme Court colleagues of his decision. This is all, of course, preliminary reporting, sources telling several different media outlets here, as it was reported that Stephen Breyer would be stepping down as a justice. So more to come on all of that, and more to come after the commercial break. As I said, it is a busy day here. We have Senator Mitch McConnell, who is speaking about Kentucky tornado recovery as it is still ongoing. We also have Governor DeSantis, who is talking about early treatment when it comes to COVID-19. That's as monoclonal antibody treatments have been suspended. That's the Florida Health Department who decided to do that just this past week. So he has not been happy about that and says that he wants to, quote, fight back. And then all the way out to Mexico, as we're getting an update on that Houston constable who was shot and killed. Well, one of the suspects fleeing the scene, well, they found him in Mexico. More to come on that in just a little bit. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It's been a little while since those Kentucky tornadoes that ripped through and turned people's lives upside down happened, but still the recovery effort is underway. Senator Mitch McConnell leaving D.C. and coming down, speaking to his constituents today about the relief effort. So we'll listen into that alongside several local officials, too, to talk to those residents who, again, those neighborhoods, you should have seen it. The wreckage just pretty difficult to watch. So hopefully some relief coming here in the coming months.
Our interest, Senator Mitch.
Being extremely well organized to properly distribute the items that have come in from all over the country to be helpful. Nothing rallies Americans like a disaster, and the fact that this facility's got so much, it's like going to Walmart. There's something here for every family that's been affected by the storms. We've heard lots of compliments about the way FEMA has handled things. That's the federal part of this. I'm pleased with them, pleased with the state effort, and of course you've got extraordinary local leadership. I want to call on Brett Guthrie too, my colleague over on the House side, for some thoughts, and then we'll take whatever questions you have.
Thank you very much. Thanks for everybody being here, and Leader, thanks for coming. And I know we had the president wasn't in this area, but he's been to Kentucky, and Dr. Biden was a couple of weeks ago here. And it's important to come see this. And I always had colleagues that had disasters in their districts, and you'd have high delegations go. And sometimes you wonder if it's disruptive because there's everybody trying to move forward, and you got all the people coming to see. But I learned that you cannot appreciate the damage until you see it with your own eyes. Fortunately for my house, it's not my house, but I can look out my back window. I live in the Briarwood neighborhood, and it affected my neighborhood. There's probably a dozen or more people that aren't in their homes right now. But you really can't see it. You really can't appreciate just the debris, the structures, and so forth till you see it with your own eyes. So thanks for being here. And we have wonderful people that came here from all over the country for FEMA, from the SBA. But we have individuals trying to sign up for individual FEMA assistance, and it's more difficult. And I wanted to remind the deputy director Simon with the First Lady that not everybody deals with the federal government every day, so we need to make this more friendly. So if you've applied for FEMA and individual assistance and you've gotten the really long letter, it's hard to read the return, please come. This is what we have folks here in this facility, in Greenwood Mall, caseworkers from FEMA to try to help you digest and work through that. So I just want to encourage people to not give up if you got that first denial letter. Call our offices or come here personally. I think that's probably the best way because you work directly with FEMA. And so thanks for everybody that has come to help. But we have a lot to do, and we have a lot to do and a lot of details to work out and bugs to work out to make sure what we want to happen happens for the people who have been displaced. So thank you for being here. Thanks.
Be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
What do you think is next for our community now that we're 2 months out from the tornado? What are the next steps to recovery after the first few weeks?
Well, it's a long haul, and I think the challenge after the new wears off of the disaster is to stay with it until you get back. And with the housing issues that the judge was talking about, this isn't going to happen overnight. We need to stick with these people until they're back in appropriate accommodations, help them get whatever reimbursement they're entitled to, and beyond that, help them look for additional assistance that they might need from whatever source.
I have a question. Tell us a little bit about Supreme Court Justice Breyer retiring now and kind of what nominees you're expecting the president to kind of have.
Well, I'm afraid to put the cart before the horse. Justice Breyer has not yet made an official announcement. He's entitled to do that whenever he chooses to. And when he does that, I'll have a response to his long and distinguished career.
Does your party intend to block the president's nominee?
We don't even know who the nominee is yet, so that's something that the president has an opportunity to make. Should there be a vacancy, and Justice Breyer will determine when and if there's a vacancy. Anyone else?
From talking with the stakeholders here, what are the biggest challenges going forward with FEMA? I know you mentioned they have to come here. You don't have a list of people affected. What are some of the greatest challenges going forward?
Can we talk?
Yeah.
So the problem with the list. We've encouraged everybody to register with FEMA. We've driven people that everything that we've said, social media. When I've talked to you guys, the judge, the mayor, everybody has. So they have a list of pretty much of everybody who has issues. And I'll let the judge talk to it. Actually, we've had people offer contribute. We have. I know the state has funds that people have contributed to. I know I got calls and texts from people across the country. Where do I send money? How can I contribute? And so there are other ways to help, but we need to know who they are and where they are and what their issues are. And that best set of information is at FEMA. So we're trying to, I know it's a privacy thing because whenever we deal with somebody in the federal government, we always have to have them sign a privacy before we move forward. But until that's only if they call our office. What we would like to have, the judge wants to have people to do, and I'll let him explain, is call them to say, hey, we have somebody wants to donate money to help you with your roof or something like that, and we need to know who those people are.
That's true, and FEMA needs to know exactly who has not registered. They need to be registered by February 11th.
February 11th.
February 11th is the drop dead date. So after February 11th, you can't register it for this particular disaster anymore. So anyone that you can get that information out to, they don't have to come in here. They can register online. Same goes for SBA. If you go to SBA after you register, you can go to SBA for a loan. And even if you're denied that loan, that's part of the process. You have to go to SBA after you go through FEMA, and then go back to FEMA for if you get a letter that says that you've been denied, you can then go back for a long time. I don't know if there's a time limit on that, but you can go back for some time after that to get them to reconsider your request and reconsider your needs. But if you don't register before February 11th, you can't come back afterwards. So that's very important. But we do have funds that have been contributed to help victims. But unless the victims call us directly, we don't know who they are, because to date, we haven't been able to get that information from FEMA. And the people who are working here with FEMA that have been working with us every day, they understand that, but they're not the ones who get to make that final call. I'm sure there's a lawyer in D.C. that's making that decision. And I hope that they hear our plea.
Okay. Anybody else?
In other natural disasters around the country, FEMA, I believe, has brought in some temporary housing type units. Is that something that could happen here?
It is something that could happen, and it's something that's being looked at, but it's the last thing that's being considered. We don't really want to bring in FEMA trailers unless that's the last resort. So we're looking at ways to speed up construction and get housing and apartments, anything that's close to being finished. We're looking at ways to help get them finished. But I'm not sure that we're going to be able to avoid that, can we, Brent?
Last question for Senator McConnell. Senator McConnell, why did you feel it was important to come here to Bowling Green and to come actually to the disaster center and meet with all these officials in person?
Well, obviously, it's part of my job and part of Congressman Justice's job to monitor the federal response to events like this and to be as familiar with them as possible. I brought a staffer with me from Washington who does this almost exclusively the last couple of months. And we're looking for ways to help and to expedite the process. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Let me just say that
So Senator McConnell, again, making his way to Kentucky, but being asked questions about his thought on Justice Breyer announcing, well, not an official announcement quite yet, but to retire here. And we are hearing with reporting from CNN and other media outlets that the president was well aware of the retirement, that they had a conversation about a week ago. Senator McConnell not having much to say because he says the formal announcement hasn't come out. And so when it does, he will have remarks about the legacy that Breyer has had during his time as a justice with the Supreme Court, with the highest court in the land. And when asked about the possibility of blocking the next nomination, he says that nomination hasn't even been made yet. So lots of non-answers from the senator about this situation. Again, the big breaking news of the day, Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer to retire. Well, we do have a couple of different live events that we want to be getting to, but one of the biggest stories of the day that we are just getting in, we'll have a press conference for you in just a moment here. About Houston, though, we reported on this corporal who was shot and killed Well, Oscar Rosales, you can see him on the left there, the suspect wanted in the deadly shooting of a Harris County constable, arrested in Mexico. That's according to authorities. They're holding a press conference out in Mexico right now about that arrest. Let's listen in.
Chief, do you mind stepping this way a little bit so we can show the cameras? Everybody okay? All right, I know it. Everybody ready?
No, hold on one second. We're going to carry this live. Okay, good. All right, hold on one second, Chief. I'm very sorry. Still because it's cold.
Early this afternoon, approximately 1 p.m., our officers were in a marked car. It was two of them riding together. They spotted a car that was believed to be involved in a homicide from last night. And so they followed that car up into the area of Riverview and West Florissant, and then they went a little bit further west by West Florissant and Canfield. And some of this I'm not certainly sure about because I've been in the hospital with the officers the whole time, so I'm going to give you the best information that I have right now. And so when they were approaching the car that had the occupants in it, the suspects opened fire on our officers. I'm not sure whether or not the officers were able to return fire, but when it was all said and done, one of our officers was struck in the leg and the other officer was struck in the abdomen. The officer that was struck in the abdomen is in very critical, very unstable condition. They are still working on him as we speak. I'm asking for the public to pray for our officer. But this is a rough time. You know, we just got officers struck by a car the other day. In fact, one of them is here. We come to visit him at some point. But I mean, this is a rough time, as you all very well know, for law enforcement and of course, fire department as well. But the point is that St. Louis County is handling the investigation. This incident happened just outside of the city. The county, St. Louis County, I believe, took 4 people into custody that was inside of that car. And so again, this all happened around 1 o'clock. Our officers spotted a car that was wanted, believed to be involved in a homicide from last night. They were in the area of West Florissant and Riverview or so. They continued to follow, and they ended up somewhere in the area of West Florissant and Canfield. They were obviously approaching the car at some point. Persons from within the car shot at our officers. One was struck in the leg, one was struck in the abdomen. Both officers were conveyed here. County officers have told me that they have taken 4 persons into custody that were inside of that car. The officers are, again, one of our officers, the officer that was struck in the abdomen, is very critical of unstable.
You said that they were firing at your suspects. Do you know how many people in that car?
Yeah, I don't have all the sketch. I think that it was 4 people in the car, and I think all 4.
Can you tell us anything about the officer that's so critically injured? How many years on the department?
He's been on 3.5 years. The other officer that was not as critically injured has been on 2.5. Both of them are in their mid-20s.
Chief, as you mentioned, it's been a really hard time for the department. We had a firefighter die 2 weeks ago. We've had these officers in the crash. What is your message to the public to be aware and cautious and really thank the first responders who are dedicating their time to them?
Yeah, it's just a tough time to be a first responder. I mean, you know, we're hearing about critical incidents daily, and it's just tough. You know, I mean, hey, officers out here working hard. You know, hey, they're doing everything that they can to keep people safe, and we keep having these critical incidents. Like I say, we just had something. You had one last week, and then you had the St. Louis Police Department had one Monday. And so the officers are working hard, very dedicated, trying to keep people safe. And again, the hazards are what we face today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When can we expect another update?
Okay, so we do want to apologize for that. That was a different press conference. That was an update on the live look that we had up for you on those two police officers in Missouri, in Ferguson, Missouri, who were shot during an attempted arrest. So the latest from the authorities there, they say that they just had a shooting like this last week. He got pretty emotional, kind of teary at one point, saying this is a tough time for first responders. Well, 4 suspects have been taken into custody, and there was 2 officers who were transported to the hospital. One of those officers now in critical condition and has been with the force there for 3.5 years. So if we get any more details on the arrests that have been made and the officers that again were transported to the hospital, one of the officers being shot in the abdomen, that's one who's in critical. We'll bring that to you as soon as we have it. And we'll also keep our eyes open for that event that we thought we were going to be getting out of Mexico, where an arrest has been made in the shooting death of a constable with Harris County. So more on that and on all of these other stories across the country when we come back. The top story of the day, as we've been showing you, though, this live look of the Supreme Court. As we know, Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer to retire. The announcement being leaked to the media, an official announcement still to come from Breyer. So more to come on that and everything else after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox 220 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 420 out on the East Coast as we are taking you through all the top stories of the day, live, raw, and unfiltered. Make sure to give us a follow on our Twitter at LiveNowFox. You can follow along with all of the top headlines there as well. Well, we are tracking a number of different stories right now. We just showed you that update on 2 police officers shot during an attempted arrest out in Ferguson, Missouri. 4 suspects have been taken into custody. The investigation underway out there. We also know an arrest has been made into the shooting death of a Houston constable, and we should be getting an update out of Mexico, which is where they found and apprehended that suspect. And also the top story of the day, Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer to retire. More to come on the official announcement from Breyer. We still have not received that quite yet, but we are getting word that he had communication with President Biden about a week ago telling him that this is a possibility. So we'll get details on that in the coming hour here. Make sure to stick around. We do have Governor DeSantis, though, out in Miami, Florida, talking COVID-19 treatments. specifically monoclonal antibody treatments, which is something that he has been an ally for since the beginning of the pandemic. Well, the Florida Health Department has shut down all of those sites this past week. The governor out of Florida is saying that he is going to fight back against that decision. Here's the latest.
Grateful to be here at Miami-Dade College at North Campus. We appreciate all the great work that you're doing. Just got to see some of the folks from the law enforcement program. They're going to be going into different agencies. I didn't have the heart to tell them, but if they wait just a little longer and our law enforcement bill goes through the legislature, they'll get a $5,000 signing bonus whenever they show up at one of the agencies. But we do appreciate their willingness to be involved in public service. As you know, a day, 2 days ago, the Biden administration abruptly canceled the ability to use two of the most prominent monoclonal antibody treatments that Florida has used a lot to fight COVID-19. We had thousands of Floridians that had appointments scheduled for yesterday and today and tomorrow, and they were told that those appointments could no longer be honored because the medication was no longer allowed to be administered in the United States. And this was a rash decision. This was not something that we got any real advance notice for. And it's a decision that I think is bad for patients. It's not keeping with the way you do clinical data. And we're going to be able to hear from some different folks today. So joining me today is Dr. Ken Shepke, who handles health for the Division of Emergency Management. We have Dr. David Farsi, who's the chair of the Department of Emergency Medicine at Mount Sinai Medical Center. Dr. Dwight Reynolds, medical director for Centers for Health Promotion. Scott Fortney, realtor and monoclonal antibody recipient. And then via Zoom, Nancy and Frank Schlaller, who tested positive for COVID, and they actually had an appointment for monoclonals yesterday that was canceled by the Biden administration's decision. So it's important to talk about the facts here. And of course, over the summer, when we started to see people get hospitalized in large numbers for Delta, very few people even knew that there was treatment available. We worked hard to set up a lot of sites. We helped tens of thousands of people stay out of the hospital, save thousands of lives by providing that treatment. And obviously it had positive impacts, because if you look from the time those sites got up and running, you saw a huge decline in hospitalizations in Florida. And if you look from maybe the beginning of October, when that program had already had the effects filtered through till now, we have one of the lower COVID mortality rates from October now as a result, we think, of the early treatment in part. And so that's just the reality. Now we get into Omicron, and you see huge numbers of cases, but fortunately, a much lower percentage of hospital admissions and deaths. We, though, believe that people want to be able to access treatment. And so there have been concerns about how effective some of the monoclonals would be against Omicron. And obviously, as these variants change, that's something that's clearly the vaccinations are not preventing infection against Omicron the way they were touted with some of the other variants. And so that was something that was known. But our view was, first of all, you don't know when somebody comes in necessarily whether they have the Omicron infection or the Delta infection. And we know definitively this stuff is great against the Delta variant. And so why would you take that out of play for somebody that's saying it's not good with Omicron? Everyone's got to acknowledge it is good for Delta. And the CDC will say, well, there's no more Delta in some of these parts. And look, obviously in Florida, we believe most of it is Omicron for sure. But you have no way of knowing exactly, what percentage is Delta. And the CDC's been wrong about that. I mean, they said a month ago that it was 75%. Then they had to backtrack, say, it's actually 25%. So their modeling is not something I think you would necessarily hang your hat on. So our view is this should be an option for people, particularly because when you're talking about high-risk patients, you're not going to necessarily know if they go in for early treatment. Yeah, as it progresses to where the monoclonals wouldn't work anyways, if it's deep in the lungs and you do see some symptoms with Delta that would be a little bit different than Omicron, clearly maybe a clinician would be able at that point. But initially with the positive test and the onset of symptoms, which is when the treatment's most effective, you wouldn't necessarily know. So just that alone makes a decision really unbelievable, that you would take it away knowing that these other variants are not 100% gone. Delta's not 100% gone. Also the fact that the study that they did was not a clinical trial. It was not even done on human beings. It was a lab study in vitro, and they basically said that it was not effective, dealing with it in a lab environment. And look, as this thing goes, you conduct trials with human beings participating. Maybe it will be the case that it is not effective, although I think we're going to hear evidence that it has had some positive effect in Florida, and we believe that with people that have gotten it. But man, that is not a significant amount of data to just take it off the market. I think what you would say is, you could say, hey, here's a lab study that's been done, and then let individual patients make those decisions. Let doctors make those decisions about, given what you know about that lab study, is that enough to say we don't want to do this if somebody comes in who's high risk and COVID positive? Our view in Florida is that we want doctors to be able to have the ability to administer this. We want patients to have the ability to access it, and then they can make the decision what's best for them. By all means, if it's not something you want to do, you make your own decision. Talk with people and go from there. But to not give anyone the ability to do this at all, is really, really a significant problem. And then to do it so abruptly with no notice. I mean, they have this available. I mean, what they could have said is anyone that's got appointments for the next 5 days can be honored, or they could say maybe 2 weeks from now. I mean, I still wouldn't have liked that. But man, to leave people hanging the way they have is really, really problematic. And so, we're very much opposed to the way that particularly the thousands of Floridians who were in the system waiting to get treatment, to them wake up to an email saying that these treatments are now prohibited and tough luck, go take an aspirin. That's just fundamentally wrong. That is not the way you treat people in this country. And so we want them to be able to access it. They can take a look at these studies and make their own decisions. And if you believe you have Omicron and you don't believe it'll be helpful, then that's fine. But I think that many people would like to have that option, particularly our elderly population. So we want to make sure that that's the case. But I think it's important just to point out, because you have state-run media outlets effectively that will parrot the talking points of the regime. It has not been proven that this does not work against Omicron. That is all based on that one lab study. Now, time will tell. If you do clinical trials, who knows how it'll end up working out. I don't know. I wish I did know. But when that is being said like that, that is not accurate, and that's misleading people. And so we have, throughout this Omicron wave, which clearly is going down pretty significantly, and which is the way it has done in South Africa and in Europe, and so it's what we expected. But we have been talking to clinicians throughout this whole time, saying, okay, we do have this. How effective is it? And by and large, they've had positive results. Not saying everyone says it's 100%, and anyway, it may very well be less, but it has provided some support for people, and it has helped some people have symptoms resolve. That's been the experience in the state of Florida, and so we're happy to be able to be here with some folks who are going to provide some input. So I'm going to let Ken Shepke. Ken was really one of the architects of the summer when we set up those sites. We were cranking to where we were knocking out 5,000 treatments a day just at the state sites, in addition to what was being done in the medical system, and really, really made a difference for a lot of people. And I'll tell you, not only the fact that Floridians were able to access it, something else that I think was that I've noticed, I'll have people come up to me saying, oh, Governor, thanks for the monoclonals. I was like, well, where'd you go to get it? They're like, no, I didn't get it in Florida. I'm like, well, why are you thanking me? And they're like, because I saw your press conferences. I didn't know anything about that there were treatments for COVID. My husband and I got it. We're in our 70s, and we're in this state, and we asked all the physicians. We wanted it, we got it, and we got better very quickly. And so not only did we set up an infrastructure, we really put this more on the map of, you got to look at this not just through the lens of one thing or another, but really have to look at it holistically. Final point before I kick it over to Dr. Shepke is just this. when you're talking about the variants and how much is Omicron, how much is not, just keep in mind, I mean, here in South Florida, no one needs to tell y'all, we have people coming from everywhere here. So maybe there's not as much Delta in kind of our native communities who are Florida residents, but we have so many people cycling in and out. Who's to say that they're not also bringing different Delta? That could absolutely be the case. And so we don't know when someone comes in one way or another, and we are also in a unique environment in Florida where our domestic tourism is stronger than it was prior to COVID. You know, you look at restaurant reservations and compare January 22 to 2019 pre-COVID, Miami's up 15%. A lot of these other places that have draconian measures, they're down 50, 60%. In reservations. And so you just see there's a difference. There's energy here. There's people that want to come. Well, you have to factor that in when you're looking at it. I mean, we're not a static environment here. I mean, we're a very dynamic environment. And to just say that there's no Delta here, I think that's a very difficult thing to actually prove when you're doing it. That said, Dr. Shepke.
Thank you, Governor. And I appreciate that the governor's efforts on treatment. All diseases in the field of medicine are treated with two prongs. One on prevention, which I think we've been very strong on. You all recall we put out the vaccinations for long-term care facilities and older folks, and that's a great prevention strategy. But even with the vaccines, we know some people get sick. So what's been missing until Florida really became a national leader in therapeutics is the treatment side, which we do, again, for all diseases, prevention and treatment. And the treatment is very, very important. And we're going to continue to see this virus roll out in various mutations, various variants going to come to us. And one of the things that's been lacking until Florida really became a national leader in this is treatment. And monoclonal antibodies, it's really been at the forefront of that treatment. It's a very, very well tolerated, scientifically proven treatment against the virus. And what's important, it's safe. There's very few side effects. Just about every person that meets emergency use authorization is a candidate for that. And what's nice is we are seeing in the pipeline some other various treatments that are coming through, but they have various problems with them. They require much more complex medical decision making. They have drug-drug interactions. There's some laboratory tests you have to get for them. So the value of monoclonals cannot be understated in the ability to treat people who have this disease. Now, the study that the governor talked about that's being referenced is a study on cells. When a medication is approved to be used on humans, they might start off on cells to make a theory on whether it will work on humans, but then ultimately you test it on humans to see whether it works or not. So similarly, if we're going to assume that a medication stops working based on studies on cells, I think it would be valuable to see that on a study on humans as well. And the reason why that's so important, which I think you're about to hear, is we've got two pieces of conflicting data. We have the study on cells that suggests maybe it might be less effective on Omicron, these particular monoclonals. But then we have real world experience in humans where we see really excellent outcomes. And those two pieces of data conflict. And rather than saying, well, then let's just stop doing it, I think we need a third piece of data as the tiebreaker, which is let's do a formal study on humans to see if it works or not. And as the government reported, maybe it will, maybe it won't work on humans, but I think that's been a missing data piece. And I think the Floridians and really the rest of the nation have come to expect the availability of these treatments. So it's really important for us as physicians who are at the bedside taking care of the patients to have those tools at our disposal to make those decisions for the individual patients what treatment is best. Thank you, Governor.
Great. And I would also just point out, we were the first state. So the FDA revoked for Regeneron and for Bamlamivan, which is the Eli Lilly monoclonal. And we had been doing those in the summer. But what we also did, we were the first state to try to use the sotrovimab, which was done by GlaxoSmithKline. And actually, the VIR technology, whatever, the person that did this one study is actually affiliated with sotrovimab. And I'm not saying it doesn't mean, but I mean, you're knocking out your competitors here. No one's really talking about that, but it's right there in the disclosures. So we embraced the sotrovimab when that got EUA in the late spring of 2021. When the federal government cut our monoclonal allotments in September of 2021, we did a deal, the state of Florida, with the GlaxoSmithKline. We got sotrovimab to help plug in some of the holes that we had. And unfortunately, the Delta wave crashed enough to where we had very low incidence for many weeks and months. And even with the very low allotment that the Biden administration was giving us, we were still able to meet the basic demand. But, the federal government's had 6, 7, 8 months to stockpile this sotrovimab, and they didn't do it. So they're kicking out the competitors from the market. They're not allowing them to be offered, and so you have sotrovimab, and we're happy to offer that, but there's not nearly enough of it. And this is not something that is just all of a sudden new. I mean, they had a lot of time to be able to prepare and arrange for this, and they haven't. And so, okay, you haven't prepared on the sotrovimab, so then why not let folks use some of these other treatments? And so that's, I think, one of the reasons that's so frustrating. It's one thing if you're putting off the Eli Lilly and the Regeneron off to the side, but then you're saying, here, we're gonna backfill you with the sotrovimab. We would do that. It's a little bit more, it's an IV versus the subcutaneous injections, but that's fine. We would have done it. Our sites would have done it, and we would have been happy with that. But that's not what's happening. There's just much less options for patients. And that can't be the right answer. Okay, Dr. Farsi, why don't you tell them kind of, about your background and then what results you guys have seen over this Omicron wave with the monoclonals.
Thank you very much, Governor. Thank you very much, Dr. Chepsky. Dr. Farsi, been part of the COVID task force since the beginning, and we've been studying monoclonal for over a year and a half. We've published already 3 papers. I have non-disclosure, no financial benefit from any companies, or stocks. Just saying this in case if anybody thinks I might. But we've been studying the monoclonal to see if it actually does what it says. We published the first paper saying that it was an amazing, during the Delta wave, reduction of admission. Well, you remember with COVID, we're not trying to overwhelm the healthcare system to prevent crashing the healthcare system. So any admission we can prevent is underburdening the system. So we looked at it and we studied this. When the first paper came out that Dr. Chepsky talked about, looking at the test tube, saying that sotrovimab does not work on Omicron, this is based on a test tube. We, at our center, decided to say we are going to use Regeneron because that was the only monoclonal we had at the time, and we had a very large stock. In the course of 6 weeks, we had 1,000 patients, and this is roughly estimate. Our paper is currently being finalized, but 1,000 patients that received monoclonal. Out of the 1,000 patients, and they're considered high risk with 3 factors to receive it: comorbidity, weight, diabetes, hypertension, or something, at least 3 factors. And we only had a single digit of patients that came back and needed to come back to be admitted, less than 5%. When you compare to the group of patients that we treated and we saw, right, we saw a very large amount of patients with vaccination, without vaccination. On average, 10 to 15% of patients who visited any of our centers had to be admitted to the hospital. So you got COVID, vaccinated or not vaccinated, 10 to 15% required admission versus less than 5% of those patients who receive monoclonal. Again, like Dr. Chepsky said and the governor said, we're not here to say that one is better than the other. We need what's called prospective data, meaning we need data to be studied forward. And we are ongoing, my director of research is in the room, and we're ongoing, trials ongoing, and results will be telling us the story. Thank you very much, Governor.
Great. All right. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Reynolds, can you introduce yourself and then talk about some of the things you all been doing?
Sure. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Nice meeting you. And, of course, Dr. Shefke. My name is Dr. Dwight Reynolds. I'm a board-certified emergency medicine physician. Been so since 1985. Been a physician since 1978. I recall taking the Hippocratic Oath, as my colleagues did too, I'm sure, when they became doctors. Me, again, it was April 17th, 1978. Hippocratic Oath, there's one point that stands out to me in this discussion, and that is, above all else, do no further harm. My point is pretty simple, guys. If the patient has the potential of benefiting from what I'm doing, then my God, I have the right to do that. I was pretty upset. I don't usually get upset very often, but I was pretty upset. I think it had to be around 8 o'clock in the evening on the 24th, a few days ago, to wake up to find out that the FDA had pulled the EUA for two of the medications I use mostly for my COVID-19 patients, whether they've had a post-exposure issue or they have COVID itself. I was very disheartened having to tell 18 patients that next day that were on the schedule that we could not give them my typical medication, which is Regencov, or we give them Lilly. We happen to have Strivitamide as well, but for me and my population, my service, and I'm privileged to be a physician for my patients. And my patients come from everywhere, by the way, guys. I have patients coming from West Palm Beach, from Colombia, you mentioned that, from Argentina governor, as well as patients from Mexico. And I always say to residents, you treat the patient and not the lab, right? So we have an acronym that we develop, hopefully we all develop a skill set of being able to know what our patients would benefit most likely from. For me, to take off the table two arsenals that have been extremely important was bothersome to me. And this is the first time I really felt that I had to speak up because I felt that my ability to take care of my patients was being interfered with. And again, I have no issues with all the other therapies that are out there, but again, this is a treatment. I started, by the way, guys, 2 years ago when I was the ER doc over in North Dakota. I'm licensed like 13 states, by the way. And in North Dakota, I discovered our first patient in Wilmington, North Dakota, Governor. And to see how things have evolved, so I went from the ER doc, still that, to doing testing and contact tracing, doing vaccines, as well as now doing, I could use monoclonal therapy as a therapeutic way of doing things. So I want to thank you, Governor, for your leadership. I know that I may not always agree with some of the things that necessarily go down, but I got to tell you, Governor, I thank you so much for taking lead on this.
Thank you. Okay, we have Scott Fortney. He's a realtor and has received the monoclonals very recently. So can you talk a little bit about yourself and your story?
Sure. Thank you so much, Governor. I appreciate being here. My name is Scott Fortney. I'm just a regular Joe, a realtor with Related ISG Group here in Miami. And it was a bit over a week ago, the weekend prior to this past weekend. I just didn't feel great. And then on Monday, I didn't feel great at all. And I went and I had a test in Sunny Isles. It's super easy to get. Had my test that night. It came back, you know, hit my cell phone or whatever. It said I'm positive for COVID. And I'm like, oh, dear Jesus, I don't need to do this. You know, it's a busy season for me. So I immediately, I knew about the antibody treatments that were available. And I immediately went online and I signed up. And I had the treatment scheduled for 10:15 the next day. And it was right here at MDC, actually. I drove over here from Sunny Isles. Got here, the appointment was 10:15. I got here at 10:10. By 10:35, I had already had the treatment, and I was doing the compulsory 45 an hour wait so that they'd make sure there were no side effects or what have you. And I went home and you know, went on about my day, which I didn't feel great. Went to bed. The next morning, I woke up and I'm like, wow, I feel better. You know, but anything was better than what I was feeling because the congestion in my sinuses was overbearing, and the headache and the sore throat, and I mean, it really was just, it was more than uncomfortable. Wednesday had an okay day, still a little tired. You know, I'm staying home, can't go anywhere. And literally Thursday morning I woke up and I'm like, I can breathe. I can literally breathe out of both sides of my nose. And it wasn't, when I say that I couldn't breathe prior to that, it wasn't how many of us, we get congested on one side, so we lay over and, you know, we can breathe out of that side, and then we roll back over and you can breathe out. I couldn't breathe out of my nose. And I literally was, that's probably why I had a sore throat. I just was breathing like that all night long. Literally Thursday morning I woke up and I could breathe. I haven't had any trouble breathing since then. I'm still a little tired. I don't have the stamina that I normally have, but I can say without fail, and I don't believe that it's psychosomatic, I mean, I felt so much better, had more energy, went back to my desk and started working. I just felt better all around. And I will say I kind of have a control group I can share with you, is because the person that I live with, she got COVID as well. Elected not to have the monoclonal antibody treatments. She was tested positive the day following. Again, didn't have the treatments. To this day, she still feels terrible, can't go to work, hasn't run a fever anymore, just literally feels terrible. And I'm here. So thank you so much. I'm grateful to be in the state of Florida, and I'm super grateful for your leadership and the ability to have this treatment, because not just for me, but I have a mother who's 86 years old. She's been vaccinated twice. She's been boosted. She's in Kentucky. They don't have this treatment there. And my biggest fear is she's going to get Omicron or whatever, and at 86 years old, she doesn't have any comorbidities other than being 86 years old, that this option wouldn't be available to her. To me, it's not even disheartening, it's disgusting. If you have an option that's not harming people, give them a choice, let them make that choice with their physician. It's worked for me, and I'm very grateful. Thank you, sir.
And do you know whether you had Omicron or Delta? I guess, are you assuming it was Omicron?
I'm assuming it was Omicron. I do not know. No, sir.
Okay. All right, very good. Okay, now joining us on Zoom, we have Nancy and Frank Schlatter. So unfortunately, they were in the queue to have a monoclonal antibody treatment, I believe yesterday, and they woke up to a message saying, you're out of luck. The Biden administration has canceled the treatments. And so I want them to be able to talk about, one, how they're doing, and you know, what their feelings are about how that was handled. You guys want to take it away?
Yes, that's fine. I'll let Nancy start. She got sick first, and would like her to say how she felt and dealt with it.
Yes. Well, it started actually a week ago today. That I started feeling sick really very rapidly about 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was so rapid, it was scary, and just feeling horrible, and muscle aches and congestion and sore throat, and I just couldn't believe whatever was happening was so quickly that I felt so bad, and I took just, I think I called my doctor that night, and I think the next day she called. Thought maybe there was some therapeutics or something, and she said, no, there's nothing. And you're not sick enough, you know, I said, well, what about any MABs? And she says, well, you're not really sick enough for that. And I said, oh, okay, although I don't know how she knew how sick I was. But the next morning, I tested myself. We had some home test, and I tested positive. And I just kept feeling worse and worse, and running a little bit of a slight temperature. So I did all the things that you do, Theraflu and everything you could think of, and drinking and keeping hydrated and gargling. I'm kind of old-fashioned, but I gargle with some apple cider vinegar and warm water for the soreness, and that helped. And it was just, but I wasn't getting any better, and so I just felt horrible, and I didn't know what to do. And I know we had these monoclonal are available for people. And so I'll let Frank take it from there. And I'm still, today I actually, I think it started last night or this morning, that I don't have any taste or the smell right now. And, but I'm better. The congestion is better with me, you know, that is better. So thank you for allowing me to talk about it, and thank you, Governor DeSantis, for providing this for those of us who feel like they may need it.
Sure. Frank?
Okay, great. I'd like to say a few words. We had a health plan. We were not vaccinated, but we worked on our immunity and our health, and feel like we're fairly healthy for our age. And so our health plan was our option that we were holding on to was the MAB treatment. And when we decided that we needed to apply for the treatment, we weren't sure how sick we were going to get. So we signed up for it and were blindsided that the treatment was canceled. Fortunately for us, we've been able to recover, and we think we're getting over it. So we think we're going to be fine. But we were concerned about, okay, now what options do we have? What are we going to do next? Can we get antivirals or something like that, or do we just have to wait to get sick enough to go to the hospital? So that was our dilemma, and fortunately, our outcome is pretty good at this point. So we think we're fine, but we were really disappointed when there was short notice cancellation of the MAB treatment.
It was about 8:30.
And I think because the loss of taste, that very well may be Delta, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
For Delta, for sure.
So, hopefully, you guys have turned the corner for good. I mean, it is encouraging to hear that. But right here is an example where, they may not have even had Omicron. It may very well have been Delta with those symptoms, and that's certainly how that presents clinically. So even more reason why you would want to just let them go ahead and do this. Now, so Scott, I sort of, you really believe that this made a positive impact for you getting the monoclonal?
100%. Yeah. And I was vaccinated, by the way.
Yeah. And Dr. Shepke, just statewide, as we've been, working on it in this way, I mean, can you say, and obviously you would need to do a control trial where you'd have a placebo group, a treatment group, but from what we've seen anecdotally around the state, there are patients that seem to have benefited from these treatments during this Omicron wave. Is that right?
Yes, Governor. Just as we heard from Dr. Reynolds and Dr. Farsi, I get reports from around the state from clinicians as we're doing our allocations to the monoclonals that they want more because they believe it's working for their patients. And to these folks' point, part of our allocation strategy is to make sure that every Floridian has a fair, equal chance to obtain this rarefied medical resource that they need for treatment. So our plan has been to distribute it based upon local and regional disease burden among providers that have the ability to give this. Hospitals, urgent care, primary care clinics, EMS, retail pharmacies, and of course the state sites, which really remove a lot of the red tape and burden for the average Floridian to get in there and get these monoclonals. And now, unfortunately, we don't have the supplies for that.
Governor, if you don't mind, I want to say hi, first of all, to my patients, maybe my patients, who knows, but they really hit on something that was very important as a clinician to hear what she's just said. Losing taste and or smell is really very suggestive, highly suggestive of Delta. And it so happens that the Delta variant is one that is really the most lethal at this time. And to not be able to treat, if she was my patient, I'm not sure how I would handle that, Governor, to be quite honest about it, because to me there's no doubt that she has most likely Delta. The thing that people do not talk about when positive and or negative, we have no idea what strand they have, right? So for us, it's very important as clinicians to be able to discuss with the patient their symptomatology, their symptoms. And I recall going over to a person's home with my I'm an ER.
And it does look like we lost the end of that press conference. But once again, Governor DeSantis hosting that briefing alongside doctors and people who have had COVID-19 and have received monoclonal antibodies or were scheduled to get those monoclonal antibodies and were not able to because it has since been blocked by the Biden administration. Governor DeSantis says this is just the beginning of his pushback. That event today being held in Miami, Florida. So more to come from the governor out of Florida, and more to come here at the top of the hour as we are just minutes away from 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock out on the East Coast. We'll be be speaking with our reporters across the country about a series of topics. But the big story we are tracking today, Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is going to retire. That's according to sources. No official announcement from Breyer and his spokespeople today, but if we do get that, we'll bring it to you as soon as possible. But what comes next for the Supreme Court? What comes next for all of the cases that they are set to hear in the coming months? And what comes next for Justice Breyer as well under the Biden administration? We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett as we take you through all of the top stories of the day. 5 o'clock out on the East Coast, and the big story that came in earlier this morning, Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer to retire here, stepping down at the end of his term. He was appointed to the court in 1994 by then President Bill Clinton. Fox's Lauren Blanchard bringing us the latest from Washington.
Justice Stephen Breyer hasn't even made an official announcement yet, but that hasn't stopped Washington from gearing up for a high-stakes confirmation battle as the 2022 midterm campaign heats up. After months of will he or won't he speculation, Wednesday, word 83-year-old Justice Stephen Breyer will step down this summer. Absent an official announcement, President Biden not assuming anything.
Every justice has the right and opportunity to decide what he or she is going to do and announce it on their own.
A reliable liberal vote on the court since President Clinton appointed him in 1994. Breyer heard calls to retire as early as Barack Obama's presidency, but opted not to.
There is no question that Justice Breyer, for whom I have great respect, should retire at the end of this term. I mean, my goodness, have we not learned our lesson?
Breyer was overwhelmingly confirmed by the Senate 87-9, but the debate over his replacement expected to be much more heated.
That's the political environment. Now, you may disapprove of it, I may disapprove of it, and if enough people in the public want it to change or be modified one way or the other, it will be.
Democrats control the 50-50 Senate for now, but that could change after the midterm elections this fall.
If the Republicans take over Congress, take over the Senate in 2022, which is entirely possible, it's going to be harder for the Biden administration to get the nominee they want on the court.
As for who President Biden will nominate, in 2020, then candidate Biden pledged to seat the first black woman to serve on the court. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And we are getting breaking news out of Missouri, Ferguson, Missouri. 2 officers shot during an attempted arrest. 4 people taken into custody. Here's the latest from officials down on the ground there.
Chief, do you mind stepping this way a little bit so we can show the cameras?
Hold on 1 second. We're going to carry this live. Okay, good. All right, hold on 1 second, Chief. I'm so very sorry. Because it's cold.
Early this afternoon, approximately 1 p.m., our officers were in a marked car. It was 2 of them riding together. They spotted a car that was believed to be involved in a homicide from last night, and so they followed that car up into the area of Riverview and West Florissant, and then they went a little bit further west by West Florissant and Canfield. And some of this I'm not certainly sure about because I've been in the hospital with the officers the whole time, so I'm going to give you the best information that I have right now. And so when they were approaching the car that had the occupants in it, the suspects opened fire on our officers. I'm not sure whether or not the officers were able to return fire, but when it was all said and done, one of our officers was struck in the leg and the other officer was struck in the abdomen. The officer that was struck in the abdomen is in very critical, very unstable condition. They are still working on him as we speak. I'm asking for the public to pray for our officer. But this is a rough time. You know, we just got officers struck by a car the other day. In fact, one of them is here. We come to visit him at some point. But I mean, this is a rough time, as you all very well know, for law enforcement and of course, fire department as well. But the point is that St. Louis County is handling the investigation. This incident happened just outside of the city. The county, St. Louis County, I believe, took 4 people into custody that was inside of that car. And so again, this all happened around 1 o'clock. Our officers spotted a car that was wanted, believed to be involved in a homicide from last night. They were in the area of West Florissant and Riverview, so they continued to follow, and they ended up somewhere in the area of West Florissant and Canfield. They were approaching the car at some point. Persons from within the car shot at our officers. One was struck in the leg, one was struck in the abdomen. Both officers were conveyed here. County officers have told me that they're taking 4 persons into custody that were inside of that car. The officers are, again, one of our officers was struck in the abdomen, is very critical of the statement.
You said that they were firing at your suspects. Do you know how many people in that car?
Yeah, I don't have all the sketch. I think that it was 4 people in the car, and I think all 4.
Can you tell us anything about the officer that's so critically injured? How many years on the department?
He's been on 3.5 years. The other officer that was not as critically injured has been on 2.5. Both of them are in their mid-20s.
Chief, as you mentioned, it's been a really hard time for the department. We had a firefighter die 2 weeks ago. We've had these officers in the crash. What is your message to the public to be aware and cautious and really thank the first responders who are dedicating their time to them?
Yeah, it's just a tough time to be a first responder. I mean, you know, we're hearing about critical incidents daily, and it's just tough. You know, I mean, hey, officers out here working hard. You know, hey, they're doing everything that they can to keep people safe, and we keep having these critical incidents. Like I say, we just had something. You had one last week, and then the St. Louis Police Department had one Monday. And so the officers are working hard, very dedicated, trying to keep people safe. And again, the hazards are what we face today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When can we expect another update?
So raw emotion from the chief right there. As we know, 2 officers shot during an attempted arrest. 4 people now taken into custody as the investigation is underway. No word yet on when the next update will be out of Ferguson here. But as you heard, that one officer is in critical condition at this time. The other officer struck in the leg. The one in critical struck in the abdomen. This comes amid a spike in crime across the country, especially on first responders, which is spurring gun legislation. Here's the latest from David Lee Miller.
San Jose, California becomes the first city in the United States to pass a law requiring gun owners to carry insurance. The city council voting Tuesday night to require owners to carry liability insurance. Officials say they hope having this new coverage would encourage legal gun owners to install trigger locks and dedicated safes. The policy also covers losses or damage resulting from any accidental use of a firearm.
We can't wait for Congress. Cities are stepping up throughout the country. States are increasingly stepping up as well. We want to encourage folks to deploy approaches that will reduce gun harm in their own communities. We're going to learn from each other. We're going to take the best ideas and hopefully scale them.
California isn't the only state working to put an end to gun violence. New York's newly formed Interstate Task Force on Illegal Guns, holding their first meeting on Wednesday. The task force, working together with 50 law enforcement representatives from 9 states in the Northeast to stop the flow of illegal guns.
We are literally tripling the amount of money going toward our crime gun tracing efforts here with the state police.
The new push comes after an ambush-style shooting in Harlem last week killed 2 police officers. Governor Kathy Hochul hopes the new initiatives get firearms off the streets sooner than later and lets young people know there is a better path. President Biden announcing he will be coming to New York to lay out his new strategy to combat gun violence. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
And Mayor Liccardo out of San Jose holding a press conference on those new measures that have been initiated in Northern California. Here's that.
First nation the first city in the nation now to require liability insurance and for gun owners to invest into domestic violence and other violence prevention programs. We're going to have our outside legal counsel, Carjacking, Petrie, and McCarthy speak today, as well as Mayor Sam Liccardo, and we're happy to answer any questions. So I'm going to introduce Mayor Sam Liccardo now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We were made aware that there was a press conference held by several attorneys who had filed a lawsuit against the city of San Jose after the passage of this ordinance. This is of no surprise to us. We've reviewed the complaint. There's certainly nothing surprising in it. Fortunately, we have tremendous assistance being lent to this city through the pro bono services of some tremendous lawyers of the firm Carjacking, Petrie, and McCarthy. We are here today with a partner from that law firm, Tamara Prevost, and as well as a couple of associates, Melissa Montenegro and Kayishe. We are grateful for their hard work in helping to prepare for this time, as we've been engaged in extensive discussions with them and with national organizations that have been assisting us in terms of understanding all the constitutional and other legal issues that are associated with this ordinance. And we're certainly expecting and preparing for the litigation that is ahead of us. I'm confident that we're going to emerge from this litigation with an ordinance that survives constitutional scrutiny, and we'll be able to implement this, and we'll do so in a way that ensures that in the city of San Jose we have fewer families that feel the devastating tragedy of losing loved ones as a result of harm inflicted by guns. So it is now my great pleasure to introduce Tamara Prevost, who's a partner at Carjacking, Petrie.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, everyone. As the mayor pointed out, we've been involved in this, the lead up to this ordinance being passed, and it's my honor to support the mayor in his efforts to offset the tragedy of gun violence in this community. Our view is that the ordinance is lawful, legitimate, and will withstand legal scrutiny. We are ready to fight this ordinance. We're ready to defend the ordinance from the litigation that I understand has been filed. And as the mayor pointed out, we are representing the city in that fight on a pro bono basis. I am blessed to work at a firm that is used to and accustomed to fighting for the underdog, and this will be a fight that we are ready to take on. Our view is that while the Second Amendment protects the rights of individuals to own guns, it does not require the public to pay the cost of gun violence. And what the mayor is doing is groundbreaking and exceptional, and we support him in the legal battle that we know we are about to face. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. So we'll be happy to take questions. Before we get to questions, I wanted to say two very big thank yous. First, to my council colleagues, majority of whom supported the passage of this ordinance last night after robust discussion. And a big thank you to Joe Kachet, who stepped up months ago and said, we want to be there to ensure that we fight to defend the city's efforts to protect its residents. And I want to thank Joe and Tamara and every member of their team. They've got one of the premier litigation firms in the country, and we're very grateful to have from such high caliber here working with the city and defending the city. Any questions?
Can you address the kind of the big thrust of their argument today, besides the constitutional ones, which I guess we'll ask her, is the fact that this does not address at all criminals and what happens with them, and that it actually just only affects people who are legal gun owners and people who have guns in their home?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a legal argument. That's certainly an argument about policy. And I would just say, with regard to the policy, those kinds of arguments really misunderstand the scope and nature of harm that relates. It's harm that is inflicted by the use of guns in our community. The majority of deaths by firearm in this country are by suicide. More than a third of the emergency room admissions from gun-inflicted injuries are from unintentional shootings. These are all very preventable deaths and injuries. And there is no reason why we should narrow our scope to a particular category of harm when we know there is far greater harm that is suffered by our families every single day in cities throughout the country. And so we are employing an approach that addresses the many forms of death and injury inflicted with the use of a firearm in our city and in cities throughout the country. Now, I would say with regard to those who are also criminals, we're doing all we can to address criminal use of firearms as well. I think you're probably aware, Robert, just a few months ago we passed an ordinance requiring videotaping of gun sales and transactions in gun stores so we could crack down, for example, on criminal organizations that are engaging in straw purchasing of guns, and through a host of other ways. We'll continue to do that. And I believe, particularly with some favorable legislation at the state level, we'll be able to use the very ordinance we passed last night to be able to remove guns from the hands of those who have violated the ordinance and are encountered by officers in situations that are particularly combustible or violent, or an officer can take a gun out of the situation, just as they do in domestic violence contexts, and then return it if, in fact, the person is able to demonstrate they have lawful possession.
On the insurance item, this lawsuit takes specific aim at the idea that the amount, it's unstated. We don't know how much the insurance would cost a gun owner, and Deb Davis voted against it. In her memo said it may or may not be available to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
In your research, can you talk about, the availability
Sure.
of this insurance and whether or not, how much these premiums would cost?
Sure. Yeah, members of our team reached out to more than a dozen insurance providers. And these are providers for both homeowners insurance and renters insurance, and found widespread availability of this insurance. In some cases, at very little cost. In some cases, at no cost. I checked my own homeowner policy, USAA, and it did have a provision. I think many insurance companies require that you identify guns that you have in your home so that they'll actually recognize whatever it is they're insuring. And as a result, there can be engagement over what measures that particular policyholder has taken to reduce the risk of harm. For example, buying gun safes, deploying trigger locks, or taking a gun safety course. So those are the kinds of measures that we want insurance companies to incentivize because it makes gun ownership safer. And we think that's a good thing because we live in a country where 4.6 million children live in a home where a gun is kept loaded and unlocked.
We were talking about the legality. One of the points they made was that not only are they talking about the right to own firearms as one constitutional problem they had, but also free speech, saying that because this funds nonprofit groups who will then go out and give speeches advocating your side of the thing, that violates free speech.
Well, the ordinance specifies that the money will not be used for litigation or lobbying related activities used by the nonprofit organization. So that is one specific carve out that is made. And while the city manager will have the authority to delegate the specific nonprofit, we don't anticipate that being a cognizable meritorious challenge from the legal standpoint. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I could just add, everything Tamara said was absolutely true. In addition, the ordinance requires essentially that every dollar be used for the provision of services directed to reduction of risk of violence and gun-related harm. And it identifies specified ways, for example, domestic violence, suicide prevention, et cetera. So I'm pretty confident this won't find its way into advocacy. Maggie?
Yeah, so last night there was a lot of talk about this nonprofit being the center of taking the fees and using them. Just any response you would have to concerns about this nonprofit being in control of the money
Sure.
and this oversight of that? Or
Sure. This city dispenses tens of millions of dollars, and if you included the county, I'm guessing we'll get to hundreds of millions of dollars to nonprofits every single year to provide essential critical services in our community. We do so with basic oversight. Those nonprofits generally have to satisfy basic requirements around audits and governance. And obviously, where they fail to perform, decisions are made to move dollars to other nonprofits. So the governance of nonprofits and their work in the community is far from perfect, and we know there are plenty of examples where dollars are not perfectly used. But last I checked, that might be true in the private sector and in the public sector as well. Nonprofit sector isn't exempt. So we're going to do our best to ensure these dollars are well used, and I'm confident that we'll have successful outcomes.
Mayor, why is this important that this ordinance passed?
I remember very well, too well, attending a series of memorials after two of the mass shootings that have afflicted this community in the last 3 years. And the one voice that stuck out so clearly to me came in Spanish at a memorial, which a woman confronted me and said, "Why can't you do something? Why can't the city do something? We always hear Congress isn't doing anything. Why can't you do something?" She was a family member of one of the children who was lost in the Gilroy shooting. Mayors throughout the country are asking themselves that question too often. And there is a recognition that we are powerless if Congress doesn't act in the minds of too many. And what we're trying to demonstrate is that we can lean into this problem as cities, and we don't have to wait for Congress to take action. This devastation of gun violence is an epidemic in cities throughout the country. Many mayors, like myself, are looking for ways in which we can reduce the devastation that has been felt by too many families in our community. And we hope that we're offering one path. I also hope there are going to be others as well. And we're starting to see that, I think, in cities throughout the country as people are creatively thinking about how they can reduce the scourge of gun violence in their communities.
So we've been listening in to this press conference out of San Jose as they are taking first in the country measures to curb gun crime. We all remember the Gilroy shooting out in San Jose. So the mayor candidly speaking about the situation that our nation is confronted with right now. We'll get into that a little bit later, what's going on across the country. But this is the big news of the day. Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is expected to retire. No formal announcement quite yet, but that is imminent within the next couple of days. To break down this huge announcement from today, I have Fox 5's Mike Sachs here on the line. And Mike, this is substantial politically for all of these measures that they are going to be confronted with. It's just a massive, massive kind of announcement that came out today. What are the big takeaways?
All right, so first things first, this, although it's a big deal, it will not change the balance of the Supreme Court's power. There are 6 conservative justices, all appointed by Republicans, 3 of whom came in the last administration with President Trump, and there are 3 Democratic appointed liberals. Now, it's a clue. Oh, looks like Siri is listening to me as I'm talking. I'm going to turn that off. But
she's on it.
She's on it. That's right. But one thing to keep in mind here is that this is the first time in a dozen years that the Democrats will likely be able to fill a seat on the Supreme Court. If you remember, Justice Scalia died under President Obama's administration at the very end, and Senate then Majority Leader Mitch McConnell blocked Obama's replacement for Scalia, which would have flipped the court 5-4 for liberals for the first time since 1968. And then Trump won. He was able to replace Scalia with another conservative, and that was Gorsuch, keeping the court at a 5-4 balance with a swing vote Justice Kennedy going one way or the other, mostly with the conservatives, sometimes with liberals. And then came Kennedy's retirement the following year, and he was replaced by Justice Brett Kavanaugh after a very contentious confirmation hearing that included accusations of sexual assault when he was a high schooler. Kavanaugh is a solid conservative. There went the swing vote. So then it became a solid 5-4 majority. But Chief Justice Roberts sometimes during the Trump administration also sided with the liberals on very few but significant cases. Then Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. She was the oldest member of the court. She was the oldest member of the liberal minority bloc, then 4 justices. Her death came at the very end of Trump's administration. And what happened then? Justice Amy Coney Barrett was confirmed within a month, confirmed in October of last year, of rather 2020, right before the election, securing a 6-3 supermajority in the Supreme Court. That's where we stand now. Those each were massive changes in the court. This one won't be a massive change in the court. It'll be, if it is successful, a like for like, Democrat for Democrat, liberal for liberal change with Breyer to whomever comes next. We'll talk about that in a moment. But the change will be significant in the matter of the composition and complexion of the court. If you remember, President Biden on the campaign trail made one big campaign promise. So let's go to that right now.
Flashback to March 2020.
If I'm elected president, have an opportunity to appoint someone to the courts, I'll appoint the first black woman to the courts.
And now, President Biden will soon have the chance to make good on that campaign promise, with reports that Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer intends to retire by this summer, after the 83-year-old member of the court's liberal minority resisted pressure from progressives to do so right after Biden took office last year.
Retire immediately after somebody is elected who's, I didn't retire because I decided on balance I wouldn't retire.
Nominated by President Bill Clinton in 1994, Breyer would become a vocal dissenter on an increasingly conservative bench.
It is not often in the law that so few have so quickly changed so much.
But Breyer's former law clerk, Professor Carolyn Shapiro of Chicago-Kent College of Law, says her old boss never stopped working to find common solutions.
He cares so much about the rule of law and a functioning democracy. Those have really been the guiding principles of his career.
Breyer's exit comes as the court's 6-justice conservative majority considers whether to overrule Roe v. Wade, expand gun rights, and eliminate affirmative action. Meanwhile, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has promised a speedy confirmation hearing for whomever President Biden nominates. At the top of the shortlist, 51-year-old federal appeals court judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, herself one of Breyer's former law clerks, and 45-year-old California Supreme Court Justice Leondra Kruger. Still, President Biden is keeping his plans quiet until Breyer himself makes his decision official.
There has been no announcement from Justice Breyer. Let him make whatever statement he's going to make, and I'll be happy to talk about it later.
Now, it's important to note that Fox News is reporting that Breyer himself is reportedly, quote, upset with how this all played out because he wasn't planning on letting any of this leak out until he was ready. So that is one caveat here, but there is no reporting that is controverting the reports that he was indeed and still is indeed planning to retire.
Yeah, and there's a bit of reporting that the president is going to be speaking about Breyer's time as a justice tomorrow. This all comes in, as we know, sporadically. So once we get it confirmed, we'll always bring it to you as soon as possible. What does this mean? What are the politics of all of this? Because we know in Washington, D.C., it always gets a little political.
Well, let's remember, this is the truth here. There is one functioning policy-making and breaking body in our federal government. It is not the White House. It is not Congress. It is the Supreme Court. The 6-3 conservative supermajority at the Supreme Court is the one functioning body that exercises power over how we live in America today. Congress is deadlocked. The White House gets curbed by the Supreme Court whenever it tries to act on matters of major importance. This is the big deal. This is the whole thing. This is why Mitch McConnell blockaded Merrick Garland's nomination from Obama. This is why he pushed through and got confirmed Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. This is the whole ball game for much of the conservative movement in Washington. Now, for Democrats and the liberal movement in Washington, there's no way to claw back the Supreme Court except for, say, expanding it. And there's no way to do that unless you break the filibuster, which will not happen, and then to pass a law adding seats to the Supreme Court, which also will not happen. So what we're seeing right now is really Democrats enjoying one small victory and using the demographics of the Supreme Court, putting the first Black woman ever on the Supreme Court as perhaps, as Biden made it a campaign promise in the 2020 political campaign, as also perhaps something that will rally the Democratic voting base come the midterms in November 2022. Breyer's retirement now is placed in time so that there is a Democratic majority, very slim one, in the Senate, and a Democratic president who could then put forward someone in his stead that could rally Democratic voters to get to the polls and vote to perhaps try to maintain the slim majorities and controls of both houses of Congress. That's what's going on here politically, at least. That's why Schumer's promising to move quickly on a replacement, and that's why Biden, of course, is going to nominate, as he's promised, a Black woman for the Supreme Court.
And Mike, what about the timing of all of this? Was this to be expected? Was there mumblings on Capitol Hill about this possibly happening?
So there have been mumblings, but totally unconfirmed. No one saying anything that anyone could actually verify. I had long suspected, at least when Breyer didn't retire last summer, that he was going to do it this summer. It just seemed like that was going to be the case. And with what's going to really be a bloodbath for the liberal side of the Supreme Court this summer, Breyer probably realizes there's no point sticking around. But another thing to consider here, with considering whether this was expected, Breyer's been on the bench for a really long time. Now is the time for him to go, I'm sure, in his mind. He played coy for a while, trying to tell the public that there is no politics at the Supreme Court, which I think for him was his signaling to his conservative colleagues not to make the court look partisan. Now that they, in his mind, are making the court look partisan, he's probably going to say, you know what, then fine, I'm going to throw my political cards on the table too and retire now when the getting out's good and I can get a liberal to replace me as well.
Right, exactly. And who that will be is still unknown at this time, and it's something that we'll be tracking here. Fox 5's Mike Sachs joining us live out from New York. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
See you later, Dakota.
And we're going to keep it moving here as we stay on that story. We have a lot of experts lined up through the rest of the evening to talk about what this means and how historic of a decision this will be. Again, who is going to replace Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer? We'll see. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We've been getting updates all this week from the Federal Reserve. Jerome Powell coming out today and saying that inflation is, yes, a concern, but interest rates are going to stay at zero for now. Possibly in March, we could see a change up. Here's the latest from Fox's Madeline Rivera.
The economy is in a very different place than it was when we began raising rates in 2015. Target range for the federal funds rate.
The Fed is expected to raise interest rates from nearly zero in March, the first of potentially several hikes this year. That would make buying a house or a car more expensive. The anticipated raises sent stocks swinging over the last several days over investors' fears that the hikes could slow the economy. Still, other economic experts say the Fed is not acting fast enough.
Clearly, the Federal Reserve wanted to run behind the curve on inflation last year.
Persistent inflation is problematic for President Biden, who has seen his poll numbers drop significantly in part because of it. In a Fox News poll, 85% of voters say the issue is their biggest concern, topping crime rates and the coronavirus pandemic.
We face some real challenges. We've got to get prices in check and for working people out there.
The Fed says the country's economic outlook will also depend on supply constraints and progress on vaccinations, adding that new coronavirus variants continue to be a threat. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Okay, so with all of these announcements today, what will the ripple effect be? I'm bringing in David Ragland, an economist that we've talked to frequently on the show. David, what were your first thoughts and key takeaways from Powell?
I think two key takeaways today. Number one, from the FOMC minutes, we got exactly what we thought we were going to get. Asset purchases will decline and run off to zero, as well as interest rates will start to go up. That's what we expected. What we got from the news conference, however, was something totally different. It was the uncertainty that came from Powell today that I think really shook the market. How many rate increases? How fast the rate increases? When do they come? And I think the market never loves uncertainty. The market loves certainty. And so I think that's put us into this very much more volatile short-term period of time when it comes to the market.
Is it fair to say that this change could ultimately lead to a recession? Because we're talking about higher borrowing rates as well, higher borrowing costs amid all of this and amid inflation nonetheless too.
Well, I think a recession is more a 2023, 2024 story. This looks to be more of a taper tantrum in the financial markets. The underlying economy right now is very strong for at least the next 12 months. We've got, as you have pointed out before, a lot of supply constraints. So we've got excess demand, we've got supply constraints. Businesses will continue to run full out at least for the next 12 months, I believe, because we've got to restock inventory levels. So if we're thinking about a recession, it's probably a 23-24 question, not a 2022 issue.
Did anything come as a surprise for you today out of the expectations?
I think the tone really was a surprise, just more of the uncertainty at which he was answering questions, whereas before he was very methodical in the press conferences. Now it was, we're looking at things, we're still looking at the coronavirus. There's a lot of different components that are sending different signals to the Fed right now. And so with those different signals comes uncertainty, and we haven't heard that before. Before it was, inflation is very transitory. We have everything in place. We know what we're doing. Today didn't come across like that from the overall tone of his conversation at the news conference.
With this, we're hearing that this could slow consumer spending and hiring as well. Two issues, well, not as much on the spending side, but the hiring side that we've already had. Is that a bad move by the Reserve?
No, I think right now we still have 10 million job vacancies out there. And so any employer, and I've talked to a lot of them myself, they are dying still to hire people. Right now, I don't hear any pullback at all from the C-suite as far as I'm going to stop hiring right now. There are so many vacant positions. And again, I think this is more of a taper tantrum from the Fed. I think the Fed has been at the back of the financial assets, which has driven them on a higher price point than maybe they should have been in the short term. So, we're down close to 10% on the S&P. We're down 15% close to on the NASDAQ, been lower intraday. You still may see some further weakness in the markets, but from an economy standpoint, I believe it's still steady as you go from a hiring standpoint.
And from a house buying standpoint, what are your thoughts?
Wow, I just talked to a client today who's a builder, and he's seeing massive increases in prices. Homes in the Atlanta area that he was selling for $600,000 to $700,000 last year are now being priced at $900,000 just to cover that cost of inflation. So at some point in time, the housing market will be impacted because prices have gone up so far because of demand and inflation. You couple those two with rising interest rates, taking a 30-year mortgage, let's say from 3% to 4.5% on a house that size, your monthly mortgage payment may change by over $1,000. That's when you'll see real demand destruction for homeowner purchases.
All right, David, last thoughts?
I think that for the average investor, we get asked all the time, what do I do now? Well, first of all, you go back to your plan. You continue to invest on a systematic basis into your 401k plan. Pullbacks are natural, they're healthy. You want to continue to do that.
All right, David Ragland, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about in the future.
Great being with you. Thank you.
All right, and we're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. Later on in the evening, we'll be playing out that full Federal Reserve update with Jerome Powell, as many of the reporters were able to ask questions. Also, what does this mean for the Build Back Better plan under the Biden administration? I think there's still a lot of uncertainty right now. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with more of the top stories of the day, especially the Avenatti trial out in New York. A live report from down on the ground as trial got interesting today. Avenatti questioning details coming from the courtroom inside in just a little bit. All right, a beautiful live look from New York City right there. We do have an interesting update, though, not as much about New York City, but about a California attorney. Once prominent California attorney Michael Avenatti took over representation of himself on Tuesday at his latest criminal trial, setting the stage for him to directly confront former client and porn star Stormy Daniels over her claims that he stole some of the money she was owed for her autobiography. To break down this whole trial here, I want to bring in Fox 5's Teresa Priolo. Teresa, you were there in the courtroom today. What were you able to see? Give us the latest.
Yeah, hi, Daytona. Yesterday, just to set the scene for you, Michael Avenatti asked the judge if he could represent himself. He said, this is what I've been doing for the last 20 years. Nobody does this better than me. Nobody knows basically how innocent I am except me, so let me just defend myself. So that's why he has taken on his own case. Today's proceedings were uneventful only in that we're waiting for what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big showdown between Michael Avenatti and former adult star Stormy Daniels. Now, we've heard Stormy Daniels' name a lot, of course. She has become a household name, but this entire trial hinges on her relationship with Michael Avenatti. Avenatti claims that he brokered a book deal for Stormy Daniels. She says he stole money from her. So he's going to get the chance to confront her, not only because he is the defendant in this case, but again, also because he is representing himself, and so he will be able to cross-examine her. I asked him about that today. Take a quick listen. How are you preparing for your cross-examination of Stormy tomorrow?
Very diligently and carefully.
So Michael Avenatti is charged with wire fraud as well as theft. According to the federal government, he allegedly stole $300,000 from Stormy Daniels. She was awarded a book deal roughly in the ballpark of $800,000. It was supposed to be a tell-all about her relationship with former President Donald Trump. Daniels claims Avenatti took the money from her. He claims the money that he took was simply money that was owed to him for services rendered. Today, the jury did hear from a man by the name of Sean Macias. He says he's the one that introduced Avenatti to Stormy Daniels. He's also the guy that got Avenatti in touch with celebrity attorney Mark Garagos when Avenatti was in a pinch and needed money quick. And apparently, allegedly, Mark Garagos is the one that loaned Avenatti $250,000. Coincidentally, that is roughly the same amount of money that he is accused of stealing from Stormy Daniels. So again, tomorrow is the big day. Tomorrow, Daytona, is the day where everybody is going to be waiting and watching, where the courtroom will be packed, where we will see the former attorney and the former client face off against each other. Who knows how this will go? There have been some pretty interesting, explosive moments in court so far, even though we're on only day 3. Tomorrow, I'd imagine, will be the one that everybody will be talking about. That's the latest from here. I'll send things back to you.
Yeah, right. That's what I was going to say. Kind of tee us up for expectations going into tomorrow. I'm sure there's mumblings about the conversations, the questions that might be asked of Stormy there. What's everyone saying?
So the big thing is about the fee agreement, the client agreement between Avenatti and Stormy Daniels. He has made mention of the fact that no one has seen this agreement but the people who worked inside of the law firm. Only he, his paralegals, would know exactly what work he did for her. And the other, so they're going to be talking a lot about that and whether or not that fit the whole scope of the work that he did for her. He claimed that he traveled around the country appearing on her behalf, that he brokered media interviews like the interview at 60 Minutes, that he helped with this book deal, that he basically made her a household name, and for that he deserved to be paid. What the federal government is saying is, yeah, sure, you should be paid for the services that you rendered, but that also has to be in some sort of contract. You can't just take whatever you think you're owed and call it a day. These kinds of things, there's a reason why a contract is signed. So we're going to be hearing a lot about that. And then again, much has been made about Avenatti's financial situation. Apparently, according to his paralegal, the firm was not doing well. It was in financial straits. Yesterday Yesterday, we heard testimony that day to day, they didn't know if they were going to have enough money to make it to the end of the day to pay payroll and that kind of thing, to pay their insurance. So they were really in a tenuous spot, which is why, potentially, allegedly, he would have to take money from a client to essentially meet his bill. So we will see. Who knows how this is going to go?
Right.
It's anybody's guess. I don't know about you, but I will definitely be watching.
Yeah, you are going to be watching. I'm sure we're going to talk to you tomorrow, but I'm showing that video of Avenatti walking right now, looking very confident, looking very bold. What is Stormy Daniels looking like? What is her demeanor?
Well, we haven't seen her yet, so I can't tell you that for sure. She's not allowed in the courtroom because she is the prosecution's star witness. So she's not allowed to sit in on testimony and such, even though this case really does revolve around her. She's not allowed to be in here. So we haven't seen her yet, but potentially we will tomorrow. What's really funny about Michael Avenatti, every day he leaves that door behind me and he walks all the way down the block and around the corner to his lawyer's office. I should say his former lawyer's office, because he fired his free public defenders yesterday.
Right.
And seems like he's never met a camera that he didn't like. He will answer any question. He will talk to you. He will crack jokes. He seems very confident. Some might say very assured in his position here. He maintains his innocence. And so whether or not the jury sees that and buys that, we won't know to the end of the trial. It's supposed to go about another 2 weeks.
Okay. Well, we look forward to speaking with you tomorrow to get an update on that. If that back and forth does end up happening inside Fox 5's Teresa Priolo, thank you so much. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
You got it. Goodbye.
And we're going to keep moving along here as we are tracking all of the top stories. And we're going to be speaking with not only her about this trial, but also about those 3 ex-Minneapolis police officers come the next hour as they are being held partially responsible for what happened with George Floyd's murder. They were there when Derek Chauvin put his knee down on Floyd's neck, and ultimately we know Chauvin was charged with murder on that. So we'll be getting the latest from inside of the courtroom a little bit later in the next hour. But I want to show you some of this video we just got in here. Coming up after the break, we'll be talking about the arrest of a suspect who fled to Mexico, still can't outrun the authorities. They have found him, tracked him down. This suspect wanted for the shooting death of a Houston constable. Details after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Oscar Rosales, the suspect wanted in the deadly shooting of Harris County Precinct 5 Constable's Office, Corporal Charles Galloway, arrested in Mexico. You're taking a look at video of him getting into the sheriff's car. The U.S. Marshals Gulf Coast Violent Offenders and Fugitive Task Force, in conjunction with Mexican authorities, arrested Rosales without incident in Ciudad Acuña, which is located on the border of Del Rio, Texas. Houston police say that they are working with law enforcement partners to begin the process of returning Rosales to Harris County. The 51-year-old is facing a capital murder charge. We got an update from the sheriff down on the ground there just moments ago. We're going to play that out for you in full.
But you may not be the subject matter expert in Canada. That's probably taking care of it at a much higher level than at Alberta County.
Guys, what do you?
Don't instruct that at a different level. The State Department of Alberta County. Sounds fine to me.
Okay, he's going to start talking to you on the phone, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to wait for that young man over there to do what he's doing. Well, you tell me where you all want me, right?
Can you?
Right here?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Quick look at the
Gus, you're going to have to help me out. Yeah. So I'm not allowed to.
You're watching that. I am trying to do it for you. Just let us know. It's falling apart. Hold on.
Can you do a mic test, Sheriff?
Test 1, 2, 3, 4. We're good? So earlier today, an individual, a suspect in a capital murder case, Oscar Rosales, was arrested in Ciudad Acuña, Mexico by Mexican authorities. Federal, state, and local, along with the U.S. District and Southern District of Texas Marshal Service were involved in capturing this individual. He was turned over to U.S. authorities a little after 12 noon today. He was transported to the Valverde Sheriff's Office, where he was processed in. He was magistrated, and the investigators from Harris County just took custody of this individual and transported him back. I want to save any other comments for the Southern District Marshal Michael T. O'Connor, because he wants to make the official statement, but this is just the events that took place here in Del Rio and Valverde County.
Any trouble? Did he give you any trouble while he was in your jail? Anything?
None.
Did he make any statements to you?
None. Not to our investigators, no.
Do you know what time this morning he was captured in Mexico?
In Mexico, I don't have the exact time. I'm guessing the U.S. Marshals will work with the Mexican officials to get that information.
Do we know what, if he's from El Salvador, Venezuelan? We have heard two different things. Do you know his ethnicity, his nationality?
I heard that he's from El Salvador, but I'm not. I just heard that. I can't verify that for you.
Sheriff, can you confirm if he is a U.S. citizen?
I can't. I don't know. I don't know what his legal status is.
Did you run any background APHIS on him or anything like
He was
your jail?
The jail did their part there, and we just waited for the Houston authorities to get here to put him into their custody.
And Sheriff, he's going to be flown out of our airport here?
Yes.
Driven to the airport and then flown back?
Yes.
So, if he was not, if he was a Mexican citizen, could he have been brought over this quickly?
I'm not going to speculate, so we'll leave it at that. I'll leave Michael T. O'Connor, the marshal for the Southern District of Texas, to make those comments.
Sheriff, in your experience, how common is this to find people who flee to Mexico and being captured? And tell us about the collaboration that the efforts are needed to do something like this?
So these collaborations go between agencies and basically the Mexican government, and it all depends on the status of the individual. So, you know, this is not a common occurrence here in Del Rio. Here lately we've been in the news for, you know, basically the bad things have been going on. So, you know, the good thing is today that, you know, this individual is off the streets. Thank you. We good?
So once again, playing that video for you right here of the arrest.
Good. So
we have Oscar Rosales, the suspect who was wanted in the deadly shooting of Corporal Charles Galloway. We've been tracking this story and the investigation. Rosales being arrested today in Del Rio, Mexico. So if you get any more details on this, we will bring it to you as soon as we have it. As we know, multiple task forces working together to make this happen across the border of Texas and into Mexico there. This coming off of a string of crime against police officers and just crime in general across the country. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, carjackings also on the rise. We'll have a live report from down on the ground in Minneapolis, where they've seen a nearly 530% increase in carjackings over the past 2 years. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. 4 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. As we are taking you through the top stories of the day. This whole week, quite a bit of crime from city to city, New York to Chicago to Philadelphia. 2 New York police officers shot and killed during a domestic dispute out in Harlem. Across the board, it's just really rising right now, and that's causing cities to enact certain gun measures and legislation to try to curb this crime, especially when it comes to illegal guns. Fox's Madeline Rivera brings us the latest from D.C.
San Jose, California becomes the first city in the United States to pass a law requiring gun owners to carry insurance. The city council voting Tuesday night to require owners to carry liability insurance. Officials say they hope having this new coverage would encourage legal gun owners to install trigger locks and dedicated safes. The policy also covers losses or damage resulting from any accidental use of a firearm.
We can't wait for Congress. Cities are stepping up throughout the country.
States are increasingly stepping up as well. We want to encourage folks to deploy approaches that will reduce gun harm in their own communities. We're going to learn from each other. We're going to take the best ideas and hopefully scale them.
California isn't the only state working to put an end to gun violence. New York's newly formed Interstate Task Force on Illegal Guns, holding their first meeting on Wednesday. The task force, working together with 50 law enforcement representatives from 9 states in the Northeast to stop the flow of illegal guns.
We are literally tripling the amount of money going toward our crime gun tracing efforts here with the state police.
The new push comes after an ambush-style shooting in Harlem last week killed 2 police officers. Governor Kathy Hochul hopes the new initiatives get firearms off the streets sooner than later and lets young people know there is a better path. President Biden announcing he will be coming to New York to lay out his new strategy to combat gun violence. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
So as you heard right there, crime has risen across most cities. There in Minneapolis, they've seen a nearly 530% increase in carjackings over the past 2 years. Fox News' Mills Hayes joining us live in downtown Minneapolis to show us how this trend is making people rethink their safety in the places that they call home. Hi, Mills.
Hey there. The people I spoke with described to me the horror that they felt when they found themselves being held at gunpoint in their homes or even while they were driving about to park their cars. Now, these victims tell me they would like to see elected officials try to find a solution to this issue of crime. It seemed like a normal winter afternoon for Julie Wickland and her 14-year-old daughter.
My daughter and I were having lunch when an individual came into our home holding a gun and demanding the keys to our car. The fear that you see in your child's, eyes and their face when this is going on and not knowing, what's ultimately going to happen, is horrifying.
The suspect escaped without her car, but another victim, Melanie McCall, wasn't so lucky.
I was sitting in the car. They showed up in my garage and had a gun pointed at me, opened the door and said, "Give us all the keys now or I'll kill you."
Minneapolis police saw a 63% increase in carjackings in 2021, while St. Paul police recorded a 38% rise in carjackings. In Philadelphia, police saw a rise of 34% from 2020. In New York, police saw a 56% increase in carjackings. Some investigators report more kids committing the crimes. The Minneapolis Man Up Club mentors at-risk African-American men between ages 12 and 24.
Kids are joyriding in cars, taking cars, and those things start to happen because there was no one holding them accountable.
Sandy Hook Promise CEO Mark Barden says they teach students and teachers across the country to look for warning signs of violence. The program also gives them a system to report it.
They understand that they have been given this tool with which they can help themselves and they can help their peers by telling a trusted adult that I'm concerned about somebody.
The nonprofits I spoke with that try to prevent teen violence tell me they get their funding through grant programs or through donations. And that means that they typically don't have enough funding to really spread those programs out across the country and reach more people. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, Mills Hayes, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much, Mills. Such an essential story right now, as we said, with crime on the rise right now. Well, as we said before, New York City, definitely one of the cities that's being hit hardest by this crime surge, coming against first responders. 2 NYPD officers shot and killed at a Harlem apartment disturbance call. Here's the latest from Fox 5 in New York.
Another solemn procession for the NYPD. Officers once again lining up, saluting one of their hero brothers. The body of Officer Wilbert Mora transferred from the medical examiner's office to Riverdale Funeral Home in Upper Manhattan. Officers also lining the street, standing at attention at the funeral home. Both Mayor Adams and the police commissioner standing shoulder to shoulder with the officers as the city grieves the loss of 2 police officers who joined the force to make a difference. Officer Mora's casket draped in the NYPD flag as it is carried into the funeral home. There is profound grief washing over the NYPD as the city prepares for the wakes and funerals honoring Officers Mora and his partner, Officer Jason Rivera. Officer Mora has given the gift of life even in his death as an organ donor. Live On New York honored by the officer's gift.
Officer Mora's family was gracious enough to know that his wishes as an NYPD officer and why he became an NYPD officer to protect and serve our community and save lives was something that he would do both in life and in death.
Officer Mora's organ donation has saved 5 lives.
3 of those individuals were in New York, and 2 of them were outside of New York. And that included patients that were waiting for a heart, a liver, 2 kidneys, and a pancreas.
Again, Fox 5 in New York right there. Also an update on the man who was shot inside of a waiting room of a New York hospital in the Bronx. Here's the latest on that.
It's just crazy. I mean, it's just never ending. I feel like we're going back to the 90s or 80s again. You can't even be safe in a hospital.
A day after a shooting inside Jacoby Medical Center, those who live in the community and come to Jacoby Medical Center to seek medical attention say they can't believe this happened inside a hospital.
There's no place that's safe.
Is the shooter?
Security video capturing the moment shots rang out in the waiting area of the emergency room. Police say 25-year-old Kiber Martinez, who you see wearing all black, shot the victim 4 times in the arm. The NYPD says the 2 men who were seeking medical attention at the time, Martinez was there to be treated for asthma, and the victim for a previous gunshot wound, had some type of dispute. They exchanged looks and then words, and that's when authorities say Martinez pulled out a gun.
The pandemic has brought out the bad in people.
Martinez, who lives in the Bronx and has 6 prior arrests, including assault and criminal possession of a weapon, went to his sister's home in Harlem after fleeing the scene. His sister called 911 saying that her brother was having a mental breakdown and was armed with a gun. His sister was able to disarm him. Police took him to Harlem Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation, and that's when they realized he was the suspect they were looking for. The NYPD says they had his name and an address after Martinez checked himself in at Jacoby Medical Center.
It's terrible. I saw it really bad in the 70s when I was growing up, but this is going beyond that right now.
Again, Fox 5 in New York right there. Going out to Milwaukee, though, a Milwaukee County deputy shot following a traffic stop. The suspect now dead at this time.